You wouldn't be suggesting the police assist at Manglo Port, would you? That's ridiculous. Manglo Port isn't like an airport, it requires highly specialized expertise. Everyone chimed in, each voice brimming with agitation. Commissioner Dai? Manglo Port? Gao Tongwei, watching the commotion from below the stage, couldn't help but ask curiously. Ah, Manglo Port is a border crossing. But Manglo Port differs significantly from an airport. Airports inherently have many restrictions due to the nature of aircraft, so large-scale smuggling is theoretically unlikely. But land ports are different. At this point, Director Dai swallowed hard and continued. Manglo Port allows all vehicles from strollers and bicycles to motorcycles, cars, and trucks. The situation is incredibly complex. This complexity makes interdiction exponentially harder. You never know where contraband might be hidden. Criminals might even force their way through checkpoints. In short, Manglo Port is complex and dangerous. Director Dai's voice remained calm, but the 4 bureau chiefs listening all wore solemn expressions. From his sparse remarks, it was clear that the smuggling challenges at Manglo Port were on an entirely different level from those at the airport. If Manglo Port is a fist, then the airport is barely a pinky finger. Old Huang, what do you think? Commissioner Dai was uncertain and turned to look at Old Huang. Since higher-ups have requested our assistance, we'll see it through to the end. If we retreat at the first sign of trouble, what kind of people's police are we? Commissioner Huang's eyes blazed with intensity as he fixed Commissioner Dai with a stern gaze. All right. It seems my resolve was lacking. Fine, I'll throw caution to the wind too. Commissioner Dai sprang to his feet, his tone leaving no room for doubt. I hereby order the top-ranked squad from the Old City District Bureau to deploy to Manglo Port for assistance. The other 3 major bureaus will remain stationed at the airport. Sir, but... No need to say more, I've made up my mind. Notify Captain Zhou Kai. Received. Xiudian Town. Inside a low-slung, self-built house. Though it was broad daylight, the interior was pitch black. Only through one window could a dim yellow light bulb be faintly seen. A closer look revealed a figure standing behind the bulb. Suddenly, the door creaked open, instantly stirring a gust of wind. Boss. Boss. Good news. Great news. A young man wearing a red square scarf burst into the room, his face beaming with joy. What's the rush? Can't you knock? In such a hurry to be reincarnated? The dark figure startled, immediately cursing out loud. Hey, boss, it's just good news I couldn't hold back. The scarf-wearing youth scratched his head, standing awkwardly in place. What news? Spit it out. The dark figure's tone was impatient. Bro, our business volume has doubled in just 2 days. It's more than triple what it used to be. The young man in the square scarf was so excited he could barely form coherent sentences. What? Brother Dao's voice trembled with excitement as he abruptly stood up. Dazi, you're telling the truth? Dazi swallowed hard, his voice trembling with excitement. Boss, it's true. I've already collected the deposits, dead certain. Daoj fell silent for a few seconds before slowly stepping out of the shadows. Daoj was in his 40s or 50s, with a slightly hunched back and a narrow, elongated face. His triangular eyes gave off an unsettling vibe. After a few seconds of hesitation, Brother Dao pulled out his phone and made a call. A few minutes later, Daoj hung up, his expression brimming with excitement. Ha ha. Heaven is on my side. Truly, heaven is on my side. Daoj's face flushed a deep liver-like red as he spread his arms wide and laughed wildly. Yeah, Brother Dao, we're on a roll getting this many orders. Shall we celebrate tonight and save some homeless souls? Dazi grinned lecherously, his eyes narrowing to slits. Get lost. All you know is women. Daozi got a slap on the head from Daoj, but the next second he grinned again. That's exactly why you'll never be the boss. Don't you wonder why we're getting so many orders? Why's that, bro? Isn't it just because we're lucky? Dazi tilted his head, blinking rapidly. Bull. I checked it out, it's because some tough guy showed up at Spring City International Airport recently. He's busting every smuggler, not missing a single one. They've got no other choice, so they're trying to use our channels. Daozi flicked a cigarette into the ashtray, exhaled a smoke ring, and spoke slowly. Holy, cops that good? Won't they come after us too? Dazi's eyes bulged like cow's testicles, his butt clenching in terror like he had constipation. Put. Daoj's eyes flashed with contempt as he flicked his cigarette butt to the ground and stomped on it several times. You think I've been hustling all these years for nothing? A cop? I don't even give him the time of day. Chapter 80, Fong Ning, so annoying. Can't we just lay low for a second? Achoo. Fong Ning in the car suddenly sneezed. Who's talking about me? Fong Ning rubbed his nose and muttered under his breath, glancing around. Fong team, where are we headed? Zheng Feng leaned forward from the back seat and asked. The other team members also looked over curiously. I thought we'd be assisting at Spring City International Airport again today. But now, first thing in the morning, they're being told about a new mission. The rush left no time for questions, and now, seated in the vehicle, everyone wore puzzled expressions. Well, the chief only gave me an address and told me to find someone named Zhou Kai when I get there. Fong Ning knew nothing more than that. But he didn't press for more details. Wherever the arrest happened, it was an arrest. As long as it earned him justice points, that was all that mattered. Where are we headed? Shuri-chan blinked her big, wide eyes as she asked. Manglo Port. Inside Manglo Port. Captain Zhou, the chief just called. He said a team of beat officers will be coming to assist us. A staff member hurried over and reported to the man on duty. The man on duty was Zhou Kai, the chief of the Chunqing Anti-Smuggling Bureau. In his 40s, Zhou Kai stood tall and straight, his complexion darkened by years of sun exposure. His square face bore a resolute expression, and his piercing gaze was utterly captivating. What? Has the chief lost his mind? This is just looking for trouble. Why is a beat cop running around here instead of staying at the airport? Playing around. Zhou Kai flew into a rage upon hearing this. Without a second thought, he unleashed a barrage of traditional Chinese martial arts techniques. It was no wonder Zhou Kai was furious. As the backbone of the Chongqing Customs Enforcement Bureau and Xiao Jia's mentor, he understood the immense difficulty and hardship of anti-smuggling work. When he first learned the police department would assist customs enforcement, he overruled objections and chose the airport as the collaborative operations site. Time proved his judgment correct. The airport environment was indeed the most suitable for joint operations. All these years had passed without incident, to everyone's satisfaction. Who knew this year they'd suddenly pull some stunt, assigning personnel to Mangluo Port? This is no joke. The team members watched Zhou Kai as he kept cursing under his breath. Each kept their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, pretending not to hear a word. They knew Captain Zhou's temper all too well. Once his temper flared, he'd lash out at anyone in his path. Even the chief himself wouldn't be spared. But despite his fiery temper, team leader Zhou's professional skills were top-notch. This was universally acknowledged by everyone in the entire bureau. Not only was he outstanding in his field, but he also personally led new recruits on the front lines. What's even more commendable is that he patrols alongside his team. Such a team leader was deeply beloved by his brothers in arms. Who's coming this time? Longhu branch? What's his name again? Yang Wei leading the team? After venting his frustration, Zhou Kai calmed down slightly and asked. He had some recollection of the Longhu branch. Rumor had it that Yang Wei consistently led outstanding results in the annual joint airport anti-smuggling operations. He'd observed Yang Wei a few times while passing by. The man possessed both sharp intuition and solid experience. If he joined the anti-smuggling bureau, he'd be a valuable asset. If it was him, he could put him to work assisting. Captain Zhou, it's not the Longhu sub-bureau. I heard it's the Old City sub-bureau. The staff member lowered his voice and whispered. Old City District? Zhou Kai's brow furrowed deeply. He racked his brain but couldn't recall a single detail. Captain, I've checked. The Old City District Bureau is participating in the joint anti-smuggling operation for the first time this year. And what else? And the team leader is reportedly a rookie who's been on the job less than 3 weeks. His name is Fong Ning. The staff member's voice grew fainter and fainter until it was almost inaudible. What? How could this be? Zhou Kai's eyes turned bloodshot with rage as he huffed and puffed, his teeth grinding audibly. If Yang Wei had been assigned to lead the team, he might have reluctantly accepted it. But to have a rookie who's been on the job less than 3 weeks leading the team? A rookie who hasn't even been on the job for 3 weeks? He probably hasn't even grown a full set of teeth yet. Damn it, must be a connection. Zhou Kai narrowed his eyes, already labeling Fong Ning as a connection getter. Hand me the phone. I'm calling the director right now. If he comes, I'm out. It's either him or me. Zhou Kai's face flushed crimson as if seized by a fit. In all his years on the job, nothing had ever annoyed him more than connections. Over the years, his blunt, no-nonsense manner had earned him plenty of enemies. Otherwise, who knows who might be sitting in the bureau chief's chair right now. Captain Zhou, the chief said this is an order that must be obeyed. If you have any objections, wait until he returns from the meeting. I checked the station chief is already in the province. He won't be back for at least 10 days, maybe even half a month. Zhou Kai. That bastard. Always hiding. A loud thud. The iron railing rattled with a metallic tremor. Squeal. The screech of brakes echoed as Fong Ning and his team arrived at their destination. Team members disembarked one by one, surveying their surroundings. Wow, this port? It's huge. Even bigger than I imagined, so majestic. Zhang Feng spun around in place, his gaze drawn to the soaring arched gate, and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It's spectacular. This is the border crossing of the Dragon Nation? It's spectacular. Much bigger than I imagined. I thought it would be like those iron fences you see in movies. The team members gazed at Mangluo Port, their eyes sparkling with awe. Fong Ning was also deeply moved by the scene. The gray arched structures stood tall and imposing, commanding awe at first glance. At the very top, several bright red characters were carved, Mangluo Port. The characters were bold and powerful, their strokes sweeping like dragons and snakes, as if warning off any troublemakers who dared to come. Beneath the archway stood customs officers, uniformly dressed and standing at attention. Every detail radiated the might of the Dragon Nation. At that moment, a young man stepped out from the customs enforcement team and approached Fong Ning and his companions. Hello, are you Captain Fong Ning? Our captain requests your presence. Fong Ning nodded politely. Thank you for your assistance. Please follow me. The young man gave Fong Ning a meaningful look before turning to lead the way. After walking for a few minutes, reporting to Captain Zhou, the person has been brought in. MHM. You may go. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, the young man turned and departed. Zhou Kai slowly turned, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the room. He waved his hand. Which one of you is Fong Ning? You must be Captain Zhou. Hello, I'm Fong Ning. Fong Ning stepped forward and extended his hand. You really are quite young. Zhou Kai seemed to ignore Fong Ning's outstretched hand, his gaze scrutinizing Fong Ning from head to toe. That look wasn't how you'd regard a colleague, it was more like how you'd look at a criminal. After circling Fong Ning once, Zhou Kai lost interest. He pointed to the nearby gate barrier. Your team's task is to operate the gate barrier. Simple enough. No problem, right? At those words, every member of Fong Ning's team paled, their eyes instantly blazing with fury. Operating the gate barrier? Simple? Anyone could do that. This wasn't a mission at all, it was an outright humiliation. Team members clenched their fists so tightly their teeth nearly ground together. Zhang Feng couldn't hold back any longer and started to argue. It wasn't just the squad members, Fong Ning felt his own temper rising. He had originally planned to keep a low profile. But now it seemed. Enough. No more low-key. He stepped in front of the group, casually flicked his wrist and said with a sarcastic tone. Well, thank you so much, Captain Zhou. Sometimes you have to crouch down to jump higher. Chapter 81, Captain Zhou, are you a smuggler? Formation. The members of the Old Town District team were flushed with embarrassment, their faces crimson. They never imagined Fong Ning would agree. This clearly showed he didn't take them seriously. It was nothing short of an insult to the Old City District. Why the rush? I have my own plan. Fong Ning turned to the group and blinked wildly. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, realizing Fong Ning had a plan. He quickly began reassuring the others. Seeing Fong Ning actually agree, Zhou Kai's eyes brimmed with even deeper contempt. If he'd been holding back before, now his contempt was utterly unmasked. Captain Fong, this way. The young man who had guided them earlier reappeared, directing Fong Ning's team. The gate control room wasn't far, just a small hut directly beneath the archway. After walking just a few steps, they arrived at the entrance. Captain Fong, the controller has buttons, just look and you'll understand. Don't worry, it's not difficult. The young man turned and walked away immediately, his tone now dripping with sarcasm. In his eyes, Fong Ning was clearly an incompetent captain. Not even a peep about being assigned to guard duty, utterly spineless. Fong Ning, however, seemed oblivious to the young man's expression. Instead, he looked around with keen interest. Squad leader, what should we do next? Zhang Feng's face lit up with excitement, as if he were ready to roll up his sleeves and get into a fight. What do you mean, what should we do? Control the gate barrier? Fong Ning didn't even glance at Zhang Feng, instead focusing on familiarizing himself with the barrier buttons. What? Zhang Feng froze, standing there exchanging bewildered glances with his teammates, none of them having a clue what Fong Ning was up to. Alright, stop overthinking it. You'll see soon enough. Fong Ning finished checking the barrier controls and grinned. Roger that. Mangluo Port was the largest land border crossing in Spring City, handling over 10,000 crossings daily. Adjacent to Mangluo Port lies Xiudian Town, a small settlement in Longhua. Due to its proximity to the border, the town has flourished in recent years through the development of cross-border trade. It should have been a win-win situation. But border trade has brought a very serious problem. Border smuggling. Ever since the port opened, many desperate individuals dreaming of overnight riches have attempted to smuggle goods across the border. At its worst, 9 out of 10 people crossing the border were involved in smuggling. In recent years, however, the situation has improved significantly thanks to the Dragon Nation's vigorous crackdown. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way, and this holds true here. Lured by enormous profits, modern smuggling has evolved into organized, premeditated criminal syndicates. Contraband is now concealed more cleverly and transported with greater audacity than ever before. Boom! A white truck spewing black smoke came to a halt before the gate barrier. Zhou Kai, still on duty at the front line, spotted it and blocked the vehicle with practiced ease. Officer, we're engaged in border trade. Here are our credentials. 2 middle-aged men sat in the bus, one plump, one thin, both wearing identical blue uniforms, likely issued by their company. The speaker was the thin man seated in the driver's seat. What are you hauling? Zhou Kai's dark face showed no change in expression as he inspected the documents and asked the routine question. Officer, we're transporting cherry tomatoes. The thin man answered, bowing and scraping. State the botanical name. Zhou Kai remained as emotionless as a machine, completely unfazed. They're cherry tomatoes, officer. Cherry tomatoes. Where are you taking them? Officer, we're taking them to Xiudian Town, then dispersing them. Where are you from? We're from Xiudian Town. Here are our IDs. Zhou Kai took the IDs, carefully verified them, and handed them to the skinny guy after completing the registration. Suddenly, he blurted out. Is cherry tomato farming profitable this season? The skinny guy had just reached out to take the ID when he heard the question. His expression froze, then he gave an awkward chuckle. Ah, it's a long story. We originally planned to haul other fruits, but we got there too late and they were all gone. We couldn't drive back empty, so we just grabbed whatever we could find. Alright, just open the cargo hold for inspection. Got it. The skinny guy nodded repeatedly, got out, and opened the truck door. Zhou Kai waved his hand, and several team members immediately stepped forward to begin the inspection. 1 crate. 2 boxes. 3 boxes. Soon, a hole was carved out of the center of the white truck's cargo compartment. After randomly sampling several boxes, no issues were found. Zhou Kai nodded, then pulled out his walkie-talkie and looked toward the gate control room. Captain Fong, the most critical task is yours. You may open the gate. Zhou Kai's indifferent voice crackled over the radio. The faces of the Old City District team members darkened instantly. Their teeth clenched so hard they nearly bit through their tongues. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Making them watch the gate was bad enough, newcomers unfamiliar with the area could endure that. But to call this the most crucial task? Clearly, you finished all the work yourselves, all that's left is opening the gate. This is pure riding on our necks to take a dump. Uncle can put up with it, but Auntie can't. Just as everyone's patience was about to snap, Fong Ning clicked his tongue and picked up the walkie-talkie. Captain Joe, may I ask you a question? Ask quickly, don't delay the opening, there's a line behind us. A flicker of impatience crossed Zhou Kai's face. His impression of Fong Ning instantly worsened. You're inexperienced, fine. Just stay put and follow orders. Why ask questions? Would you even understand the answers? You're both incompetent and disruptive. Captain Joe, are you a smuggler? Or are you an inside man for the smugglers? Fong Ning never fails to shock with his words, leaving everyone thunderstruck. Thud. The crowd in the old town felt their legs go weak, stumbling as if about to collapse. Being closest, they heard it loud and clear. Fong Ning was actually accusing someone of being an accomplice? Everyone frantically grabbed at their hair, breathing heavily as they felt on the verge of madness. This was too intense. How could they question a customs enforcement captain about being a smuggler? Wasn't that like asking a police officer if he was a thief? This is absolutely, utterly heartless. Everyone sucked in a collective gasp, staring at Fong Due with growing admiration. Fong team never takes a loss, he strikes with lethal precision. On the other side, Zhou Kai, who had expected Fong Ning to ask about customs enforcement, heard these words. His entire body trembled violently, his eyes narrowed sharply, and his dark complexion visibly flushed crimson. His face twitched uncontrollably, his eyes blazing with fury, as if they might burst forth at any moment. This question was nothing short of an insult to his years of work. He had worked in the field for years, uncovering countless smuggling cases. He had trained countless apprentices, dedicating half his life to the anti-smuggling cause. Fong Ning's question had completely shattered his defenses. Fong Ning. What nonsense are you spouting? You're insulting me. You. Zhou Kai's chest heaved as he gasped for breath. Oh, Captain Zhou certainly doesn't look like a smuggler. But if you're not a smuggler, why give smugglers preferential treatment? Fong Ning remained as calm as ever, looking completely confident. Put. What are you talking about? That's complete nonsense. Exactly. What do you know, a rookie just out of training? A beat cop, no less. Do you even understand customs enforcement? Zhou Kai's team members couldn't hold back any longer, joining Fong Ning in their verbal assault. Fong Ning, how are we going to clean this up? Shuri-chan trembled with worry for Fong Ning. Judging by their attitude, it seemed like they wouldn't be leaving this place without a proper explanation. Fong Ning waved dismissively, signaling it was fine. He flashed a wide grin, revealing his signature pearly whites. There were contraband items in the truck. Chapter 82, the truck was emptied out and they still didn't notice? Contraband in the truck? Everyone stiffened, eyes widening as if they might pop out of their sockets any second. The Old Town Squad members' mouths gaped wide enough to fit a duck egg. Fong Ningka had been sitting in the control room the entire time, they hadn't missed a thing. Could team leader Fong have determined the truck was problematic just by glancing at it? Everyone swallowed hard, their gaze toward Fong Ning growing even more stunned. Fong Ning was nothing short of a genius. How could that be? He hadn't even stepped outside. He must be guessing. It wasn't just Fong Ning's team, Zhou Kai squad members were also speechless, their mouths opening and closing. They had seen it clearly too. Fong Ning hadn't stepped outside the entire time. Moreover, they had thoroughly inspected the truck inside and out and found no issues whatsoever. If the truck really had problems, then they would be derelict in their duties. It would be a blatant slap in the face. But they didn't quite buy Fong Ning's story. A rookie who'd only been on the job for a short while, assisting with an investigation at Mangluo port for the very first time. Claiming the truck had problems without even touching it? More likely just grandstanding. Captain Joe, ignore him. He's just making stuff up to save face. Yeah, who does he think he is? Spotting problems with just a glance? Does he have X-ray vision or something? The members of Zhou Kai's team were utterly skeptical. Very well. Interesting. I'm quite curious to see what's wrong with that truck. Zhou Kai's face was as dark as ink, his words coming out one by one as if he were gritting his teeth. At that moment, another trait was added to his impression of Fong Ning, a show-off. He knew better than anyone whether the truck had any issues. He inspected countless cargo trucks like this every single day. Both drivers had complete documentation, their credentials were in order, and their language was logically consistent. The fruit in the cargo hold had been sampled according to protocol, revealing no issues. He didn't believe Fong Ning's words for a second. He was going to make Fong Ning lose face in front of everyone. Captain Zhou, why are you consulting him? He clearly. Alright, I'll make my own judgment. Zhou Kai cut off his teammate's words, glancing toward the control room with a cold smile. Fong, why aren't you speaking? I'm still waiting to hear about the truck. From the control room, Fong Ning's indifferent voice drifted out. Huh? You want to know? That doesn't sound like you're asking nicely. You. Zhou Kai's expression turned cold, but he quickly forced another smirk and murmured. I humbly request Captain Fong's guidance on what exactly is wrong with the truck. Zhou Kai's anger had now reached its peak. He had already decided if Fong Ning couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation, he would publicly humiliate Fong Ning. Then he'd report it to headquarters and have Fong Ning's team kicked out for good. Hearing Zhou Kai's pleading tone, the members of the Old City District team all flushed with excitement. The once arrogant Captain Zhou was now personally begging Captain Fong. What a satisfying sight. In stark contrast to the Old City squad's mood, every member of Zhou-san's squad wore twisted expressions, seething with hatred toward Fong Ning. But they had figured it out by now. Team leader Zhou was deliberately provoking Fong Ning to point out the problem. If Fong Ning couldn't pinpoint the fault, it would be the moment Zhou lost all face. As their thoughts churned in a whirlwind of emotions. Squeak! The control room door swung open. Fong Ning led his squad in, their pace steady and deliberate. Seeing Fong Ning not only completely unfazed but even wearing a faint smile, Zhou Kai felt like his lungs were about to explode with rage. Good. You've got some nerve. Hope you can keep smiling like that later. Zhou Kai seethed inwardly, yet managed to force a thin smile. Captain Fong, what's the problem with this truck? Zhou Kai's face was already dark, and now it was even darker. The forced smile he managed to produce resembled the crescent moon on Judge Bao's hat, looking utterly ridiculous. Put. Fong Ning couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Noticing the disapproving glances from Zhou Kai's team members, Fong cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness, then turned to point at the truck. Just unload the truck and you'll see. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the skinny driver's face paled. He gasped in alarm. Officer, we can't empty it. There are at least hundreds of boxes in there. It'll take hours to load and unload. By the time we get back, our agreed-upon spot will be taken. We can't move it. The fat man in the passenger seat couldn't hold back any longer, his voice hoarse as he protested. Officer, didn't you already inspect everything? Why are you checking again now? That's not by the book. Rules? Fong Ning repeated the word with a slight sneer, then turned to the fat man with a strange look. Let me tell you what the rules are. The rules are that no contraband is allowed into Longwa. Got it? The fat man's heart skipped a beat at Fong Ning's gaze, as if his deepest secret had been exposed. His heart began racing, goosebumps erupting across his skin as cold sweat beaded on his brow. He lowered his head, unable to utter another word. As you say, Captain Fong. Move it. After a long silence, Zhou Kai abruptly raised his head and made his decision. His mind was exceptionally sharp. Seeing the two drivers react so strongly, he sensed something was off. Adopting the mindset of better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip through, he gritted his teeth and agreed to Fong Ning's demand. You guys help carry too. Fong Ning turned to the Old Town Squad, then added. Chan Jia, you don't need to help. Old Town Squad. Seeing everyone already springing into action, the two drivers fell completely silent. They stood frozen in place, wiping sweat incessantly as if their bodies had lost all sweat glands. Fatso remained relatively composed, but Skinny's legs were trembling slightly, his entire body tense as if constipated. With over 20 people from both teams, the truckload of fruit was nearly depleted in no time. They were nearly finished loading. Hearing the call, Fong Ning and Zhou Kai swiftly moved to the rear of the truck, their eyes fixed intently on the cargo hold. Last 10 boxes. Last 9 boxes. Last 8 boxes. Soon, the white truck's cargo hold was completely empty. Once all the fruit was unloaded, a pile of fruit suddenly appeared at the very back of the truck bed. To be precise, it was a pile of rotten fruit. Now exposed, a sour, foul stench assaulted everyone's nostrils. Ugh! Shiakan, with her sensitive throat, couldn't handle the assault and immediately began retching. Everyone quickly covered their mouths and noses, their stomachs churning violently. What is that? Zhou Kai's face darkened as he pointed at the rotting fruit and demanded. His mood was utterly foul. Hidden deep inside the carriage, and stinking so badly was it meant to conceal something? If there really was something inside and he hadn't discovered it, that would be dereliction of duty. Officer, those are just rotten cherry tomatoes piled together. They've fermented over time. Cold sweat beaded on the fat man's forehead as he hurriedly explained. Dig it out. Zhou Kai waved his hand grimly, and the squad members behind him immediately boarded the vehicle with their tools. Seconds later, a voice came from inside the cargo compartment. Checked it. Nothing inside. Chapter 83, Shock. A hidden world inside the truck. Nothing inside? Hearing this, every member of the old city squad felt their legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Nothing inside? How could that be? Fong Ning had been so confident, had he messed up? All eyes turned to Fong Ning. They noticed Fong Ning's expression showed no trace of panic, even hinting at a sense of everything being under control. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Fong team? Didn't you say there was a problem with the truck? Then tell us what the problem is. Yeah, please give us a live demonstration, squad leader. We'd love to learn from you. Could it be that squad leader misjudged the situation? We didn't see anything unusual. Members of Zhou Sun's team wore expressions of mockery. They already had serious reservations about Fong Ning, and now that they saw the truck was perfectly fine, they all started making sarcastic remarks. Squad leader Fong, is this the problem you mentioned? Zhou Kai narrowed his eyes to slits, glaring fixedly at Fong Ning. His anger was on the verge of erupting. He thought Fong Ning had spotted something, only to waste all this time. If not for the crowd watching, he'd have strangled Fong Ning on the spot. But Fong Ning remained silent, as if still waiting for something. Officer, can we go now? We'll be over the time limit if we don't leave soon. The plump man regained his composure and cautiously inquired. Yes, you may load up and leave. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhou Kai nodded without hesitation. The truck was searched thoroughly and nothing was found. There should be no issues whatsoever. This must all be Fong Ning trying to grab attention. Seeing Fong Ning remain silent, Zhou Kai snorted coldly to himself. Play dumb? Just wait till I make you lose face. Upon hearing permission to proceed, the skinny driver and the fat man exchanged a glance and immediately began loading the fruit into the truck. Just then, Fong Ning waved his hand as if waking from a nap. Hold on. Don't rush to unload. The smell has finally started to fade. I haven't inspected it yet. You still want to inspect? Zhou Kai nearly burst out laughing as if he'd heard the biggest joke ever. Fong Ning, have you lost your memory or is your eyesight failing? There's nothing in the truck now. What exactly are you supposed to inspect? The metal crate? Zhou Kai's forehead veins bulged as he glared at Fong Ning, grinding his teeth. How'd you know? I was going to check the metal box. Fong Ning's eyes lit up. He turned to Zhou Kai and gave him a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration. You! Zhou Kai felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, stuck there, unable to rise or fall, choking him. Is this guy brain dead? Can't he tell a compliment from an insult? Give him an inch and he takes a mile? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, ready to give him a piece of his mind. But then he saw Fong Ning striding into the carriage, head down, fumbling for something. I'll see how long you can keep up that tough act. Zhou Kai snorted coldly and followed right behind him. All eyes turned toward the carriage in unison, eager to see what Fong Ning would uncover. But as all eyes were fixed on the carriage, no one noticed. The truck driver and the fat man turned deathly pale, their lips drained of color as if seized by illness. Bro, you think they won't find it, right? The skinny driver's legs trembled uncontrollably as he turned to look at the fat man. Don't worry, they probably won't. Click. Before the fat man could finish his sentence, a metallic sound echoed from inside the truck, immediately followed by the screech of metal bending. Soon, Zhou Kai's shocked voice echoed from inside the truck. Something's wrong. Quick. Control those two. The skinny driver and the fat man exchanged glances, their eyes filled with despair and terror. They were about to take off running. But the skinny man's legs buckled, sending him crashing to the ground, taking the fat man down with him. The fat man's body trembled violently. His lips quivered as he muttered. We're done for. We're all addition. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Zhou Kai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He had just boarded the train when he saw Fong Ning rummaging through a pile of rotten fruit. Seconds later, a click sounded. The next second, Fong Ning suddenly stood up. The metal floor panel had been ripped right off. Before he could marvel at Fong Ning's superhuman strength, he saw that beneath the metal sheeting lay another hidden layer. Beneath the metal sheet lay another layer of metal. A space had been deliberately created in the middle. What met the eye was a dense expanse of white. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be ivory. But that wasn't all. Tucked between the ivory tusks were all sorts of small objects. Jewelry, jade, gold, cell phones. Everything imaginable, like a huge hodgepodge. And this was just a corner of the metal sheet, less than a tenth of the entire cargo hold. Once everything was cleared out, who knows how much there was? How did I miss this? Zhou Kai felt his breathing quicken, his chest tight as if stuffed with a wet sponge, making it incredibly hard to breathe. After all these years in the business, he'd always believed that anything he inspected was virtually impossible to miss. But reality had just delivered a brutal slap in the face. He couldn't even begin to imagine the consequences if Fong Ning hadn't discovered these items and they had been smuggled into the Dragon Nation. His breathless state combined with a sudden surge of anger made Zhou Kai stumble, nearly collapsing to the ground. Captain Zhou, we still need you to hold the fort. You can't collapse now. Fong Ning caught Zhou Kai's arm, a faint smile touching his lips. Deep down, Fong Ning held genuine respect for Captain Zhou, who personally led operations on the front lines. As for Zhou Kai's initial coldness toward him, he'd already gotten his revenge. Seeing Zhou Kai like this now, it would be disastrous if his mindset completely collapsed. After all, he relied solely on the eye of truth in terms of genuine experience and capability. He was far inferior to Captain Zhou. Alright, I admit I underestimated you. I apologize. Zhou Kai stared intently at Fong Ning for a few seconds before bowing to apologize. Though hot-tempered, he never played games behind people's backs. When you're wrong, you admit it. When you get hit, you stand at attention. No need for excuses. Captain Zhou, we're family at the end of the day. There's no need to go this far. Fong Ning steadied Zhou Kai's shoulders with one hand, shaking his head slowly. Zhou Kai tried to pull away, but his arms felt as if they were clamped in place, unable to move an inch. After several more attempts, he still couldn't budge an inch. Finally giving up, he fixed Fong Ning with a piercing stare. You've truly astonished me. You'll undoubtedly carve out a place for yourself in Chuancheng's police force. Due to the sheer volume of contraband in the truck, both teams spent nearly half a day clearing it out. In the end, they hauled back a truck full of contraband in astonishing haul. After this incident, every member of Zhou Kai's team looked at Fong Ning with nothing but admiration. Their mindset was simple: strength reigns supreme. True power speaks for itself. Fong Ning had completely won them over with his actions. Xiudian Town. Inside a self-built house. Dazi slammed the door open with a bang, his face flushed crimson like he was constipated. The moment he entered, he bellowed. Brother Dao. Trouble. Something's happened. Chapter 84, Brother Dao's Rage. More work? Brother Dao. Bad news. Trouble's brewing. Dazi flung open the door and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Brother Dao was sitting on the sofa, engrossed in scrolling through short videos. The moment he heard the door slam, he didn't hesitate for a second. He yanked open the window, ready to jump. But when he turned and saw it was Dazi, his body froze in place. He nearly choked on his own fury. Damn it, Dazi! What's so urgent you're screaming like you're trying to get yourself killed? Daoj's face twisted in rage, his eyes blazing with fury. If he hadn't glanced back just then, he'd have already jumped off the building. Brother Dao, it's bad. The goods got wiped out. Dazi stammered, his face as grim as someone suffering from constipation. What? How could that be? Daoj's pupils contracted sharply. His lips trembled, his whole body shook, and he nearly foamed at the mouth. This can't be happening. Everything was fine before. Why would they suddenly get raided? Daozi's eyes flashed with panic as he stammered, I don't know. Our guys reported the truck never showed up at the border crossing. Brother Dao, I don't know either. Our guys reported the truck never showed up. Then we heard it was caught red-handed by customs enforcement. Daozi's face was ashen, feeling like the sky was about to fall. How could this happen? Dao's scalp prickled as a chill shot up his spine, freezing his scalp. This route had taken years and untold sums to establish. And it had been tested countless times without a single hitch. This shipment followed the same established route. How could it get intercepted? Could it be that the Customs Enforcement Bureau was baiting the hook for a bigger catch all along? A chill instantly ran through Brother Dao's heart. No. If that were the case, customs would have moved long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. Wait a minute. Dao's heart skipped a beat as a sudden thought struck him. Dazi, have you seen any unfamiliar faces at the Mangluo port? Dao suddenly turned to Dazi, his eyes burning with intensity. Bro, there really have been. While our guys were gathering intel, they spotted a bunch of new faces. It seems like the same people from Spring City International Airport. Dazi slapped his forehead and spilled everything he knew. It must be them. Damn it. Investigate. Find out exactly who they are. I won't fly out of this flowery world. Before Brother Dao could finish, his phone suddenly rang. Hello? It's me. Alright. Don't worry, I'll cover your losses. What? $1 million. That's way too much. Look. Fine, I'll pay. Dao gritted his teeth and hung up, his face dark as ink, looking like he could devour someone at any moment. Thud. The phone slammed against the wall, followed by the sound of the screen shattering. Just moments ago, the Ivory's owner had called after learning the shipment had been seized. Their sole demand? Compensation. Dao knew he was in the wrong, forced to swallow his pride and bear the loss. This time, he'd lost both the wife and the army. Not only had he lost the modified truck and his men, but he also had to fork over a hefty sum. His heart was literally bleeding. But he dared not refuse in this line of work. Reputation was everything. If he broke the rules, he could kiss his career goodbye. The atmosphere inside the room had turned as cold as ice, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Ring 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 ring. The awkward ringing of the phone echoed through the room once more. It was for Tetsuko. Tetsuko hurriedly answered the call. Got it. 3 seconds later, Tetsuko hung up the phone, not even putting it back in her pocket. Ring 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 ring. The urgent ringtone sounded again. Got it, stop calling already. 2 seconds later, Dazi hung up again. Bro, those retail investors are all calling. Demanding we compensate them for their losses. Seeing Brother Dao's murderous glare, Dazi's but clenched as he hurriedly explained. You. Tell them to get lost. Clunk. Brother Dao was furious, boiling over with rage. With nowhere to vent his frustration, he found the shattered phone and slammed it down hard once more. Got it, Daoj. I'll handle it right away. Dazi trembled violently, nearly wetting himself in fear, and quickly slid away from this trouble spot. Just as he reached the doorway, Dazi suddenly remembered something and steeled himself to speak up. Boss, we've already collected the deposit for a big shipment. Are we still going through with it? Dagu remained silent for a full 2 or 3 minutes before his eyes flashed with madness. Damn it. If we don't pull this off, this whole year's been wasted. At this point, we've got no choice but to activate the backup plan. Got it, Brother Dao. I'll handle it right away. Dazi shivered and slowly backed out. Hold on. What else do you need, Brother Dao? Dazi hunched his shoulders, his heart pounding with anxiety. Hand over the phone. I need it. Yes. Mangluo Port. After the white truck incident, Fong Ning's squad was assigned to the patrol team. Though they belonged to different systems, everyone was roughly the same age and, at heart, part of the same family. They quickly became close, chatting and joking constantly during breaks. Bi Xiaojia? You guys don't know yet? Bi Xiaojia's mentor is our very own Captain Zhou. And did you know? Our Captain Zhou has a second-class merit award under his belt. Pretty awesome, huh? A member of Zhoukai's squad beamed with pride, his eyes sparkling as he spoke. Zhang Feng heard this and curled his lips, his expression unconvinced. Captain Zhou is undeniably a top-notch smuggling investigator, but when it comes to combat merits, I doubt he can match our squad. Seriously? Your Fong squad is talented, but how long has he even been here? How many combat merits could he possibly have? Exactly. He's been on the job less than 3 weeks. Getting any kind of commendation would be a miracle. Members of Zhoukai's team expressed their disbelief. Fong's squad earned a second-class merit on their very first day and was immediately made permanent. Zhang Feng spoke softly. Whoa! A second-class merit on his first day. Seriously? Directly promoted? That's insane. Zhoukai's team gasped in astonishment. On his second day, he captured 78 criminals alive. Holy crap! That's insane. Within a week of joining, he earned 2 second-class meritorious service awards and 1 third-class award, rising to the rank of first-class police superintendent. Oh, and the reason we came over? Because Fong's squad rounded up all the smugglers at the airport. Zhang Feng spoke calmly, as if recounting an utterly ordinary tale. This is pure genius. Zhoukai's squad members listened, their throats parched, frozen in place as if struck by a club. Such terrifying combat achievements were unheard of, completely shattering their worldview. All eyes turned to Fong Ning, who was on duty, filled with utter astonishment. Meanwhile, Fong Ning, who had been exchanging casual banter with Zhoukai, suddenly tensed. He then glanced at the longboard rolling toward the gate barrier and grinned, flashing his signature pearly whites. Captain Joe, we've got a job. Chapter 85, another big job. Think you can run? Did you ask me first? Something up? Joe Kai, who had been chatting animatedly with Fong Ning, heard his words. His whole demeanor instantly perked up, his eyes flashing with excitement. He might not have believed it if anyone else had said it, but coming from Fong Ning, he had no reason to doubt. After the recent ivory smuggling incident, his regard for Fong Ning had only grown. Especially after hearing about Fong Ning's impressive track record since joining the force, he even considered poaching him for the Anti-Smuggling Bureau. Such talent was far too wasted as a beat cop. As Joe Kai's thoughts raced, the flatbed truck approached from a short distance away. I'll go check it out first. Joe Kai grinned, his eyes blazing with determination, stopping Fong Ning who was about to step forward. While he acknowledged Fong Ning's extraordinary talent, he wasn't one to sit idly by. This time, he was determined to redeem himself personally. Alright then. Fong Ning glanced at Joe Kai, who was itching to get started, and gave a strange nod. Captain Joe, you could have picked anything else, why this one? Watch out, or your spiritual core might collapse. Fong Ning muttered under his breath, but Joe Kai didn't hear him. He had already walked up to the truck and begun the routine questioning. Documents and permits. Joe Kai resumed his impassive demeanor. Hello, officer. Here are our documents and identification. Zhao Laosan in the driver's seat promptly handed over the documents he'd prepared in advance, his expression betraying no emotion. Zhao Laosan appeared to be in his 30s, with sunken eye sockets and greasy hair that looked as if it hadn't been washed in days. Where are you taking it? What else is in the car besides the wood? Zhou Sun's gaze was sharp, his eyes like hooks, fixed intently on Zhao Laosan. Fong Ning's earlier reaction had already convinced him this vehicle was definitely suspicious. Sigh. A few years back when the timber business was booming, I took out loans to plant trees on several hills I leased in Xiudian town. But this year, the market's bad and prices are low. I thought I'd haul it to Myanmar to sell it and recoup my investment. Zhao Laosan sighed deeply, his words revealing no inconsistencies. Why all this talk? Is there anything else in the truck? Joe Kai raised his voice slightly. Joe Kai, seasoned and experienced, ignored Zhao Laosan's rambling and cut straight to the chase. Zhao Laosan swallowed hard and quickly offered a forced smile. Only wood. You can check for yourself. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'd never get involved in smuggling. Joe Kai gave a slight nod and waved his hand. The squad members immediately moved forward. Every member inspected the truck meticulously, even crawling under the vehicle for a thorough examination. The cab, the undercarriage, the engine compartment, the tires. They were practically dismantling the truck. After a full half hour, the team members exchanged glances, then looked at Joe Kai and shook their heads. Nothing? Joe Kai's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening further at the news. How could that be? Fong Ning clearly said there was something wrong just now. Could he have misjudged it? No, something must have been overlooked. Joe Kai shot forward and strode quickly to the flatbed truck, personally taking charge of the inspection. He examined it meticulously, not overlooking a single detail inside or outside the truck. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Sweat beaded on his face, his complexion visibly flushing red. The entire team stood frozen in place, baffled by their captain's intense fixation on this flatbed truck. They had already inspected it meticulously, even checking underneath for hidden compartments. But after all that time, they found nothing but wood and fixed ropes. He really was a big fish unfazed by all this. Fong Ning cast a deep look at Zhao Laosan, who stood nearby grinning, and gave an imperceptible smile. Zhao Laosan seemed to sense something, his gaze meeting Fong Ning's just then. Seeing Fong Ning, Zhao Laosan nodded with a smile. Then he slowly turned his head away. The moment he turned away, his heart began pounding violently. That single glance had given him the chilling sensation of being locked in a snake's gaze, sending a cold sweat trickling down his back. No, Zhao Laosan, you must stay calm. You must stay calm. Squinting his eyes and taking several deep breaths, Zhao Laosan finally regained his composure. Half an hour later. Are you sure it's fine? Joe Kai's face was as dark as a pot bottom, his eyebrows knotted into a tight knot. He'd meticulously inspected every nook and cranny for over half an hour. And found absolutely nothing. If not for Fong Ning's earlier performance, he would have suspected Fong Ning was lying. Damn it, where exactly was the problem? Joe Kai was utterly perplexed, unable to pinpoint the crux of the matter. After hesitating for what felt like an eternity, Joe Kai sighed deeply. Sigh, I guess I really am getting old. Fong Ning, you take over. Hearing this, puzzled expressions spread across the faces of everyone present. What's going on? Could there really be something wrong with the truck? Captain Joe, it's not that you're old, it's that you're too meticulous. You're so fixated on finding problems that you've fallen into a mental trap, overlooking the most crucial aspect. Fong Ning surveyed the scene and spoke calmly. What crucial point? Joe Kai's voice was urgent, his expression visibly agitated. Everyone perked up their ears. Zhao Laosan's pupils contracted as he slowly backed up a few steps. I'm asking you what's in that cart? Fong Ning pointed toward the cart. Wood, of course. What else could it be? Fong team, you must be joking. How could we not recognize wood? Fong team, you're not implying there's something wrong with the wood, are you? We sampled it, it's just a bit thick, nothing else. Everyone chattered away, convinced Fong Ning was joking. Fong Ning shook his head, smiling silently. Wood? A bit thick? Wait. Joe Kai's body jolted as his mind raced. A sudden flash of insight struck him, as if he'd grasped a crucial clue. He exclaimed. I get it. Before anyone could react, Joe Kai scrambled up onto the cart in 3 strides, his eyes gleaming. Get me a flashlight and a knife. Joe Kai seemed to have discovered something, his voice brimming with excitement. Once he had the flashlight and small knife, he was seen busily tinkering with the cross-section of the wood. Minutes later, Joe Kai's exclamations came one after another. Damn! This actually works! Damn! Could this be? Quick, grab him! He's a smuggler! Hearing Joe Kai's exclamations, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Turns out the wood really was suspicious. The driver really was a smuggler. The group snapped into action, ready to chase after Zhao Laosan, only to realize he'd already bolted dozens of meters away at incredible speed. Catch him! The group shouted in unison. The very next second as they moved to pursue Zhao Laosan, a figure suddenly flashed past nearby. Before they could react, the dark figure surged forward and intercepted Zhao Laosan. Like an eagle snatching a chick, a large hand grabbed Zhao Laosan and hoisted him up. Only then did the crowd recognize the figure. It was Fong Ning. Ignoring Zhao Laosan's frantic struggles, Fong Ning grinned widely, revealing his trademark pearly whites. Trying to run? Did you ask me? Chapter 86, Lost Relics? Treasure in the tree trunk? It's over. Totally over. Zhao Laosan's face turned crimson as a massive hand gripped his throat, choking him. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. His mouth opened and closed, unable to form words, while a tidal wave of panic surged through his mind. He swallowed hard, filled with regret. He did indeed live in Xiushui town and had leased a mountain to plant trees. But he had another identity. He was Daoju's distant cousin. Everything had been fine until now. But yesterday, Daoju suddenly sought him out, asking for help transporting some goods. He knew exactly what it was and had initially refused outright. But when brother Dao flat out offered him 50 grand for the job, he hesitated. That was nearly half a year's worth of his income. Plus, brother Dao guaranteed it was safe and no one would be able to trace it, so he finally agreed. But who knew he'd get busted before even leaving Longhua? His luck was just awful. I'm fine here. Go help Captain Zhou, there's a big hall inside. Fong Ning restrained Zhao Laosan with one hand, signaling he was fine. By then, Joe Kai had already used his knife to completely open the wood. Yes, he'd cut it open. The wood was hollow inside. The giant logs were thick, averaging around 80 centimeters in diameter. The hollowed-out section inside measured a full 40 centimeters and more. As soon as the glued wooden panels were pried open, the contents inside immediately tumbled out with a clatter. What is this? A rusty tin can? And that? Yuan Shirkai silver dollars? No, wait, they look like copper coins. Everyone froze in unison, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the items within the wood. Suddenly, someone in the crowd gasped in astonishment. Look! There's gold inside. I know. These are all antiques. At this, the crowd collectively gasped. Antiques? Everyone stared intently once more, only to realize the rusty iron can was actually bronze. Whoa! They swallowed hard, their hearts pounding with shock. It was an artifact. Though none of them were experts in antiques, the sheer exquisite craftsmanship of this artifact left them speechless. They all understood this was another big score. Open up all these wooden boxes. Joe Kai's face flushed crimson, as if he'd eaten a ginseng fruit. Soon, the wood on the truck was completely unloaded, and the artifact spilled out onto the ground with a clatter. Whoa! So many! So beautiful! Staring at the dazzling array of artifacts before them, the group exchanged wide-eyed glances, utterly stunned. Seeing so many national treasures, Joe Kai's heart raced with wild joy, his excitement making him tremble. After all these years in the business, today was undoubtedly the pinnacle of his career. Just this morning, they had seized ivory worth over 1,000,000 yuan. And now, in the afternoon, he'd uncovered this vast collection of ancient artifacts. The value of these artifacts was beyond monetary measure, each one a priceless treasure of the Dragon Nation. The thought sent shivers of excitement down Joe Kai's spine. The next moment, his expression suddenly changed as if he'd remembered something, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his back. Had it not been for Fong Ning's warning, he would never have suspected that something could be hidden inside wood. Without Fong Ning, he might very well have shipped this vehicle out of the Dragon Kingdom. If that had happened, these treasures of the Dragon Kingdom would have been lost overseas, never to return. Joe Kai considered himself exceptionally talented and had never bowed to anyone. Yet everything that had transpired today had shaken his confidence. After a long moment, he glanced at Fong Ning, who was grinning beside him, and a bitter smile touched his lips. So this is how vast the gap between people can be. Half an hour later, the cleanup at the Fong and Zhou team's sites was complete. Over 20 bronze artifacts, 18 gold pieces, various jade and jewels, several ancient coins, and 18 calligraphy and painting works. After finishing his inventory, Zhang Feng rattled off the list like a proud owner, talking for a full 2 or 3 minutes before stopping. Oh, and there was also a gold bird quite different from the others, with a mysterious aura about it. Zhang Feng added. None of us are experts. If we damage anything, it would be disastrous. We should let the Cultural Relics Bureau come and transport them. Fong Ning murmured after a moment of thought. Alright, let's leave the expertise to the professionals. I'll call the director right now. Joe Kai didn't hesitate either, dialing Director Dai's number. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Yunnan Provincial Anti-Smuggling Bureau. Everyone, please be quiet. We've called this emergency meeting because there's an urgent matter requiring your cooperation. Old Dai, you've worked hard. This matter is too important, which is why we called you back. Director Wang Xianqing first scanned the room, then looked at Dai Mao with a hint of apology in his eyes. Director, this is my professional duty. I'm fine. Let's get started. Director Dai waved his hands hastily. Alright, since everyone is present, allow me to make an introduction. Director Wang pointed to the white-haired elder beside him and introduced him to the group. This is Comrade Li Liankue, director of the Yunnan Provincial Museum. I'll now hand it over to Comrade Li. Yun Province Museum? The group exchanged puzzled glances. What business would a museum have with the Customs Enforcement Bureau? What could possibly be so important that it requires all bureau chiefs to attend? Ahem. Noting the crowd's confusion, Director Li cut straight to the point. You must all be wondering what happened. To be honest, the ancient tomb we were excavating and protecting has been looted by grave robbers. The room fell silent at his words. The directors blinked rapidly, exchanging stunned glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. A tomb being excavated by the provincial team, robbed by grave robbers? What kind of grave robbers are this bold? Stealing from the provincial archaeological team? This is simply a bunch of lunatics. Seeing their expressions, Curator Li sighed inwardly and continued. These grave robbers dug a horizontal tunnel from another direction into the tomb and took all the artifacts. As he spoke, Curator Li clutched his chest, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with anguish. They even blew up the tomb. What? How could such a thing happen? They're completely lawless. Have these men been apprehended? They're nothing but desperados. The bureau chiefs clenched their fists, grinding their teeth so hard they could be heard, their eyes blazing with fury. Director Li, how can we assist you? Director Dai composed himself and posed the crucial question. Indeed, Director Li. We're not police officers, but if there's anything we can assist with, please don't hesitate to ask. Director Li nodded gratefully, then slowly delivered a startling revelation. According to multiple investigations, this group intends to smuggle these national treasures out of the country within the next day or two. Their only method is smuggling. Unfortunately, we have no information on the exact time or location of the smuggling operation. Boom. What? The bureau chiefs literally jumped to their feet. How could they investigate with absolutely no information? It's no wonder the bureau chiefs reacted so strongly without any information. Trying to uncover the truth in a day or two is nothing short of a pipe dream. Sigh, I'm completely at a loss. I can only entrust this to all of you. Director Li's eyes dimmed, his entire being seeming to age 10 years in an instant. Everyone, issue orders immediately. Mobilize all resources to track down these individuals. We absolutely cannot allow national treasures to be smuggled abroad. Director Wang spoke sternly, his gaze unwavering. Yes. All the bureau chiefs responded in unison. Just as everyone was making calls to notify their respective teams, Director Dai's phone rang. It was Zhou Kai calling. His brow furrowed, expecting Zhou Kai to be complaining. He hung up immediately, planning to call back after the meeting. But seconds later, a text message arrived on his phone. A batch of smuggled artifacts has just been seized. Requesting backup. Chapter 87. The museum director was shocked it was Fong Ning who seized them. What? Smuggled artifacts? Director Dai's breath caught, his scalp prickling with dread. He hurriedly dialed the number. Seconds later, the call connected. You just said you seized a batch of artifacts? Is that true? Director Dai's voice was urgent as he gripped the phone tightly. Antiquities? At the sound of those two words, Director Li's entire body jerked upright, his facial muscles suddenly twitching uncontrollably. All eyes immediately turned to Director Dai, surprise flickering in their gazes. We just had a meeting about cultural relic smuggling. Could they have caught the smugglers already? That can't be a coincidence, right? Of course it's true. The artifacts are right here in front of us. Bronze artifacts, jewels and jade, ancient coins, there's just so much. Director Dai's face flushed crimson, as if he'd just eaten a ginseng fruit. A strange thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could this be the very same artifacts that Director Li reported missing? Could it be that coincidental? None of the others noticed that Director Li's entire body trembled when he heard the word bronze artifacts. Then, upon hearing about the jewels, jade artifacts, and ancient coins, he trembled with excitement, his eyes gleaming. Alright, I'll ask. Before Director Dai could finish his sentence, a gust of wind swept past him. The next second, he realized his phone had somehow ended up in Director Li's hands. His excitement was beyond words, his entire body trembling with thrill. Hello? Is there a Garuda, one of the 8 divine beings of Buddhism, present at the scene? There was a long pause on the other end before Jokai's puzzled voice came through. Who is this? What's a Garuda? I don't see anything like that here. It's a giant golden bird. Dean Li slapped his forehead in frustration and hurriedly described the golden bird's features. Yes, there is a golden bird. Good. Where are you now? Hearing the golden bird was still there, Director Li trembled with excitement, as if seized by epilepsy. Manglo Port. Alright, don't leave under any circumstances. Guard these things carefully. I'll be right there. Director Li tossed his phone aside and dashed out without looking back. The others watched in stunned silence, momentarily unable to react. Director Li, please calm down. Why are you so agitated? What golden bird? Could it be that the seized items are truly the missing artifacts? Commissioner Wang called out to Director Li, his face filled with confusion. Director Li paused, his face flushed as he explained. Yes, it is indeed the missing artifact. The golden bird is the Song Dynasty Dali Kingdom silver-gilded, pearl-inlaid golden-winged bird. One of the 8 divine beings of Buddhism. It's the most precious artifact in this tomb complex, a national first-class relic. I must go there immediately. After a brief explanation, Director Li started to rush off. Commissioner Wang looked helplessly at him and reminded with a smile, Director Lee, without bringing Commissioner Dai, will you be able to find the location? Director Lee halted, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Director Dai. Right. I almost forgot. Director Dai, let's hurry, time is running out. Without waiting for Director Dai's response, he grabbed him and pulled him alone. What's going on? Director Dai was utterly bewildered. He had just flown in from Spring City 2 days prior. Yesterday, due to an unexpected incident at the international airport, he had to rush back to Spring City overnight for a meeting. After the meeting, before he could catch up on sleep, he was summoned again to attend an emergency meeting in the provincial capital. Just as the meeting was wrapping up and he could finally rest, he was being sent back to Spring City? Director Dai's face darkened with bitterness as he shot a helpless glance at the bureau chief. The director lowered his head, cleared his throat twice, and waved his hand as if he hadn't noticed. Then we'll have to trouble Director Dai. Director Dai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly fainting on the spot. Mangluo Port. Captain Zhou, what's the situation? What did the director say? The team members noticed Captain Zhou's peculiar expression after hanging up and crowded around to ask. The chief didn't say much, but some old guy said he'd be here right away. Zhou Kai reported truthfully. An old man? The team members looked puzzled. Stop overthinking it. Just guard it properly and don't let anyone get close. Zhou Kai waved his hand sternly. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, dusk had fallen. Captain Zhou, it's this late already. Could the chief have forgotten about us? The team members exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. I don't know either. He should be here soon. Look over there, is that it? Zhou Kai's eyes lit up as he pointed toward a faint glow in the distance. The light was dim at first, but within seconds, the points grew brighter. 2 lights. 4 lights. 6 lights. Soon, the lights coalesced into a massive beacon, blindingly bright as daylight. Only then did everyone realize in astonishment. An entire convoy had arrived. Good heavens, the Yunnan Provincial Museum. Reading the characters on the vehicles, the crowd gasped in unison. They had expected visitors from the Spring City Museum, but never imagined it would be the Provincial Museum. After all, the provincial capital was no short distance from Spring City, let alone the remote Mangluo port. Amidst the astonished crowd, 2 figures stepped out of the convoy. It was Director Dai and Curator Lee. Director, your orders? Zhou Kai snapped to attention with a sharp salute. Director Dai's face was pale, his lips pressed tightly together. You? Ugh. The moment he spoke, Director Dai lost control and vomited all over the floor. He practically vomited bile. After being pulled away by Curator Lee, he'd assumed they'd fly back. But to his surprise, Director Lee insisted the flight wouldn't make it in time and insisted on driving instead. The bumpy ride nearly killed him. The moment he stepped out of the car, he couldn't hold it in anymore and vomited violently right there. Director Lee looked awkward, patting Director Dai's shoulder with a guilty expression. But that guilt didn't last 3 seconds. He looked up at Zhou Kai, his eyes lighting up. Where is it? Quick, show us. As he spoke, over a dozen members of the archaeological team surged out from behind Curator Lee. Each one looked excited, eyes gleaming. It's all over there. Seeing the ravenous glances of the crowd before him, Zhou Kai shuddered and pointed toward the nearby area. Wait, those are all fragile items. You need to be careful. Before Zhou Kai could finish his warning, he watched as the dozen or so people lunged toward the pile of antiques like madmen. Zhou Kai. Fong Ning. Everyone. Good heavens, it really is the stolen artifacts. Ha, justice prevails. Bronze artifacts, jade carvings, calligraphy, not a single piece is missing. In fact, there's even more than before. The silver-gilded, pearl-inlaid golden-winged bird. Perfectly intact. Fantastic. The archaeologists gasped in astonishment, trembling with excitement. Minutes later, Director Lee, his face flushed with emotion, seized Zhou Kai's hands and declared passionately. Thank you. Thank you all for safeguarding Yunnan province's vital cultural treasures. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Hearing this, Zhou Kai's face flushed alternately pale and crimson as his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He managed to force out a few words. It wasn't me who discovered it. It was him. He pointed to Fong Ning, who was yawning nearby. Chapter 88, Shocked Director Dai. It was all Fong Ning's discovery. You? Director Lee was completely dumbfounded. Only then did he notice Fong Ning standing nearby. Fong Ning looked so young that at first glance, he could have been mistaken for a recent graduate. Hello, I'm Li Liankue, director of the Yunnan Provincial Museum. Suppressing his astonishment, Director Lee firmly shook Fong Ning's hand. Fong Ning stiffened, his face a sea of question marks. Everything was fine just now, why did this suddenly involve him? He turned helplessly to look at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai, as if not noticing, said solemnly. If it weren't for Fong Ning, I'd never have uncovered this batch of artifacts. If you want to thank anyone, thank him. He then shot Fong Ning a meaningful look. If it's my achievement, I won't give it up. If it's not mine, I certainly won't take credit for it. Come on, buddy, it's not like this little thing is worth getting worked up over. Doesn't it matter who found them? You're being way too sensitive, man. Fong Ning rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. For Fong Ning, catching the criminal was the most important thing. Credit and recognition were just icing on the cake, he couldn't care less about them. But he didn't realize how significant this achievement was to the Anti-Smuggling Bureau. It was safe to say that the Bureau rarely encountered such major cases, perhaps only a handful in several years. If Zhou Kai had claimed the credit, he might even have a shot at the deputy director position this year. Yet he did not. This alone spoke volumes about Zhou Kai's character. Who would have thought the Anti-Smuggling Bureau could produce such talent? Director Li's eyes burned with admiration as he looked at Fong Ning. To crack such a major smuggling case at such a young age, his future is bound to be limitless. Hearing Director Li's words, Zhou Kai and the team members' expressions became incredibly vivid. Who would have thought that the person who cracked such a major smuggling case wasn't from the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, but a beat cop? A beat cop who'd only just started the job. A peculiar expression flashed across Fong Ning's face. He glanced around before whispering, "Director Li, I'm not with the Customs Enforcement Bureau." "Huh? You're not with Customs? Then what are you?" Director Li's mouth gaped wide open, almost big enough to fit a duck egg. He couldn't fathom who else besides the elite of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau could crack such a massive smuggling case. Actually, I'm with the local police station. I'm currently assigned as a beat cop." Fong Ning scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "What?" Director Li's expression turned horrified, completely losing his composure. How could that be possible? When did officers from the police station become so skilled? Even proficient in customs enforcement? This is just too surreal. Are all the police stations in Spring City all-around experts? Or perhaps this young-looking individual before him was actually... Unable to contain his curiosity, Director Li asked aloud. "May I ask, young man, how many years have you been in this line of work?" In his eyes, Fong Ning must be just a young-looking, experienced veteran cop. Their museum had people like that looking like college students, but actually mothers of several children. Well... Fong Ning scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed to answer. Seeing Fong Ning's awkwardness, Zhou Kai sighed deeply, his tone tinged with regret. Fong Ning hadn't even been on the job for 3 weeks. Gulp. A sound of swallowing saliva came from nearby. Less than 3 weeks on the job? Li stared at Fong Ning like he was a monster, his eyes filled with utter shock. This young man before him had been on the job for less than 3 weeks. He'd cracked such a major smuggling case in less than 3 weeks. Absolutely. He was a genius. Though he wasn't part of the police system, he knew just how terrifyingly impressive this achievement was. Director Li, could this be the artifact you've been searching for? Just as Director Li was inwardly stunned, Director Dai beside him finally regained his composure. Seeing everyone gathered around, he stepped forward and inquired. "Director, good day. Are you okay, Chief?" Members of Zhou Kai's team greeted him in unison. "Director, hello." Fong Ning followed suit, guessing the man before him must be the director of Chuanqing's Anti-Smuggling Bureau. "You must be Fong Ning." Director Dai's eyes lit up as he patted Fong Ning's shoulder warmly. "You've got real talent. Keep up the hard work." Fong Ning, however, felt puzzled and frowned as he asked. "Director, you know me?" "Ha! Of course I do." Director Dai laughed heartily, then grinned widely. "Your assignment to Mangluo Port was my decision. I want you to learn properly from Captain Zhou, pick up some real skills. Have you been taking good care of Fong Ning, Captain Zhou?" After saying this, Director Dai turned to look at Zhou Kai. Upon catching Zhou Kai's gaze, his body stiffened as if constipated. Zhou Kai's face had darkened to the extreme, black as a chalkboard. His teeth were clenched so tightly you could hear them grinding. What the hell? Director Dai's heart pounded wildly, his mouth suddenly parched. Had he said something wrong? Why was Zhou Kai looking at him like that? Sure, he'd arranged for Fong Ning to come for training without formal notice, but was this really necessary? Besides, hadn't they already cracked 2 major smuggling cases today? Why this look? Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed all the squad members around him wearing peculiar expressions, each seeming to want to say something but holding back. A chill ran down Director Dai's spine. Something felt terribly off. Just as he was about to ask, Zhou Kai's voice came from the side, gritting his teeth. "Director Dai, I'm not qualified to teach Fong Ning." Commissioner Dai's brow furrowed deeply as he voiced his confusion. "But you're doing a great job teaching him, solving 2 major cases in a single day." He caught up on the details during his flight and learned that Zhou Kai's team had cracked 2 major smuggling cases today. Zhou Kai suddenly felt a wave of sweetness in his throat, as if a mouthful of old blood was about to erupt from his throat. This was unbearable. In all his years on the job, he'd never felt this humiliated. Thinking this, Zhou Kai let out a frustrated roar. "My dear Chief, the cultural relic smuggling case was uncovered by Fong Ning. It has absolutely nothing to do with me." Hearing this, Director Dai's eyes widened so wide they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. Fong Ning uncovered it? How could that be? Director Dai felt his mouth go dry, his lips twitching, nearly foaming at the mouth. He acknowledged Fong Ning's exceptional talent, which was why he'd made an exception to assign him to Mangluo Port. After all, there had never been a precedent for a beat cop assisting with investigations at Mangluo Port. His expectation for Fong Ning was simply to keep pace with Zhou Kai, ideally assisting him in his work. After all, Mangluo Port was a complex operation, incomparable to an airport. But he never imagined this cultural relic smuggling case would be led to its bust by Fong Ning. What is genius? This is genius. Right, a sudden flash of insight made Director Dai tremble as he exclaimed. Who uncovered that ivory worth over $1 million that morning? Zhou Kai's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and replied, word by word. Reporting to the chief. It was all seized by Fong Ning. Chapter 89, The Mysterious Organization Emerges. What? Director Dai's eyelids twitched violently, a look of horror spreading across his face. Ivory worth over $1 million was also seized by Fong Ning? How could that be? He froze in place, his eyes vacant as he stood rooted to the spot. Suddenly, his mind felt like it couldn't process it all. He had even taken the trouble to instruct Zhou Kai to train him diligently. Yet on his very first day at Mangluo Port, he'd already cracked major cases one after another. Now it seemed who could possibly teach Fong Ning. It was more like Fong Ning teaching others. Only then did he understand why Zhou Kai had looked at him like that. Shame and anger. That was the look of shame and anger. A veteran customs investigator with decades of experience was actually outdone by a rookie beat cop just starting out in customs enforcement. What was even more terrifying was that this beat cop was a brand new recruit. Where could he go to make sense of this? Fong Ning, you've truly astonished me. How about joining our anti-smuggling bureau? We'll arrange a deputy captain position for you. Commissioner Dai smacked his lips, then suddenly turned to Fong Ning with a serious expression. He genuinely valued Fong Ning and desperately wanted to recruit him, despite Director Huang's firm refusal just days ago. But witnessing today's scene, he couldn't resist extending an olive branch. Zhou Kai's sullen expression gradually softened at these words, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Deep down, he too desperately wanted Fong Ning to join the anti-smuggling bureau. If Fong Ning joined the bureau, he was certain the Chuncheng Customs Enforcement Bureau would shine brilliantly across Yun Province. Whoa! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath, completely losing their composure. Not only was the director openly poaching talent, but he was offering the position of deputy captain. Unlike the police force, the deputy captain position was essentially a core role within the Customs Bureau. Captain Zhou had worked for so many years and was still only a division chief. And the rank above division chief is deputy director. To land a deputy captain position right out of the gate meant cutting at least a decade off the usual career path. In an instant, every pair of eyes in the room fixated on Fong Ning. Feeling the intense stares, Fong Ning stiffened, his butt clenched, and an immediate wave of constipation hit him. Thank you for your kindness, Director, but I'm more drawn to police work. Of course, if there's anything I can assist with, I'll do my utmost. For Fong Ning, policing felt like a faith ingrained in his very bones. Perhaps because in his previous life he became an undercover agent right after joining the force, this time around Fong Ning had resolved long ago. He would be a good cop who punished evil and promoted good. Alright, since you've made your choice, I won't force you. But the doors of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau will always be open to you. Hearing Fong Ning's refusal, Commissioner Dai's face showed deep disappointment, yet he respected his choice. Sigh. Zhou Kai sighed silently and said no more. Director, all the artifacts are packed and ready to go. Just then, a member of the archaeological team called out to Director Li. Be careful loading them onto the truck. If anything gets damaged, I'll knock your heads off. Director Li, who had been hiding quietly among the crowd just moments before, perked up instantly upon hearing the artifacts were packed. His sudden shout nearly scared the pants off everyone. Noticing the strange looks around him, Director Li gave an embarrassed smile. Commissioner Dai, I won't keep you any longer once the work is done. We need to head back overnight. Finally, thank you all for your help. Thank you. Dean Li bowed deeply, then hurried off before anyone could react. Midway through his departure, he seemed to remember something and turned back toward Fong Ning. Fong Ning, I'll remember you. A surprise will be waiting for you soon. Without pausing, he climbed into his jeep and drove off. A surprise? What kind of surprise? Fong Ning was completely baffled. He tilted his head and pondered for a long while, but still couldn't make sense of it. He decided to let it go. Having cracked 2 major cases in a single day, Chief Dai was in high spirits. With a grand gesture, he treated everyone to a lavish late-night feast. The group clinked glasses and chatted animatedly, completely oblivious to the passing hours. Only after the gathering dispersed did they realize it was already deep into the night. One by one, the others departed, leaving Fong Ning standing there, utterly conflicted. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he reluctantly hailed a cab home. 36 yuan and 80 cents. Rounded up to 37. Can you give me a discount if I don't get a receipt? The driver glanced back at Fong Ning with a deep, lingering look before muttering, 35 at the very least. Fine, I'll scan the payment red packet first. Driver. Xiudian Town. Inside a self-built house. Though it was late at night, the house was far from quiet. Bang. Boom. Whoosh. A series of thuds followed by shattering glass echoed from within the room, sounding like a fierce battle. Fortunately, the self-built house was a good distance from the nearest village, so no one noticed. Bro, stop smashing. This is our rental. We'll have to pay for the damage when we move out. With all this noise, if someone hears it and calls the police, we're in big trouble. Dazi, currently hiding behind the sofa, trembled as he spoke to the frenzied Daoj. Daoj had been perfectly fine until after dinner, when a phone call sent him spiraling. He'd stared blankly for several minutes, his face visibly flushing crimson before erupting into a frenzy. He smashed everything in the house to smithereens, not even sparing the floorboards. Compensation? Don't even mention compensation to me. Our shipment got seized again. Brother Dao's face contorted, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Dazi as he roared hoarsely. What? How is that possible? Brother Dao, didn't you say no one could trace it? Dazi jumped high like a cat with its tail caught, eyes bulging wide, on the verge of losing his mind. Daoj's backup routes had always been a secret, even he didn't know the details, as Daoj handled all the arrangements personally. Yesterday he was so confident it would be fine, and today it gets seized? No wonder Brother Dao was so furious. Dazi clenched his buttocks, not daring to utter another word. Hearing Dazi's words, Daoj, who had just calmed down slightly, felt his eyes redden again. He grabbed the phone on the table, ready to smash it. Brother Dao, that phone is mine. Dazi looked pitiful. You. Brother De spat and was about to smash it. Ring 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 ring. The urgent ringing of the phone interrupted him, and Deoj impatiently hung up. Ring 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 ring. The ringing persisted. Deoj instantly flew into a rage, snatched the phone, and bellowed. Stop ing ringing. Pay up, pay up. I'll sell my soul to pay you back, you bastard. Stop ing nagging. Deoj's chest heaved with rage. He'd thought the backup line would be foolproof, this deal would cover all his losses. But who knew he'd screw up again? The artifacts were priceless this time, he'd really hit a major artery. Not only would this year be for nothing, but even his savings from years of hard work wouldn't cover the damages. But he dared not refuse to pay. He'd heard the artifact thieves were desperate criminals, he wasn't about to gamble with his life. But just because he wouldn't risk his life didn't mean he didn't have a temper. Seeing them keep calling, Brother Dao started cursing at them. There was no response on the other end. After a minute of silence, a hoarse voice finally spoke. We need to smuggle a hostage. 2 million in payment. Take it or leave it. Chapter 90, Emergency. Someone forcibly breaks through the barricade. Hostage? Deoj's eyes bulged wide, as if they might pop out of their sockets any second. Me-ticket was slang for human cargo. They want to smuggle people out of the country. Deoj's heart skipped a beat, and he sucked in a sharp breath. In all his years of smuggling, he'd transported nearly everything. Ivory, antiques, gold, jewels, protected animals like pangolins, and so on. In short, he'd dealt with nearly every contraband item ever seen on the market. But there was one thing he'd never touched and never dared to touch. Smuggling people across borders. Smuggling people was far more difficult than smuggling goods. Especially when the smuggled cargo was human hostages. He simply couldn't stomach it. Just as Brother Dao was about to refuse, the other party, as if reading his mind, spoke with a tempting tone. 2 million is just the down payment. Once the job's done, I'll give you another 2 million. Hearing this, Brother Dao stopped himself mid-sentence. 4 million. Brother Dao felt his mouth go dry, his tongue nearly bitten off. He'd work his ass off for a whole year, risking everything on smuggling, and still wouldn't earn that much. And this guy just casually throws out 4 million? He swallowed involuntarily, his voice trembling as he asked. How many hostages? When should we deliver them? 2 in total, our guy and the hostage. Delivered tomorrow. What? Deoj felt a surge of blood rising in his throat, ready to erupt at any moment. Both his lines had been wiped out, there was no way he could take them on now. His lips twitched violently twice before Brother Dao shook his head helplessly. You'd better find someone else. I can't take it on. Silence hung heavy on the line for a few seconds before a hoarse chuckle broke through. Heh, you're Brother Dao, right? Our organization has been investigating you for quite some time. 4 million isn't a small sum. Don't you plan to repay your debts? Deoj's eyelids twitched violently as alarm surged through him. How did they find out about me? And that I owe money? It's been less than a day since it happened, how did they know? The organization, what kind of organization is this? Struck at his weak spot, Brother Dao grew irritated, his tone turning sharp. My affairs are none of your concern. Goodbye. He was about to hang up when, at the very last second, the voice on the other end made him freeze. If you can bring your people to the border, we'll settle your debt and give you an extra 4 million. The voice on the other end sounded calm, but to Deoj, it thundered like an earthquake. Not only would they settle his debts, but they'd also give him an extra 4 million. Deoj froze, exhaling sharply and spasmodically, rooted to the spot. This offer was impossible to refuse. But my contacts are already cut off. Didn't you investigate me? You should know that. Brother Dao's face twisted in anguish, his eyes brimming with tears he couldn't shed. He felt like banging his head against the wall. Such staggering wealth was being handed to him on a platter, yet he couldn't grasp it. Heh, I do have a suggestion. You could try using a prepaid card. The voice on the other end was utterly emotionless. Go all in. A flicker of indescribable fear flickered in Deoj's eyes. Even though he was a full-fledged smuggler, a major criminal, he'd never once considered ramming through a checkpoint. He was a smuggler, not a bandit. No, this was far too risky. If caught. Risk? The voice on the other end sounded highly dissatisfied, speaking urgently. If it weren't risky, would we help you pay off your debts and give you 4 million? If our people couldn't go, why would we need someone like you? The voice paused, then delivered its final ultimatum like a devil. All you need to do is take people to the China-Myanmar border. Your job is done. Do it or not, it's entirely up to you. If you agree, we can wire you 500,000 upfront and even escort you to Myanmar. Wait it out there until the heat dies down before returning. You have 10 seconds to decide. 10. 9. Brother Dao's forehead veins bulged as he clutched his head in frustration. Take it or not. Taking it is dangerous, but refusing means a year's work down the drain. What to do? What to do? 8. 7. The raspy voice, like tentacles, relentlessly probed Deoj's fragile psyche. 3. 2. 1. I agree. Deoj snapped his head up, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. People die for money, birds die for food. When people die, birds turn their heads upward. Let's do this. Snap. Applause echoed from the other end of the line. Right on. Just as we figured, you're a madman to the core. I'll wire you 500,000 in 3 minutes. Tomorrow, someone will bring the hostage to you. I'll send you the meeting location shortly. Delete this after reading. Good luck. Beep. Only after hearing the busy tone did Brother Dao lower the phone. Brother Dao, who was that? Why do you look so grim? Dazi cowered nearby, afraid to approach, dreading Dao's wrath might spill over onto him. Dazi, contact 2 top-tier fighters from the underworld. No, make it 3. Pay double the usual rate and have them come over tonight. Also, get me a high-powered off-road vehicle. The sooner the better. A cold gleam flashed in Brother Dao's eyes as he seemed on the verge of madness. Brother Dao, what on earth happened? Hearing about hiring experts and finding a vehicle, Dazi felt his legs tremble, his feet refusing to obey him. Don't ask any damn questions. Just do as you're told. How could my sister have such a useless little brother like you? Daoj kicked Dazi hard, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground. Hurry up and go. Got it, Brother Dao. I'm on it. A new day, a fresh start. For some reason, the sky was hazy early that morning, as if shrouded in a layer of grey gauze. Before long, the sky darkened completely, and a few raindrops began to fall slowly. Soon, the rain grew heavier and heavier. Mangluo Port. Jokai leaned against the fence, looking at Fong Ning with a smile as he asked. Captain Fong, do you think we'll get any big jobs with this weather? You're getting addicted to this. Your mindset is dangerous. Fong Ning shook his head, his tone tinged with resignation. There aren't that many big jobs. Look at this rain, it's only going to get heavier. With the mountain roads along the border being so treacherous, it seems no one will be crossing today. Jokai nodded. Yeah, no one usually comes in this hellish weather. Let's get some rest. No sooner had he spoken than a blinding beam of light suddenly shot toward them from the distance. Boom! The next second, a jeep appeared in their line of sight. The vehicle roared toward the barrier gate, showing no sign of slowing down. Jokai stood frozen in front of the gate, staring at the speeding jeep with no time to react. For a moment, he was completely paralyzed. Get out of the way. Fong Ning's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, he used his superhuman reflexes to dive in front of Jokai. Whoosh! The jeep narrowly grazed the tops of their heads, the gale force wind it generated stinging their cheeks. Someone's crashing through the barrier. Chapter 91, still too late. Someone's breaking through the blockade. Jokai ignored the pain in his body and shouted hoarsely. Someone actually broke through the barrier. Jokai felt his scalp tingle, his mind going completely blank. To break through the barrier so brazenly, this person must be insane. If Fong Ning hadn't thrown himself on top of him just now, he would have been run over for sure. Quick, chase after them. What are you standing around for? Notify headquarters immediately. This is a major incident. Watching the jeep vanish from sight, everyone present wore solemn expressions. They too were stunned by the scene. Anyone capable of such a reckless act must be either a fool or a madman. Clearly, the people in that jeep were lunatics. Captain, this is the only vehicle left at our station. Because of the heavy rain today, all the vehicles from headquarters were sent in for maintenance. A young team member gasped for breath as he pulled open the roller door of a nearby abandoned warehouse. A beat-up off-road vehicle was revealed. Covered in dust, the make was unidentifiable. Exposed wires were clearly visible around the headlights on both sides. The roof was torn and tattered, looking as if it might fall apart at any moment. How are we supposed to chase with this thing? Call for backup now. Quick! Jokai's facial muscles froze, his expression darkening instantly. This thing was an antique, left gathering dust in the warehouse until almost everyone had forgotten it existed. Driving this thing was worse than riding a bicycle, at least a bike wouldn't suddenly blow a tire or stall. This ancient relic could give up the ghost at any moment. Captain, I've already called for backup. The earliest they can arrive is 20 minutes. 20 minutes? No way. By then, the people will have already crossed the border. I'll give it a shot. Just then, Fong Ning spoke up from the side. You? Jokai started to snap back, but seeing it was Fong Ning, he swallowed his words. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. You know how to drive? Even if you do, this car won't work. It's too old. I doubt it'll even start. Click. Click. After several cranking sounds, the dilapidated SUV's body began shaking violently, shaking faster and faster, as if it were about to fall apart. Boom! The SUV suddenly roared to life with a thunderous roar. Jokai's face flushed crimson as if his throat had been clamped shut, nearly unable to catch his breath. Damn it! He just said it wouldn't start, and now it had. Talk about getting slapped in the face fast. Even if it started, this thing probably wouldn't run properly. Boom! 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 Thick black smoke billowed from the rear of the beat-up SUV, instantly engulfing the entire vehicle. The next second, a shrill screech of burning tires pierced the smoke. The beat-up off-roader burst through the smoke, smashing through the barrier. It lurched forward, chasing after the jeep. The off-roader started slowly, but seconds later, its body shuddered as its speed skyrocketed. Holy crap, it actually worked. Everyone's jaws dropped in unison, their mouths agape. That speed, that momentum. Is this really a piece of junk on its last legs? Whoa, this is what off-roading is all about. Fong Ning gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes blazing with intense excitement. Truth be told, he'd known the car was perfectly fine the moment he got behind the wheel. Sure, the exterior was a bit worn, but the engine was in top-notch condition. It was leagues better than his old Passat. Roar! 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 Fong Ning stomped the gas pedal, automatically activating the God of Mount Akina buff as his restless genes roared to life. Trying to get away? You'll have to get past me first. Gazing at the direction the jeep vanished, Fong Ning licked his lips. The very second the jeep vanished from sight, he caught a glimpse of the driver's information through his true sight. Name, Wang Daoxian. Gender, male. Age, 31. Evil value, 1000. Criminal information, organizing illegal goods smuggling, forcibly transporting individuals across borders. 10 minutes later, Joe Kai was still waiting for backup from headquarters when a group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived. What's going on? Seeing over 20 police cars pull up and 40 or 50 stern-faced officers disembark one after another, everyone was stunned. They hadn't called the police. How did they arrive so quickly? Less than 10 minutes have passed since the incident, and while no one from the bureau has arrived yet, the police station beat us to it. Are the police moving this fast now? Captain Joe, why are you here? Seeing Josun leading the way, Joe Kai approached with a puzzled greeting. He recognized Josun, the captain of the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division. They'd exchanged words a few times and had occasional professional interactions. Time is tight, so I'll make this quick. We received a tip that someone will likely attempt smuggling through the Manglo port tomorrow. The contraband isn't goods, it's people. To be precise, a child. A kidnapped child. To facilitate operations, we're taking over port duties immediately. Please assist with a handover. After speaking, Josun turned and scanned the room, as if gauging everyone's reaction. He knew this request was abrupt and direct, but there was no other way. Time was too short to follow standard procedures. Sure enough, faces paled visibly. Mouths gaped open, eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Josun couldn't help but smile wryly. No need to be nervous, everyone. Just leave it to us. We've brought quite a few people. Rest assured. Yet what met him were increasingly peculiar stares. Captain Joe Kai took a deep breath, swallowed hard, and said in a trembling voice. Just now a jeep rammed through the checkpoint. What? Someone rammed the checkpoint? Josun froze in place, his face stiffening as his eyelids fluttered and his eyes darted wildly. Could it be? No, the intel said tomorrow. Josun's teeth clenched so hard they ground together, his whole body trembling as if he'd seen a ghost. 10 minutes earlier, a jeep had rammed through the barrier, snapping the gate in half. Seeing Josun's disbelief, Joe Kai pointed to the broken barrier gate. Josun followed the gaze and froze upon seeing the gate. His body trembled violently, all color draining from his face. It's real. It's over. Everything's ruined. After painstakingly extracting clues from the poker-faced man and pursuing leads day and night for so many days, we thought we finally had the upper hand this time. All we needed to do was set up a tight net at the border crossing and wait for the criminals to walk right into it. But never in his wildest dreams did he imagine the other side would be this cautious. They'd actually moved ahead of schedule. Thud. 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 Josun stumbled backward 3 steps in an instant. All his strength seemed to drain out of him, his body going limp as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Captain Joe, take it easy. Zhang Feng reacted swiftly, grabbing Josun's arm to steady him. You're not supposed to be here. What are you doing? Josun's eyes widened the moment he saw Zhang Feng. He remembered Zhang Feng, the guy from Erxian Bridge, Fong Ning's colleague. Wait a minute. Josun seemed to recall something and sprang to his feet, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Zhang Feng. Where's Fong Ning? Zhang Feng swallowed hard and pointed toward the direction of the old Myanmar man. Captain Fong went after the criminal. Chapter 92, Brother Dao, whose mouth has been blessed. Fong Ning went after the criminals? A faint flush returned to Josun's pallid face. Though he didn't know why Fong Ning had appeared here, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon hearing that Captain Fong had gone after the criminals. It was as if, with Fong Ning around, miracles would inevitably unfold. Come to think of it, this kidnapping case was closely tied to Fong Ning. Had Fong Ning not apprehended the playing card man, they never would have extracted crucial leads from him. This allowed them to trace the human trafficker's information and successfully uncover the criminals' critical escape plans. If only the criminals hadn't been so cunning, moving their operation up by a day, there was a strong chance they could have been rounded up all at once. Yes, squad leader Fong immediately drove after them. Over 10 minutes have passed since then. Zhang Feng answered truthfully, leaving nothing out. Let's go. We're following them. Josun's eyes flashed with determination, his fighting spirit reignited. For some reason, upon hearing that Fong Ning had already set out, a feeling welled up inside him. Fong Ning would definitely pull it off. Just like when he captured the Class A fugitive, the poker man. Rumble. Just then, reinforcements from the Anti-Smuggling Bureau arrived in a hurry. Commissioner Dai, sporting large dark circles under his eyes, wore a stern expression. Last night, he had finally resolved all matters and planned to get a good night's sleep. But early this morning, he received a report that someone had rammed through the checkpoint at Manglo port. The news sent a chill down his spine, nearly making him wet himself. Since Manglo port opened, this was the first time anyone had dared to ram through a checkpoint. To make matters worse, due to today's heavy rain, all vehicles at the port had been sent back to the bureau for maintenance. Upon hearing this, he rushed over without delay. If this incident wasn't handled properly, he figured his days in this position were numbered. Captain Joe, what brings you here? Commissioner Dai kept his head down until he drew near and recognized Josun, the head of the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division. What's going on? How did the police move so fast? A look of profound astonishment spread across Director Dai's face. Director Dai. A few minutes later, after learning the full details of the incident, the wrinkles on Director Dai's face could practically be used to make noodles. The gravity of the situation far exceeded his imagination. This was no simple roadblock incident. It was a human trafficking operation involving kidnapping and border smuggling. The situation was extremely delicate. Was it too late to pursue them now? Had the criminals already fled far away? Noticing Jo Sun about to get into his car, Director Dai frowned and asked. But Fong Ning had already given chase. Zhou Kai massaged his temples, his expression unusually grave. Though Fong Ning's ability to drive the vintage car surprised him, he didn't believe Fong Ning could catch up. When he was tackled, he'd only caught a glimpse of the Jeep, but he could tell it was modified. How could that beat-up department car possibly keep up? He'd be praying for it not to break down halfway. Fong Ning? Commissioner Dai looked around upon hearing this, only then realizing Fong Ning was nowhere to be seen. Fong Ning had gone after the criminal on foot? Commissioner Dai's brow furrowed into a deep frown. Every vehicle in the bureau was in for maintenance today. Where could he have gotten a car? That ancient off-road vehicle in the warehouse. Zhou Kai pulled a wry smile. That vehicle. Commissioner Dai's expression turned peculiar. He knew that vehicle. It was older than he was, practically old enough to be called uncle. Chasing criminals in that thing? You've been drinking, haven't you? Roar. While Director Dai and Zhou Kai were talking, Jo Sun had already started the car. Zhou Kai hesitated for a second before leaping into the car at lightning speed. Take me with you. I can help. I'm coming too. Alright. Jo Sun didn't refuse. He floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward like a bullet. At the border between Long and Myanmar, on an unnamed mountain road, a military green jeep raced through the mountains. The mountain road was narrow and strewn with jagged rocks, occasionally blocked by broken branches. Ordinary family cars couldn't get through here at all. But the jeep cruised over it as if it were level ground, without slowing down at all. The jeep was large, carrying 5 people inside plus a girl. The girl, about 5 or 6 years old, had her hands and feet tightly bound with hemp rope and a piece of cloth stuffed into her mouth. She lay in the trunk, emitting muffled whimpers, her eyes filled with terror. Stop whining, you're pissing me off. A middle-aged man with a vicious expression in the back seat barked angrily. The man, nicknamed Crow, was one of the 3 skilled fighters Daoj had recruited. Seated on either side of Crow were 2 men with closely cropped haircuts, their brows bearing a certain resemblance. Whoa! The girl's eyes widened with terror, her whimpers growing louder. Scream again and I'll whip you to death. A cold, vicious glint flashed in Crow's eyes as he raised his hand to strike the girl. If you dare touch her, I guarantee you won't live to see tomorrow. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the passenger seat. The young man wore a baseball cap pulled low over his face, obscuring his features. But clearly visible on the back of his neck was a tattoo shaped like a playing card. The Queen of Hearts. Raven's face paled, turning from green to white. His right hand froze mid-air, unable to move. Crow. Shut up. Mind your own business. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Brother Dao quickly shouted in warning. After glancing at Old Q, Brother Dao's eyes sank into deep thought. Early this morning, Old Q had brought the girl to find him. He'd only told him his name before falling completely silent. Even when Daoj drove through the checkpoint, Old Q remained utterly silent, like an emotionless statue. Hearing Daoj's rebuke, Crow's face darkened with displeasure. But the thought of the generous reward made him lower his hand. He just muttered under his breath. Got a playing card tattooed on his neck and thinks he's the king of the deck? Put. Though Raven's voice was low, everyone in the car heard him loud and clear. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Daoj shot Old Q a meaningful look. Seeing no reaction on Old Q's face, he finally exhaled in relief. The jeep continued its wild dash. What none of them noticed was that Old Q slowly lifted his head, glancing at Crow through the rearview mirror. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It had been over 20 minutes now. Surely no one could be chasing them anymore. Raven kept glancing back nervously, looking guilty as sin. I couldn't say for sure earlier, but now I'm certain no one can catch us. We'll be at the border in less than half an hour. If they want to catch us, they'd better do it now. Daoj stood there, head held high, beaming with pride, ready to bask in everyone's praise. Holy, what's that behind us? Hearing Crow's startled cry, Brother Dao glanced in the rearview mirror and nearly lost his mind. Out of nowhere, a SUV had appeared right behind the jeep. Chapter 93, Sudden Crash. Fong Ning's car accident. How could this be? Daoj felt like he'd been slapped hard across the face, the sting burning fiercely. He'd just declared no one could catch up, and now an SUV was tailing them. This slap in the face came way too fast. Are they after us? Look closely. Daoj gripped the steering wheel tightly, pressing harder on the gas pedal. Just then, a fork in the road appeared ahead. Squeal. The jeep turned sharply, kicking up a cloud of dust as it plunged into the left fork without hesitation. The off-road vehicle caught up. Damn it, they're after us. Raven fixed his gaze on the jeep and shouted curses, his eyes filled with vicious intent. Old Q saw the SUV in the rearview mirror and frowned deeply. Can you see how many people are in the car behind us? The road ahead grew increasingly rugged and uneven, and Daoj's forehead continued to sweat profusely. His eyes remained fixed on the road ahead, not daring to look away for even a moment. Though the modified jeep had plenty of power, this was a damn narrow mountain path. And they were already hitting 80 miles per hour. One slip up and the whole crew would be toast. According to his original plan, once they reached this narrow path, he could ease up on the gas. But who could have predicted a SUV would suddenly appear, throwing all his plans into disarray? There was only one person in the other vehicle. Crow's voice was stiff, and you could clearly hear him swallow. How can you be so sure from this distance? Brother Dao carefully controlled his speed, his voice tinged with confusion. Far? Look for yourself, damn it. That SUV is less than 50 meters away. Crow's temples throbbed violently, his face dark as a pot bottom. He'd been watching the SUV behind them the whole time. He could see clearly there was only one person inside. In the time it took them to speak, the distance between the two vehicles had shrunk to less than 30 meters. 25 meters. 20 meters. Holy. He's got no fear of death. Driving this fast. Deoj glanced in the rearview mirror in frozen terror, nearly wetting himself. The SUV behind had closed in so fast he could even make out the driver's face. Beep. The sharp honk from the SUV behind echoed piercingly through the empty mountain forest. Damn, what a jerk. So what if you're driving fast? You're just one person. Deoj narrowed his eyes to slits, suddenly letting out a cold chuckle from deep in his throat. He just realized. The other guy was alone. Even if he caught up, what could he do? Besides, he was prepared. He'd hired Crow and the Zhao brothers at great expense. The Zhao brothers were reliable enough, and though Crow was a bit slow-witted, he was a renowned expert in the underworld. Rumor had it he'd been sent to Shaolin Temple as a child due to his family's poverty, where he'd mastered the art of the young monk. Later, after entering society, his formidable fighting skills earned him a spot in a gang. During his time in the gang, he taught himself Sanda. With his solid foundation, he progressed rapidly. Before long, he became the gang's top enforcer, his status and influence unrivaled. When the crackdown hit, he narrowly escaped arrest and drifted through the underworld afterward. He'd beat people up for hire, fight for others, collect debts, basically did anything for money. A complete madman. At this thought, the panic vanished from Brother Dao's face and his tense heart relaxed completely. Everyone, don't panic. He's just one man. We could drown him with our spit alone. Yeah, if he dares keep chasing us, I'll make sure he enjoys every second of it. Ha! A strange chuckle echoed inside the car, instantly lightening the mood. But old Q in the passenger's seat frowned even deeper. With the two vehicles so close, the SUV behind should have seen what was happening inside the Jeep. Yet instead of slowing down, the SUV kept accelerating. If it were him, he'd keep a safe distance from the target and wait patiently for backup. Why wasn't the Jeep slowing down? Was he not afraid of dying? Or was it that he wasn't afraid at all? That he was confident he could control everyone? Old Q froze, as if startled by his own thoughts. Old Q cast another lingering glance at the SUV behind him, a faint unease stirring in his heart. I hope I'm wrong. A few minutes earlier, Zhou Kai climbed into Zhou Sun's police car as a large convoy set off in full force toward the China-Myanmar border. Left, the Jeep veered left. This side to the right. Keep going right here. Zhou Kai sat in the passenger seat, constantly directing the route. Suddenly, another fork in the road appeared ahead. I can't be sure what's ahead. The Jeep disappeared from view here. Zhou Kai strained his eyes but couldn't make out anything. His expression turned serious as he said, "Got it." Zhou Sun's expression remained unreadable as he pulled out his walkie-talkie. Information Warfare Unit, deploy the drones. Conduct a sweeping search outward from my current position. Roger. Within minutes, a message crackled over the radio. Reporting to Team Leader Zhou. Drone CC-31 has detected the Jeep's trail. Good. Sync the footage and real-time coordinates to my phone. Roger. Within minutes, Zhou Sun opened his phone to see the speeding Jeep clearly displayed on the screen. Damn impressive. Zhou Kai sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes burning with intensity. If Customs had this, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? We absolutely must get the chief to purchase a batch. Unnoticed by Zhou Kai, Zhou Sun, having secured the coordinates, floored the accelerator. The vehicle swiftly veered onto the left-hand side road. Captain Zhou, do you think Fong Ning can catch up? Staring intently at the Jeep's image on the screen, Zhou Kai's expression grew grim. It wasn't that he didn't trust Fong Ning, he simply didn't trust the Bureau's ancient vehicles. Besides, the Jeep had already been gone for 2 or 3 minutes by the time Fong Ning started chasing it. How could he possibly catch up? You don't believe it? Zhou Sun shot Zhou Kai a surprised glance before a meaningful smile tugged at his lips as if he'd just had an epiphany. True. You've never seen Fong Ning drive. Otherwise, you wouldn't be saying that. What? Fong Ning's a skilled driver? No sooner had Zhou Kai finished speaking than he suddenly spotted a vehicle appear at the edge of his phone screen. An SUV, a beat-up old SUV. It's that relic from the Bureau. Look, it's Fong Ning. He's closing in faster and faster. Zhou Kai's jaw dropped wide open, nearly hitting the ground. He never imagined Fong Ning would actually catch up. Not only had he caught up, but he was closing in on the Jeep. Got it. Zhou Sun murmured softly, seemingly unfazed. He drove while occasionally glancing at the phone screen. The mountain road was rugged and treacherous, demanding his full attention at all times. Holy! Zhou Kaiton let out a startled cry. Holy! Zhou Sun slammed on the brakes. His eyes widened so much they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. Just moments ago, he'd heard Zhou Kai's startled cry and instinctively glanced at his phone screen. What he saw was a scene he would never forget. Fong Ning was driving his beat-up SUV at full speed, ramming straight into the Jeep. Chapter 94, Madman. Old Q's Insanity. Holy! Crash! Clang! A sudden, deafening roar erupted through the mountain forest, sending birds scattering in panic. Brother Dao was humming a tune when a deafening crash suddenly rang in his ears. Immediately after, the front end of the Jeep began tilting uncontrollably. Before he could react, the world spun violently around him. After rolling countless times on the ground, the Jeep finally slammed to a halt. Within seconds, thick smoke billowed inside the vehicle, and a pungent odor assaulted Deoj and his companion's nostrils. Cough. Cough. Deoj slowly lifted his head, feeling a splitting headache and sticky sweat on his forehead. He wiped his forehead and froze in horror. Blood. Fresh blood. He frantically covered his forehead and turned to check the car's interior. Only after confirming the girl in the back seat had nearly fainted did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. As long as she was okay. If anything happened to her, he wouldn't get a single penny. How the hell were you driving? Raven yanked his face out of the seat with a thud, his voice boiling with rage. It wasn't just Crow, the Zhao brothers weren't feeling great either, glaring at Brother Dao with equally sour expressions. What the hell are you all staring at me for? What does this have to do with me? Damn it! Don't forget, I'm the one who paid to hire you guys. I'm the boss, got it? Seeing everyone's hostile stares fixed on him, Brother Dao flew into a rage, nearly foaming at the mouth. I can vouch for him, this has nothing to do with him. I did it. Just then, Fong Ning pulled up in his car before the group, grinning widely. The SUV was already beat up to begin with, and after the violent collision, the entire front end was mangled beyond recognition. This wasn't just damage, it was battle damage. The front end was practically gone. Even if you tried to sell this thing to a junkyard for $200, they wouldn't want it. But strangely enough, even wrecked like this, the SUV could still run. It just moved slowly, barely scraping by at 40 or 50 miles per hour. Just moments ago, Fong Ning kept accelerating to close in on Brother Dao's car. The road was too narrow to overtake or force him to stop. The legendary Mount Autumn name mountain driving skills were utterly useless here. This infuriated Fong Ning. With a sudden surge of determination, he decided to ram into it head-on. But unexpectedly, Brother Dao's driving skills were far worse than the guy with the earring. His car was actually flipped over by the impact. Damn it! You bastard, daring to chase us alone, you really don't fear death. The Raven finally snapped out of it, realizing it was Fong Ning who had smashed their jeep. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding audibly, his eyes blazing with malice as he glared at Fong Ning. A cold smile twisted at the corners of Fong Ning's mouth as he slowly stepped out of the car. He looked at Crow with utter indifference and said calmly, "If I were you, I'd turn myself in quietly." Hearing this, Crow's face instantly flushed crimson, his eyes nearly shooting flames. If looks could kill, Fong Ning would have died 800 times over by now. You three, attack him. Kill him. Don't waste time. Daoj trembled with rage, shaking like he had epilepsy. No need. I can handle this kind of character alone. Haha, little brat, you still haven't run? You've got some guts. Crow blocked the Zhao brothers' path and stepped forward alone. Kid, I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to Grandpa here, and you might get off easier. Crow licked his lips, his eyes brimming with mockery. You idiot, talk all you want. Come over here and put these on yourself. Do as you're told. Fong Ning sneered, pulling a pair of gleaming silver handcuffs from his pocket. Seeing this, Brother Dao and the others felt their eyelids twitch violently, as if they might go mad any second. Is this guy out of his mind? And he even boasts that Crow will put on the handcuffs himself? Do you even know who Crow is? He's a dangerous criminal. You're asking for trouble. Sure enough, Raven's face darkened instantly upon hearing this. He slammed his foot down on the ground and charged toward Fong Ning with a thunderous thud. Though Crow had a fiery temper, his martial arts skills weren't honed for nothing. At least 10 meters separated them. Yet with the Raven's full burst of speed, it closed the gap in under 3 seconds. Clenching its fist, it swung with the momentum of its waist, hips, shoulders, and finally its fist. A punch packed with 30 years of martial arts training slammed down toward Fong Ning's crown. It seemed as though he intended to crush Fong Ning to death. Yet Fong Ning stood frozen in place, seemingly unable to react, making no move whatsoever. Let's go. Raven should have taken care of it. Seeing Fong Ning still unresponsive, the two turned and walked away. At this distance, even if he reacted, it would be useless, it was already too late. The Raven's skills were profound indeed. That single punch would have left Fong Ning either dead or crippled. The very second before they turned away, both froze in place. Their eyes locked onto Crow's direction, pupils rapidly contracting. The Raven's motion seemed to freeze. His fist hovered motionless, mere inches above Fong Ning's head. As if his body had been frozen in place. What the hell? Why aren't you finishing him off? Are you letting him go? Daoj roared in panic, convinced the Crow had suddenly stopped. Damn it, it's not that I won't strike, I can't move. Hearing Daoj's words, Crow's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. His wrist was now firmly gripped by Fong Ning, leaving him utterly immobilized. Feeling the pressure on his wrist, Crow's body trembled uncontrollably. Impossible. Impossible. His eyelids fluttered wildly as if the sky itself had collapsed. He'd trained in martial arts since age 3, mastered free fighting by 18, a body built for brute force. Yet his full power strike had been blocked with such effortless ease. Yet the opponent's expression showed no flicker of emotion, as if they hadn't even exerted themselves. Endless fury surged within him. Refusing to accept defeat, Crow roared and raised his other fist. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength left in him and slammed it toward Fong Ning. Are you mentally challenged? Fong Ning shook his head, crouched slightly, and thrust his fist swiftly toward Crow's midsection. Snap! The crisp sound of shattered ribs echoed, and Crow instantly doubled over like a shrimp. Cold sweat poured down his face as he knelt unsteadily on one knee, refusing to collapse. He's got some skills. Seeing the Crow still struggling to hold himself up, a hint of surprise flashed in Fong Ning's eyes. His physical condition was significantly stronger than before. To withstand a full-force punch from someone with 5 times the physical prowess of an ordinary person without falling meant Crow was indeed formidable. Then I'll give you another punch for free. Just as he was about to finish off Crow, Fong Ning suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over him. A bone-chilling sensation surged through his heart without warning. He stiffened and whipped his head around to see a headless SUV roaring straight toward him. In the nick of time, every muscle in Fong Ning's body tensed explosively as he scrambled awkwardly to the side. Thud! A dull thud echoed. The crow, still kneeling where it had been, was instantly slammed 5 or 6 meters away, slamming into a tree with a loud thud. His head lolled to the side, crimson blood trickling from the back of his skull. He lay utterly still. Chapter 95, You'll live to see it chasing a car on foot? How brutal! Fong Ning watched the crow get knocked flying and sucked in a sharp breath. His eyes widened in horror, his heart pounding wildly. If it weren't for his superior physical condition and quick reflexes, his fate wouldn't have been much better than the crow's. Even at just 40 or 50 miles per hour, it was still a car. Even the most skilled martial artist fears a kitchen knife. How could flesh and blood possibly match steel alloy? It wasn't just Fong Ning. Daoga and the Sun brothers were also frozen in horror. They never would have imagined things escalating to this point. One second they were in the thick of a fierce fight, the next someone was run over and killed? Who did this? Eyes widened as all gazes turned toward the battered SUV. You're one lucky bastard that barely missed you. A head poked out from the wrecked SUV. It was old Q. It's him. Daoj and the Zhao brothers both jumped up as if their tails had been pinched, eyes wide, feeling like they were about to lose their minds. Big brother, we're on the same team. You should have looked before you hit someone. You hit your own guy. Old Q glanced at Fong Ning, licking his lips. His gaze then shifted to the dead crow lying nearby, his voice devoid of emotion. Useless scum. Better off dead. What a waste of an opportunity. Hearing this, Fong Ning's pupils contracted sharply, a chill running down his spine. What a cold heart. Fong Ning's expression turned grim. This wasn't an accident. He never valued his comrade's life in the first place. Madman. An unnamed rage surged within Fong Ning. If someone like this isn't apprehended, who knows what harm he'll inflict on society? Oh? What's there to regret? You can come crash into me again. I promise I won't move. A faint smile curved Fong Ning's lips as he narrowed his eyes at old Q. He wasn't lying. If old Q dared to drive over, he was confident he could counterattack immediately. Old Q shot Fong Ning a meaningful look but said nothing. The two stared each other down in a tense standoff for half a minute. Roar! The roar of the car's idling engine filled the air as old Q gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes locked on Fong Ning. Looks like he's going to ram Fong Ning again. Fong Ning took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and stared unblinkingly at the SUV, his expression solemn. The showdown was about to begin. V-room. The roar of the engine grew louder as the SUV accelerated rapidly, hurtling toward Fong Ning. Here it comes. Fong Ning's gaze sharpened as his focus peaked. Just as everyone thought old Q was about to ram into Fong Ning, the SUV swerved right, dodging Fong Ning entirely, and headed straight for Brother Dao. Get in! Seeing Daoj and the others looking utterly bewildered, old Q's voice suddenly rose several decibels. I said get in the car. Are you deaf? Got it. The group snapped to attention and scrambled into the vehicle. V-room. The SUV spewed a thick plume of black smoke as the vehicle lurched forward, slowly gaining momentum. After gaining speed, it drove off without looking back. Damn. That's sneaky. Way too cautious. Fong Ning's mouth twitched, his face instantly darkening like ink. He hadn't expected the other side to hold back from colliding. He was confident that if they dared to charge, he could control the situation. But soon, Fong Ning broke into a smirk. Heh, you didn't think I couldn't catch up just because I don't have a car, did you? Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, Zhou Kai and Zhou Sun happened to witness the moment Fong Ning rammed his car into the SUV on the screen. Seeing Fong Ning appear unscathed before the camera, both men breathed a collective sigh of relief. Captain Zhou, is this the driving you were talking about? That's some serious skill. Zhou Kai shot Zhou Sun a sideways glance, emphasizing the word driving heavily. Zhou Sun's mouth twitched. He froze for a few seconds before finally uttering slowly. Yeah, that's how he drives. No big deal. Zhou Kai. Though Zhou Sun said this, his hands moved with lightning speed. He shifted gears and accelerated swiftly, his speed actually increasing slightly from before. Zhou Sun's mind was anything but calm. Seeing Fong Ning crash into the SUV nearly stopped his heart. This was far too dangerous. Driving like this was bound to end in disaster sooner or later. Though Fong Ning hadn't officially joined the criminal investigation team, Zhou Sun had long considered him one of his own. Seeing Fong Ning act so recklessly without knowing the Jeep's capabilities filled him with both worry and urgency. He wanted to fly over and help Fong Ning immediately. But the road conditions were too treacherous. Even driving at top speed, it would take 10 minutes to reach the crash site. Hang in there, Fong Ning. Zhou Sun silently prayed. The two men raced toward the scene while keeping their eyes glued to the monitor. The footage showed Fong Ning appearing in front of the SUV, followed by several people exiting the vehicle. The drone footage quickly zoomed in, capturing their faces. Check these guys' info. Now. Minutes later, their files appeared on the phone. Wang Daxian, nicknamed Brother Dao, served 3 years for smuggling. Detailed information. Li Yu, nicknamed Crow, served 1 year for extortion. Details. Zhao Wen, known as Sun Lauda, served 3 years for manslaughter. Details. Zhao Wu, known as Sun Air, served 3 years for manslaughter. Details. After seeing the information on these individuals, Zhou Sun's expression visibly darkened. These guys except for the one called Brother Dao were all hardened criminals. Wasn't Fong Ning in grave danger? Seeing Fong Ning confronting the 4 men in the footage, Zhou Kai's voice trembled. Damn it, where did he find these people? Zhou Sun cursed under his breath, pressing harder on the accelerator as worry deepened in his eyes. He knew Fong Ning was skilled and strong, otherwise he wouldn't have caught an A-level fugitive on his first day. But the Zhao brothers in the footage were hardened criminals. Their files clearly marked them as trained fighters. Police Academy taught mixed martial arts, which was fine for dealing with ordinary people. But these guys weren't ordinary people. One of them charged forward. It was the one called Crow. Seeing someone charge toward Fong Ning on the feed, Zhou Kai gasped aloud. Zhou Sun glanced over, his expression heavy with concern. A few minutes later, both men exhaled softly, their expressions slightly easing. The man called Crow was knocked down before he even touched Fong Ning. Just as they were about to speak, they suddenly saw a car barreling straight toward Fong Ning. Watch out! Zhou Kai shouted in alarm, as if trying to warn Fong Ning through the screen. Fong Ning executed an extreme sidestep, narrowly avoiding the car. Meanwhile, Crow on the ground was sent flying by the impact. Whoa! What just happened? The two exchanged glances, shock evident in each other's eyes. Hitting their own people? An internal conflict? They couldn't fathom why the suspect would do such a thing. But when they saw old Q behind the wheel, Zhou Sun's pupils contracted sharply. A poker tattoo? He's part of the poker club. What poker tattoo? Zhou Kai asked, his voice laced with concern. Just as Zhou Sun was about to explain, he saw the beat-up SUV make a sharp turn, bypassing Fong Ning and speeding away. They're trying to escape. Zhou Sun gritted his teeth. The jeep spewed black smoke, clearly beyond repair. Now that their only vehicle was gone, how could Fong Ning possibly chase them? Was he really going to stand by and watch them escape? A wave of helplessness washed over Zhou Sun. Captain Zhou, look! Zhou Kai pointed at the screen, his lips trembling as if he'd seen a ghost. Holy! At first glance, Zhou Sun was completely dumbfounded, utterly losing his composure. There was Fong Ning, striding forward with his 1.8-meter long legs, sprinting for his life. He was actually keeping pace with the off-road vehicle. Chapter 96, Brother Dao's consistently powerful mouth. Brother Old Q. That guy's catching up again. Daoj's face was grim, his voice trembling with fear. He'd only taken a job to escort someone out of the country. Never imagined things would escalate to this point. Not only had his car been rammed off the road, but someone had actually died. The worst part was, it was one of his own people who did it. After finally snatching a car to escape, he discovered the guy had followed him again. What? That's impossible. Hearing Daoj's words, Old Q's face flashed a rare look of shock. With the rearview mirror of the beat-up SUV gone, he could only turn his head to look behind. There was Fong Ning, tailing the SUV closely, keeping pace without slowing down. The distance between them was closing rapidly. When Old Q turned around, Fong Ning even grinned, his mouth opening and closing as if he were saying something. Old Q's mouth twitched, nearly biting his tongue off. Through Fong Ning's mouth movements, Old Q could make out the words, "I've got you." Damn it! Old Q's face darkened so much you could wring water from it. His eyes shifted to the unconscious little girl in the back seat. Her face bore scrapes from the rollover. She was curled up in the back of the trunk, huddled tightly into a ball. How much longer until we reach the rendezvous point? Old Q turned to Brother Dao and asked coldly. If we can maintain this speed, it should be about 20 minutes. Daoj checked the time on his phone, surveyed the surroundings, then replied in a low voice. Get someone to hold him off. Seeing Fong Ning closing in, Old Q made a decision. But Brother Dao tried to say something, but Old Q cut him off abruptly. Our organization pays you, so you listen to me. Do you want to leave the country smoothly, or get arrested and sent back? Daoj swallowed hard, knowing Old Q was right. If they didn't deal with Fong Ning behind them, none of them would get out smoothly. Fong Ning was like a piece of chewing gum stuck to their backs, refusing to budge no matter how hard they tried to shake him off. Then we'll have to trouble you too. Daoj mimicked Old Q's expression as he looked at the Zhao brothers. At this moment, he was incredibly glad he'd paid to hire these men. Otherwise, he'd be the one stuck dealing with Fong Ning right now. Having witnessed Fong Ning's ferocity, he knew going to confront him would be nothing short of suicide. I'll go, Zhao Laoda said after a moment of silence. He understood that under these circumstances, only the two brothers could step in. Having accepted payment, he'd already steeled himself for this. No, big brother, I'll go. I'll follow shortly. Without waiting for Sun Laoda's approval, Zhao Er leapt from the SUV. After landing, he rolled forward and landed steadily on his feet, blocking Fong Ning's path completely. Seeing someone emerge from the SUV, Fong Ning didn't pause. He couldn't stop now. Once the SUV passed beyond the range of his true sight, he would lose track of it completely and be unable to find the others. Zhao Er watched Fong Ning sprinting toward him, slowly closing his eyes. He exhaled softly, his gaze instantly hardening. With a loud shout, he crouched into a horse stance, arms raised high as if preparing to embrace Fong Ning. His objective was simple, to incapacitate Fong Ning. This was no affectionate embrace, it was the waist grab over chest throw from jiu-jitsu, a technique of astonishing power. Judo practitioners possessed formidable strength, and this was on a gravel-strewn path. If caught and slammed into the ground, one might well die instantly. Seeing Zhao Er's move, Fong Ning's eyes narrowed in alarm. With less than 3 meters between them, there was no time to halt and react. With a silent battle cry, Fong Ning accelerated toward Zhao Er instead. Thud! His massive foot slammed into the ground with a dull thud. Fong Ning held nothing back now. Veins bulged on his forehead as his entire body's energy concentrated into a single point, propelling him forward with a collision. His thoughts were simple: whoever stood before him, whatever their intentions or schemes, none of it mattered. His sole concern was this: he must not stop. Nothing ahead could stand in his way. Everything seemed to slow down, yet in reality, only a few seconds had passed. The next second, the two collided violently. Thud. Like a massive bell being struck. The dull thud of flesh colliding echoed in their ears. After the sound came a violent ringing in their ears. The immense impact felt like an electric saw drilling through their eardrums, a piercing agony. For a split second, Fong Ning felt as if he might faint. He bit down hard on his tongue, and only then did the sensation gradually ease. Zhao Er fared even worse. He felt as if a wild bull had crashed into his chest and a metallic taste flooded his mouth. It felt like a pool of fresh blood kept churning in his throat, threatening to erupt at any second. His head felt like it had been smashed with a club, leaving him dazed and disoriented, while every bone in his body felt as if it were about to fall apart. To remain conscious after being slammed by Fong Ning, whose physical prowess was 7 times his own, was already a testament to Zhao Er's resilience. Had he not trained in martial arts since childhood, developing exceptional resilience to blows, he would have been knocked unconscious long ago. But in the end, he couldn't stop Fong Ning. Good dogs don't block the path. Fong Ning roared, his body still tightly clutched. He lifted his head and slammed it into Zhao Er's face. A sharp crack echoed as Zhao Er's already weakened nasal bone snapped instantly, sending him crashing to the ground. The arms that had been wrapped around Fong Ning slowly relaxed. Huff. Fong Ning gasped for breath, his body not stopping for a moment, not even glancing back at Zhao Er. He couldn't stop. Because of Zhao Er's entanglement, the off-road vehicle ahead had already gained a full turn's lead. The distance had now stretched to 70 or 80 meters. You won't get away. Fong Ning fixed his gaze on the SUV ahead, a cold smile curling his lips. Inside the SUV. Big brother Zhao, do you think your brother can hold off that big guy? Daoj kept glancing back nervously. He should be able to. Even if he can't beat the big guy, it'll take at least 10 to 20 minutes for them to break through in front of my brother. Zhao Laoda's gaze drifted back, his thoughts hidden. Alright, that puts my mind at ease. Daoj nodded upon hearing this, a faint flush returning to his pallid face. How much longer now? Old Q asked again. Less than 10 minutes left. Daoj's voice suppressed his excitement. Just hold out for these 10 minutes, and we'll be completely free. At that thought, for reasons unknown, Brother Dao suddenly felt compelled to glance behind him. The sight sent a chill down his spine, a cold wave rising from his tailbone and shooting straight to the crown of his head. Fong Ning had followed him again. Chapter 97, these are handcuffs, put them on yourself. Damn, did this guy grow up on steroids? Old Q, who had remained remarkably composed throughout, finally couldn't hold back and cursed, his eyes filled with shock. He caught up in just a few minutes? Didn't someone just jump down? They couldn't even stop him for a minute. What kind of people did you recruit? Total useless trash. Old Q shot a cold glare at Brother Dao, the rage in his eyes almost tangible, burning like fire against Brother Dao's skin. Daoj's face twisted in a mix of embarrassment and irritation. He turned to snort at Zhao Laoda. Zhao Laoda, didn't you say your brother was reliable? How do you explain this? You claim to be top-tier professionals in this line of work, don't tell me you're just out here swindling people. Hearing this, Zhao Laoda, still visibly reeling from shock, twitched his mouth, his face turning as grim as if he were constipated. You. Zhao Laoda's lips trembled, unable to form words, whether from agitation or fury was unclear. His current state felt no better than eating. They'd thought this job was pure easy money, the brothers had even planned how to spend the cash. But now they realized things weren't nearly as simple as they'd imagined. Seeing Crow defeated, he hadn't taken it seriously, even feeling a bit schadenfreude. Though Crow possessed some foundational Shaolin skills, he was ultimately self-taught. The brothers looked down on Crow from the bottom of their hearts, convinced his defeat stemmed from his lack of proper training. But only now did he realize how utterly wrong he'd been. They'd met their match. Zhao Laoshan's expression grew grave, his fingers tapping his knee in an uncontrollable, erratic rhythm. Zhao Er's martial arts skills were something he knew best. Those skills were honed since childhood. Their reputations had been built one case at a time. The hardships they endured along the way were known only to themselves. Less than 5 minutes had passed since Zhao Er stepped out of the car when Fong Ning gave chase once more. The outcome was inevitable. Zhao Er was defeated, utterly and completely. Though he was confident he could defeat Zhao Er, he couldn't have done it this quickly. Now, hearing Brother Dao's words dripping with scorn, shame and rage surged within him. For a moment, he was so choked up he couldn't speak, nearly spitting blood. Brother Dao. My younger brother's skills are lacking, I won't deny that. But our reputations on the streets weren't earned by swindling people. Let me down. I'll deal with him personally. Zhao Laoda, quickly regaining his composure, glanced back at the rear where teeth were grinding audibly. He spoke and was about to leap from the vehicle. Hold on. Just as Zhao Laoda, his face frozen in anger, prepared to leap out, Old Q immediately called out to stop him, his tone stern. His speed is slowing down. At this rate, he'll never catch up. We'll reach our destination in under 10 minutes. Don't complicate things. Brother Dao glanced back too and saw Fong Ning's speed genuinely decreasing. His face broke into a wide grin. It's true. He's slowing down more and more. Big brother Zhao, I'm afraid you won't get the chance. After saying this, Brother Dao shot Zhao Laoda a mocking glance. Feeling Daoj's gaze, Brother Zhao staggered, so frustrated he almost wanted to bang his head against the wall. That look clearly said, you're one lucky bastard. Oomph. My hands are itching for a fight right now, I want to take him on this very second. Clang. Gulp. Put. No sooner had Big Brother Zhao finished speaking than the battered SUV, which had been cruising steadily, suddenly began to shake violently. Immediately afterward, several strange noises echoed from inside the vehicle. Accompanied by intermittent exhaust fumes, the speedometer needle of the beat-up Jeep visibly slid downward. Until it hit 0. Holy! Brother Dao stared blankly at the scene, then whipped his head around to glare at Big Brother Zhao, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. What the hell? Did your mouth get blessed too? This is just making up nonsense to fill the silence. If you don't speak up, no one will mistake you for a mute. Old Q slammed his foot on the gas pedal, his hands frantically cycling through ignition and gear shifts. When he realized the SUV had completely stalled, he couldn't hold back any longer and let out a thunderous roar. Damn it all to hell. He considered himself an extremely level-headed person. But today, pushed to the brink, he'd cursed himself into a numb stupor. Suddenly, he suspected the organization had set him up by connecting him with Brother Dao. The whole trip had been nothing but one damn thing after another. Every cursed mouth in the world seemed to have gathered here. Every damn one of them was a piece of work. If this were on the organization's turf, every last one of them would be stuffed into a water-filled cage. Taking a deep breath, Old Q glanced at the unconscious girl beside him, his eyes flashing with resolve. Seconds later, gritting his teeth, he hoisted the girl onto his back and set off on foot. I'll hold him off. Zhao Laoda's expression was worse than crying. Good lord. Wasn't I just venting my frustration? Why did he take it so seriously? Unable to bear the sight of their expressions, Zhao Laoda's mouth twitched as he slowly closed his eyes. Phew. Watching the approaching SUV grow closer, Fong Ning gasped for breath. Just as he was about to speed up to catch up in one go, his muscles suddenly went limp and he stumbled, nearly falling. Although he had emerged victorious from his clash with Zhao Air had still dealt him a significant blow. A few minutes' rest might have sufficed for recovery, but he hadn't paused for even a second in his pursuit of the SUV. The sustained high-intensity running was starting to take its toll, and his pace began to slow. Damn it! I'm running out of strength. Fong Ning felt his muscles ache, his heart filled with frustration. The SUV was within arm's reach, he could almost grab it, yet he was the one faltering. This was unacceptable. If only the SUV had broken down. Watching the SUV grow farther away, Fong Ning muttered to himself. Whether by coincidence or because the heavens had heard his thoughts. Suddenly, the SUV nearby swayed violently, then slowly came to a halt. Holy crap! The heavens didn't let me down. Fong Ning's mouth practically split from ear to ear at the sight. His legs no longer ached, his back no longer hurt, he could climb 6 flights of stairs in one breath without breaking a sweat. He let out a strange cry and accelerated toward the SUV. What did you do to my brother? Beside the stalled SUV, Boss Zhao turned to face the pursuing Fong Ning, his expression cold as he demanded. Your brother? Fong Ning halted abruptly, stopping of his own accord. He sensed an unprecedented aura of danger emanating from the man before him, prompting him to proceed with extreme caution. The one who just stopped you. A cold gleam flashed in Big Brother Zhao's eyes. Oh, I was running too fast to get a good look. Fong Ning answered honestly. He hadn't even stopped running, let alone gotten a clear look at the person, much less followed up on the situation. You! Zhao Laoda's face instantly flushed crimson, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked, as if he'd reached the peak of fury. But seconds later, Zhao Laoda suddenly calmed down. He exhaled softly, then assumed a fighting stance, his voice cold as ice. Zhao Wen, 30 years of martial arts training, specializing in Muay Thai. Please enlighten me. Fong Ning froze, then grinned widely, revealing his trademark pearly whites. Fong Ning, employed for 2 years and 2.5 weeks. These are handcuffs, put them on yourself. Chapter 98, a stunned Zhou Sun. A panicked Zhao Laoda. Look! Is that Fong Ning over there? Inside the speeding municipal police car, Zhou Kai suddenly pointed at his phone screen and shouted. Moments earlier, the drone had captured Fong Ning catching up to the SUV on foot, but then the image flickered and vanished. Fong Ning was nowhere to be seen. It turned out the dense foliage in the woods had blocked the drone's line of sight. Panic gripped both men as they accelerated toward the last known location. Just a second ago, the drone finally captured Fong Ning's figure. Who was standing face to face with Fong Ning? Zoom in. Zhou Sun frowned. It's Boss Zhao. Zhou Kai recognized him instantly. It's him. Zhou Sun's expression tightened, deep concern flickering in his eyes. Based on the information currently available, every single person in that SUV. The most dangerous threat was this Zhao Laoda. Zhao Laoda was a formidable fighter far beyond ordinary. Big Brother Zhao studied traditional Thai boxing abroad since childhood, not the ring-style Thai boxing you see on TV. What you see on TV is all about competition, a watered-down version. What he learned was authentic ancient Thai boxing, the kind that takes down an opponent with a single strike. According to internal records, after mastering his skills, Zhao Laoda headed to Thailand's underground boxing rings to fight. Within just 6 months, he rose from an unknown underdog to become the underground boxing champion. He racked up an astonishing record of 23 wins, 0 draws, and 0 losses. Keep in mind that Thailand's underground boxing scene attracts elite fighters from around the world, no amateurs here. One can only imagine how valuable this underground boxing championship truly was. Even more terrifying is the fact that every single fighter he faced ended up disabled. In other words, no one walked away unscathed from his fights. His opponents ended up with broken legs or arms, until eventually no one was willing to fight him. Later, perhaps finding it uninteresting, Boss Zhao returned to the Dragon Kingdom. He and his younger brother carved out a reputation for themselves on the streets. What? Then Fong Ning is in grave danger. After hearing Jo Sun's account, Zhou Kai's face twisted into a grimace. According to Jo Sun, no one who faced Big Brother Zhao ever walked away unscathed. Then Fong Ning must be in grave danger. Sure, he'd seen Fong Ning easily defeat Crow, proving his skills were undeniably impressive. But Boss Zhao was in a completely different league from Crow. If Crow was a level 1 blank warrior, then Boss Zhao was a max level warrior decked out in plus 17 divine gear. How could anyone compare? V-Room. The car erupted with a terrifying roar. Jo Sun didn't respond, cold sweat streaming down his temples as his right foot pressed the accelerator pedal to the floor. Beside the stalled SUV. Fong Ning, 2.5 weeks on the job. These are handcuffs. Put them on yourself. Hearing Fong Ning's words, Zhao Laoda's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. His face twitched as if someone had just whacked it repeatedly with a slipper. In all his years on the streets, no one had ever dared humiliate him like this. Seeing Fong Ning so ungrateful, Boss Zhao let out a sharp snarl. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly, veins bulging prominently on his arms. His wrists and ankles cracked like popping beans. Planting his toes into the ground, he whipped out a roundhouse kick toward Fong Ning. The target? Fong Ning's temple. A lethal strike from the very start. Lightning fast and devastatingly powerful, the kick whistled toward Fong Ning. Even before the kick landed, a whistling sound filled the air. One could imagine that if this kick landed squarely, even with Fong Ning's physical prowess, he'd likely be sent reeling backward, eyes rolling back in his head. So fast. Fong Ning saw only a flash before a blurred afterimage lashed toward his head. Facing this sensation, Fong Ning had already braced himself internally. He snapped backward and ducked. The whipping kick whizzed past his face, trailing a trail of gale force wind. Interesting. No wonder he defeated my younger brother. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhao Laoda's face as he clicked his tongue twice. But his movements didn't pause. Seeing his right leg's whipping kick miss, his left foot instantly shot out with a straight kick, aiming straight for Fong Ning's midsection. When he struck with lethal force. A direct hit to that area would leave Fong Ning bedridden for months, if not dead. As a master of ancient Thai boxing, Zhao Laoda knew the human body's weak points well and showed no mercy in his attack. So brutal. Having just dodged the roundhouse kick, Fong Ning now saw the massive foot hurtling toward him. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. If that kick connected, he feared he'd meet his end right here. In the blink of an eye, there was no time for extra maneuvers, he could only roll right with all his might. After several 360-degree spins, he barely evaded the kick. But Fong Ning ended up sprawled on the ground. A cold smirk twisted Zhao Laoda's lips as he lunged forward, driving an elbow toward Fong Ning. Unsurprisingly, the target was the groin. The combined force of his entire body and the hardness of his elbow, if that strike landed cleanly, one could only imagine. Fong Ning would never be able to hold his head up again. Damn, that's ing dirty. Seeing Zhao Laoda transform into a flying cat and charge toward him at lightning speed. With no way to dodge, he executed an extreme backflip, narrowly avoiding the blow. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the ground caved in, leaving a small crater. Fong Ning sprang to his feet with a fish jump, swallowing hard and gasping for breath. Though Zhao Laoda had only unleashed 3 moves, each one was relentless and deadly. Had he not maintained absolute mental focus, he would have been finished long ago. You're the toughest fighter I've ever seen. And also the most shameless. Fong Ning spat viciously, narrowing his eyes at Zhao Laoda. Oomph, you insolent bastard. Is dodging all you've got? Zhao Laoda licked his lips, his eyes brimming with excitement. It had been ages since he'd encountered someone who could withstand 3 of his moves unscathed. Now, looking at Fong Ning, he saw him more like a toy. Too bad you won't get the chance. Fong Ning suddenly grinned, his eyes flashing with mockery as he looked at Zhao Laoda. Earlier, it was because Zhao Laoda had attacked suddenly, catching him off guard. That's how Zhao Laoda seized the chance and gained the upper hand. Though he hadn't trained in martial arts for years and lacked any innate talent, he had a cheat code. Don't forget he was the one with the fighting master buff. Not only are you sharp-tongued, but you're also stubborn. Seeing Fong Ning's gaze, Boss Zhao felt an inexplicable wave of discomfort wash over him. He snorted coldly, lunging forward with a swift right knee strike aimed straight for Fong Ning's solar plexus. This time, Fong Ning didn't dodge. Instead, he mimicked Zhao Laoda's move and raised his own knee. Thud. A low, muffled thud echoed. Zhao Laoda's eyes narrowed. His hands transformed into merciless machines, unleashing a barrage of punches at Fong Ning with blinding speed. The punches were so fast that from a distance, only the outer images of his arms could be seen. Thud. A series of muffled thuds echoed. Both men grunted and stumbled back a step. Impossible. You know my moves. Zhao Laoda's face instantly flushed crimson, his hands trembling slightly beyond his control, whether from pain or shock, it was unclear. Impossible. With a blood-curdling scream, Zhao Laoda's forehead veins bulged as he went completely berserk, charging straight at Fong Ning once more. Another series of thuds and crashes echoed as fists and feet collided. 1 minute later. Why? Why is this happening? Zhao Laoda stared at Fong Ning as if he'd seen a ghost, his face drained of color, eyes filled with utter disbelief. Fong Ning shook his numb fists, grinned widely, and said with a sly smirk. No more messing around. I'm getting serious now. Chapter 99, is that so? Then take a good look at who I am. I'm done playing around. I'm getting serious now. Hearing this, Zhao Laoda's pupils instantly contracted. His heart skipped a beat and a wave of intense unease washed over him. Had he not given his all just now? That shouldn't be possible. Then why did it feel like he was steadily growing stronger? Damn it! What Zhao Laoda didn't know was that Fong Ning's gradual improvement was actually thanks to him. Despite the Fighting King buff, Fong Ning had never truly sparred with a genuine master. It was like possessing the ultimate martial arts technique yet spending every day sparring with children utterly ineffective. Now, under Zhao Laoda's relentless pressure, the techniques granted by the Fighting Master buff were finally being fully mastered. Kid, you think you can mess with my mind? You're still too green. Zhao Laoda shook his head, then opened his eyes again after a few seconds. Now, only one thought occupied his mind: finish this quickly. Finish off Fong Ning completely, find his brother, collect the money, and get the hell out of this place. Watch this. Zhao Laoda roared, his muscles bulging crimson with excitement. A powerful roundhouse kick, swift as lightning, slammed toward Fong Ning's face. This kick was even faster than before. The bulging veins on Zhao Laoda's forehead made it clear he was giving it his all. You still dare to use that move? Looks like you really are thick-headed. Fong Ning showed no fear as he watched the even faster roundhouse kick approach. This time, he didn't mimic Zhao Laoda's technique. Instead, he crouched in a horse stance, bent his knees, clenched his right fist, and delivered a straight punch straight to Zhao Laoda's knee. Crack! A distinct sound of bone colliding echoed through the air. The fist and the whipping kick collided violently. Thud! Big brother Zhao staggered backward repeatedly, his facial muscles twitching violently, his expression a kaleidoscope of agony. If one looked down, they would see his right leg trembling slightly. His right leg had gone completely numb, now utterly devoid of sensation. Impossible! How could he be this fast? Even now, disbelief filled Zhao Laoda's eyes. If you asked a Muay Thai practitioner which technique they were most confident in, 9 out of 10 would say the roundhouse kick. As the most fundamental leg technique in Muay Thai, the roundhouse kick's potential was incredibly high. And Big Brother Zhao's roundhouse kick was a legend that struck fear into opponents in the underground fighting circuit. If there was a sliver of chance against Big Brother Zhao in a fistfight, going toe-to-toe with Big Brother Zhao with kicks? There's only one outcome, a dead end. Yet now, his most prized whip kick had been smashed right on the knee. This ironclad reality was too much for him to accept in an instant. As Boss Zhao's mind raced with thoughts, a dark shadow flashed ahead, and a fist as big as a sandbag appeared before him. The fist closed in relentlessly, its speed leaving no time to dodge. With no other choice, he scrambled to dodge the fatal blow at the last moment. Thud! The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed through the air. You coward! You ambushed me! Zhao Laoda clutched his right shoulder, teeth clenched, his body trembling uncontrollably from the pain. Shameful? I learned it all from you. Fong Ning smacked his lips, spread his hands wide, and wore an innocent expression. Zhao Laoda appeared furious, his finger trembling like a sieve as he pointed at Fong Ning. Suddenly, Zhao Laoda lunged forward, his fingers curling like hooks, aiming straight for Fong Ning's eyes. His strike was lightning fast, executed with the smooth precision of a move rehearsed a million times. One could imagine if those two fingers had connected, Fong Ning's eyes would have been ruined. But the next second, snap! The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. There they were, Zhao Laoda's two fingers stuck squarely into Fong Ning's sandbag-sized fist. One was a finger, the other a fist. The outcome was predictable. Zhao Laoda's knuckles snapped instantly. Sigh. Zhao Laoda clutched his right hand, sucking in a sharp breath. For the first time, fear flickered in his eyes as he looked at Fong Ning. Just as he was considering whether to retreat in shame, Fong Ning charged forward, mounting him. Thud! The two clashed instantly, their bodies colliding with a thud that echoed through the woods. Yet their techniques were far from those of true masters. One after another, their attacks targeted either the lower body or vital organs. Techniques like Monkey Steals Peach and Black Tiger Pierces Heart were unleashed. Every strike aimed to finish the opponent in one blow. At first glance, it looked like a street brawl. But anyone with eyes could tell this wasn't child's play, it was a fight for survival. If they'd gone through all that dramatic pre-fight banter like in TV dramas, they'd have been dead long ago. Thud! Another low, muffled thud echoed as Boss Zhao ducked low to block Fong Ning's sweeping kick, stumbling backward several steps. He gasped for breath, the defiant glint in his eyes completely vanishing, replaced by fear. Though he refused to admit it, he realized a grave problem. He couldn't win anymore. His attacks landed on Fong Ning without effect, while Fong Ning's strikes kept connecting with him. How could he possibly win? A flicker of retreat flickered in Zhao Laoda's mind. Very well. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Since that's the case, I'll give it my all too. Zhao Laoda's eyes suddenly shifted. He looked up at the sky, a profound expression spreading across his face. Like a true master. Ha! Fong Ning furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze toward Zhao Laoda filled with confusion. Could it be this man hasn't unleashed his full power yet? But that doesn't make sense. By all logic, he should be completely out of tricks by now. Could it be? Just as Fong Ning was pondering this, Zhao Laoda took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, Zhao Laoda suddenly spun around and bolted into the woods for dear life. Holy! You bastard, you were just trying to scare me. Seeing Zhao Laoda turn and flee, Fong Ning finally snapped out of his daze, his face darkening instantly. He never expected to be tricked by this scoundrel. You won't get away. Spotting a wooden stake nearby, Fong Ning instantly gathered his strength, took a running start, and slammed his foot down hard on the stake. His flying kick slammed into Zhao Laoda's lower back. Crash! Zhao Laoda was instantly sent crashing to the ground, making intimate contact with branches and leaves. Fong Ning strode forward, mounted Zhao Laoda's back, and delivered a series of punches. Run! Let's see you run! Still trying to run? Near the border crossing with Myanmar. Check our position. How much further to the rendezvous point? Old Q licked his parched lips, his throat burning. By car, it would have taken 3 minutes. Now we're on foot, about 5 minutes left. Brother Dao gasped, clutching the unconscious girl. After the SUV stalled, the two men immediately took off on foot without looking back. Only when he could no longer see anything behind him did he stop and breathe a sigh of relief. Keep moving, don't stop. Old Q cast a lingering glance behind him, gritted his teeth, and said, Keep going? Aren't we taking a break? Dao's eyes widened. After carrying the girl for half a day, he felt like his throat was bleeding. He whispered, We don't have to rush this much, do we? I'm telling you, this time for sure. Can you just shut the up? Before Brother Dao could finish, Old Q cut him off harshly, his gaze turning icy. Old Q had every reason to be furious. Dao's mouth was like a curse, bringing misfortune with every word. He dared not let Dao speak another word. A few minutes later, spotting the rendezvous point in the distance, Old Q and Brother Dao both exhaled in unison. Ha! Close call, but no one's gonna catch us this time. Dao Ji's face practically split from grinning, his voice brimming with delight. But the next second, a mocking voice echoed. Is that so? Then tell me who I am? Chapter 100. Enraged Fong Ning. How do you want to die? Look! There's someone lying ahead. Inside the speeding police car, Zhou Kai was the first to spot a figure lying motionless on the ground, face down. I see him. Zhou Sun's face darkened like ink as he instantly jerked the steering wheel toward the figure. Both men swallowed hard, neither uttering a word. The moment they saw the figure, a terrifying thought began to take root in both their minds. Could it be Fong Ning? Please don't let it be you. Sweat beaded on Zhou Sun's palms as he gripped the steering wheel, silently praying. Zhou Kai closed his eyes as well, his lashes fluttering slightly, lost in thought. Squeal! The screech of brakes echoed as the two approached the figure. Doesn't look like Fong Ning. Zhou Kai's voice instantly rose several octaves, brimming with surprise. Whoa, it's Boss Xiao. Zhou Sun flipped the man over, his eyes widening in shock as he sucked in a sharp breath. Had he not spent years in criminal investigation, honing his skills at identifying suspects, he would never have recognized Boss Xiao. Big Brother Zhao's cheeks were swollen high, puffed up like a pig's head. His eyes were reduced to slits, barely distinguishable from those of a blind man. This was Big Brother Zhao? What had happened to him? How had he been beaten into such a state? Upon hearing Zhou Sun identify him as Boss Xiao, Zhou Kai let out a gasp, his eyes brimming with disbelief. After the gasp, their eyes met, and both saw a trace of shock in each other's gaze. Fong Ning did this. They exclaimed in unison. They both swallowed hard, feeling like they were about to lose their minds. Who was Big Brother Zhao? He was the underground boxing king. In their eyes, Fong Ning would be lucky to walk away unscathed from Zhao Laoda. They had all braced themselves for Fong Ning's defeat. But no one could have imagined that not only did Fong Ning walk away unscathed, he also beat Zhao Laoda into a bloody mess. It was utterly unbelievable. Unlike Zhou Kai, Zhou Sun was even more stunned. He had always thought he knew Fong Ning well, but now he realized his understanding was merely the tip of the iceberg. Fong Ning was like a treasure trove of surprises, always delivering the unexpected. Team 1, get a vehicle to take Boss Xiao to the hospital. The rest of you, follow me. The suspects don't have a vehicle, they can't outrun us. Zhou Sun's eyes gleamed with excitement as he flung open the door, slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and sped toward the China-Myanmar border. At the China-Myanmar border. Is that so? Then take a good look at who I am. As the voice echoed, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the tree trunks ahead. It was none other than Fong Ning. Upon seeing the newcomer, Old Q and Brother Dao both trembled violently, nearly fainting on the spot. How could you possibly have followed us here? Where's Boss Xiao? Daoj felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, threatening to erupt at any moment. Had his own mouth truly been cursed? He'd been proven wrong when he said no one would chase him while driving, and now he was proven wrong again when he said no one would catch up while walking. Heaven's been unfair to me. Brother Dao inwardly wailed, feeling so frustrated he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Zhao Laoda? He probably hasn't woken up yet. Fong Ning shook his numb fist, his tone flat and matter-of-fact. He wasn't lying. After taking that many punches from him, Big Brother Zhao wouldn't wake up for hours. You? Daoj's eyelid twitched violently. His scalp tingled as he stared at Fong Ning like he was looking at a monster. A sudden, inexplicable regret washed over him, not regret over the smuggling. Rather, he regretted not splurging on a real pro and instead hiring these two useless Zhao brothers. Together, they hadn't even managed to stall for 10 minutes, utterly useless. You won't escape. Surrender now and you might get lenient treatment. Ha! Fong Ning suddenly looked at Brother Dao with a puzzled expression. The eye of truth only showed Brother Dao illegally smuggling people out of the country, it didn't specify how many. He recognized Old Q behind Daoj, the one who drove the car into the crowd. But who was on Brother Dao's back? Judging by the size, it was clearly not an adult, it was a child. That outfit felt so familiar. Fong Ning stared intently at the figure on Daoj's back, his brow furrowing deeply. Ha! Leniency? Brother Dao burst out laughing at the suggestion. Do you even know the organization behind me? Before he could finish, Daoj's voice abruptly halted. His body froze instantly, pupils dilating rapidly. His expression shifted from bewilderment to utter disbelief, then twisted into agony. His pupils slowly dilated, and a trickle of blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. The next second. Thud. Daoj's body went limp as he crashed face first onto the ground. A dagger protruded from his back. The blade was buried to the hilt in Dao's chest, its edge already seeping with a pool of blood. Standing behind Dao was old Q. Blame your own big mouth. Damn it, I didn't want to kill you, but who told you to be so damn mouthy? Old Q licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with cold malice. Holy. Witnessing this scene, Fong Ning felt a chill run down his spine. He froze in place, a bone-chilling cold rising from his tailbone. This guy is ruthless. If I remember correctly, this man has already killed 2 of his own men. He was a complete and utter madman. The air seemed to freeze solid in that moment. Not a sound could be heard around them. You could hear a pin drop. Their eyes locked, and the battle was about to erupt. Just then, old Q suddenly scooped up the little girl from the ground and dashed toward the border. They were now less than 100 meters from the Myanmar border. If he pushed himself, he was certain he could cross the border within half a minute. Once across, his mission would be flawlessly completed, and his standing within the organization would skyrocket. The girl, lifted waist-high, revealed her pale face. Xiao Ru. The instant he recognized the child's face, every nerve in Fong Ning's brain exploded with a buzzing roar, leaving his mind completely blank. He recognized this little girl. It was Xiao Ru from the orphanage in Spring City. Xiao Ru was the closest to him at the orphanage, even declaring she wanted to be his wife. How could Xiao Ru be here? Could it be kidnappers? A bolt of lightning shot through Fong Ning's mind, turning his face deathly pale in an instant. Then his entire body began to shake uncontrollably. His entire body turned crimson, his eyes bloodshot, the veins on his forehead, temples, and arms bulging as if ready to burst. Rage surged like a tidal wave from his chest, his fists clenched so tightly they drew blood. This was the most furious Fong Ning had ever been since joining the force. Meanwhile, old Q, seeing the border just a stone's throw away, glanced back at Fong Ning. Seeing Fong Ning still in a daze, a sinister smile immediately curled the corners of his mouth. That smile clearly said, I win. But the instant old Q turned his head, he suddenly sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching. His heart skipped a beat and he instantly sped up. But he had clearly underestimated Fong Ning's speed when pushed to the brink of fury. The very second old Q stepped across the Myanmar border, a pair of massive hands clamped down on his neck. Old Q spun around in terror, only to meet a face darkened by utter fury. Fong Ning's teeth ground together audibly, his voice as cold as an ice cellar. How do you want to die? Chapter 101, Mutations Run Rampant. Fong Ning shot. Let go of me. Let go of me now. The smug look vanished from old Q's eyes, replaced entirely by terror. Seeing Fong Ning's bloodshot eyes, he felt as though he were staring into the eyes of a ferocious beast. A beast about to devour its prey. I can give you money, just let me go. How about 200,000? How many years would it take you to earn that much? Just let me go, and I'll wire it to you right now. Old Q's lips trembled as he shouted urgently. Fong Ning remained unmoved, the frost on his face seeming to solidify, as if the surrounding air had dropped several degrees. Fong Ning offered no reply, yet the expression in his eyes answered everything. 400,000. 800,000. 1 million. Just let me go, and I'll give you 1 million. Old Q was truly desperate, feeling as if ants were crawling all over him, the pain gnawing at his very core. The border marker was right before his eyes. Just one more step forward, and he would be completely out of Longwa's territory. Fong Ning's expression remained utterly unchanged, but the pressure from his grip steadily intensified. Ugh. I don't want this unwanted bastard either. Let me go. I'll give you 2 million. Old Q's neck was being squeezed, choking him until he gasped for air like a red-skinned duck. Unable to hold on any longer, he dropped the girl with a thud. Though mission failure meant severe punishment from the organization. But that was better than losing his life. The look in Fong Ning's eyes left him in no doubt the man would kill him. Who the hell do you call a bastard? Hearing this, Fong Ning's violent rage erupted uncontrollably. He grabbed old Q by the collar and pant legs, hoisting him high above his head like a little chick. What are you doing? Old Q's vision went black, nearly knocking him unconscious. His legs kicked wildly, tears welling up in terror. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the ground caved in, sending dust flying in all directions. Cough cough. Old Q lay in the crater, his mouth full of dirt. His chest heaved up and down as dark red blood gushed from his mouth in steady streams. Old Q was about to beg for mercy when he felt another intense wave of weightlessness. The next second, he was lifted high above his head. Please, I beg you, I'll give you money. Old Q's face, caked with dirt and blood, looked utterly terrifying. Gone was the arrogance he displayed when lecturing Brother Dao and his crew. But Fong Ning, consumed by rage, clearly had no interest in hearing his pleas. Thud. With a thud that sounded heavier than the last, Old Q was slammed back to the ground. Old Q rolled around in the dirt pit, screaming and writhing. He frantically reached behind him, trying to touch his own skin, writhing like an ant on a hot skillet. That blow felt like it nearly knocked his lungs out, leaving him gasping for air. With great effort, he turned his head upward, gasping for air, only to see a dark shadow looming in midair. Then, a flying elbow appeared before his eyes. No! Put! Old Q's body instantly bent at a 90-degree angle as he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. But Fong Ning, consumed by rage, didn't notice old Q was unconscious. He raised his massive foot, ready to stomp down on him. If that foot connected, old Q's fate would be sealed. That would be the end of him. If old Q were killed, Fong Ning would almost certainly face disciplinary action. At worst, he could lose his police credentials. At the critical moment, a soft, timid voice timidly called out. Brother Ning? Is that you? Hearing the voice, Fong Ning's body trembled. His eyes slowly regained a glimmer of clarity as he turned his head. Brother Ning, it really is you. Oh, you really came to save me. Once she confirmed it was Fong Ning, Xiaoru's emotions finally broke free, her eyes reddening. Tears fell like broken strings of pearls, scattering across the floor as she threw herself into Fong Ning's arms. Brother Ning, I was so scared I'd never see you again. Wah! Xiaoru clung desperately to Fong Ning, but her height was too short, she could only barely wrap her arms around his thigh. From a distance, she looked like a tiny pendant. It's okay, don't cry. Ningge came to save you, didn't he? Don't worry. With me here, no one can take you away. Fong Ning's eyes regained their full clarity. He crouched down to embrace Xiaoru, his gaze filled with lingering fear. If he hadn't been on duty at Mangluo Port and happened to spot a vehicle ramming through the checkpoint, if he'd been just 1 minute later that night, Xiaoru would likely have been forcibly taken out of the country by human traffickers by now. Hearing this, Xiaoru's sobs grew even more intense, as if she were venting all her pent-up sorrow in that moment. Her tears soaked through Fong Ning's sleeves. Don't cry. I'll take you home. Pushing Xiaoru aside, he saw her face was deathly pale, her eyes darting around, devoid of any light. Fong Ning's anger flared up instantly. Smack! A deafening roar echoed through the empty woods. It was the sound of Fong Ning slapping Lao Qiu's cheek. Old Qiu's right cheek visibly flushed and swelled high, protruding significantly above the left side. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The next second, Old Qiu miraculously woke up. Old Qiu's eyes were filled with confusion, his mind a blank. Where am I? Ouch! Why does my whole body hurt? Holy! The moment he saw Fong Ning's face, Old Qiu remembered everything. He scrambled backward, his feet scraping the ground, a hint of despair flickering in his eyes. What do you want? Do you want to kill me? Fong Ning's lips twisted into a cold smirk, his eyes devoid of emotion. Kill you? No way. I'm going to lock you up in prison and make you spend the rest of your life there. Hearing this, despair flickered in Old Qiu's eyes before he bowed his head in a daze, silent for a long while. What are you doing? A sense of dread washed over Fong Ning. He sprang to his feet and rushed forward, only to find Old Qiu clenching his teeth and biting down hard on his tongue, attempting suicide. Thinking of suicide? Not so fast. Snap. With a bone-grinding snap, Fong Ning wrenched Old Qiu's jaw apart. Ugh, ugh. Old Qiu's eyes widened in terror as he frantically rubbed his jaw, trying to make a sound. The sound was as unpleasant as a duck's quack. Annoyed by the noise, Fong Ning snorted coldly and was about to step forward to knock Old Qiu unconscious. Suddenly, a flash of red light darted past the corner of his eye. Old Qiu's face suddenly lit up with wild excitement, as if he'd seen something. The next second, a crimson dot appeared on Old Qiu's forehead. The moment he saw that dot, an intense sense of danger surged through him. Without a second thought, Fong Ning threw himself to the ground. Bang! A low, muffled gunshot echoed. Old Qiu's expression of surprise froze instantly, followed by a crimson stain spreading across his forehead. Thud! Old Qiu fell straight to the ground. A gun! Fong Ning finally snapped into action, spotting several shadowy figures emerging from the Myanmar border. Red laser dots were once again locked onto him. Fear exploded within him, every nerve screaming, run! Run! He scooped up Xiaoru and sprinted at breakneck speed to the base of a thick tree. Bang! Several more gunshots echoed. At the same time, Fong Ning barely managed to hide behind the tree. Crack! Crack! The sound of bullets striking the tree echoed. Xiaoru, are you okay? Fong Ning gasped for breath, nervously checking on Xiaoru in his arms. Brother Ning, I'm fine. What about you? Ah! Xiaoru screamed, her eyes instantly filling with panic as she stared fixedly at Fong Ning's right shoulder. A gaping hole had been torn through his right shoulder by a bullet, gushing blood. The blood had already soaked through his shirt. Chapter 102, The Mysterious Overseas Organization, The Poker Club. Brother Ning, don't die. Too young to comprehend the gory scene, Xiaoru thought Fong Ning was about to die. With a wail, she threw herself into Fong Ning's arms and sobbed uncontrollably, her voice filled with unbearable sorrow. Brother Ning, you haven't even married me yet. How could you die like this? Her slender shoulders shook violently as tears streamed down her face. Ahem, I'm just a little hurt. I won't die. Fong Ning cleared his throat twice, helping Xiaoru up as he said helplessly. Thank goodness. Xiaoru's wide, pitiful eyes immediately turned to Fong Ning with joy. Yeah, really. Fong Ning grimaced. The wound began to throb, a piercing pain radiating from his shoulder. He couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He tore off a piece of clothing, wrapped it roughly around his shoulder, and stared intently. Who on earth would bring a gun here? Fong Ning's brow furrowed deeply as he turned to stare intently at the area behind the tree trunk. Could it be accomplices of the human traffickers? No, that group was clearly firing indiscriminately. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be someone trying to silence witnesses? His heart raced for a moment as he gasped for breath, instantly making up his mind. He couldn't go out. He'd stay put and wait for rescue. He didn't believe they'd dare pursue him here. This was Dragon Nation territory. SSSSH. Suddenly, a faint sound came from behind a nearby tree. Like footsteps crunching on dry leaves. Someone. Fong Ning's heart jolted, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead. This was Dragon Nation territory, a place famed as a mercenary's forbidden ground. Who could they be, daring to set foot on Dragon Nation territory so brazenly? His injured right arm clutched Xiaoru tightly, while the muscles in his left arm instantly tensed. Rustle. Footsteps grew louder and closer. This time, Fong Ning heard them clearly. They came from 4 directions behind him. They were closing in to surround him. What to do? What to do? Fong Ning immediately took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. They had guns. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Take the initiative? He'd likely be shot before he even got out. Pretend to surrender? No, that would endanger Xiaoru. Mutual destruction? Fong Ning shuddered violently as the thought exploded in his mind. If he could seize a gun, there was a high chance they could both go down together. Glancing down at Xiaoru, a wave of complex emotions surged through Fong Ning. Seconds later, his gaze hardened with resolve as if he'd made his decision. Though he'd only been a cop for less than a month, he felt deeply fulfilled. An orphan with no parents, his closest bonds were with his companions at the orphanage. He had long considered the people at the orphanage his family. As family, and even more so as a police officer. He had no regrets. After one last deep look at Xiaoru, Fong Ning's gaze sharpened. He picked up a shard of rock from the ground and was about to charge out. Just then, a familiar sound drifted over. Beep beep beep. Zhou Xin and the others finally arrived. The wail of sirens gave way to the roar of engines as police cars rolled in, kicking up clouds of dust. Squeal. Footsteps behind them suddenly quickened, then vanished. The pursuers had fled. Thud. The moment Fong Ning saw Zhou Sun, she instantly exhaled in relief and collapsed to the ground. Fong Ning, are you okay? Thank goodness you saved the victim. The police car screeched to a halt in front of Fong Ning as Zhou Sun and Zhou Kai hurriedly got out. From the car, they couldn't see clearly and could only make out Fong Ning standing behind a tree. The moment they saw clearly, their eyes widened in shock. Fong Ning's lips were pale, his face drained of color, and a bandage was wrapped around his right shoulder. The cloth was soaked through with blood, making Fong Ning look extremely weak. A gunshot wound. Zhou Sun's expression grew grave. Earlier on the way here, he had faintly heard several sounds but hadn't paid them much mind. But seeing Fong Ning's wound, he instantly understood. Gunfire. Full alert. Zhou Sun bellowed, and dozens of detectives swiftly fanned out, forming a line with solemn expressions. No need. The person's probably already gone. Fong Ning pressed his dry lips together and tried to stand. Slow down. Zhou Kai immediately steadied Fong Ning, his eyes fixed intently on him. He felt he had never truly known Fong Ning. Everything Fong Ning had displayed today far exceeded his understanding. A single individual took down 5 suspects and successfully rescued the victim. What kind of god-tier cop is this? They got away? Who were they, and why did they have guns? Zhou Sun couldn't help but ask urgently. The involvement of firearms instantly elevated the case's severity. Over the next few minutes, Fong Ning recounted the entire incident to the 2 officers, dragging his weary body as he spoke. Zhou Sun and Zhou Kai listened with furrowed brows, clearly brimming with questions. Upon hearing that Brother Dao had been stabbed to death by Old Q, Zhou Sun blurted out. You mean Brother Dao was stabbed to death by the tattooed guy? How is that possible? According to his investigation, Daoj was brought in by the tattooed man. They were clearly working together. Why would the tattooed man kill him? Just as Zhou Sun was racking his brain for answers, Fong Ning dropped another bombshell. The tattooed guy who committed the murder was shot dead by a group of people with guns right between the eyes. What? Zhou Sun gasped in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Regaining his composure, he exchanged a glance with Fong Ning. Both men voiced the same conclusion simultaneously. To maintain secrecy. Zhou Kai frowned deeply, utterly confused by the situation. The tattooed man killed Brother Dao, and later got killed by someone else, all because they didn't want to leave any clues behind. Seeing Zhou Kai's frown, Zhou Sun explained. They? Who are they? Zhou Kai remained utterly confused. Zhou Sun pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. They're part of an organization called the Poker Club. Initially, we believed it was a cross-city human trafficking and organ trafficking syndicate. But as our investigation deepened, we made a major discovery. The Poker Club is actually a foreign organization. Their recent appearance here is an attempt to break into the Dragon Nation market. At this point, Zhou Sun paused, his voice growing solemn. It seems I underestimated the Poker Club. They actually dared to use firearms within Longgua's borders. I will report this matter truthfully. If they dare to lay a finger on Longhua, I will not let them off. Upon hearing Zhou Sun's words, Fong Ning sprang to his feet. Almost gritting his teeth, he declared. Count me in. The Poker Club had dared to target the orphanage, something Fong Ning absolutely could not tolerate. All right. Just as Zhou Sun was about to nod, he suddenly saw Fong Ning's eyes roll back as he collapsed straight onto the floor. Brother Ning. Captain Fong. Quick. Get him to the hospital. Chapter 103, Criminal Investigation Squad and SWAT Team stealing suspects at the scene? The next day. Chuncheng City First People's Hospital. The atmosphere inside the hospital today felt unusual, tinged with a solemn air. The parking lot was unusually full before 7 o'clock. Strangely, over half the vehicles were police cars. The rest were all minivans or black Passats. Inside the inpatient building. Nurse Zhang hurried toward the inpatient building, her expression grim. She glanced down at her watch again, pursed her lips, and muttered under her breath. What's going on today? It's barely this early and the parking lot's already full. I'm going to be late. She always timed her arrival perfectly for the day shift, and the parking lot was always full of empty spots. But today, the security guard said it was already full. With no other choice, she circled around and parked in the outer lot. Whoa, what's going on here? As soon as Zhang reached the elevator lobby, she saw a dense crowd packed in front of the elevators. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. The only two elevators in the inpatient ward were now flanked by serpentine lines. The line stretched from the elevator doors all the way outside and around the corner, and the number of people kept growing. Though none of them wore uniforms, Zhang recognized them instantly. They had to be police officers. As a hospital nurse who frequently interacted with police, she recognized them almost instantly. Could it be that the police were having their annual physicals today? No, this is the inpatient ward. Xiao Zhang's mind raced, her head pounding as she struggled to make sense of it all. There was no time to waste, she had to take the stairs. Zhang took a deep breath, glanced at the seemingly endless queue, and with a determined look in her eyes, stepped onto the staircase, ready to run up. The inpatient ward was on the 10th floor. It would take a while to climb, barring any surprises. But the moment he pushed open the fire door, Zhang stumbled and nearly fell flat on his face. It turned out that not only the elevator, but even the stairwell was packed with people. One after another, they were all huffing and puffing their way up the stairs. What the hell? Xiao Zhang rubbed his jaw hard, his mouth opening and closing but no words coming out. This was ridiculous. Had she come to the wrong place? She suddenly felt deeply doubtful about herself. After a long moment of twitching her lips, she closed her eyes and joined the army of climbers. A few minutes later. Huff, huff, huff. Zhang pushed open the fire door, panting heavily, his calves trembling. He'd intended to vent to a colleague about his ordeal, but upon standing up, his jaw dropped wide open, wide enough to fit a duck egg. At the end of the corridor, a long line had formed outside the ward door. That was Chief Li from Beileton, wasn't it? Spotting a familiar face, Zhang's eyes lit up. He recognized the chief of Beileton Police Station. Their hospital fell under Beileton's jurisdiction. They'd interacted with Beileton Police Station frequently, so she recognized Chief Li. But soon, her brows furrowed deeply. The scene before her left her momentarily stunned. The esteemed police station chief was actually at the very back of the line, with a large crowd ahead of him. Xiao Zhang's eyes narrowed sharply, his whole body suddenly feeling hot and dry. Pushing through his deep confusion, he scanned further and recognized another figure. Deputy Chief Gao Tongwei. She recognized Gao Tongwei because the old city district bureau had once visited the hospital for promotional activities. She remembered his closing remarks vividly. And there was someone standing right in front of Chief Gao. Xiao Zhang was utterly stunned, clutching handfuls of her hair as if it were about to fall out, her eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. Even the bureau chief wasn't standing at the very front. Could it be that? She swallowed hard, her throat suddenly parched. Her gaze went blank as she stared toward the end of the corridor. At that moment, even she could see that everyone downstairs and upstairs had only one purpose. To see the person in the VIP room at the end of the corridor. Who exactly was that person? Inside the VIP ward. Thank you, sir. My injuries are nothing serious. You've gone out of your way, sir. I'm truly fine. Take your time, sir. As the door slammed shut, Fong Ning's face instantly fell. This was already the third leader he'd seen this morning. They all came in with a flurry of polite inquiries and showered him with praise. His face had been strained from smiling so much all morning. The gunshot wound wasn't serious. The bullet had grazed his shoulder without lodging inside. Disinfecting the wound, stopping the bleeding, and applying a bandage would suffice. Yesterday's fainting spell had been pure exhaustion. Little did he know that upon opening his eyes, his arm would be tightly bandaged. Someone unaware might have thought it was amputated. Knock. Within minutes, the knocking resumed outside the door. Fong Ning took a deep breath and forced a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. A large group of people came clattering in. Fong Ning's eyes lit up instantly as he recognized several familiar faces. Director Dai from the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, Director Gao from the Precinct, Patrol Officer Zhou from the Criminal Investigation Team, SWAT Officer Su Tian, and Zhou Kai from the Anti-Smuggling Bureau. Director Dai from Customs Enforcement is here too? Then who's that man beside him? Just as Fong Ning was puzzling over this, Chief Gao stepped forward to introduce them. Fong Ning, this is Chief Huang from the Municipal Bureau. He came specifically to see you. Director? Fong Ning couldn't help but blink in surprise. So this man before him was the Municipal Bureau Director. Meaning he's Director Gao's superior? This was his first time meeting Director Huang in person. Fong Ning, I've been keeping an eye on you for quite some time. Take good care of your injuries, there's even more important work ahead for you. Commissioner Huang wore a broad smile, clearly in high spirits, as he shook Fong Ning's hand warmly. Whoa! The others in the room exchanged glances, their eyes darting nervously. None of them were fools. They all picked up on the crucial implication in Director Huang's words. Fong Ning was likely being transferred to the Municipal Bureau. Consider this, Fong Ning had been on the job for less than a month. A direct transfer to the Municipal Bureau meant skipping 2 ranks. This was simply unbelievable. Thank you for your concern, sir. Hearing Fong Ning's response, Director Huang nodded with satisfaction, his gaze toward Fong Ning growing increasingly appreciative. Fong Ning's operation not only helped the Municipal Bureau solve the kidnapping case but also assisted the Anti-Smuggling Bureau in apprehending the smugglers. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He couldn't wait to transfer Fong Ning to the Municipal Bureau. Such a genius was simply wasted at the police station. Captain Fong, you've truly done us an immense favor. Commissioner Dai and Zhou Kai approached at that moment, their expressions filled with emotion as they sincerely thanked Fong Ning. Had it not been for Fong Ning, the Anti-Smuggling Bureau would have been in serious trouble. Had the suspects breached the border checkpoint and fled successfully, it would have utterly disgraced the authority of Chuanqing's border defenses. After the Customs Bureau's condolences, it was the turn of Zhou Kai from the Criminal Investigation Team and Su Tian from the Special Police Unit. Strangely, though they were colleagues, both wore sullen expressions and stood far apart, one on the left and one on the right. Fong Ning, if you ever come to the Municipal Bureau, you must join my Criminal Investigation Team. I'll make you Deputy Captain. Zhou Sun suddenly stepped forward and said earnestly to Fong Ning. Fong Ning, don't listen to him. Join my SWAT team, I'll give you the Deputy Captain position too, and let you lead operations on the front lines. Su Tian refused to be outdone, forcing his way over. What are you messing around for? Fong Ning is destined for our Criminal Investigation Team, he'll be handling our cases. Zhou Sun's eyes blazed as he glared at Su Tian. Oomph. Fong Ning worked perfectly with our SWAT team during the Cooperative Society bust. He has a connection with us too. He should join my SWAT team. You. What do you mean, what? Fong Ning, tell us, where do you want to go? Both men suddenly turned to Fong Ning, speaking in unison. Fong Ning's eyelids twitched violently, a bitter taste rising in his throat. What kind of mess is this? No matter what I choose, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Wait, why choose? I never said I was going anywhere. Seeing the hopeful looks on their faces, Fong Ning simply closed his eyes, kicked his legs out, and feigned unconsciousness. Ah! What are you doing? The patient has fainted. A nurse's startled scream echoed from outside the door. Chapter 104, the upcoming award ceremony. With the nurse's shriek, calm gradually returned to the VIP ward. Seeing this, the chiefs and colleagues from the Old City District Bureau no longer waited. They set down their flower baskets and departed. The once bustling corridor instantly fell silent. Phew, I was so clever. Fong Ning lay on the hospital bed, eyes closed, feeling immensely relieved at his quick thinking. If he hadn't feigned unconsciousness, who knows how many more people would have come in. He certainly didn't want to be paraded around like a monkey for everyone to gawk at. Besides, the wound had long since lost all sensation. Right now, it felt pleasantly tingly, both itchy and soothing. Perhaps it was due to his extraordinary physical constitution. Squeak! The ward door creaked open. Hearing the sound, Fong Ning quickly closed his eyes, thinking it was another visitor. Just then, the room filled with the soft murmurs of several girls. Look, that's Fong Ning. I heard he's a combat hero. His face is so handsome. His eyebrows are so handsome. Oh my god, he's my ideal type. Look, he's got 8-pack abs. Come on, let's go touch them. Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up as she gazed at Fong Ning's exposed abs, her gaze gleaming. Ever since she saw so many people outside the ward that morning, she'd been intensely curious about the patient inside. After waiting patiently until everyone had finally left, she and a few colleagues decided to sneak over for a peek. Hearing this, Fong Ning's eyebrows twitched, clearly unsettled inside. Just as he was debating whether to wake up, the surrounding area suddenly fell silent again. Several nurses tiptoed closer and closer. Suddenly, little Zhang brushed past Fong Ning like a dragonfly skimming water, then turned and ran away, her face flushed with embarrassment. Seeing Zhang dash away, the other nurses scattered like birds and beasts. Fong Ning shot upright, his face flushing crimson. Holy crap, I just got flirted with. Fong Ning felt utterly speechless, caught between laughter and tears. Zhang, did you actually touch me just now? How was the texture? The feel? It felt pretty good. Want to give it a try yourselves? That wouldn't be appropriate. The nurses hadn't gone far and started chatting right there in the hallway. Fong Ning's face flushed alternately red and white, his expression thick with embarrassment. He flopped onto the bed and stared blankly at the ceiling, muttering to himself. It's over. I'm no longer pure. Just as Fong Ning's mind was racing with thoughts, the ward door creaked open again. Master! Sister Chan! Brother Fong! Fong Ning, thinking another nurse was entering, jumped up with a start. Seeing it was Lin Dashan and the others, his face lit up with joy. Oh dear, your injuries aren't healed yet. Lie back down. Seeing Fong Ning's dramatic reaction, Shuri-chan looked concerned and gently pushed him back onto the bed. Sigh, we came early this morning, but never expected we'd have to wait in line just to see you. You've really made something of yourself. Lin Dashan said with a stern face, sighing deeply. Though he spoke like this, inside he was nearly bursting with laughter. He truly hadn't expected Fong Ning to pull off such a grand gesture, actually getting the city's bigwigs to show up. The city authorities took this matter extremely seriously, offering high praise and affirmation for Fong Ning's actions. His disciple receiving such widespread recognition filled him with joy. There was no room left for anger. Master, this. Fong Ning looked awkward and was about to explain when Zhang Feng burst out laughing beside him. Fong Ning, the chief was just joking with you. You didn't see him outside, he was telling everyone, Fong Ning is my disciple. You're such a chatterbox. Lin Dashan flushed with embarrassment and shot Zhang Feng a fierce glare. The latter chuckled awkwardly twice and said nothing. Fong Ning, are you really okay? I asked the doctor and he said you just lost too much blood. Seeing Fong Ning's injured arm, Lin Dashan's expression changed instantly as he asked with concern. I'm fine. Look, I can even play rock paper scissors. Fong Ning gestured that he was fine and reached out to demonstrate, only to have his hand grabbed by Shuri-chan. What's that, Hero Fong? Think you didn't die fast enough? Shuri-chan shot Fong Ning a sideways glance, her eyes icy cold. Yesterday had truly terrified her. Fong Ning had jumped into his car and raced off in pursuit without even understanding the situation. She and Zhang Feng had been left behind, waiting anxiously at the scene. Then came the news that Fong Ning had fallen unconscious. Upon hearing it, she rushed straight to the hospital. Only after the doctor personally assured her that Fong Ning was fine did she finally go home to rest. This morning, upon hearing the chief was coming to visit Fong Ning, she followed without a moment's hesitation. Now that she saw Fong Ning was completely fine and back to his usual feisty self. Chan, I'm really fine. For some reason, every time he saw Shi Chan's expression like this, he felt a flutter of unease in his heart. Eat it. Si Chan casually pulled a lunchbox from her bag. Inside was pumpkin and corn porridge. Gulp. The sight of the steaming porridge made Fong Ning's stomach growl in protest. Where'd you get this porridge? He took a small sip, then his face twisted into a strange expression. If Fong Ning hadn't covered his mouth with his hand, he might have spit it out. What? You don't like the porridge? Seeing Fong Ning's dramatic reaction, Shuri-chan's eyes instantly turned red, visibly misting over. This. Fong Ning felt flustered, looking around in confusion. What's going on? Why is she suddenly about to cry? Squad leader, this porridge was personally cooked by Sister Chan early this morning. Zhang Feng sighed, blinking cautiously as he offered a gentle reminder. He had seen Shi Chan carrying this lunchbox early that morning. Hearing this, Shuri-chan felt even more wronged. Tears streamed down her lashes, making her look utterly pitiable. Fong Ning stared blankly at Shi Chan, a hint of shock in his eyes and a touch of deep emotion. He never imagined that Sister Chan, a police officer whose hands had never touched a pot, would personally cook porridge for him. In all his years, only Aunt Wang at the orphanage had ever cooked porridge for him. Burp. He suddenly lowered his head, gulping down the porridge in no time, then let out an exaggerated burp. This porridge is delicious. I could go for another bowl. Really? Of course it's true. Seeing Fong Ning say this, Shuri-chan instantly brightened up, a smile returning to her lips. There's another bowl. Ha! Fong Ning felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly fainting on the bed. Seeing Fong Ning's hesitant expression, Shi Chan seemed to realize something and gasped. Oh no! I might have mistaken salt for sugar. She pursed her lips. Put. Shuri-chan spit it out a good distance, her eyes turning green. It could literally choke someone to death. You idiot, why didn't you say anything? Shuri-chan stared blankly at Fong Ning, a chord deep within her heart plucked violently. Lin Dashan watched the scene with a satisfied smile, his eyes brimming with warmth, as if he were seeing his younger self. Fong Ning, I've come today to share some good news with you. Lin Dashan's tone was mysterious. What good news, master? Fong Ning muttered while gulping down water. A faint smile touched Lin Dashan's lips as he spoke slowly. The annual commendation ceremony of the Municipal Bureau will commence in 3 days. Chapter 105, another second-class merit award. The awards ceremony isn't over yet? 3 days later. The sun shone brightly, painting the scenery in perfect splendor. At an open-air training ground somewhere in Spring City, red flags fluttered amidst a bustling scene. In the center of a field as large as several soccer pitches, countless benches were densely packed. From above, they resembled rows of bricks or stacks of Tetris blocks. The stands were already filled with people, each face radiating joy. Today marked the annual commendation ceremony of the Municipal Police Bureau. Every year as the Lunar New Year approaches, the Spring City Police Department holds an awards ceremony. First, it serves as a summary of the year's work. Second, it recognizes outstanding officers and precincts. The most crucial part of the ceremony is the announcement of the awards. For instance, nominations for the Outstanding Police Bureau and Outstanding Police Station. Of course, the most crucial part is the nomination and awarding of the Outstanding Police Officer. This represents the highest honor within the Spring City Police Department, with only one winner ultimately selected. Even though everyone knows they won't be the one honored, it doesn't dampen their enthusiasm. Every year before the ceremony begins, everyone gathers privately to discuss who is most likely to win the Outstanding Officer Award. Hey, what do you think who will win this year's Outstanding Officer Award? That's hard to say. If we knew who would be nominated, we could at least make an educated guess. True, multiple choice questions are manageable, but application problems are too tough. In a corner of the training ground, several officers sat in a circle, chatting animatedly. Haven't you heard? There are already nominees. A young man with a crew cut chimed in mysteriously. Huh? Really? How do you know? Aren't nominations always announced on the spot every year? The others looked at him in confusion. Ahem, well, you wouldn't know this, but I heard it from our bureau chief himself. He said the chief personally confirmed one nomination during a meeting at the Customs Enforcement Bureau. The guy's tone was full of mystery. Seriously? Who got it? Aren't 4 major bureaus participating in this year's anti-smuggling bureau operation? Longhu, Xuanwu, Fengming, I forgot the last one. Could it be Yang Wei from Longhu? I heard he's quite capable. Did he get the nomination early? It could also be Lu Li from Xuanwu. I hear he's performed well too. But Yang Wei seems more likely. Everyone kept speculating, but in the end, most agreed Yang Wei was the most likely candidate. You might not believe this, but the nominee wasn't from Longhu or Xuanwu at all. It was someone from the Old City District Bureau. Fong Ning. Fong Ning from the Old City District? Everyone blinked in unison, their minds struggling to process it. The Old City District Bureau is always at the bottom of the rankings. When did they even join the anti-smuggling operation? Who is Fong Ning? I don't recall him at all. What about you guys? I've never heard of him either. Me neither. Who is Fong Ning? Never heard of him. In past years, every nominee for outstanding officer was a star from the major precincts. Yet this Fong Ning? No one here has even heard of him. Everyone looked at the guy with the crew cut, their faces full of questions. The guy with the crew cut smacked his lips, thoroughly enjoying the reaction. When he first heard the news, he'd been just as baffled as everyone else. Fong Ning was a rookie who hadn't even been on the job for a month. The guy with the flat top blinked and said flatly, "What? How could that be possible?" The corners of everyone's mouths twitched, feeling like they were about to lose their minds. A rookie who hadn't even been on the job a month was nominated for Outstanding Officer? Is this for real? After all, they hadn't even completed their probationary period by their 1-month mark. Whoa, what kind of god is this? Tell us what happened. Yeah. What exactly did Fong Ning do to deserve this? The crowd buzzed with chatter, eyes fixed on the young man with hopeful glances. Does catching an A-level fugitive on your first day count as immediate promotion? Hell yeah. What about catching over 70 thieves in a single day? Holy. That counts. You know the Freemasons, right? He personally caught Silver Fox. Holy crap, that's insane. And that's not all, he was promoted to first-class police superintendent within a week of joining. What? How did he pull that off? The crowd was utterly stunned, mouths agape, tongues nearly bitten off. Just as the guy with the crew cut was about to explain, rousing music suddenly filled the air. The commendation ceremony had officially begun. Alright, you'll see for yourselves soon enough. Seeing the ceremony had started, the young man tossed out a quick remark and dashed back to his seat. A temporary stage had been erected atop the martial arts arena using iron scaffolding. Welcome, everyone, to the Spring City Police Department's annual awards ceremony. I hereby declare the awards ceremony officially open. Commissioner Huang's face glowed with satisfaction as his voice boomed out. Clap. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. As the ceremony commenced, Chief Huang first delivered his annual summary and outlook for the coming year. The speech was brief, and the audience listened attentively. Soon, the ceremony moved to its crucial segment. Now, we come to today's main event, the award ceremony. At these words, the audience instantly perked up. One by one, they sat up straight, their eyes fixed expectantly on the stage. After a brief pause, Director Huang spoke slowly. Before we begin the awards ceremony, there's one more prize we'd like to announce. What? Another award? There's never been this part before. The audience exchanged puzzled glances. Glancing down at the audience, Director Huang's eyes twinkled with amusement as he continued in a measured tone. Comrade Fong Ning of the Old City District, in recognition of his meritorious assistance to the Anti-Smuggling Bureau in seizing contraband, has been awarded a second-class merit award. The moment the words left his mouth, the room fell silent. Seconds later, the room erupted in a clamor. What? An individual second-class merit award. The crowd below the stage held their breath, gasping for air. They had heard about the Customs Enforcement Bureau's missions assisting in investigating smuggling operations. At most, they'd apprehend a few individual smugglers at the airport. That was the extent of it. How could they possibly earn a second-class merit? What monumental achievement had they accomplished? The poker ring incident was too serious for the police to disclose details, so no one knew the specifics. But that didn't stop their eyes from glowing green with envy. A second-class merit medal. Getting one in a lifetime would be remarkable. Fong Ning was invited to the stage to receive his award. Hearing the prompting from the stage, Fong Ning's mouth twitched as he stiffly walked up. Is the award ceremony happening right now? Under the intense stares of those around him, Fong Ning felt thoroughly uncomfortable. Fong Ning, keep up the good work, I believe in you. Lost in his thoughts, Director Huang had already approached with the medal, his face beaming at Fong Ning. Thank you, Director. Fong Ning bowed his head to accept the medal and was about to slip away. He truly couldn't stand the spotlight. Just as Fong Ning turned to run away, suddenly, Director Huang's voice came from behind. What's the rush? The awards ceremony isn't over yet. There's more to come. Chapter 106, the title of Customs Enforcement Pioneer. A 150,000 yuan reward. What? There's more? Fong Ning was instantly dumbfounded. Isn't this the standard procedure for a second-class merit award? When did a new process appear? It's not like he's never received a second-class merit award before. Ahem, you'll find out soon enough. Seeing Fong Ning's puzzled expression, Director Huang cleared his throat twice, signaling Fong Ning not to get impatient. Sure enough, moments later, a figure slowly emerged from below the stage. Director Dai? Fong Ning's jaw dropped in surprise. He never expected Director Dai to be here. Spotting Fong Ning, Director Dai flashed a warm smile. He slowly approached the stage in full view of the audience and pinned another medal around the still bewildered Fong Ning's neck. Before Fong Ning could ask any questions, Director Dai took the microphone from Director Huang, his voice filled with emotion. As Director of the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, I am here today to express our sincere gratitude to Comrade Fong Ning on behalf of our entire Bureau. Though we cannot award a second-class merit, after unanimous deliberation by the Bureau, we have decided to grant Comrade Fong Ning a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. And we hereby confer upon Comrade Fong Ning the title of Customs Enforcement Pioneer. The announcement sent the audience into an uproar. Customs Enforcement Pioneer? 50,000 yuan? Is this for real? Eyes darted wildly across the room, wide with disbelief, as if they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. 50,000 yuan. That's more than the bonus for a second-class merit award. What exactly did Fong Ning do to deserve such a huge reward? The bureau chiefs in attendance were stunned into a daze, their minds going blank. Unlike the others, they knew a bit more. They knew Fong Ning had excelled in airport customs enforcement and had since been transferred to the Manglo port. Now, hearing Chief Dai intended to award Fong Ning the title of Customs Enforcement Pioneer, their faces were etched with utter disbelief. Like the police force, the Customs Bureau awarded the Customs Pioneer title to only one individual per year. It was the Bureau's highest annual honor. What on earth had happened? That the Customs Bureau would bestow this title upon someone from the police department. The division chief stared at Fong Ning as if he were a freak, their eyes filled with shock. Director Dai, this isn't quite right, is it? At the mention of 50,000 yuan, Fong Ning's eyes lit up and he nearly laughed out loud. But seeing so many eyes fixed on him below the stage, he humbly replied, "It's fine. If it weren't for you, we'd be in real trouble this year." Commissioner Dai leaned in and whispered, "All right, my task is done. I have other business to attend to and will take my leave. Carry on." Director Dai lifted his head, regaining his serious demeanor, and rose to leave the stage. "Continue? I'm getting off too, okay." Fong Ning felt the intense stares from the audience below the stage. If he didn't get down there soon, he'd be killed by their glances. "Fong Ning, wait, you're not done yet." Seeing Fong Ning about to bolt, Director Gao grabbed his arm. "Where are you going? Did I tell you to leave? Stand there properly. There's more to come." Seeing Director Huang's expression wasn't joking, Fong Ning sniffed and stood there blankly. He couldn't imagine what else could possibly come next. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed through the room, instantly stirring a commotion among the crowd below the stage. "Look! Who's that? Why are they driving an SUV over here? Yeah, look at the license plate, it's a provincial vehicle. Yun Provincial Museum? What are they doing here?" The crowd below the stage buzzed with speculation, none understanding why museum staff would be here. Soon, a gray-haired elder stepped out of the vehicle. It was none other than the familiar face of Director Li. Director Li looked energetic and vigorous, striding with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger. A smile played at the corners of his eyes, making him appear several years younger than just a few days ago. He strode briskly onto the stage, exchanged greetings with Director Huang. Director Li turned to Fong Ning with a warm smile, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Young brother Fong Ning, don't you recall what I once told you?" "What words?" Fong Ning scratched his head, genuinely unable to recall. He only remembered that after Director Li had taken away the artifacts that day, they had drunk until late into the night, and he had ended up taking a taxi home himself. He'd felt guilty about it for quite some time. "I told you I'd give you a surprise." Director Li blinked, reminding Fong Ning once more. "I think so." Fong Ning nodded mechanically. Now that Director Li mentioned it, he seemed to recall. Director Li had indeed said those words to him before leaving. But he hadn't paid much attention at the time, thinking the dean was joking. After all, the dean had seemed a bit off that night. Could it be that Dean Li was here to present the medal too? A sudden flash of realization struck Fong Ning, and he gaped at President Li in stunned silence. Ha. Director Li chuckled twice before taking the microphone. "Good evening, everyone. I am Li Liankui, director of the Yunnan Provincial Museum. I have come here today with one purpose: to express the Yun Province Museum's profound gratitude to Comrade Fong Ning. Following a unanimous vote by the entire Yuncheng Museum staff, we have decided to award Comrade Fong Ning with a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the rapid breathing of the crowd below the stage. Seconds later, the room erupted. Holy crap! 100,000. Did I hear that right? 100,000 yuan. Not 10,000, 100,000. Hearing that figure, everyone's minds completely exploded. That's 100,000 yuan. Enough to buy a car. What the hell is going on today? Wasn't this supposed to be the Bureau's commendation ceremony? How did it turn into Fong Ning's personal celebration? Forget the second place prize, just the extra bonuses alone totaled 150,000 yuan. The heads of all the major branches were breathing heavily, their nostrils flaring. 150,000, that's an absolutely outrageous sum. That could buy a brand new police car for the Bureau. Especially for the chiefs of the major branches who participated in the anti-smuggling operation, their feelings right now were as complicated as they could possibly be. They had once dismissed the old City District Bureau as a mere appendage and regarded Fong Ning as just a rookie. But now it was clear this rookie had long since left them far behind. They're simply not on the same level anymore. "Fong Ning, thank you so much. Come find me at the Provincial Bureau when you get the chance." Director Li pulled out the pre-prepared 100,000 yuan from his coat pocket. 10 neat stacks presented before Fong Ning. "Thank you." Seeing the towering stack of cash, Fong Ning was so overwhelmed he could barely speak. Although he'd received several second-class merit awards worth tens of thousands, those had always been deposited into his account. He had never held such a large sum of money in his hands before. Holding all this cash in his arms now, Fong Ning felt like he was floating in the sky, as if he'd entered a fairyland. "All right, my task is complete. We'll meet again when the opportunity arises." President Li didn't linger. He stepped off the stage, got into his car, and drove off without a second glance. Within minutes, he was gone from sight. Everything happened too fast. Not even 10 minutes had passed and it all felt like a dream, as if no one had ever been there. Feeling the weight of the cash in his hand, Fong Ning knew this was real, not a dream. "Alright, we will now announce today's outstanding police stations, outstanding sub-bureaus, and outstanding individuals." Just as Fong Ning was lost in thought, Chief Huang's voice rang out again. Hearing this, Fong Ning instantly exhaled in relief, thinking he could finally step down. But the instant he stepped down from the podium, Director Huang's slightly peculiar voice called out from behind him. Fong Ning, hold on a moment, it's not over yet." Chapter 107, Yang Wei as Outstanding Officer? Ha? It's not over yet? Fong Ning felt his legs go weak, nearly collapsing beneath the table. His awards ceremony wasn't over yet? He couldn't imagine what else could possibly happen. The Customs Bureau, the museum, everyone who should and shouldn't have come showed up. Why wasn't it over yet? Ignoring Fong Ning's resentful blare, Director Huang cleared his throat. Ahem, next we'll announce this year's outstanding police stations. At Director Huang's words, the entire audience held their breath, eyes fixed on the stage. The chiefs of each major police station breathed heavily, their faces flushed with excitement. This wasn't merely an honorary title, it represented the highest recognition for a police station's annual work. Without exaggeration, earning this title meant the station's personnel could practically walk with their chests puffed out. Urxiankyo Police Station, Sadeo Street Police Station, Jiayang Police Station, Pantang Police Station. A full 168 chiefs craned their necks, eagerly awaiting the announcement. Each hoped this year's honor would land on their own shoulders. Lin Dashan sat up straight, his eyes fixed intently ahead, his gaze betraying a deep yearning. Today's advanced police station is... At this point, Director Huang deliberately paused. Seeing the hopeful gazes of the crowd, he smiled and announced in a booming voice. Urxiankyo Police Station. The chiefs of major stations were stunned, and the heads of district bureaus were baffled. Even the officers from Urxiankyo Police Station doubted their own ears. Urxiankyo Police Station? Isn't that under the old city district bureau? I distinctly remember it was dead last year. You're not mistaken, Urxiankyo really was dead last year. Whoa, how could that be? Could there be a mistake? The chiefs were collectively dumbfounded, never in their wildest dreams expecting Urxiankyo to win the title of Advanced Police Station. Great. Absolutely fantastic. Lin Dashan's face flushed crimson, turning as dark as liver in an instant. He shot up from his chair, his face beaming with excitement. He turned to Fong Ning and swallowed hard. He knew all this was thanks to Fong Ning. If not for Fong Ning, the Urxiankyo Police Station's current situation wouldn't be much better than last year's. Let alone being nominated for the Advanced Police Station Award. Now, please invite all members of Urxiankyo to the stage to receive their award. Commissioner Huang called out to the crowd below the stage, flashing a knowing smile at Fong Ning. No wonder. Fong Ning felt both amused and exasperated. No wonder the chief wouldn't let him step down. So Urxiankyo was the Advanced Police Station. If he had left the stage just now, he'd probably have to come back up. Thank you, Director. We at Urxiankyo will keep striving to earn the advanced title again next year. Lin Dashan accepted the banner for the Advanced Police Station, his face beaming like a chrysanthemum. Hearing this, the station chiefs below the stage felt a wave of envy wash over them, their eyes glinting with covetousness as they stared at Lin Dashan. Good grief, 1 year isn't enough? How many more do you plan to win? After the awards came the acceptance speeches. Lin Dashan grabbed the microphone and wouldn't let go, standing on stage and speaking eloquently for over 10 minutes. The other station chiefs simply turned away, refusing to watch any longer. Finally, Director Huang cleared his throat with a disapproving look, and only then did Lin Dashan snap out of it, sheepishly stepping down from the stage. After the award for the Outstanding Police Station, it was time for the Outstanding Sub-Bureau Award. Director Huang, should I go down now? Fong Ning had learned his lesson this time and didn't follow his colleagues off stage. Instead, he remained on stage, looking expectantly at Director Huang. You certainly don't need to step down. Commissioner Huang shot Fong Ning a peculiar look, as if he had something to say but held back. The audience below the stage clearly noticed this, and one by one, they froze in disbelief. They hadn't heard the director's words, only seeing Fong Ning stubbornly refusing to leave the stage. What's up, bro? You're not coming down from that stage, huh? No, is everything about you now? Is the advanced division part of your bureau too? Now, we'll announce this year's advanced precinct. Without keeping everyone waiting too long, Director Huang began announcing the advanced branches. This time, it was the chiefs of the major branches who were on edge. Chief Gao of Old City District, Chief Sun of Longhu District, and Chief of Xuanwu Branch. These usually composed leaders were visibly tense. Some even closed their eyes. This award was simply too important. Unlike the Advanced Police Station Award, the Advanced Precinct designation meant far more than just increased bonuses. Earning the Advanced Precinct title played a crucial role in their promotions. The current Deputy Bureau Chief had been promoted so quickly precisely because his former Sub-Bureau had frequently earned the Advanced Sub-Bureau title. You don't think the Advanced Sub-Bureau is in the Old City District, do you? Probably not. In previous years, the branches with advanced police stations weren't designated as advanced branches. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. Hearing the district chief's conversation, Gao Tongwei's face instantly paled. They were right, the advanced sub-districts and advanced police stations of previous years were never in the same district. Though he desperately wanted this advanced title, it seemed increasingly unlikely. Perhaps this year could be an exception. A sudden thought struck Chief Gao like a bolt of lightning. Whether or not Chief Huang had heard Chief Gao's inner thoughts, his resonant voice boomed out. This year's Advanced District Bureau is the Old City District Bureau. Huh? What? The chiefs of all the sub-districts below the stage looked at each other with blank expressions. What's going on here? Didn't they say the top-performing police station and district bureau couldn't be the same? But Urxiankyo is under the Old City District branch, right? Ouch. That hurts. Led by Chief Longhu, the faces of the district chiefs turned from pale to crimson, their expressions shifting wildly. Every pair of eyes fixed intently on Chief Gao, the envy in their gazes almost palpable. Whoa, why's my back suddenly feeling cold? Chief Gao shrugged it off with a casual twist of his body, then shot a fiery glance at Fong Ning on the stage. He understood clearly that the Old City District Bureau's recognition as an advanced unit was undoubtedly connected to Fong Ning. Representatives from the award-winning bureau and its subordinate police stations, please come forward to receive your awards. As Chief Huang's words fell, a crowd from the Old City District immediately made their way up. Fong Ning naturally became the representative of Erxian Bridge. Commissioner Gao was visibly moved, delivering a passionate and impassioned speech. As expected of a bureau chief, his speech was flawless and perfectly timed. As soon as he finished, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. With the awards for the Advanced Police Station and Advanced Sub-Bureau concluded, the grand finale of the day was finally upon them. Outstanding Police Officer. Unlike the previous two awards, this was a purely individual honor representing the highest accolade for officers in Spring City. Everyone held their breath, all eyes fixed on who would take home the top prize. Yet deep down, most understood. Barring any surprises, this year's Outstanding Police Officer would undoubtedly be Fong Ning. With both a second-class merit award and a Customs Enforcement Medal under his belt, he was clearly head and shoulders above the rest. This time, Fong Ning wisely remained silent, standing obediently on the stage. Commissioner Huang's lips twitched slightly at the sight, but he merely nodded silently. A few minutes later, Director Huang's voice echoed from the stage. This year's Outstanding Officer is Yang Wei from Longhu Branch. Chapter 108, Shock. Fong Ning awarded Honorary Officer. Time rewound to a few minutes earlier. As everyone below the stage waited with bated breath for the final results, Commissioner Huang swept his gaze across the audience and slowly announced. There are two nominees for this year's Outstanding Police Officer Award. The first is Yang Wei from Longhu Precinct. The moment the words left his mouth, gasps erupted from the audience. Congratulations! Captain Yang, looks like you've got a strong chance this year. Upon hearing Yang Wei's nomination, his colleagues immediately clasped their hands in praise. The reason they said his chances looked promising this year was because Yang Wei was last year's Outstanding Officer at the Spring City Police Department. Thank you, but this is just a nomination. The final outcome remains uncertain. Yang Wei's face practically beamed with joy as he bowed and clasped his hands in response. His heart had been pounding wildly until he heard his name, finally easing his nerves. Glancing at Fong Ning on stage, a flicker of competitive spirit flashed in his eyes. As last year's Outstanding Officer and the Bureau's star captain, he had been thoroughly outmatched by Fong Ning in the anti-smuggling operation, a defeat that gnawed at him. He'd been seeking redemption elsewhere. Fong Ning, I admit you're formidable, but you're still far from deserving the title of Outstanding Officer. Yang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, inwardly dismissing the notion. The selection for Outstanding Officer isn't based on the success or failure of just one or two missions. It's based on the cumulative score of your entire year's performance. No matter how capable Fong Ning is, how long has he even been on the job? How much experience could he possibly have? He likely won't be able to compete with me. The second place went to Fong Ning from the Old City District Bureau. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Chief Huang's voice rang out again. It was Fong Ning after all. The audience below the stage all exchanged expressions of I knew it. What Director Huang said at the Anti-Smuggling Bureau wasn't exactly a secret. Most people in the Bureau had heard the rumors. Some had initially found it hard to believe. After all, Fong Ning was just a rookie who had only recently joined the force. It wasn't until they heard the news firsthand that they fully realized the rumors were true. Please come up to the stage. A minute later, Fong Ning and Yang Wei stood side by side on the stage. Commissioner Huang gave them a satisfied look and offered words of encouragement. Both of you are elite officers of the Chuncheng Police Department. Regardless of who receives the award, I hope the other won't be discouraged. All right. Fong Ning and Yang Wei replied in unison. Without further ado, Director Huang cleared his throat and announced the results. Today's Outstanding Officer is Yang Wei from Longhu Precinct. Director Huang's voice wasn't loud, but it reverberated through the room like a thunderclap. Cheers erupted from the Longhu branch, followed by thunderous applause from the audience. The applause was so enthusiastic it lingered long after the announcement. Ha, I knew it. The Outstanding Officer Award was bound to go to Captain Yang. Ha, looks like Fong Ning lost out to youth. If he'd served another year or two, it would have been him for sure. The crowd below the stage clapped in disgust, ultimately reaching the same conclusion. Fong Ning lost because he was too young. While some rejoiced, others sighed. Upon hearing the news, the Old City District Bureau staff collectively let out a collective sigh. Had Fong Ning won the Outstanding Officer Award, the Old City District Bureau would have achieved a hat-trick. Outstanding Police Station, Outstanding Precinct, Outstanding Individual. That would have set an unprecedented record for the Spring City Police Department. Unlike the regretful expressions of the others, the second Xianxiao team led by Lin Dashan was deeply concerned about Fong Ning. Especially Lin Dashan. He knew Fong Ning had sailed through his entire career since joining the force, earning a second-class merit as easily as drinking water. He feared Fong Ning might not be able to handle this setback. Meanwhile, Fong Ning, the very person everyone was fretting over, was standing there as if nothing had happened, a look of indifference even on his face. Congratulations, congratulations. Fong Ning flashed a wide grin at Yang Wei and offered his congratulations. Thanks. Yang Wei felt his mind go blank for a moment. How could he be so calm? Shouldn't he be showing some anger or regret at this moment? He seemed completely unconcerned, almost relieved. He'd been holding back a flood of words to brag to Fong Ning. Now it felt like a fishbone was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't have felt more miserable. Director, I can finally go now, right? Goodbye. Fong Ning couldn't wait to jump off the stage as he spoke. That Outstanding Officer award? He couldn't care less about it. No bonus anyway, being a smuggling crackdown pioneer was far more practical. All he wanted now was to get off the stage, deposit the money in the bank, and transfer it to Aunt Wang. Hold on, come back. Fong Ning hadn't taken more than a few steps before Chief Huang called him back. Director, seriously? The commendation ceremony's already over, right? Fong Ning's face twisted into a bitter grimace. What's going on today? Are you literally trying to embarrass me? Come up here. I have an announcement to make. Seeing Director Huang's stern expression, Fong Ning could only trudge back onto the stage with a wry smile. Holy crap! The audience below stared blankly at the scene, their minds racing with confusion. What's going on? All the awards have been announced, what else could there be? Just as everyone was speculating wildly, Director Huang dropped a bombshell. Due to Comrade Fong Ning's outstanding performance since joining the agency, and following unanimous approval by the General Administration, Comrade Fong Ning is hereby awarded Honorary Police Officer title. Commissioner Huang's words were like dropping a nuclear bomb into a calm lake. Everyone was instantly blown away. What? Honorary Police Officer? Eyes widened in disbelief, each person feeling on the verge of losing their mind. Honorary Police Officer. That's way higher than Advanced Officer. If an Advanced Officer is like the NBA's Rookie of the Year, then Honorary Police Officer is the Hall of Fame. A top pick can be a bust, but the Hall of Fame never does. This is the honor every officer dreams of. How long has Fong Ning even been on the force? And he's already earned honorary officer status? The district chiefs all felt their scalps tingle, exchanging stunned glances, nearly biting their tongues. Honorary Police Officer. The chiefs' breathing grew ragged, as if their chests were stuffed with cotton. After all, the Spring City precinct has fewer than 5 honorary officers to date. The first 4 had served as police officers for most of their lives. Each one was practically covered in medals. Though the title itself carried no tangible rewards, it was undoubtedly the lifelong pursuit of every officer in Spring City. How could this be possible? Yang Wei stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant. His face felt like it had been slapped repeatedly, burning hot. If there were a crack in the ground right now, he'd dive into it without hesitation. He hadn't even had a few minutes to savor his Advanced Officer award before you tell me Fong Ning got the honorary officer title? No way, are you kidding me? Recalling Fong Ning's earlier demeanor, Yang Wei's face drained of color in an instant. Could it be he knew all along? Was he here just to humiliate me? The thought made Yang Wei's legs buckle, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. You knew all along. You were humiliating me just now. Yang Wei pointed a trembling finger at Fong Ning, his lips bitten until they bled, on the verge of tears. This is just bullying. Only now did Fong Ning begin to recover from his stunned expression. He thought he was off the hook, only to be told he'd been awarded honorary police officer status? He clicked his tongue, then suddenly noticed Yang Wei on the verge of tears. His entire body tensed and his mind exploded with a buzzing sensation. This was a misunderstanding. He grinned widely, revealing his signature pearly whites. Bro Yang, I swear I didn't know you believe me? Thud. Yang Wei collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chapter 109, Physical Enhancement. Another God-tier buff. Inside the 8th Route Army truck, Fong Ning sat in his seat, eyes closed in quiet meditation. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. He hadn't expected today's commendation ceremony to unfold this way. He never imagined he'd remain on stage the entire time. He certainly hadn't expected to be awarded the title of honorary police officer. But none of that was the real reason for his excitement. The real reason for his excitement was the hefty sum of 170,000 yuan in his hands. 20,000 for the second-class merit award, 50,000 from the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, and 100,000 from the Provincial Museum. A full 170,000 yuan. For a recent graduate just starting his internship, this was a massive sum. After sending Aunt Wang 150,000, he'd still have 20,000 left for himself. At that thought, Fong Ning suddenly opened his eyes. Thinking of Aunt Wang naturally brought to mind the kidnapped Xiao Ru. After her medical examination, Xiao Ru was sent back to the orphanage. Fong Ning hadn't gone with her. Though he had rescued Xiao Ru, he still felt a deep sense of guilt. As a police officer, he hadn't even managed to protect his own family. Poker organization. You'll pay, I'll destroy you with my own hands. Clenching his fists, Fong Ning bowed silently. Outwardly, he appeared carefree and lighthearted. Deep down, he was a man of profound emotion. For him, only by completely dismantling the poker organization, this human trafficking syndicate, could he face Aunt Wang. Huff. Taking a deep breath, the weight on his chest lifted slightly. Let's see how much justice points I've earned. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Host, Fong Ning. Strength 70 average human 10. Stamina 70 average human 10. Speed 70 average human 10. Current buffs, Fist of Truth, Eye of Reality Strong, Hand of God, God of Mount Akina, Martial Arts Master. Justice points, 7,000. 7,000 justice points? Fong Ning was secretly astonished. He hadn't had time to check during the Mangluo port mission, but now he realized the smuggling criminals had granted such a high justice value. Just 7 or 8 arrests yielded 7,000 justice points. That's far higher than thieves. Come to think of it, these were smugglers. Their harm to society was far beyond what petty thieves could match. Should he try his luck? Yes. Today's unexpected windfall made Fong Ning feel like luck was on his side. He chose the lottery without hesitation. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained physical constitution spinach 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained physical spinach 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained physical spinach 1. Ding, thank you for your purchase. 10 consecutive draws complete, got 3 physical spinach. Whoa, that's some luck. Let's go again. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1x constitution spinach. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1x constitution spinach. Ding, thank you for your purchase. Another 10 pull ended, and I still got 2 physical spinach. Looks like today really is my lucky day, such a high drop rate. Fong Ning grinned so wide his teeth were practically falling out. Considering how stingy the Scotcha system usually is, getting at least 2 stamina spinach from a 10 pull was already a huge win. He knew firsthand how powerful constitution spinach could be. Use the constitution spinach. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. He consumed 5 portions of constitution spinach in one go, and a fiery sensation spread from his chest throughout his entire body. Fortunately, with experience gained from numerous previous uses, Fong Ning closed his eyes and slowly absorbed the energy unleashed by the potency spinach. Seconds later, he snapped his eyes open, his gaze blazing with intensity. Using so many portions at once nearly caused the power within him to erupt uncontrollably. He nearly tore the seed apart with a single exertion. Seizing the moment, he went all in. Feeling the explosive power surging within him, Fong Ning couldn't help but grin with delight. He went all in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the immunity to all poisons buff. Drawing a buff on his very first pull, Fong Ning's grin stretched all the way to his ears. But then, his smile visibly deflated and his face turned ashen. Ding, thank you for your patronage. 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 Except for the first draw, the rest were all thank you for your patronage. Fong Ning's lips went dry as he gaped in silent frustration. It took a full half-minute to recover before he could check the newly drawn buff. Immunity to all poisons buff, hosts poison resistance plus 100%. PS, drinking DDT, paraquat, and chloroform like water, popping meth, morphine, and heroin like candy. Immunity to all poisons? Fong Ning blinked rapidly, a peculiar sensation welling up inside him. At first glance, the buff description seemed incredibly powerful. Extremely powerful. But upon reflection, something felt off. Damn it, who the hell would voluntarily drink DDT and paraquat? And what about meth, morphine, heroin? Aren't those drugs? He was a cop, how could he possibly take drugs? The buff looks powerful, but for me, it's pretty useless. If only I hadn't gotten so carried away. Coming to his senses, Fong Ning began regretting his impulsiveness, wincing in pain. Half an hour later, the bus pulled into the station. The bank was still open at this hour, and since it was just a deposit, the transaction went smoothly. Sir, the 170,000 yuan has been deposited. Is there anything else you need? Transfer 150,000 to this account number. Also, withdraw 5,000. No, make it 2,000. Teller. Spring City headquarters. After the commendation ceremony concluded, everyone departed early. The municipal bureau building fell silent, with only the light still glowing from the chief's office. Inside the office, 2 figures sat facing each other. One was Director Huang, the other was Jiang Yang from the narcotics squad. Director, that's the gist of the situation. Jiang Yang finished speaking and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. He appeared to be in his 40s, his sunken eye sockets giving him the perpetual look of someone who never quite wakes up. Yet the occasional flash of his eyes carried a piercing sharpness. Ahem. Director Huang coughed, choked by the smoke, and shot Jiang Yang a displeased glance. Yet seeing Jiang Yang's current state, he sighed deeply. Sigh, you've been working so hard lately. You're all still working on a day like today, and without you, there wouldn't be a single commendation. The narcotics squad's special status meant they dealt with all kinds of desperate criminals. To protect their families from retaliation, even when honored, they show only the back of their heads. If we show our true faces, there can only be one reason. It means they've fallen in the line of duty. Unseen in life, unnamed in death. This is the stark reality of a narcotics officer's life. Hearing this, Jiang Yang's lips twitched twice before he sighed deeply. Recognition? We don't need recognition. We just want to round up every damn drug dealer out there. With that, Jiang Yang took a final drag on his cigarette, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Commissioner, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I need a suitable undercover agent. Chapter 110, Fong Ning the perfect undercover candidate. The right undercover agent. Commissioner Huang murmured under his breath, then fell deep in thought. Not long ago, a new type of drug had suddenly appeared in Spring City. It was a blue crystal that refracted a striking blue light when exposed to sunlight. The crystal was named Blue Crystal. Beneath its beautiful exterior, however, lay a source of viciousness. Its dangers were immense, far surpassing those of marijuana or ketamine. With a purity level reaching 90%, just one use is enough to create an unbreakable addiction. Upon hitting the market, Blue Crystal rapidly seized control of the drug trade. Within mere months, it had captured 90% of the market share in Spring City. Not only that, but Blue Crystal began appearing in other cities as well. Upon receiving this intelligence, provincial authorities took immediate action, ordering all cities to crack the case within a month. Consequently, Director Huang faced immense pressure. Are even the special agents you trained unusable now? After a moment of deep thought, Director Huang turned to Jiang Yang and asked. No. Our undercover agents have been compromised to the point of exposure while trying to apprehend Yu Xiao. Only one remains active, but his position within the drug ring is very low. As he spoke, Jiang Yang's expression darkened visibly. Yu Xiao is the leader of the Blue Crystal Drug Syndicate. He appeared in Spring City months ago without anyone noticing. He established a company under the guise of real estate investment. On the surface, it was about investing in real estate, but behind the scenes, he was peddling blue crystal. No one knew where he came from. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. To make contact with Yu Xiao, the narcotics squad had deployed nearly all their undercover agents. But Yu Xiao was extremely cautious. Many undercover agents lost contact shortly after relaying information. Within days, another corpse would surface in the river. The sole remaining operative had only managed to secure a position as a team leader within the group. Beyond occasionally reporting Yu Xiao's whereabouts, he hadn't even laid eyes on Bing Jing. Sigh, whatever kind of special agent you need, I can find one for you. Commissioner Huang's expression grew grave as he sighed deeply. He knew Jiang Yang wouldn't come to him unless absolutely necessary. First, time is tight. We can only recruit from within our police bureau for convenient coordination. Second, the candidate must be unfamiliar, ideally a rookie with less than a year on the job. Third. At this point, Jiang Yang paused briefly before his voice dropped a notch. Third, they must be prepared to sacrifice themselves at any moment. The air instantly grew still, the atmosphere plunging into silence. The two sat facing each other, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Undercover agents, also known as infiltrators. Undercover work is inherently the profession with the highest casualty rate. And this one was infiltrating a drug cartel that killed without hesitation. The difficulty is beyond imagination. All the new recruits in our bureau who've been here 6 months to a year are right here. Take a look. After a series of operations, Director Huang turned the screen toward Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the data displayed on the screen. Click. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and his brow furrowed. Time ticked by, cold sweat beading on Jiang Yang's forehead as he stared fixedly at the screen, utterly silent. Commissioner Huang showed no sign of urgency, his gaze drifting to the police badge hanging behind him as he lost himself in thought. Director, none of these pass muster. Neither the personality analysis nor the combat data meet the standards. Neither meets the requirements for special operations. After reviewing it repeatedly, Jiang Yang replied softly, his voice thick with disappointment. Though he'd braced himself before coming, disappointment still welled up inside him. Though he had only listed 3 requirements, they were the absolute minimum. In reality, undercover work wasn't something just anyone could handle. It demands not only exceptional improvisational skills, but also immense psychological resilience and profound self-control. Faced with the drug cartel's lavish lifestyle, one must remain steadfastly true to their core values. Not a single candidate? Not even one who could undergo basic training? Commissioner Huang looked stunned, his gaze shifting to Jiang Yang. No, undercover work isn't child's play. They're not cut out for it. This isn't something you can train for, it's about innate talent. Jiang Yang shook his head without hesitation. Then we'll just have to raise the age requirement. Clunk. Just as Director Huang stood to turn the screen, he accidentally knocked over a folder on the desk. The folder hit the floor and opened up. The first page was Fong Ning's personal file. Jiang Yang picked up the folder and a sudden gleam flashed in his deep-set eyes. 1 month on the job, 3 second-class meritorious service awards and 1 third-class meritorious service award. Frontline anti-smuggling officer, honorary police officer, first-class police superintendent. Chief, who is Fong Ning? Jiang Yang gasped for breath, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Fong Ning's file. Fong Ning is a recent graduate hired this year, currently stationed at Xiangqiu. You wouldn't be thinking of. Commissioner Huang paused, then looked at Jiang Yang in disbelief. He's absolutely the right man for the job. Jiang Yang's breathing grew ragged, his face flushing crimson as if he'd eaten a ginseng fruit. Director Huang found himself momentarily hesitant. Though Fong Ning was a newcomer, the potential he had demonstrated had already proven his worth. He was preparing to transfer Fong Ning to the municipal bureau in a few days. Wouldn't going undercover be too dangerous? Yet the Blue Crystal case had reached a critical juncture, and the undercover operation was its linchpin. Without a suitable candidate, the mission might fail, leading to Lanjing's proliferation. At that point, Spring City would become the scapegoat of Yun Province. At this thought, Chief Huang took a deep breath and said sternly, "All right, I'll call the Old City District Bureau immediately. But there's one condition, the person must agree personally." Another tranquil morning dawned. The sun rose as usual from the east, its rays spreading across the land. Fong Ning arrived at Xiangqiu at 5 minutes to 9, as usual. The commendation ceremony concluded, and Xiangqiu was awarded the title of Advanced Police Station. This was a first since its establishment. A hint of pride graced every face. Seeing Fong Ning, everyone greeted him warmly. "Fong team, you're here. Have you eaten yet, squad leader? I've got some fresh meat buns here." "Fong Ning, when are you gonna show us that honorary police medal?" Fong Ning responded with smiles all the way, feeling remarkably at ease. Before long, he reached the chief's office. Before they even reached the door, they heard Lin Dashan's roar echoing from inside. "No. Absolutely not. I won't agree to it." "The chief said it? So what if the chief said it? I'll go find the chief myself." "This isn't about staying calm, it's too dangerous." "Absolutely not. What's going on? Hearing the roar from inside the office, Fong Ning's eyes narrowed with confusion as he slowly approached. Just as he reached the office door, a dull thud echoed. It sounded like someone slamming both hands down on the desk. Fong Ning's heart tightened, and he hurriedly pushed open the door. The moment he entered, Lin Dashan's furious voice echoed. No matter what, I absolutely refuse to send Fong Ning undercover. I'll quit if I have to. Chapter 111, Some Things Need to Be Done. Thud. The phone slammed onto the desk. Lin Dashan's face darkened, veins bulging prominently on his forehead. Commissioner Gao had just called for one reason only. To inform Lin Dashan that Fong Ning had been selected. Unfortunately, he'd been chosen as an undercover agent. Hearing this, Lin Dashan was furious beyond belief and immediately slammed the phone down. The phone had barely hit the floor when Fong Ning pushed open the door and walked in. Lin Dashan's face darkened even further. The two stood frozen, glaring at each other, the atmosphere suddenly falling silent. Ahem, I didn't hear a thing. Fong Ning scratched his head awkwardly. He'd heard every last word Lin Dashan had just said. He had also pieced together the gist of the situation. It was just that the organization needed him to go undercover. You nosy little rascal, your nose is sharper than a dog's, nothing gets past you. Since you're here, take a seat. Giving Fong Ning a sharp look, Lin Dashan took a few deep breaths to calm himself before gesturing for Fong Ning to sit down. Seeing Fong Ning's expression, Lin Dashan knew deep down that he must have heard everything. You little rascal, you heard everything, didn't you? Lin Dashan plopped down in his chair, picked up the lukewarm tea on the table, and downed it in one gulp. He looked at Fong Ning with a half smile. Heh, I only caught bits and pieces. Fong Ning grinned widely, revealing two pearly white teeth. Since you know, I won't hide it from you. Commissioner Gao just called. The city narcotics squad has their eyes on you. They want to transfer you to the narcotics task force as an undercover agent. After saying the word undercover, Lin Dashan stared intently at Fong Ning without blinking. Narcotics task force? Undercover? Sounds promising. Fong Ning rubbed his chin, tilting his head slightly as he murmured to himself. At the word undercover, his long dormant heart suddenly gave two sharp jolts. In his previous life, he'd gone undercover right after graduation. He'd thought this life would keep him far from undercover work, yet fate had other plans. Was he destined to be an undercover agent? To be honest, he wasn't averse to going undercover. In fact, he felt a tinge of excitement. How can I put this? I'm asking you to go undercover. Do you even understand what that means? It's extremely dangerous. Seeing Fong Ning's nonchalant expression, Lin Dashan looked like he was frustrated with someone who just wouldn't get it. He had already planned that if Fong Ning showed even a hint of resistance or fear, he would have fought tooth and nail to get Fong Ning out of it. Though they hadn't known each other long, he already regarded Fong Ning as his own apprentice. Seeing Lin Dashan's anxious expression, a wave of warmth washed over Fong Ning. He knew perfectly well that Lin Dashan was genuinely concerned for him. A smile played on his lips, but Fong Ning's expression suddenly turned serious as he spoke calmly and deliberately. Master, I understand what being an undercover agent entails. Let me go. His eyes locked on Lin Dashan without flinching, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. Sensing Fong Ning's gaze, Lin Dashan knew this was his true inner conviction. He sighed heavily, frozen in place for several minutes, his eyes filled with complexity. The two sat facing each other for a long while. After several minutes, Lin Dashan finally emerged from his contemplative state. He retrieved a small, long-cherished box from the locked cabinet and carefully removed several tea leaves. After pouring boiling water into the teapot, he first served Fong Ning a cup, his voice suddenly tinged with melancholy. I figured you might agree. I just didn't expect you to agree so quickly. Are you really going? If you didn't want to go, I promise no one could make you. Master, someone has to go, right? I'm the most suitable one. Fong Ning took a large sip of tea, his expression slightly sour as if finding it bitter. Someone has to go. Lin Dashan's entire body trembled, rooted to the spot as if struck by a heavy blow to the head. He kept repeating the words under his breath, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Yes, someone has to do this. If everyone shied away from hardship and difficulty, how could we maintain the city's safety? He snapped his head up to look at Fong Ning. Fong Ning's gaze happened to meet his. Master and apprentice locked eyes, a strange spark igniting between them. Stay safe. After a long moment of moving his lips, Lin Dashan's voice trembled slightly as he slowly uttered a sentence. Roger that. Fong Ning lifted his teacup and drained it in one gulp, then walked out of the office without looking back. But seconds later, the office door slammed open again. Fong Ning poked his head back in, a trace of awkwardness on his face, and asked softly. Master, who should I report to? Lin Dashan. The Municipal Bureau Narcotics Squad conference room. The conference room was dimly lit, filled with smoke. To the uninitiated, it might have been mistaken for some engineering project office. Jiang Yang sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed as puffs of smoke continuously escaped his mouth. Captain Jiang, Yu Xiu will be released from prison in less than a week. Deputy Team Leader Chow, also puffing away, whispered the reminder. Captain Jiang, if there's no suitable candidate, let me take the job. I have the experience. Old Chow was an impatient man. Seeing Jiang Yang's lack of response, he gritted his teeth and said, do you think you're still young? Jiang Yang glanced at Old Chow and shook his head gently. Have you even looked in the mirror? Any fool can see you're a cop. The crowd below couldn't help but nod repeatedly, clearly agreeing with this assessment. Those who've worked in law enforcement for years, especially in specialized units like narcotics, carry a distinct aura about them in both work and daily life. And old Chow, radiating such righteous integrity? His face alone gives him away in a game of werewolf, no guessing needed. Total cop. Let's wait a bit longer. I've already found a suitable candidate, but... At this point, Jiang Yang paused, then lowered his head again. After all, this mission is extremely dangerous and requires the person's consent. Ever since he'd stumbled upon Fong Ning's file in Director Huang's office yesterday, he'd instantly recognized Fong Ning as the perfect undercover candidate. Yet he was acutely aware that undercover work carried immense risks. Especially for a recent graduate who hadn't even been on the job for a month. It was like dancing on the edge of a knife. One misstep could spell utter ruin. But he had no choice, time was running out. If Yu Xiu were released from prison, they would never get another chance to infiltrate the drug trafficking ring. Let alone cracking the Blue Crystal drug case. Captain Jiang, at this hour, do you think that person will still come? The meeting dragged on for an unknown duration until darkness had already fallen outside. The neon lights outside the municipal bureau building had begun to flicker. Jiang Yang opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. A deep disappointment flickered in the corner of his eye. Sigh. If it were me back then, I wouldn't have come either. After all, this is too dangerous. He thought to himself, about to declare the meeting adjourned. A knock sounded at the door, followed by a voice. Excuse me, is this the narcotics squad? Chapter 112, Operation Commence. Target, the second in command. The municipal bureau was simply too vast. Even after Lin Dashan had been talking nonstop for ages, Fong Ning still had to circle around several times before finally locating the narcotics squad. By the time he arrived, dusk had already fallen. He'd assumed the narcotics squad had already clocked out. But a faint glow still shone from the conference room. Taking a chance, Fong Ning nervously knocked on the door. This is the narcotics squad. Are you sure you're in the right place? Old Chow turned his head, his questioning gaze fixed on Fong Ning. The person before him was so young, clearly not the suitable candidate the captain had described. Ha! My name is Fong Ning. I'm here to see Captain Jiang Yang. Fong Ning peered inside and saw the conference room shrouded in smoke like a scene from a fairy tale. That's me. Come on in, come on in. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up at Fong Ning's words. He sprang to attention and called out. Could this be the person the captain was looking for? Every pair of eyes in the conference room turned toward him, eager to see what made Fong Ning so special. Every single person in the room had sunken eyes and dark circles. No one had attended yesterday's commendation ceremony, so none of them recognized Fong Ning. They stared wide-eyed for a long moment, utterly baffled. They exchanged glances, reading the same words in each other's eyes. Nothing special. Old Chow frowned, a deep look of confusion flashing in his eyes. He remembered the captain had always set extremely high standards for undercover agents. But this Fong Ning didn't seem particularly special. He was even quite young. In this line of work, youth meant having no experience whatsoever. How on earth did the captain pick him? Meanwhile, Jiang Yang warmly pushed Fong Ning into a seat, his expression brightening. Well, better late than never. We're just about to start our case analysis meeting. Why don't you join us? At that moment, Jiang Yang seemed to remember something and whispered. Oh, right, the bureau must have briefed you on what you're supposed to do. Got it. Going undercover. Fong Ning nodded. Good. Good. Jiang Yang's voice carried a hint of excitement. Without further ado, he flipped the projector switch with a click. A camera screenshot instantly filled the screen. The first thing that caught the eye were several bunk beds. On the wall, faintly visible, were several large characters. Move with compassion, govern with sincerity, strive to create a humane prison management environment. It was a prison. Fong Ning's pupils contracted. He knew this was an undercover mission, but he hadn't been briefed on the specifics. This man, Yu Xiu, had suddenly appeared in Spring City this year. His company was ostensibly in real estate, but secretly dealt in drug trafficking. Blue Crystal was Yu Xiu's creation, having devoured the Chuncheng market in mere months and showing signs of expansion beyond its borders. Jiang Yang pointed at the man on the screen and spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Fong Ning. Seeing Fong Ning listening intently, Jiang Yang continued. This man is extremely cunning. Nearly all our special agents were lost trying to capture him. But we weren't entirely without gains. Not only did we dismantle several drug trafficking dens, but we personally arrested Yu Xiu. Unfortunately, we lacked direct evidence, and someone else took the fall. As a result, Yu Xiu will be released from prison in less than a week. Your mission is to infiltrate the prison, gain Yu Xiu's trust, and then embed yourself within the criminal organization to provide us with intelligence. At this point, Jiang Yang paused, his gaze fixed intently on Fong Ning. Prison undercover? Whoa, this feels strangely exciting. For some reason, the thought of going undercover in prison stirred an unusual emotion deep within Fong Ning. His blood rushed faster, his face flushed red, and he felt an almost impatient eagerness. Just as his excitement peaked, he caught Jiang Yang's gaze and startled, taking a slight step back. Suspicion flashed in his eyes. Captain Jiang, why are you looking at me like that? Fong Ning, this man is dangerous, a ruthless and merciless individual. Not only that, but he has a skilled expert by his side. Jiang Yang's tone was stern as he pointed toward a lean, muscular man standing behind Yu Xiu. That's Lao Gui, Yu Xiu's top enforcer, or you could say his second in command. He's a tough nut to crack. Not only is he skilled in combat, but I hear he was even a street racer abroad. Plus, intelligence reports indicate he was a prodigy in the Thieves Guild during his youth, possessing supernatural hand-to-hand combat skills. Following the direction of Jiang Yang's finger, The lean man's gaze was sharp and piercing, unlike that of an ordinary person. He followed closely behind Yushio, striding like a dragon and tiger, his eyes sharp as hooks. Skilled fighter? Street racer? Master thief? Hearing Jiang Yang's introduction, a peculiar smile flickered at the corner of Fong Ning's mouth. What a coincidence! I can do everything he can. Perfect match. After the introduction, Jiang Yang intended to reassure Fong Ning not to be afraid. But the moment he turned back, he saw Fong Ning grinning like an idiot. For some reason, Jiang Yang sensed Fong Ning seemed almost eager. Old Chow and the others saw Fong Ning like this and their eyes widened. A strange thought surfaced in each of their minds. Is this guy even capable? He doesn't seem quite right. Am I supposed to infiltrate the prison, get close to Yushio, and replace Lao Guai? Unaware of the expressions on everyone's faces, Fong Ning blinked and asked curiously. Replace Lao Guai's position? Everyone blinked rapidly, exchanging glances, feeling like they might lose their minds any second. Boss, did you even hear what we just said? The Sickle is the second in command, the top enforcer. He's got all kinds of awesome skills. I told you about him separately so you'd be careful around him and not expose yourself. Not to replace him. If his position were so easy to fill, he'd have been replaced long ago. Why would it even come down to you? Hearing Fong Ning's wildly off-base remarks, everyone's impression of him plummeted instantly. He was instantly labeled a reckless fool. Hearing Fong Ning's words, Jiang Yang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His body swayed dangerously, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. Taking several deep breaths to suppress the turmoil within, Jiang Yang patiently replied. Fong Ning, right? Your resume is quite impressive. But undercover work and catching thieves are worlds apart. They require both talent and experience. Seeing Fong Ning still show no reaction, Jiang Yang's face twitched twice. I mean, becoming second in command would be ideal, but let's be realistic. Succeeding in infiltrating the drug trafficking ring is passing. Becoming a team leader is success. Got it? Aha, got it. Fong Ning nodded vigorously like a garlic press, muttering something under his breath. If you were close enough, you could hear him say, got it. Just become the second in command. Time was tight, so Jiang Yang and the others went on to explain various precautions. Then everyone got into the car together. The car drove toward the outskirts of the city, finally arriving at their destination over an hour later. Squeal! A shrill screech of brakes echoed. Bright, bold characters appeared before them. Chuncheng City 4th Prison. Chapter 113. Hey, this bed's mine. Fong Ning, remember this, once you walk out that door, you are no longer a police officer. Let me reiterate, your name remains Fong Ning, but your status is that of a criminal. No one in this entire prison except the warden and me knows your true identity. In a surveillance room at the 4th prison, Jiang Yang took a deep breath and looked at Fong Ning solemnly. Don't worry, I've got it all memorized. Fong Ning waved his hand casually, his eyes even gleaming with eagerness. He had already memorized his new identity thoroughly and would never slip up. Wait, there's one last thing. As Fong Ning turned to leave, Jiang Yang suddenly called out. Anything else you need to tell me? Fong Ning turned back, his face full of questions. Take care. Stay safe. Looking at Fong Ning's slightly youthful face, Jiang Yang's expression turned solemn as he snapped to attention and saluted. Fong Ning's body paused imperceptibly, then without hesitation, he turned and walked straight out of the room. Bang! The crisp sound of the door slamming echoed. Jiang Yang stood frozen in place, staring blankly in the direction Fong Ning had departed. After a long moment, his lips moved slowly, uttering a single word. Thank you. Name. Fong Ning. Gender. Male. Age. 26. As Fong Ning answered, he examined his clothes with curiosity. Though he'd gone undercover in his previous life, he'd never set foot in a prison. Seeing the pure prison-style outfit he was now wearing, he actually found it somewhat novel. Stop staring around. Keep your hands to yourself. Guard Old Wang barked impatiently at Fong Ning. He was on night duty today, and normally there wouldn't be much to do at this hour. But who knew he'd suddenly get a notice that a new inmate was coming in? This left him feeling a bit resentful. Got it. Just as he was about to protest, Fong Ning remembered his position and quickly changed his tone. Seeing Fong Ning's sincere apology, Old Wang's expression finally softened. Let me see which cell block you're in. 8th cell block. At that moment, Old Wang abruptly lifted his head, staring straight at Fong Ning. His expression shifted rapidly. In mere seconds, his expression shifted from indifference to shock, and finally, a faint trace of sympathy flickered across his face. Others might not know, but he knew best. Over the past few months, Cell Block 8 had become the most dangerous place in the entire prison. Ever since a man named Yushio was incarcerated there months ago, Cell Block 8 had undergone a complete transformation. Within a single day of his arrival, Yushio had seized control as the cell block's undisputed leader. The previous leader was beaten bloody that very day and ended up in the ICU. Last week, several new inmates were transferred to Cell Block 8. Within hours, they were all carried out on stretchers. Since then, Cell Block 8 has become a place that sends shivers down everyone's spine in the prison. Sigh. I'll take you to get your bedding. Take care. Upon learning Fong Ning was headed to Cell Block 8, Old Wang's tone suddenly softened. Okay. Though puzzled by the guard's abrupt change in tone, Fong Ning didn't hesitate and quickly collected his bedding. He followed Old Wang towards Cell Block 8. Inside the surveillance room of the 4th prison. Captain Jiang, what do you think about Fong Ning? He just doesn't seem reliable to me. Old Chow frowned as he stared at Fong Ning on the screen. Earlier, Fong Ning hadn't dared to voice his concerns, but now he couldn't hold back any longer. In his eyes, Fong Ning was far too young, clearly not cut out for undercover work. I think he can handle it. Jiang Yang's eyes flickered as he turned to Old Chow and asked softly. At your age, could you go undercover in a drug cartel without hesitation? Me? Old Chow's expression darkened, then his cheeks flushed crimson. If it were him, he wasn't sure he'd dare go undercover at this age, let alone infiltrate a criminal syndicate. Keep a close watch. If anything unexpected happens, we need to act immediately. We must protect Fong Ning's safety. Waving his hand dismissively, Jiang Yang fixed his gaze on the monitor. Footsteps echoed from the end of the silent prison corridor. Then came the sound of iron bars being unlocked. The footsteps drew nearer, then came to a complete halt within minutes. This is cell block 8. Your bed is number 1. Old Wang shot Fong Ning a meaningful look before pulling out his keys and slowly unlocking the cell block's iron door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a room that stretched straight ahead, filling the entire field of vision. The room wasn't large, roughly the size of an old-style high school dormitory. Bunk beds stood flanking the entrance on either side. At the far end of the bunk beds sat a sink and a squat toilet, nothing else. Strangely, only the bottom bunks of the 2 bunk beds on the left were occupied. Meanwhile, the bunk beds on the other side were crammed with 5 people across all 4 levels. At the sound of the door opening, everyone inside instantly sat up straight and turned their gaze toward the doorway. Cell block 8, you've got a newcomer. Remember, keep your heads down and don't cause trouble. Old Wang swept his gaze around the room, his expression darkening as his eyes lingered on the 2 figures on the left. He remained silent. Then he turned to Fong Ning. It's getting late. Go inside and rest. Don't sleep too soundly. With that, he shot Fong Ning a meaningful look before turning and leaving. With a clang, the corridor door locked shut. Old Wang let out a soft sigh. Though he had just warned the 8th cell block, he knew the cell block leader inside would most likely absolutely ignore him. Recalling Fong Ning's youthful face, Old Zhang's expression darkened. Though he disliked this young, wayward criminal, he certainly didn't want Fong Ning carried out on a stretcher like the newcomer who'd arrived just days ago. No sleep tonight, he'd have to step up patrols. With this resolve set in his mind, Old Wang steeled himself. Huff. The moment Fong Ning stepped inside, a putrid stench hit him. Mixed in was an odd smell. Like urine. He took a deep breath and finally adjusted to it. Oh, another new guy. Heh, it's been ages since we got a new guy in our cell. Hey, kid, what did you do to end up here? Several buzz-cut guys on the bunk beds to the right eyed Fong Ning with mocking expressions. To them, Fong Ning was the classic first-timer. They were always eager to welcome newcomers. Fong Ning shot a glance at the burly man on the right before turning away. Turning his head to the left, his eyes lit up. Though the figure on the inner left bunk was obscured, the man on the doorside bunk was someone Fong Ning recognized. None other than his second target, the consumptive. The identity of the person beside the consumptive was self-evident. None other than the primary target of this operation, Yu Xiao. Kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Damn it, I'll beat you senseless if you don't listen. Seeing Fong Ning ignore them, the burly men's faces turned red with fury, threatening to teach him a lesson. Fong Ning walked slowly to the left as if he hadn't heard a thing. Under the dim light, he kept glancing at the bunk bed as if searching for something. A few seconds later, Fong Ning walked straight up to Yu Xiao, grinning widely to reveal his trademark pearly whites. Hey, this bunk's mine. Chapter 114, The Strongman Locks the Man. Inside the surveillance room of Prison 4. Quickly switch the feed. Fong Ning has already entered the target cell block. Jiang Yang stared intently at the monitor, his voice trembling with excitement. Click. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag before finally calming down. It wasn't that he lacked self-control, it was that this plan was too crucial. Time was running out, and all their hopes now rested on Fong Ning. Old Chow, if it were you, what would you do next? Exhaling a smoke ring, Jiang Yang asked without turning his head. He asked Old Chow because in his younger days, Old Chow had been the police department's most outstanding undercover agent. He'd once infiltrated a criminal syndicate for over 3 years, repeatedly feeding crucial leads to the police. In the 3rd year, he secured crucial evidence that helped the police completely dismantle the syndicate. It could be said that within the entire narcotics squad, and indeed the entire Chuncheng Police Department, Old Chow possessed the most extensive undercover experience. That was why Old Chow had insisted on going in himself during the meeting. If it were me, I'd keep a low profile when first going in, trying not to draw the target's attention. Because that's when the target is most vigilant. Mid-sentence, Old Chow's eyes suddenly widened so wide they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. What the hell is Fong Ning doing? Old Chow let out a startled cry. On screen, Fong Ning was seen walking straight up to Yu Xiao. Then, Fong Ning's voice echoed through the screen. Hey, this bed is mine. Old Chow nearly collapsed to the ground. What the hell is he doing? Does he even know how to be an undercover agent? Approaching the primary target like this? That's way too obvious. Approaching him is one thing, but why does this sound like he's looking for trouble? Quick, notify all teams, be ready to storm in at any moment. Jiang Yang's face was as dark as storm clouds, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably and the veins on his forehead bulging. Inside cell block 8. The air seemed to freeze solid, the silence so thick you could hear a pin drop. Only the rapid breathing of several burly men could be heard. Damn. The burly men looked terrified, their eyes darting wildly as they stared at Fong Ning as if he were a ghost. Wait, you're not kidding me, are you? Do you even know who that guy is lying there? You call this your spot? Can't you see we're all crammed together? What did you just say? A voice clearly suppressing anger came from Lao Gui. He'd planned to let Fong Ning off tonight. Thinking it was too late tonight, he'd planned to teach the new guy a lesson and have some fun tomorrow morning. But he never expected the other guy to come right up to him before he even made a move. What was even more terrifying was that the other party actually dared to ask the boss to get out of bed. This utterly shocked Plague Ghost. Others might not know, but he knew the boss's ruthlessness. Every single mole discovered within the gang had been beaten to death by the boss himself and then tossed into the river. Though the boss couldn't fight, he was undoubtedly the most ruthless one. Seeing the newcomer dare to challenge the boss, the consumptive man grew frantic. Oh, hello. Let me introduce myself, I'm Fong Ning. My bunk is number 1. Could you kindly tell this gentleman that this is my spot? Also, it looks like the gentleman is asleep. Hope he didn't sleep himself to death. Fong Ning grinned widely, revealing his pearly white front teeth as he chuckled at the sickly-looking guy. Holy. The lepers but clenched tight, his face turning as grim as if he were constipated. Old man? Dead to the world? Is he talking about the boss? I'll cripple you. The leper's face twisted, turning as dark as liver as he swung at Fong Ning. Fong Ning appeared dumbstruck and slow to react, but in reality, his muscles were already taut, waiting for the leper. As a seasoned undercover agent, he knew the safest approach was to first blend into the background, then feign weakness when bullied, before finally erupting when pushed too far. Ultimately, this earned the boss's admiration and trust, allowing infiltration into the organization's inner circle. But this approach was too slow and too frustrating. Fong Ning hadn't even considered it. More importantly, gaining Yushio's attention through such methods. He'd likely end up as a low-level henchman at best, maybe a mid-level operative. He was a man destined to be the second in command. Better to go straight for the kingpin, make a dazzling entrance from the start. Hold on. A slightly hoarse voice cut through the air. Yushio slowly sat up straight and turned to look at Fong Ning. Yushio didn't look particularly remarkable, his appearance was even somewhat ordinary. He looked like a downtrodden middle-aged man, completely lacking the arrogance one would expect from a drug dealer. Boss, this kid. The leper was about to say something else, but Yushio waved his hand and the leper instantly fell silent. Young man, I'm getting on in years and my back isn't what it used to be. Would you mind giving me your seat? Yushio narrowed his eyes slightly, grinning as he turned to ask Fong Ning. To an uninformed observer, Yushio would appear to be nothing more than a harmless middle-aged man. Yushio didn't get angry. To him, Fong Ning was just an insignificant minor character, hardly worth any emotional response. He was simply in a good mood and felt like teasing Fong Ning for a change. Your back's bad? Fong Ning feigned surprise, glancing at Yushio with furrowed brows as if deep in thought. But the next second, his expression changed. What's it to me if your back hurts? Get lost. Hearing this, every face in the room turned pale. Each of them stared at Fong Ning like he was a monster. He's done for. Several burly men sucked in a sharp breath, their scalps instantly tingling with dread. A new guy showed up a few days ago, thinking he could fight his way through. He just gave Yushio a few cold stares. Then the leper broke his legs outright, and he was carried out on a stretcher that very night. And now this Fong Ning dared to tell Yushio to get lost? He was definitely ICU material too. Oh, this looks like trouble. Yushio's face twitched slightly, his voice turning icy. Then don't deal with it. With that, Yushio lay back down, never once glancing at Fong Ning again. As if he already knew Fong Ning's fate. Kid, how do you want to die? The leper's teeth clenched tightly, his fists clenched so hard they creaked. The look he gave Fong Ning was like staring at a corpse. He knew the boss better than anyone. Just by the tone of his voice, he could tell the boss was furious. If this man had been outside, he'd have been tossed into the river long ago. He'd already made up his mind he'd break every bone in Fong Ning's body. Whoosh! Before the fist arrived, a gust of wind from the punch hit first. The consumptive man lunged forward, bending his left knee as he delivered a straight jab straight at Fong Ning. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. This punch came with such fierce and relentless force that it clearly demonstrated the consumptive skill. Ha. Fong Ning, however, turned to look at the consumptive and suddenly broke into a grin. Seeing Fong Ning's eerie grin, Lao Gui's heart skipped a beat as an unsettling feeling washed over him. The next second, Fong Ning's figure materialized eerily behind the consumptive ghost, followed by a thunderous kick. The consumptive instantly lost his balance and lunged forward, landing face first on the toilet. Ignoring the consumptive, Fong Ning reached out with a large hand toward Yushio. He executed a powerful chokehold, clamping down on Yushio's neck with deadly force. Now, I ask you, are you stepping aside? Chapter 115, knocked Yushio out just after going undercover? From the moment Fong Ning called out to Yushio to the sickly man's sudden attack, everything happened in a flash. Just as Jiang Yang was about to burst out of the monitoring room, Lao Chao's voice suddenly rang out. Captain, you probably don't need to go. What? If I don't go, won't Fong Ning be in grave danger? Jiang Yang's expression turned frantic, sweat beading on his forehead as his gaze involuntarily darted to the screen. What the hell is going on? Jiang Yang was completely dumbfounded, his entire body numb. Fong Ning was locked in a death grip around Yushio's neck, his expression not the slightest bit panicked. In fact, he looked downright composed. Meanwhile, the so-called second-in-command, Lao Gui, had fallen face first into the toilet. He looked blankly at old Chao, only to find the man's jaw practically hanging off his face. Am I seeing things? Who is that in Fong Ning's hands? Old Chao sucked in a sharp breath, pointing at the dark spot on the screen as his voice trembled. In his younger days, he had been a skilled undercover operative. His undercover skills, while not the absolute best, were certainly among the top tier. But he never imagined anyone would actually provoke their target outright. Provoking the target was bad enough, but to actually capture him? Judging by Yushio's flushed face, he looked like he might pass out any second. You read that right, that was Yushio. John Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. He flicked a cigarette into his hand, took a deep drag, and exhaled a single word through his eyes. Damn. He was, after all, the captain of the narcotics squad, with plenty of special agents under his command. By all accounts, he'd seen it all. But today's situation? He'd never heard of anything like it. Seriously, are you filming an undercover cop show here? Pinning down the target the moment you walk in? That's just asking for trouble. How are you supposed to gain their trust now? Was choosing Fong Ning really a mistake? John Yang's mouth twitched, a faint pang of regret stirring in his heart. Look, the leper's moving. Old Chow suddenly bellowed. All teams, stand by. Await my command. John Yang barked the order, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. At that moment, accompanied by the clattering sound of water pouring out, a voice filled with fury erupted. You're dead. The leper's face contorted, his eyes bloodshot and red, his expression as grim as someone suffering from constipation. He was the second in command and top enforcer of the organization. His status was second to none, above all others. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He roughly wiped his face, a surge of inexplicable rage instantly welling up inside him. It felt like being suddenly pecked blind by a chick he'd never paid a thought to. Blood rushed to his head, and he roared as he charged toward Fong Ning. Even then, he believed it was his own carelessness, not giving his full strength. He never once suspected Fong Ning could be stronger than him. Damn it, why aren't you saying anything? Seeing the leper about to charge forward while Yushio remained silent, Fong Ning couldn't help but look puzzled. Wasn't Yushio the leader of the gang? Shouldn't he be telling them to hold their fire? Why was this so different from what he saw on TV? Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly felt Yushio's grip loosen. Yushio stopped struggling entirely. The moment his grip loosened, Yushio collapsed onto the bed, motionless, clearly unconscious. Had I used too much force? That thought flashed through his mind as Fong Ning abruptly took a half step back. The leper was already charging forward again. Damn it! Don't you dare run! The leper was now completely enraged, determined to fight Fong Ning to the death. But strangely, Fong Ning always managed to dodge just a split second before the fist struck him. Once, twice, 3 times. Every single time. So this is how strong I am now. Though Fong Ning appeared to be in peril, the reality was quite different. Yesterday, he drew 5 physical constitution boosts, elevating his physical prowess to 8 times that of an average person. Such physical prowess was nearly on par with an elite soldier. To his eyes, the leper's every movement became abnormally slow. It was like watching everything in 0.5x speed. Not to mention he had the martial arts master buff active. The rabid zombie looked to him like a 70-something old man repeatedly swinging his fists. Thud. A left roundhouse kick followed by a right spinning back kick. The leper's bloodshot eyes instantly narrowed before he was violently sent flying backward. He actually crashed back into the toilet. Damn, he's strong. Who the hell is this kid? How can he fight like that? We're done for. The 8th ward is about to be turned upside down. What good is being strong? He's just a hothead. Doesn't he see who he's messing with? He's going to get it. Several burly inmates covered their heads with blankets, peeking out through slits like cat eyes. In their eyes, Fong Ning might be tough, but he'd picked the wrong fight. He was definitely going to get his ass kicked. Stop staring and get over here to help. The consumptive's face flushed from pale to crimson, water dripping from his hair. His expression was dark and terrifying. The first time Fong Ning knocked him flying, he chalked it up to carelessness. But after being knocked flying a second time, his heart sank. He knew he might not be a match for him. Judging by Fong Ning's demeanor, he was clearly holding back. But being repeatedly knocked into the toilet had his temper flaring. To his horror, Boss Yu had been choked unconscious. Gritting his teeth, the leopard directly threatened everyone to attack together. What's wrong, are you all deaf? Seeing no one budge, the leper raised his voice again. Got it, boss. Several burly men jolted upright and instantly surrounded Fong Ning at top speed. Kid, you might be tough, but your mistake was picking the wrong fight. Why did you have to pick a fight with Boss Yu? Bad luck for you. All at once. As they spoke, they lunged forward, clamping down on Fong Ning with frenzied expressions. Seeing Fong Ning unable to move, Lao Gui was overjoyed. As long as Fong Ning didn't move, he was practically a sitting duck. He was confident he could take Fong Ning down with a single move. Hold on tight, here I come. He licked his lips, suddenly feeling his confidence surge. With a loud shout, the leopard took a few steps back to build momentum, then accelerated with a clatter toward Fong Ning. 3 paces from Fong Ning, he suddenly leapt high into the air. Mid-air, his massive foot slammed toward Fong Ning's head. Fueled by rage, he was giving it his all. One could imagine that if that kick connected, Fong Ning would be dead or at best left brain dead. Get up! Fong Ning let out a low growl, instantly crouching low before violently spreading his arms wide. Ah! The surrounding burly men felt a tremendous force surge through them, sending their bodies hurtling backward uncontrollably. They crashed onto the iron bed frame with a loud clang. In that very instant, the consumptive's massive foot loomed inches away. Fong Ning narrowly dodged with a backward step, his mouth stretched wide to reveal his trademark pearly whites. Then, a vicious roundhouse kick lashed out, striking the gangster squarely between the legs. A soft thud echoed. like the cracking of an eggshell. The leper's body jerked violently. He clutched his groin with both hands, his face contorted in agony. Staggering 2 steps, he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Chapter 116, Newbies Never Last the Night. This. Jiang Yang and Old Chow stared at each other, frozen in place like comical statues. Old Chow watched Fong Ning being held down by several burly men, unable to move, while the consumptive man charged straight at him. His heart leapt into his throat. Jiang Yang gripped his walkie-talkie tightly, ready to rescue Fong Ning at any moment. But what neither could have imagined was this. Fong Ning suddenly broke free from the men's grasp. Then, like an egg-smashing hero, he knocked out the sickly-looking man in one swift move. Was he really just a new hire? Old Chow, seeing the thug's pitiful state, clenched his legs in shock before asking hesitantly. That speed and strength, not just me, but even the top fighter from the Spring City tournament couldn't pull that off. It was utterly unbelievable. Yes, he was indeed a new recruit, but unlike any other. Jiang Yang stared blankly, as if he could hear his own heart pounding. He'd never seen a rookie like Fong Ning before. Undercover for less than 10 minutes. First, he choked out primary target Yu Xiu, then knocked out secondary target La Gue. He even took out the other big guys in the cell block while he was at it. What happened to the plan to go undercover? What happened to keeping a low profile? This guy must be here to take over as the boss. If he hadn't seen Fong Ning's file with his own eyes, he'd swear the guy was straight out of the mafia. Captain Jiang, Captain Zhang, this is Team 1. Should we remain on standby? As Jiang Yang's mind raced with thoughts, a team member's call came over the radio. What happened to immediate action? We've been standing by for over 10 minutes, the squad leader couldn't help but ask. Ahem. Let's withdraw. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Jiang Yang's voice sounded odd. Given the current situation, Fong Ning probably didn't need their protection at all. Compared to Fong Ning, it was Yu Xiu and Lao Guai who needed protection now. What kind of mess is this? With a bitter chuckle, Jiang Yang plopped back down into his chair. Only then did he notice his back was soaked through with sweat from tension. Captain, do you think Fong Ning can still infiltrate the drug trafficking ring? Old Chow's throat felt parched as he strained his voice to ask. Sigh. What's done is done. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. If it really doesn't work out, we'll just have to abandon this operation. Jiang Yang let out a quiet sigh, then fell silent, his voice thick with reluctance. Inside cell block 8. The long night dragged on. With no other entertainment in the prison, most were already asleep at this hour. Thud. The sound of several burly men crashing into the bunk beds echoed jarringly through the silent night. Hearing the noise, everyone instantly sat bolt upright and rushed to the iron door to catch a glimpse of the commotion. Hey, did you hear that? Sounds like a fight. A fight? Where is it? Can you see? Not sure, but it sounds like it's up ahead. The corridor soon filled with excited whispers and murmurs. It's cell block 8. I heard it loud and clear. Just then, a voice rang out from the 7th cell block. Cell block 8? Did they get new inmates? Holy. Cell block 8, no wonder. At the mention of cell block 8, everyone instantly cringed, their faces betraying a hint of apprehension. Almost everyone knew that cell block 8 was home to Yu Xiu, the big boss. Ever since Boss Yu arrived in cell block 8, it had never known peace. They'd seen it with their own eyes, several people carried out on stretchers. Judging by that sound, the new guy was probably in big trouble. After a moment of silence, another voice whispered. Yeah, probably got beaten to a pulp again. Huh? Right, how long do you think this new guy will last? The conversation had drifted unnoticed to discussing how long the new recruit could endure. 3 days, tops. No, I think 1 day max. 1 day? I bet they won't even last a night. Oh? You wanna bet? You bet. I'll wager 3 cigarettes that the new guy won't last a single night. I'll take 2. I'll bet 4. Outside the hallway, the crowd started placing bets right then and there. The scene erupted into a chaotic, boisterous commotion. Meanwhile, prison guard Old Wang was making his routine patrol. Just as he reached the corridor housing the 8th cell block, a sharp thud echoed through the air. Something's wrong. Old Wang froze, instantly sensing something was wrong. Without hesitation, he flung open the corridor door and raced towards cell block 8. Though he hadn't confirmed it, Old Wang had a strong hunch that something had definitely happened in cell block 8. There was no other possibility. Ever since those two moved into cell block 8, there had been trouble practically every single day. Finally, with no other options left, they stopped assigning new inmates to cell block 8. He never imagined receiving an urgent order from higher-ups today. They specifically requested a new inmate named Fong Ning for cell block 8. This kept Old Wang on edge all night. Just now, feeling uneasy, he made another patrol round. Sure enough, as expected, cell block 8 was making noise again. Quiet, everyone. You all want solitary confinement, huh? Seeing the noisy hallway, Old Wang banged on the iron door a few times. The prisoners instantly fell silent. But a few troublemakers still taunted. Coach Wang, you better go check it out, cell block 8's causing trouble again. This time, someone might get killed. Shut up. With a sharp rebuke, Old Wang strode towards cell block 8 without looking back. Hope that kid's okay. Anxious, Old Wang quickly fumbled for his keys and unlocked the door. Sickly, you don't want to get out, do you? As soon as Old Wang opened the door, he instinctively wanted to yell at tuberculosis ghost. Although Yu Xiu was the leader, it was always the consumptive who did the beating. But halfway through his words, his eyes widened, and the rest of his sentence died in his throat. In the open space between the bunk beds, a figure lay face down on the floor, motionless. It was none other than the consumptive. What the hell? Where's the new guy? Old Wang's mouth twitched, nearly biting his tongue clean off. He quickly scanned the surroundings and noticed several burly men glancing nervously to the side. Following their gaze, his pupils instantly contracted, and he nearly let out a startled cry. There on the bed that had belonged to Xiao, Fong Ning sat with his legs crossed, humming a tune. He was spotless from head to toe, showing no signs of having been in a fight. If I recall correctly, isn't that Yu Xiao's spot? Old Wang's eyelids fluttered wildly, as if he'd choked on his own spit. The marks on the floor clearly showed a fight had just happened. But why was Fong Ning unscathed while Lao Wan lay on the floor? Could it be that Fong Ning was the one who fought? Speak! What happened here? Old Wang barked sternly at the burly men whose eyes darted nervously. Nothing. He just tripped and fell. He'll be fine after getting bandaged up at the infirmary. Just then, Yu Xiao suddenly sat up from the side and spoke in a calm tone. Old Wang stared intently at Yu Xiao for several seconds, his eyes narrowing slightly. In the end, he said nothing and pulled out his walkie-talkie. Call. An accident at cell block 8. Need a stretcher. A few minutes later, 2 medical staff hurried into cell block 8 carrying a stretcher. Within minutes, they carried a person out. Ha! I told you so. Newbies can't even last a single night. I win. Damn, what a loser couldn't even last one night. Seeing the figure carried out on the stretcher, the crowd's expressions varied. But just then, a trembling voice cut through the air. The one on the stretcher isn't a newbie, it's a leper. Chapter 117, the one carried out was a tubercular patient. What? A consumptive. The prisoners couldn't help but scratch their heads, feeling as if their hair was being yanked out in clumps. The name tuberculosis ghost had become a household name over the past few months. The top enforcer of a certain organization. His external martial arts skills were incredibly profound, rumored to have been honed through specialized training abroad. How could it be him being carried out? Some still couldn't believe it, craning their necks to peer outside as the stretcher passed by. The sight made them gasp in shock. Holy! It really is the leper. Good heavens! What the hell just happened? Who was the new prisoner brought in today? Seeing the leper's pitiful state, the prisoners' eyes widened like copper bells. Seeing the leper on the stretcher, many quickly realized. This incident must be connected to the new guy from cell block 8. Maybe the new guy beat him up. The clamorous scene fell silent in an instant. All the prisoners pressed their faces against the doorframe, eyes wide as saucers, staring towards cell block 8. They couldn't help but swallow hard. Inside cell block 8. Young man, your name is Fong Ning, right? Yu Xiao whispered to Fong Ning, who lay on bunk bed number 1. His neck was now encircled by a full set of choke marks, a sight that was truly shocking. His expression was a mix of anger and resignation. This was utterly humiliating. He'd been in a great mood today, and when Fong Ning spoke up, he thought he'd have a little fun. After all, no one in this prison was unaware of his reputation. Generally, no one would be foolish enough to mess with him. Even if someone did, he had the consumptive by his side, hardly a threat. But who could have imagined that someone who plays with eagles all day would end up getting pecked blind by one? Damn it, Fong Ning has no sense of martial ethics. He came right in with a chokehold. Within seconds, he felt suffocation closing in. By all logic, controlling him was merely a threat to keep the leper from intervening. Prioritizing his own survival, he tried to shoo the consumptive away. But he discovered he couldn't speak at all. He couldn't break free. He could only feel the air growing thinner and thinner, his mind gradually going blank. His vision went black and he lost consciousness. He had no idea how much time had passed. When he came to, he witnessed Fong Ning transforming into Egg Smasher. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead and he nearly vomited last night's dinner. At that moment, who had time to worry about the boss's dignity? Protecting the eggs was the priority. He scrambled away from bunk bed number 1 as if fleeing. Yeah, what do you want, old man? Fong Ning glanced over, feigning impatience. Inside, he was secretly pleased. He thought Yu Xiao might be angry that he'd hit him a bit too hard. But unexpectedly, not only did he stop pestering him, he even helped cover for him. Seems the first step of my plan worked out. Heh, you're the big shot, your whole family are big shots. Yu Xiao grinned broadly and said. Hee, brother Fong, my name is Yu Xiao. Pleased to meet you. Oh? And how pleased are you, exactly? Fong Ning clicked his tongue, his big eyes blinking rapidly. Yu Xiao? Yu Xiao's face darkened, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to speak. How the hell happy? It's just a greeting. How the hell should I know how happy? Put. Happy my ass, I'm not happy at all. Put. The bruised and battered men couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Feeling Yu Xiao's murderous glare, they instantly lowered their eyes to their noses, focused their noses on their hearts, and turned to face the wall like turtles. Brother Fong sure knows how to joke. Yu Xiao's face twitched uncontrollably, his expression darkening considerably. He's no saint, nor does he have such a temperament. If it weren't for Fong Ning's overwhelming strength, who would dare speak to him like that? He'd have been tossed into the river long ago. Yu Xiao, got it. I'll remember. Next time, check your own bed before sleeping. This won't happen again. Fong Ning murmured Yu Xiao's name softly before issuing a stern warning. You. Hearing this, Yu Xiao completely lost his composure. His face flushed crimson in an instant. His pupils contracted sharply, and his entire demeanor shifted abruptly. A flash of ruthless intensity ignited in his eyes. Oh? Interesting. Fong Ning narrowed his eyes at Yu Xiao. If the other dared to strike, he wouldn't mind teaching him another lesson. After all, he was a drug lord, beating him up carried zero psychological burden. These kinds of leaders who've risen through the ranks all share one trait: they're incredibly pragmatic. If you proved useful, they'd be warm and friendly bosses. But if you hold no value, well, sorry, they'll ditch you without a second thought. They'd even kick you while you're down. As long as he proved himself stronger than the junkies, Yoshio wouldn't overlook him. After all, the narcotics squad just busted his operation and arrested quite a few of his men. Now was the time when talent was most needed. Just as Yoshio was about to reach his boiling point, suddenly, his entire aura relaxed. He instantly transformed back into a harmless old man. You're right, young man. I'll be more careful next time. I'm going to rest now. With that, he pulled the blanket over his head and turned his back to Fong Ning. The message was clear: he didn't want to talk. Sure enough, people who've made it this far are damn good at holding their ground. Muttering a silent complaint, Fong Ning saw it was late and pulled the covers over himself to sleep. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, with a click, the door lock opened. The door to cell block 8 slowly swung open. You may enter. With the duty guard's voice, the consumptive prisoner limped slowly into the cell block. That posture, well, like a kid who just got circumcised, shuffling down a hospital corridor during summer break. Though it was still early, most inmates were already awake. Seeing this scene, a peculiar look appeared on everyone's face. Several burly men wanted to laugh but dared not. But Yoshio wanted to laugh but couldn't. After all, the consumptive was his confidant and had been injured for his sake. Laughter was impossible unless he couldn't help himself. Put. Ha ha. A distinctly suppressed laugh echoed through the quiet prison cell. The consumptive's face twisted, flushing crimson as he glared fiercely toward the source of the laughter. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly froze. A look of grievance then crept onto his face. For a split second, he almost burst into tears. Boss. You. The consumptive's lips trembled, his voice quivering. Fong Ning had held back, so the sickly-looking guy wasn't in much pain. But seeing the boss mock him now felt like the sky had fallen. Pain. It hurt so much. The consumptive felt as if cotton had been stuffed into his chest, and the next second he couldn't breathe. I'm not laughing at you. Yoshio's expression tightened as he stepped forward to support Lao Gui while explaining. The consumptive's expression finally eased, his entire body slowly calming down. But just then, Fong Ning stretched lazily and sat up in bed. His eyes lit up when he saw the consumptive. What happened to you? Did you get circumcised? Chapter 118, The Sickly Ghost Won't Take It Round 2. Put. Goose. Hearing Fong Ning's words, Yoshio, who had barely managed to stifle his laughter, finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing like a goose. The other burly men, though curled up in their blankets, visibly trembled. They were clearly trying to stifle their laughter. Damn it, you're pushing it way too far. The leper's temper flared instantly. Ever since being carried off on a stretcher to the infirmary yesterday, he'd been thinking long and hard. He'd finally reached a conclusion. He couldn't beat Fong Ning. He'd even planned to leave Fong Ning alone for now, and wait until he got out to exact his revenge. But he never expected Fong Ning to start rubbing salt in the wound. Who could stand that? Uncle could endure it, but Auntie couldn't. He immediately started shuffling sideways like a crab, ready to charge at Fong Ning and fight to the death. Lung-wrecked bastard. Back off. Yoshio watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowing as he barked at the sickly man. He held deep apprehension toward Fong Ning. Seeing the Lao Gui's current state, he knew that if he charged in, he'd likely be carried out unconscious. Boss, Tuberculosis suppressed his rage, his eyes already red-rimmed. Since he'd started in this line of work, he'd never endured such humiliation. You were the one who started this fight. Go apologize to brother Fong Ning. We're all in the same cell block, we should look out for each other. Yoshio shot Tuberculosis a series of frantic winks, signaling him to bow his head. The consumptive stood there snorting and grunting, refusing to budge for a long while, clearly reluctant. But under Yoshio's intimidating gaze, he reluctantly shuffled over to Fong Ning, his voice barely audible. My fault. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Fong Ning turned his head blankly, pretending not to hear. I said I was wrong. I apologize. The consumptive boy's voice was strained with suppressed anger, almost gritting his teeth as he spoke. Why yell so loud? Fong Ning scratched his ear in displeasure, looking thoroughly annoyed before saying flatly. I forgive you. Oomph. The consumptive man snorted coldly like a wronged woman, about to return to his bunk for a rest. Only to discover that his doorside bunk was now occupied by old Yu, fast asleep. The two stared at each other awkwardly, their expressions frozen in an uncomfortable standoff. After a few seconds, the consumptive's face twitched twice. He took a deep breath and walked expressionlessly to the right bunk. Seeing the consumptive's face dark as water, the burly man below him scrambled to the side in fright. This. At that moment, the 5 burly men felt like crying. There were already 2 tyrants in the cell, and the 5 of them had been managing by rotating the 4 beds each day. Now, another one had arrived. Now they had to squeeze 5 men onto 3 beds. Damn it, what kind of situation is this? The big guys felt like they could die. Ding-a-ling. The urgent call sounded breakfast time. Fong Ning followed Yoshio and the others to the cafeteria for breakfast. Strangely, many people stared at him along the way, occasionally pointing and whispering. Some even deliberately circled around him, seemingly just to catch a glimpse. Is there something on my face? Fong Ning naturally noticed the peculiar looks and felt puzzled. What he didn't know was that news of the consumptive being carried away on a stretcher yesterday had already spread throughout the entire dormitory. After all, many pairs of eyes had witnessed it firsthand that night. And the only new face in cell block 8 was undoubtedly the one who had beaten up the consumptive. So everyone was eager to see what this ruthless newcomer looked like. In a surveillance room somewhere within the 4th prison, Jiang Yang dragged himself along, his face bearing huge dark circles under his eyes, looking as if he were about to pass away. To ensure Fong Ning's safety, he had stayed awake all night. Captain, I think it should be fine now. Fong Ning shouldn't be in any danger. Old Chow yawned, looking utterly exhausted. Like Jiang Yang, he'd barely slept last night, his eyes glued to the monitors. It should be fine. Just as Jiang Yang was about to speak, his phone began vibrating rapidly. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Director Huang. His eyes narrowed as he quickly answered the call. How's the operation progressing? Is Fong Ning safe? Commissioner Huang immediately pressed for updates on Fong Ning's situation. Fong Ning was an officer he had high hopes for. It was because of him that he had ended up becoming an undercover agent by a twist of fate. If anything happened to Fong Ning, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Is he safe? Jiang Yang's gaze turned peculiar, and he couldn't help but shiver. Fong Ning was far too safe, almost ridiculously so. Right after entering prison, he knocked out Target 1 and then injured Target 2. Now no one was safer than him. Why aren't you answering? Did something happen? Seeing Jiang Yang remain silent, Director Huang's voice on the other end of the line suddenly rose, urgent and impatient. Extremely safe. Mission proceeding smoothly. Jiang Yang snapped back to attention and immediately replied. Good. Make sure Fong Ning's safety is guaranteed throughout the operation. Commissioner Huang visibly relaxed. The two then discussed the plan's details for a while before hanging up. After hanging up, Jiang Yang pondered for a moment before turning to Old Chow. You've got the experience. Do you think targets like Fong Ning would actively seek out opportunities? Although Fong Ning was currently very safe, a thorn remained lodged in Jiang Yang's heart. Both Target 1 and Target 2 were infiltrated by undercover agents? This was practically a once-in-a-century occurrence. No one could predict what might happen next. I've never encountered this before either. It's hard to say. Maybe we should observe a little longer? Old Chow clicked his tongue, his expression resigned. There was nothing else to be done. Jiang Yang hummed an acknowledgement but said nothing more, his eyes staring blankly into space as if lost in thought. Inside the 4th cell block. Fong Ning? Brother Fong? Little brother? Little brother? Yusho suddenly appeared before Fong Ning and called out softly. Ha? Old Yu, what's up? Fong Ning's eyes lit up, realizing Yusho had taken notice of him. Where's brother Fong making his fortune? Yusho's cheerful tone suggested he was just making small talk. Me? Just picking up odd jobs to scrape by. Fong Ning remained vague, not giving a clear answer. His current identity was borrowed from Crow, and while he did take on odd jobs, they were all dirty work. Brother Fong, you're too modest. You're clearly cut out for big things. Yusho narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing Fong Ning wasn't willing to reveal everything. But he couldn't care less. Whether Fong Ning spoke or not was irrelevant, he'd already dispatched people to investigate Fong Ning's background. Climbing to this position required caution above all else. The very night Fong Ning appeared, he'd sent people to dig into his background. The report would arrive within the next couple of days. Yusho glanced at Fong Ning again, his eyes flickering. During breakfast that morning, he'd already questioned the consumptive thoroughly. Though the consumptive man was deeply resentful, he had admitted he couldn't defeat Fong Ning. Hearing this, Yusho's mind immediately sprang into action. After the hideout was raided by the police, the organization was now desperately short-staffed. If Fong Ning's background proved reliable, Yusho intended to recruit him. As the two exchanged casual small talk, the consumptive man beside them shot Fong Ning a look of pure resentment. Seeing the boss's expression, he guessed the boss might be planning to recruit Fong Ning. If he joins the organization, will I still have a good life? No way. His mind raced. Minutes later, Lao Gui's eyes lit up. What good is being a skilled fighter? I'm a descendant of the thieves' sect. With his plan set, Lao Gui flashed a sinister grin and strode straight up to Fong Ning, chin thrust out. Hey, I'll admit you're a better fighter, but I don't respect you. If you can beat me in a fair fight, then I'll admit you're the better fighter. Hearing this, Fong Ning coughed violently twice, barely suppressing a laugh. He forced himself to keep a straight face. Hand-to-hand combat? Are you sure about that? Chapter 119, Peeling Eggs Barehanded? I want them raw. Ha! The leper looked like he'd heard the funniest joke ever, nearly laughing his nose out. Of course I'm sure. Just tell me if you dare. If you lose, you'll kneel and apologize to me. If I lose, I'll admit you're the real deal. The leper stared intently at Fong Ning, his eyes burning with eagerness, desperate for Fong Ning to agree. Everyone in the room turned their gaze toward Fong Ning in unison. They'd witnessed firsthand the prowess of the leper's hands. To him, everyone in prison was like an ATM ask for anything, and he'd get it. He never came up empty-handed. Had he not joined Yu Lao Da's crew, he'd be a grandmaster-level pickpocket. Now look at Fong Ning. He was clearly a brute force type, and not the brightest bulb either. He looked every bit the brute, his skills clearly no match for the consumptives. Yusho's eyes flickered as he studied the two. He knew the consumptive was seething with resentment, and he genuinely intended to recruit Fong Ning. Yet he made no move to intervene, choosing instead to watch quietly from the sidelines. As for Fong Ning, he wouldn't trust him until he had concrete information. In his view, if Fong Ning had any sense, he wouldn't agree. Others might not know, but he was well aware. Before joining his crew, the consumptive had long traveled the underworld with his grandfather. And Lao Guai's grandfather was none other than the last leader of the Old Thieves Guild. After the old man's death, the thieves' sect completely disintegrated and fragmented, and the consumptive man became a hunted fugitive. In the end, it was he who saved him, and that's how the organization's second-in-command, the sickly one, came to be. With thoughts swirling in their minds, all eyes fixed on Fong Ning without blinking, awaiting his response. Want to challenge me? A strange smile curled at the corners of Fong Ning's mouth before he waved his hand dismissively. Why should I compete with you? What's in it for me? At these words, Lao Gui's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. He staggered, nearly losing his balance. Benefits? What benefits do you want? Are you afraid? If Fong Ning didn't accept his challenge, he really had no other options. After all, this was prison, not the outside world. Without backup, he stood no chance. Seeing this, Yu Xiu lost all interest, yawned, and went back to sleep. Just as he'd expected, only someone with a screw loose would agree to the leper's terms. But just as he turned away, Fong Ning's voice reached him. Fine, let's do it. But we need to add some stakes. What stakes, you say? The sickly guy, who thought it was hopeless, suddenly heard Fong Ning change his tune and was overjoyed. The stakes didn't matter as long as Fong Ning agreed to the contest, he was confident he could win. Simple enough, if you lose, you'll shout Grandpa, I was wrong, 3 times in front of everyone. How about it? That's not too much to ask, right? Fong Ning looked up and pondered for a long time before coming up with this demand, his eyes deliberately darting away. You! The consumptive's face darkened, his expression shifting between anger and gloom. His previously unshakable confidence began to waver. Could he possibly have some hidden trump card? Suddenly, the consumptive man noticed Fong Ning's evasive gaze, and his eyes lit up. He must be bluffing. Fine. I accept. The consumptive agreed immediately, his face breaking into a confident grin. Ha! Fong Ning deliberately feigned surprise, as if utterly taken aback by the other's agreement. Just as I thought, all bluff. Seeing Fong Ning's expression, the consumptive felt even more confident. Yu Xiu, of course, noticed Fong Ning's expression too. His eyes narrowed slightly as he shook his head softly. He thought Fong Ning would be as capable as the leper. But now it seemed he was nothing but brute strength with a dim mind. Sensing Fong Ning's intent, the sickly-looking man, as if afraid Fong Ning might change his mind, immediately began rummaging through his coat. Cigarettes, bread, sunflower seeds, I'll watch, eggs, ham sausages. He pulled out a whole pile of things from his coat. The scene left everyone staring in stunned silence. Everyone knew the consumptive pickpocket was highly skilled. But seeing so many items at once still left them utterly stunned. Fong Ning nodded slightly to himself. To steal this much from prison, his skills had surpassed even Lu Sanpeo's. All this was snatched this morning, Lao Gui declared. The consumptive thief tilted his head back proudly, then let a faint smile touch his lips. I won't pick on you. We happen to have several fresh eggs here. The rules are simple. We'll time each other. Whoever peels the eggshell faster wins. Of course, the prerequisite is peeling out a whole egg. He finished speaking and looked at Fong Ning with a smile, his expression seemingly sincere. But that wasn't the case. This was precisely where the leper's cunning lay. The simpler something appears, the harder it is to master. Peeling an egg looks easy, but doing it fast is no simple feat. Especially with fresh eggs. As everyone knows, freshly laid eggs are notoriously difficult to peel. After boiling one wrong move and you'll strip off the egg white. Even the fastest person would need to crack it first and peel it in half. Even the fastest peeling takes minutes. At the very least, it takes half a minute. But the consumptive was different. Ever since he started learning the craft from his grandfather at age 6, his daily task has been peeling eggs. It took 3 full years before his grandfather would teach him anything else. Now, he can peel an egg in just 3 seconds. Trying to trick me? Too bad you met me. Fong Ning feigned impatience, nodded, and waved his hand. Pfft, what's so hard about that? Get on with it. All right. Hearing Fong Ning agree, the leper's grin stretched almost to his ears. If not for Fong Ning watching, he'd have been snorting like a pig by now. I'll go first. To avoid any delays, the consumptive fellow immediately produced an egg and turned his gaze to the burly man beside him. The burly man immediately understood and pulled out his watch to start timing. 3, 2, 1, go. I'm ready. Barely a few seconds after the command was given, the leper's voice echoed. The eggshells in the leper's hands had vanished completely, revealing the pure white egg whites. The ground was littered with tiny fragments of eggshell. The big guy mechanically glanced at his watch, swayed slightly, and muttered. It took less than 3 seconds. The crowd gasped in unison, their gazes turning solemn as they fixed them on the consumptive. Yu Xiu nodded silently in acknowledgement. He'd witnessed Lao Gui's egg peeling technique before. No one could possibly be faster. Now it's your turn. The consumptive turned to Fong Ning, expecting to see panic in his eyes. But the shock he'd imagined didn't appear on Fong Ning's face. Not even a flicker of emotion stirred. A faint, almost imperceptible smile even played at the corners of his mouth, as if a mocking smirk. Why aren't you speaking? Are you stunned into surrender? Seeing Fong Ning's expression, the leper's heart skipped a beat as a familiar sense of foreboding washed over him. Fong Ning shot the leper a half smile, half glare before clicking his teeth. I don't want boiled eggs. Give me raw ones. Chapter 120, The Collapsing Leper. The shocked crowd. Raw eggs? What do you need raw eggs for? The leper froze, asking almost instinctively. To peel it, of course. What else would I do with a raw egg? Fong Ning stared at the leper as if he were an idiot. The leper's body jerked violently, nearly leaping up as if seized by convulsions. He stared at Fong Ning as though he'd seen a ghost. Peeling a raw egg with your bare hands? Are you out of your mind? In all his years in the Thieves' Guild, he'd never heard of anyone peeling raw eggs with their bare hands. Not even Grandpa could do it. You think you're Uncle Lee from Thief of the Century? Oomph. You just don't see any raw eggs here, so you're trying to renege on the deal, huh? The leper chuckled twice as if suddenly struck by an idea. Then he pulled 2 more raw eggs from his pocket, suppressing a grin. What a coincidence, I just happened to steal 2 raw eggs today. Here, take them. Everyone present froze for a moment, then their expressions turned oddly peculiar. They struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces flushing crimson. Seeing the leper's astonishing display, they all assumed Fong Ning was just looking for an excuse to back out. Oh? Well, that's great. Now you'll lose with no complaints. Fong Ning's eyes lit up at the sight of the raw eggs. He snatched it up, completely oblivious to the mocking expressions around him. Peeling a boiled egg was no challenge at all. He had only asked about raw eggs on a whim, never expecting to actually find one. Seeing this, Yu Xiu's brow furrowed into a frown, his impression of Fong Ning worsening. If you can't beat him, you can't beat him. Losing to the leper isn't exactly shameful. After all, the leper's skills had never been defeated. But resorting to dirty tricks was beneath him. Yu Xiu's eyes flickered. If he had been considering making Fong Ning a team leader earlier, then now, in his eyes, Fong Ning could only be considered an ordinary subordinate. What's the hold-up? Seeing Fong Ning standing motionless, Plague's smirk deepened as he taunted aloud. The timer's ticking. Fong Ning frowned, looking at the leper as if he were an idiot. Fine. Let's see how long you can keep up this arrogance. The consumptive man's teeth ground audibly as he snatched the watch from the burly man's wrist. Gritting his teeth, he declared word by word. I'm ready. Let's begin. 3, 2, 1, go. No sooner had the leper spoken than a raw egg began spinning wildly between Fong Ning's thumb and index finger. It was identical to Uncle Lee's technique in No Thieves Under Heaven. In the blink of an eye, the eggshell began to crack visibly. Before he could react, a faint voice sounded beside him. Done. Ha! Stunned for over a second, the consumptive man mechanically pressed end. He stiffly glanced down at the time. Just over 2 seconds. Damn it! The leper stumbled back 3 steps, his vision darkening as he nearly passed out. After all, he'd just frozen for over a full second. In reality, Fong Ning had only taken 1 second. This meant Fong Ning had taken only half the time. Impossible. This can't be. How could this be? This can't be real. Tell me this isn't real. The consumptive felt a mouthful of blood churning in his throat, as if it would erupt at any moment. He hadn't been this shaken by losing to Fong Ning in martial arts before, but losing to Fong Ning in hand-to-hand combat? His psyche had completely shattered. All these years training under his grandfather, he had always towered above his peers. His grandfather had even called him a once-in-a-lifetime genius. He had believed his 3-second egg peeling skill was already unmatched nationwide. But never in his wildest dreams did he imagine. Compared to Fong Ning, he felt like a complete amateur. Seeing Love Gui's expression, Yu Xiu also approached out of curiosity. This couldn't be possible. Seeing the time on the timer, Yu Xiu's mind exploded with a buzzing sensation. Could Fong Ning really possess such strength? Turning to look at Fong Ning, he suddenly felt as if a thick veil had been draped over him, obscuring his true depth. Holy crap! 2 seconds. And it was a raw egg, for crying out loud. The burly men's eyes bulged like copper bells, nearly popping out of their sockets. One of them nearly bit his tongue off in shock. No one expected Fong Ning to actually pull it off. Ahem, does that mean I win now? Ignoring the stunned stares, Fong Ning cleared his throat. All eyes turned to the consumptive. We both took less than 3 seconds, it's a tie. The consumptive took a deep breath, enunciating each word deliberately. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as an odd sensation rose within them. Wait, that's way too far-fetched. You did take under 3 seconds, but Fong Ning clearly finished in under 2. You timed it slower, how can that be the same? Even if the time was the same, you peeled a raw egg while you used a boiled one, how could that be the same? Yu Xiu shot him a displeased look, his eyes narrowing at the consumptive. But after opening his mouth several times, he said nothing. Oh? What if we add this? Fong Ning's expression remained utterly unruffled as he slowly extended his left hand. In his left hand appeared another crystal-clear egg, also raw. Which meant Fong Ning peeled 2 at the same time. Seeing the 2 raw eggs in Fong Ning's hands, Lao Gui was utterly stunned, his mind going completely blank. He collapsed onto the ground with a thud, his face drained of all color. Only now did he realize the vast gulf between himself and Fong Ning. Compared to Fong Ning, he was nothing but a clown. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. On the very day he first practiced peeling eggs, his grandfather had told him something. Though the art of burglary was exceptional, he'd learned there were always greater masters out there, people who could even peel raw eggs with their bare hands. He was young back then and thought grandfather was joking. Only now did he realize it was true. A bitter smile touched the corners of his lips as he murmured. I've lost. Of course you would lose. Your skills are decent, but unfortunately, I have a cheat code. Fong Ning looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, silent, radiating the air of a master who feels lonely. Even though I lost, I still want to compete again. The consumptive man abruptly lifted his head, his voice brimming with conviction. He wanted to know just how vast the gap between himself and Fong Ning truly was. But mid-sentence, he froze, his entire body deflating like a punctured balloon. Ha! What else is there to compete over? Fong Ning flicked a cigarette into the ashtray and asked, puffing on it. Nothing. Forget it. I'm beat. The consumptive gave a bitter smile. The others in the room stared intently at Fong Ning, their eyes fixed on him without blinking. Especially Yushio, whose gaze grew increasingly intense. Because of the cigarette in Fong Ning's hand. It was none other than the pack from the consumptive. Fong Ning had somehow slipped it from the consumptive's person. No one had noticed. Not even the consumptive himself. Hey, we're all in the same cell block, no fight, no friendship. Come on, do me a favor. Yushio stepped forward then, cheerfully slinging his arms around both their shoulders. He'd made up his mind he absolutely had to recruit Fong Ning. Half an hour later, the three sat together, munching on snacks and side dishes scrounged by Lao Gui, sipping on cheap liquor. The atmosphere was harmonious. As for Lao Gui, he'd long since forgotten the bet he'd agreed to. Fong Ning didn't care and couldn't be bothered to call him out. 10 minutes later. Yushio suddenly turned to Fong Ning and asked, Brother Fong, tell me honestly, what exactly do you do? Me? Fong Ning grinned widely, revealing his trademark pearly whites. I'm a cop. Chapter 121, Fong Ning's self-revelation? I'm a cop. In a surveillance room at prison number 4. Did anything happen while we were out eating? John Yang, grease still clinging to the corners of his mouth, shoved open the surveillance room door. After pulling an all-nighter, he and Old Chow were utterly exhausted. With no other choice, they reluctantly let a colleague take over their shift. After breakfast, they managed a quick nap before rushing back. Reporting to the captain, nothing out of the ordinary, but... Team Leader 1 hesitated, as if holding back. What's going on? Spit it out. Old Chow, who had a short temper, couldn't help but blurt out. You'd better see for yourselves. The team leader of Group 1 looked peculiar as he turned sideways to reveal the surveillance feed. Their eyes followed the gesture. The moment they made out the screen, their mouths instantly formed perfect O's, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. On the screen, Fong Ning was sitting together with Yu Xiaolao. And they were arm in arm, laughing and chatting. Though their backs were to the camera, their movements of drinking and eating were still clearly visible. For a moment, it almost looked like a gathering of close friends sharing a meal and drinks. Damn! What the hell is going on? Old Chow couldn't help but let out a curse. He clearly remembered that Lao Gui had been beaten into the hospital by Fong Ning, and Yu Xiao had been choked unconscious by Fong Ning. So what was this? How had they ended up sitting together drinking? The look on all three of them in the picture, they were practically about to become sworn brothers. Has the era of undercover work changed? Was violent contact with targets the new trend? Blinking hard, Old Chow felt his facial muscles stiffen like stone. Damn it! Even the usually composed John Yang couldn't help but let out a curse. They'd been gone less than 2 hours, how could the situation have shifted so drastically? Before leaving, he'd worried whether Fong Ning's behavior might cause trouble. Yu Xiao probably wouldn't extend an olive branch. But now? It wasn't just an olive branch. He'd practically shoved it down their throats. What happened after we left? A sudden realization dawned on John Yang as he shot a bewildered glance at the squad leader. Look here. Team Leader 1 immediately pulled up the footage of Fong Ning sparring with a consumptive. A hand-to-hand contest? As the video began, both John Yang and Old Chow furrowed their brows. According to intelligence, Lao Gui was likely a descendant of the thieves' sect. Moreover, the duel was initiated by Lao Ghost himself. Fong Ning wouldn't have agreed otherwise. Such a low-level provocation, how could a seasoned undercover agent possibly fall for it? Lao Chow snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain. But as he watched on, Lao Chow's expression darkened. Fong Ning had actually agreed. Before Old Chow could recover from his shock, a blur of motion caught his eye. The consumptive had already finished peeling the egg with his bare hands. In under 3 seconds. Fong Ning was definitely going to lose. Seeing this, Old Chow slowly shook his head. No! John Yang's expression froze, a sudden flash of cold insight piercing his mind. If Fong Ning lost, how could they explain what happened next? Their thoughts diverged, yet both eyes remained fixed on the screen, unblinking. The video continued playing. Their facial expressions shifted rapidly. Old Chow's expression shifted from disappointment to regret, finally settling into utter disbelief. John Yang's expression went from solemn to incredulous, ending in sheer shock. They witnessed Fong Ning peeling a raw egg with his bare hands. In less than 2 seconds. The air seemed to freeze. They stared at each other, hearing only their own breaths. Staring at each other, their eyes were filled with utter shock. How could Fong Ning be this skilled? His hand-to-hand skills surpass even those of the bandit-trained Lao Gui? Is this really a cop? Noticing the doubt in Lao Chow's eyes, John Yang's voice cracked slightly. Don't look at me. Fong Ning's credentials are legit, I verified them myself. Despite his words, John Yang still felt a lingering doubt. There's more to come. The squad leader swallowed hard and whispered. Ha! John Yang and the other man narrowed their eyes, watching intently. When they saw Fong Ning calmly pull out a cigarette from the Lao Gui's pocket and light it, their faces had already lost all expression. Click. Simultaneously, they lit their own cigarettes and slowly exhaled smoke rings. Damn impressive. Old Chow, same question. If it were you, what would you do next? A few minutes later, the team leader left. John Yang and the others sat chatting idly in front of the monitors. Recalling his previous humiliating experiences, Old Chow deliberated for a long time, choosing his words with extreme caution. The current situation looks very promising. Judging by the target state, he's definitely going to recruit Fong Ning. It's just a matter of time. Under these circumstances, it's highly unlikely anything unexpected will happen. We just need to wait for the target to make the first move. Unless. At this point, Lao Chao paused, as if finding his own thoughts absurd, and burst out laughing. Unless he suddenly confesses he's a cop right now, the operation is bound to succeed. Hearing this, Jiang Yang's perpetually gloomy expression relaxed for the first time. A palpable sense of relief washed over him, and the color visibly returned to his cheeks. Phew, that's good. The first phase of the operation is finally complete. But his words abruptly cut off mid-sentence. His lips started trembling, and he nearly foamed at the mouth. Old Chao's eyelids twitched violently and his scalp tingled, feeling like he was about to lose his mind any second. Then Fong Ning's voice came from the screen. I'm a police officer. Inside cell block 8. The moment Fong Ning finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze solid. Silence descended so profound you could hear a pin drop. Several burly men froze instantly, every muscle in their bodies stiffening as they stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move. Even the farts they were about to let out were held back. The consumptive's body convulsed as if suffering from constipation. Yu Xiu's eyes widened, bulging almost out of their sockets. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Fong Ning. Whoosh! Thump! Thump! The silent 8th cell block echoed only with the sound of rapid breathing and heartbeats. Everyone stood frozen, as if paused in time. Perhaps a second, perhaps a minute. To them, it felt like an eternity. Just as the tension threatened to explode. Suddenly. Ha! Hilarious! Absolutely hilarious! Brother Fong, I never knew you had such a knack for comedy. Oh my, I can't take it. My sides are splitting. If you're a cop, then I must be the police chief. Yu Xiu slapped his thigh, laughing uncontrollably until tears and snot were streaming down his face. Fong Ning is a cop? That's impossible. Although I haven't gotten Fong Ning's file yet. His behavior doesn't fit that of a cop at all. Having lived under the police's nose for so long, he'd know an undercover cop when he saw one. From the moment he entered the cell block, Fong Ning had displayed an extremely domineering side. He clearly comes from the underworld, how could he possibly be a cop? Most crucially, Fong Ning's martial arts skills far surpassed Lao Gui's. What kind of cop has skills like that? You've got to be kidding me. Bro, that's a pretty cold joke. The consumptive was amused beyond measure, his chest heaving up and down with laughter. If anyone, he'd be the first to doubt Fong Ning being a cop. Though his observational skills weren't as sharp as the boss's, he knew this much. Anyone who could beat him in hand-to-hand combat couldn't possibly be a cop. Otherwise, why bother being a cop? He could start his own martial arts school. Yu Xiu and the consumptive fellow chuckled, taking Fong Ning's words as nothing more than a joke. Ha! Seeing Yu Laodao laugh, the rest of the cellmates belatedly joined in the laughter. The scene was cheerful and convivial, some might mistake it for a tea party. I really am a cop. Fong Ning blinked, a hint of strangeness flickering in his eyes. Right. You're absolutely right. The consumptive didn't even lift his head. Yu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Right, you're the cop, and I'm the chief. Go ahead and arrest me. Chapter 122, Plan Success. Yu Xiu's personal invitation. Holy! Jiang Yang and Old Chao exclaimed in unison, one stumbling and nearly falling flat on his face. Their mouths opened and closed, unable to speak, clearly having lost all control over their expressions. The moment they heard Fong Ning say he was a cop, both men's hearts leapt into their throats. Jiang Yang's head was buzzing. He nearly called in his team to storm in and rescue Fong Ning. He'd imagined countless possible responses from Fong Ning. He might reveal a fabricated identity as a raven, or simply remain silent and play it mysterious. In short, he'd considered countless possibilities. But he never imagined Fong Ning would just come clean. Admit he was a cop. Suddenly recalling Old Chao's words, he stiffened and turned to look at him. Old Chao stared at Fong Ning as if he were a freak, his face flushing crimson like he'd just eaten a ginseng fruit. After Fong Ning's series of masterful moves, he thought Fong Ning was a genius who took an unconventional path. Until this very moment, it dawned on him. Fong Ning was a complete asshole. A total asshole. Admitting outright he was a cop? This wasn't. Just as both men felt suffocated, their expressions suddenly turned peculiar. Upon hearing Fong Ning declare he was a cop, burst into such uncontrollable laughter he nearly wet himself. He refused to believe Fong Ning was a cop, even thinking he was telling a bad joke. Staring blankly at the cell monitor, both fell silent. Seconds later, with a soft click, both men lit another cigarette almost simultaneously. Awesome plus. Cell block 8. Ever since Yu Xiu, Fong Ning, and the others sat down for a drink together, their bond had rapidly intensified like a honeymoon. They became inseparable wherever they went. Soon, the entire prison knew that Cell Block 8 had produced a prodigy. Not only did his martial arts skills surpass those of the consumptive, but he was also on equal footing with Boss Yu. So much so that wherever Fong Ning went, passing inmates would respectfully hail him with Boss Fong. Though Fong Ning found the title somewhat peculiar, he did not refuse it. It signaled that the first step of his plan to become the second in command within the drug trafficking ring had succeeded. Cell Block 8, Fong Ning, your lawyer is here to see you. Just after lunch, the prison guard's call came from outside the door. Coming. Fong Ning's eyes narrowed sharply. He knew this meant Jiang Yan wanted to see him. Hang in there, get out early, and I'll take care of you. Yu Xiu looked at Fong Ning with a cheerful smile, his face showing concern. Haha, I'm a good guy, I'll be out in no time. Fong Ning turned, flashed a wide grin, and strode straight out of the cell block. Yushio watched him go with a satisfied smile. Until his figure vanished completely at the end of the corridor. Yushio's expression changed abruptly, the smile vanishing from his face. Tuberculosis ghost, do you think this guy's trustworthy? Seeing the expression on old Yu's face, Lao Gui's heart skipped a beat and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Asking that question clearly meant he didn't fully trust Fong Ning. I think he should be okay. After all, his skills are better than mine. After a few seconds of hesitation, Lao Gui cautiously replied. Though he was certain Fong Ning was reliable, he dared not speak too confidently in front of the boss. He claims to be a cop. How credible do you think that is? Boss Yu's eyes remained narrowed as he stared blankly in the direction Fong Ning had left, lost in thought. Police? That must be Fong Ning bragging. No way someone like that could be a cop. The consumptive just shook his head. I'm not buying it either, but... Yushio licked his lips, his tone icy. The intel's coming in soon. Better hope he's not a cop. If he is, heh. Yushio didn't finish his sentence, but Lao Gui shuddered. That was the exact same look Yu Lao had when he killed the undercover cop. Visiting room, 4th prison. We've obtained crucial intelligence. Confirmed reports indicate someone is actively seeking your information through multiple channels. Rest assured, however, the information being circulated has been carefully packaged by us. This indicates Yushio will soon attempt to recruit you. Our first phase of operations should succeed very soon. Jian Yang looked directly at Fong Ning, his expression brimming with excitement. Someone investigating Fong Ning's background at this moment? It's undoubtedly Yushio. That sly fox. So cautious after all. Fong Ning narrowed his eyes and cursed under his breath. Now he understood why Yushio had delayed bringing him into the fold. Time is short, so I'll make this quick. I've arranged your case. You'll be released on the same day as Yushio. Once you're inside the drug trafficking organization, you'll be on your own. Stay safe. Jian Yang looked up at Fong Ning, his expression grave. Got it. I'll head back now. Nodding, Fong Ning turned to leave. Wait. Just as Fong Ning reached the doorway, he heard Jian Yang call out. Is there something else, Captain Jian? I just wanted to ask. No, old Chow wanted to ask. Why are you such a skilled pickpocket? Jian Yang couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Oh, you mean that? Fong Ning grinned instantly, revealing his signature pearly whites. It's just a hobby of mine. Gulp. Jian Yang's vision went black and he collapsed to the ground. The night passed without incident. The next morning after breakfast, Yushio suddenly left the detention cell. The show was about to begin. Fong Ning knew it must mean his file had arrived. Half an hour later, Yushio returned to the cell block. Whether it was an illusion or not, Fong Ning sensed a faint smile playing on Yushio's face. Brother Fong, I don't care what you did before. How about joining me? After obtaining Fong Ning's file and confirming his identity as a raven, Yushio didn't hesitate to extend an olive branch. Wow, Boss Yu personally invited him. Working for Boss Yu means big money. I'm so jealous. Several burly inmates in the same cell block eyed Fong Ning with envy, their eyes burning with jealousy. The consumptive also glanced over, his eyes flickering. Not joining. Fong Ning was decisive. Holy. He actually refused. The burly men in the cell jerked back, nearly biting their tongues. Bro, are you out of your mind? You turned down an invitation from Boss Yu himself? Anyone else would have jumped at the chance. Don't you know how powerful Yu Lao is? You're not agreeing? Yushio looked stunned, his face stiff as if he had constipation. Do you have any idea how much I make per deal? Can you even afford to pay me if I work for you? Fong Ning cleared his throat twice, hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of aloof superiority. How much? Yushio's confidence began to waver. He'd seen Fong Ning's records, just some dirty work, right? A job might net him 100 grand tops. 200,000. Fong Ning looked up at the sky, his posture radiating the invincibility of a master. Put. Yushio burst out laughing, the last shred of doubt vanishing from his mind. He knew Fong Ning was deliberately inflating the price, but he didn't care. He wasn't afraid that Fong Ning loved money. As long as he loved money and was greedy, he'd have weaknesses. As long as you paid enough, such men would often sell their lives. With me, 1 million a month. Yushio resumed his calm demeanor, his voice level and detached. Oh? Do you think I'm the sort to bow to money? Fong Ning's tone dripped with contempt. But the next second, before anyone could react, Fong Ning strode up to Yushio, his voice earnest. Money doesn't matter. I just believe in you. Yushio. Tuberculosis patient. Alright. Welcome aboard. Chapter 123, Sudden. Pursuit. Terror. Ambush. 3 days later. Outside the gates of Spring City's 4th prison. With a creak, the prison gates slowly swung open. 3 figures emerged one after another. The gates closed behind them. Ah, the air outside is truly refreshing. Yushio took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and looked utterly intoxicated. The consumptive's expression betrayed unmistakable excitement. Huh? Did they make a mistake? Fong Ning stared dumbfounded at the Buick GL8 before him, his voice dripping with disbelief. Didn't you say you were a drug lord? And this is the car you drive? And why did only the driver show up? Fong Ning was completely dumbfounded. In his mind, wasn't a boss's release from prison supposed to be met with a red dirt-covered road, streets washed with clear water, and a procession of luxury cars with brothers welcoming him? A dozen or so men in black would stand in 2 rows, backed by a fleet of luxury vehicles. As soon as the boss stepped out, they draped a trench coat over him and shouted in unison. Welcome back, boss. Even if there weren't this many people, he'd at least drive a small Lexus or a Bentley or something. You show up in a GL8? Think you're the boss of a construction site? Heh, in our line of work, drawing attention is just asking for trouble, right? Noticing Fong Ning's confusion, Yuxiu gave him a light pat on the shoulder, a faint smile playing on his lips. As the most powerful drug lord in Spring City, Yuxiu operated with extreme caution, always keeping a low profile. He'd never given the police any real leverage to arrest him. As for why he ended up in prison, that remains a mystery. Come on up. What are you standing there for? Upon leaving prison, the leper's complexion had visibly improved, and the confidence in his eyes reappeared. Even his tone toward Fong Ning had shifted slightly. Fong Ning noticed the change in Lao Gui but didn't dwell on it, simply stepping into the car. Stepping inside the GL8 reveals a whole new world. Forget the solid wood flooring throughout and airline-grade seats. A chilled wine cabinet was discreetly integrated into the center of the rear seats, emitting a faint cool mist. Additionally, Fong Ning noticed the car's windows were one-way, allowing only inward visibility. You couldn't see a thing from the outside. But the real standout feature wasn't that the body glass was distinctly different from ordinary glass, exceptionally thick. Bulletproof glass? Fong Ning's heart skipped a beat, his breathing quickening slightly. Seeing Fong Ning's expression, Yuxiu nodded with satisfaction and said smugly, "Don't let the exterior fool you, this car is worth far more than any sports car. The entire body and glass are made of top-tier bulletproof materials. Don't be fooled by its weight, it sprints from 0 to 100 in just 4.8 seconds. I upgraded it with a V12 engine." He paused mid-sentence, then retrieved a glass from the wine cabinet, poured it halfway, and handed it to Fong Ning. "Welcome to my team. Cheers." Fong Ning felt a chill run down his spine, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. This was excessive caution, even his ride was bulletproof. Was he that afraid of dying? He's just a small-time drug dealer, right? How did he end up with a golden triangle level ride? As he stood there speechless, the leper's voice cut through the air. "Hold on tight. We're moving out." Only then did Fong Ning notice the original driver was nowhere to be seen. The leper had taken the wheel instead. "Damn it, lazy people have too much to deal with." He said he had food poisoning and was about to his pants. "Rough." The leper muttered under his breath before starting the engine. Roar. The V12 engine roared to life, unleashing a deafening wave of sound. The air-shaking blast echoed like a continuous firecracker display. Squeal. The screech of burning tires pierced the air as the car shot onto the highway. "Slow down." Yuxiu frowned slightly. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't let the leper drive. Besides his skill with his hands, the leper wasn't half bad with his feet either. By skills with his feet, he meant driving. Speaking of driving, it was another of Lao Gui's outstanding skills. The city where he went abroad to study martial arts was none other than San Martin Matroza, famously dubbed the real-life Grand Theft Auto. There, street racing gangs ran rampant. During his years of training, the ghost enthusiastically immersed himself in the city's most significant customs. After a few years, a nickname began circulating locally. St. Martin's 13 Young Master. Meaning a 13-0 record in street racing battles. Beep. Damn it, why is traffic so bad today? This time of day shouldn't be congested, especially on the outer ring road. What the hell is going on? The bastard gripped the steering wheel, glancing left and right with an impatient look. He'd just exited the prison onto the outer ring road, thinking he'd finally get to experience some long-awaited speed thrills. Instead, he hit a massive traffic jam that nearly made him slam the steering wheel down in frustration. Hearing Lao Gui's rant, Yuxiu furrowed his brow slightly, glanced around, then remained silent. Fortunately, the traffic didn't last long, and the road soon cleared. With the obstruction gone, the leper suddenly felt like a kid let loose. He kept his foot firmly on the gas pedal, accelerating until the speedometer hit 120 km/h. Feeling the long-lost thrill, Lao Gui discreetly glanced at Fong Ning. He hoped to catch a flicker of panic in Fong Ning's eyes. But when he saw Fong Ning's expression, he froze. Fong Ning's expression remained utterly unchanged. He even yawned. Damn. It felt like punching a pillow, utterly unsatisfying. He could only turn away in frustration and drive in silence. Time ticked by, second by second. Soon they descended the overpass and came to a stop at a traffic light. Everything looked perfectly normal. The light turned green, and he began to drive straight ahead. But just then, a shrill honk erupted from the right. Suddenly, a dump truck appeared in my right blind spot. Damn it! Quick, get out of the way, a truck's coming at us from the right. Fong Ning, sitting on the right side of the vehicle, spotted the dump truck first and shouted frantically. Quick! 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 Get out of here! Yuxiu's eyes widened with terror, his voice cracking with panic. The zombie stiffly turned its head, the reflection of the dump truck rapidly growing larger in its pupils. Reversing was now completely out of the question. Without a moment's hesitation, the hunchback roared, flooring the accelerator while yanking the steering wheel hard to the right. At the last possible moment, the vehicle executed a near impossible 90-degree turn. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind shook the vehicle violently. The dump truck narrowly missed the vehicle, only to slam into a streetlight pole seconds later with a thunderous crash. Then it smashed through the pole and plunged straight into the greenbelt. Whoosh! 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 Dead silence filled the cabin, broken only by the heavy breathing of those inside. Especially the consumptive man. His eyes were glazed over, his eyeballs bulging deep into their sockets. Had it been just 1 second earlier, the three of them would have been smashed to pieces. Given the Dump King's massive weight, even if the Buick had bulletproof plates, it wouldn't have mattered. Getting hit meant one thing, death. Get back to base immediately. Yushio snapped out of it first, his face alternating between pale and ashen as he shouted urgently. Got it. The leper also seemed flustered. Hearing Yushio's words, he stiffly started the engine and sped away. The northern district was still under development, with elevated highways under construction everywhere. Power was out on most side roads. Having learned his lesson, Lao Gue drove at breakneck speed, completely ignoring traffic lights. Squeal. Just then, a shrill screech of brakes pierced the air. Yushio and Fong Ning nearly flew out of the car. Just as they were about to curse, their pupils suddenly contracted. 4 SUVs suddenly appeared ahead. They surrounded the Buick from all sides, front, back, left, and right. Chapter 124, Dead End? Unless we fly. We've been ambushed. The leper's lips trembled, his mouth twitching uncontrollably as he stomped hard on the gas pedal. But the 4 powerful off-road vehicles held him in a tight pincer. The vehicles couldn't unleash their full power. Tires smoked dry, yet they remained rooted to the spot. Stop yelling, I'm not blind. Yushio's face was so dark it could have dripped water, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Ever since the traffic jam, a vague sense of unease had been stirring within him. After the dump truck accident, his unease only deepened. Even though he'd ordered the leper to go full throttle, they still couldn't avoid it. The driver is at fault. Yushio gritted his teeth, almost enunciating each word. Damn it. If I catch him, I'll skin him alive. Lao Kuei's eyes flashed red as he gritted his teeth. Cut the ing bowl and drive. Yushio yelled, glancing at the SUVs surrounding the vehicle. I'd love to drive, but it won't start. The consumptive man's face was flushed crimson, nearly turning the color of liver. Every muscle in his body was taut, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Even with the gas pedal floored, the vehicle wouldn't budge an inch. Even with all his street racing tricks, they were useless when the car wouldn't budge. Squeal. Black smoke billowed from the tires, and a pungent, burnt smell instantly filled the cabin. The pungent smell of burning rubber made Yushio's expression darken even further. Was today really going to be the end? Yushio wasn't stupid, quite the opposite, he was exceptionally clever. Several cars suddenly appeared on this unmonitored road and surrounded him. This was clearly a premeditated ambush. Anyone who knew his identity and still dared to act like this would surely kill him. It's over. It's over. His eyes were lifeless, already sunk in despair. He had tried every possible method, yet none had worked. Just as despair gripped both of them, Fong Ning's calm voice drifted over. Let me try. What good will you do? Why are you messing around at a time like this? Can you even drive? The consumptive man turned with a furious shout, his expression brimming with irritation. Even I, the esteemed 13th young master of St. Martin, can't get out of this. What can you possibly do? Brother Fawn, stop this nonsense. I've already called for help. We just need to hold on a little longer. Yushio hung up the phone and shook his head at Fong Ning. Although Fong Ning's performance in prison had somewhat surprised him, he didn't believe Fong Ning's driving skills could surpass Lao Gui's. Stronger than the leper in combat? Better hand-to-hand skills? Faster behind the wheel? How could that be possible? Time was running out. If they didn't break out soon, they might end up stuck here for good. Fong Ning pointed out the window, his tone calm. Yushio and Lao Gu turned to look. The SUV doors were wide open, and several masked men were approaching with machetes. Looks like they're going to slash the tires. Once the tires were slashed, the Buick would be nothing but a metal shell. The enemy would be catching fish in a barrel. Let them try. Facing this life or death moment, Yushio's expression hardened as he made his decision. But, shut up. The consumptive was about to speak again when Yushio cut him off abruptly. If the consumptive is useless, better to switch to Fong Ning for a glimmer of hope. Get out of the way. Fong Ning shoved the consumptive aside and took the wheel. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Fong Ning's eyes flashed with intensity as an inexplicable thrill surged through him. He was itching to tear down the road at full speed. No matter who stood before him, he must protect Yushio's safety. At least until the blue crystal case was solved. As these thoughts raced through his mind, several masked figures in the SUV were already closing in on the vehicle. They're here. Drive already. What are you waiting for? Lao Gue shouted frantically, his face twisted with panic. He was filled with regret. Why had he handed the wheel to someone whose driving skills were inferior to his own? But no sooner had the leper spoken. A thunderous explosion echoed, followed by the sound of popping beans. Fong Ning swiftly shifted into reverse and slammed his foot on the accelerator. The Buick, which had been completely stationary, suddenly surged forward. Propelled by the power of the SUV directly ahead combined with its own momentum, slammed into the SUV behind it. The previously gapless situation suddenly opened up a gap. This could work. The leper's heart leapt with joy, only to be followed by a sharp intake of breath. Fong Ning's maneuver had completely overturned his understanding. Before he could process his astonishment, Fong Ning swiftly shifted into D-gear, simultaneously flooring the accelerator while pulling the handbrake tight. Squeal! A shrill screech of tires echoed, followed by a puff of white smoke. The white smoke swiftly enveloped the surrounding area for several meters. The 4 SUVs, now out of control, careened wildly like headless flies. Bang! Bang! Seconds later, amidst the roar of an exploding engine, a Buick shot out of the smoke, its front end leading the way, and sped off into the distance. This is possible. Watching the SUV behind him, the leper's eyelids twitched wildly, his eyes bulging like copper bells. He never imagined that even in a situation he deemed hopeless, Fong Ning would still have a solution. He swallowed hard, staring at Fong Ning as if he were a monster. He had always believed his driving skills ranked among the best in the country. In competitions, he'd easily rank among the top 3 in provincial or ministerial level events. But compared to Fong Ning, he was utterly outclassed. He's got my number. A sudden chill ran through his body as this thought struck him. When he first got out of prison, he felt like he was back in his element and had been a bit rude to Fong Ning. Now it seemed he'd been a complete fool. Well done. Yushio's face was flushed, though it was unclear whether from nervousness or excitement. Agreeing to let Fong Ning try earlier had been a last resort. But unexpectedly, Fong Ning had delivered another surprise. Talent, damn good talent. Must cultivate him vigorously. The more he looked at Fong Ning now, the more satisfied he became. There's a car blocking the way up front. And cars were closing in from behind. Suddenly, the leper let out a startled cry as if he'd seen a ghost. Several more SUVs appeared ahead, completely blocking the road. Meanwhile, the original 4 SUVs had caught up from behind. Damn it, someone's trying to kill me. Yushio's face twisted in rage, his eyes blazing with fury. As the ambush closed in, the consumptive man closed his eyes in near despair. But the next second. Squeal! The Buick spun on its spot and executed a sharp U-turn. With a crash, it plowed through the median strip and sped toward the only unguarded intersection. It was clearly heading toward the unfinished elevated highway. Damn it! Boss, what do we do? The Buick got away. If they get away, we're in deep trouble. Almost simultaneously as Fong Ning charged across the median, a voice crackled over the walkie-talkie from an inconspicuous BMW parked near the intersection. Hearing the voice over the radio, a bald man inside the car twisted his lips into a smile, his voice dripping with malice. Panic? You think I'd make that mistake? There's an unfinished section in the middle of the overpass unless he can fly over it. Chapter 125, A Mad Decision. Leap over the overpass? Huff, huff. Yushio Lao and the other man gasped for breath, their faces still bearing traces of lingering terror. For that split second, they truly believed they were about to meet their end. Fong Ning, you're incredible. Lao Gui gripped the handrail tightly with his right hand, his voice trembling with awe. The speed had just exceeded 100 miles per hour. That Fong Ning pulled off a 360-degree drift turn at that speed? Unbelievable. As far as he knew, few people overseas could pull it off. What he didn't know was, Fong Ning was the man who once drifted a bus up Jioding Mountain. If Lao Gui knew this, his expression would be priceless. Yushio's expression eased slightly, his voice lightening. Our people are almost here. We should be out of danger for now. The consumptive man nodded repeatedly before his tone turned vicious. Whoever's messing with us, don't let me catch them. I'll kill them. Once he was certain his safety was assured, a trace of viciousness flickered in the leper's eyes. Don't mistake his current politeness toward Fong Ning for anything. That was only because he couldn't defeat Fong Ning. Toward others, he was notorious for his brutality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to become the organization's second in command. Fong Ning. Shut up. The leper tried to say something else, but Fong Ning cut him off. They're closing in again. Hurry up. Fong Ning's expression turned grim as he glanced backward. Several dark dots appeared not far behind them. Those dark spots were unmistakably the familiar off-road vehicles. His gaze sharpened as he quickly downshifted and accelerated. The Buick's body hesitated for a moment before surging forward several meters. The speed shot up from 100 to 160 km/h. The V12 engine was already pushing half its power. It wasn't that Fong Ning couldn't drive any faster, he was already pushing the limits. Had the SUV behind him not been closing in so aggressively, he wouldn't have pushed the speed this high. On normal roads, he wouldn't bat an eye driving at 360. But now was different. The unfinished elevated road was littered with loose gravel, making it impossible to reach top speed. One wrong move and he wouldn't even need to wait for the SUV to catch up, he'd be served up on a platter. Even at just 160 km/h, he quickly pulled away from the SUV. Bang! Clatter! A constant barrage of dislodged gravel pelted the car's body and windows. If not for the specially reinforced body and glass, they would have shattered long ago. Thud! With a dull thud, a fist-sized rock slammed directly into the windshield. Almost instantly, a fine crack appeared in the glass. Crack! A faint, brittle crack echoed from the glass. The sound sent a chill down Yushio's spine. Fong Ning, you're driving too fast. We'll die if we keep this up. His voice trembled slightly and his hand gripping the armrest began to shake ever so slightly. Sitting in the passenger seat, he felt the car's speed most acutely. And he was a racer himself. Under these conditions, he could barely manage 100 km/h. But Fong Ning was pushing 160. Absolutely terrifying. As a notorious street racer abroad, for the first time, the bastard felt a twinge of fear about speed. Bull. If we don't drive this fast, we're dead anyway. Before Fong Ning could speak, Yushio in the backseat erupted with curses. Though seated in the back, Yushio looked anything but relaxed. His pale lips and sweaty temples betrayed his anxiety. Unlike the consumptive, though terrified, a fierce resolve burned within him. Just moments ago, he'd seen the off-road vehicle they'd shaken off catch up again. Fong Ning, drive faster. If we escape this, I'll double your pay. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes as Yushio nearly shouted the words. Speed up? Hearing Yushio's demand, Lao Gui nearly collapsed in shock. The car was already straining at its limits. If we go any faster, the car might just fall apart. Alright. Hold on tight. Fong Ning's eyes flashed with excitement as a faint smile curved his lips. This Buick beneath him was a pleasant surprise. It maintained stability even at this blistering pace. This meant it could go even faster. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a torrent of black smoke surged from the exhaust pipe. Those were carbon particles that hadn't had time to burn. It signaled the engine was accelerating at full throttle. In just 1 second, the rapidly receding scenery outside the window suddenly froze. It wasn't that the Buick had stopped. It was the speed reaching its critical threshold. Bang! Gravel rained down relentlessly, pelting the car like it was free. Even the bulletproof steel plates were struggling to hold up. Deep dents pockmarked the surface like a face riddled with pockmarks. Crack! A sharp crack of shattering glass echoed. Everyone heard it loud and clear. Yushio's eyelids fluttered violently as he clamped his eyes shut. He feared opening his eyes would terrify him to death. The consumptive's eyes were already narrowed to slits, barely distinguishable from those of a blind man. He stiffly turned his head toward Fong Ning, only to find not a trace of panic on the man's face. A hint of excitement even flashed in his eyes. Glancing back at the speedometer, he saw the needle had already climbed to 240. Damn! His vision went black. The sickly guy actually passed out on the spot. Boss, the Buick's accelerating again. We can't even see its taillights anymore. Who the hell is driving this thing? They're reckless. The shocked voice of the underling crackled over the BMW's intercom. Panic's pointless, there's a dead-end road up ahead. They can't escape. Stick close to them. They'll stop soon enough. The bald man's voice was hoarse, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. You bastard, never expected your driving skills to be so impressive. Good thing I had a backup plan, otherwise, you might have actually gotten away. Muttering to himself, the bald giant smirked. Whoosh! The Buick raced along the elevated highway at terrifying speed. At this pace, it would completely shake off the pursuers behind within minutes. But suddenly, Fong Ning's expression turned grim. Not far ahead, it was clearly visible. The opposite elevated road and the section beneath them were not connected. This meant the road beneath them was a dead end. A dead end high above the ground. So that's why they were waiting here. No wonder. Fong Ning's expression shifted rapidly as he finally understood why the SUV behind hadn't followed at full throttle. A dead end ahead, they had nowhere to hide. What to do? What to do? Fong Ning's mind raced. A chill shot through his spine and a wave of dread washed over him. Unconsciously, his speed dropped slightly. At this moment, they were barely a kilometer away from the dead end. After a few seconds of hesitation, Fong Ning's eyes narrowed as a bold idea suddenly formed. He saw several small black dots slowly appearing behind him. They would catch up in mere minutes. Fong Ning closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then snapped them open, his gaze now tinged with madness. Roar! The engine roared like popping corn. The car didn't slow down, it accelerated, roaring toward the dead-end road. Chapter 126, Divine Skill. Perfect landing. Damn! Has he lost his mind? The SUV behind them saw the Buick slow down and their expressions lit up with hope. They thought the occupants had given up. Just as they prepared to press their advantage and follow closely. Suddenly, black smoke billowed from the Buick as it surged forward, roaring toward the dead-end road. Boss! Boss! The Buick didn't stop. It's heading straight for the dead-end road, and it's going fast. The masked henchman stared in disbelief at the scene, his voice trembling as he reported to the bald man. Soon, the bald man's sinister voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Oomph, interesting. They actually plan to fly over? Well, if they want to fly, what are you standing around for? Get in the car and give it a push. The masked henchman's expression brightened. As long as they stayed close behind, the Buick wouldn't stop, it was bound to fall. They wouldn't even have to lift a finger. This was perfect. So they replied in unison, Roger that. Inside the BMW. The bald giant clicked a cigarette into place, took a satisfied drag, and murmured. See you in the next life, boss you. If you want to blame someone, blame the price they offered. He then pulled out his phone and slowly typed out a text message. Target eliminated. Meanwhile, on Fong Ning's end. The Buick was now less than 500 meters from the dead-end road. Stretching his neck forward, he could already see the pillars beneath the overpass. Judging by the height of the pillars, the overpass must be over 10 meters high. Driving off this spot would surely mean a crushing death. Fong Ning. What are you doing? Stop now. Yushio clutched his head and bellowed, his voice raving mad. Just moments ago, he'd suddenly felt the Buick speed slow. Then a powerful inertia swept through him. The next second, the Buick shot forward at full speed. Startled, he glanced ahead and nearly himself. Not far ahead, a dead-end road loomed. Plowing through at this speed was pure suicide. Turn around. Turn around. Yushio shouted frantically, his face twitching with panic. Turning back offered a sliver of hope, but charging forward meant certain death. It's useless. They're prepared. Turning back will only get us killed faster. Charge through. That's our only chance. Fong Ning's calm voice rang out. But, Yushio's face turned as pale as paper. He knew Fong Ning was telling the truth. The group behind them had clearly done their homework, their tactics relentless and varied. They wouldn't let them escape so easily. But the road ahead was a dead end. That was practically the same as suicide. Did you expect to fly over it? Yushio's pupils suddenly contracted sharply as if struck by a sudden realization. Congratulations, you're right. Fong Ning turned to look at Yushio, his eyes calm. But at that very moment, the Buick was less than 100 meters from the dead end. Yushio could even see the entire ground below. Watch the road. Watch the road. Yushio's body trembled violently, shaking like a sieve, clearly on the verge of collapse. What a big-time drug lord of Spring City, he's nothing special, Fong Ning thought to himself. He whipped his head around. The car was now less than 50 meters from the dead-end road. Yet at this moment, Fong Ning felt an overwhelming calm within. 40, 30, 20, 10. With the V12 engine unleashing its full power, combined with Fong Ning's masterful driving skills, the Buick shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, soaring directly toward the opposite side. Yushio instinctively looked ahead, only to find a blank void before his eyes. His brain nerves exploded in a thunderous blast, his eyelids twitching violently. The next second, he blacked out instantly. Where are we now? The feverish man, who had been unconscious, woke up at that very moment. He squinted, assessing the situation ahead. The sky. Fong Ning spoke concisely. Oh, so it was a dream. The consumptive closed his eyes and slipped back into unconsciousness. For a split second, time seemed to freeze. The Buick soared through the air in an utterly bizarre posture. Viewed from the side, its flight path traced a perfect parabola. And the endpoint of that parabola landed precisely at the edge of the opposite overpass. The overpass on the opposite side was clearly lower than this one. The next second, time resumed its flow. Ding! Thud! A crisp sound of a wheel rim hitting the ground echoed, followed by the sound of a tire blowing out. The rear tire landed precisely on the jagged edge of the opposite overpass. Less than a centimeter away, and the rear wheel would have been hanging in midair. Get moving! Fong Ning growled under his breath, flooring the accelerator. V-room! The rear tire spun frantically, its tread nearly worn away from the high-speed friction. The rim screeched against the pavement, emitting a piercing shriek. Sparks flew everywhere. Like electric welding. Boom! The engine was now running at full throttle. The next second, the Buick shot forward several meters. A smooth drift brought it to a steady halt on the overpass. The Buick had actually flown over. Damn, is this even human? What the hell is going on? Am I seeing things? Flying over an overpass in a Buick? Every masked thug in the SUV froze solid. They're frozen solid, like they'd been whacked in the head with a club. Gasping for breath, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The scene before them was beyond comprehension. They never imagined anyone could drive a car over an elevated highway. What kind of madman would even conceive of such a method? One misstep and it would be a complete shattering. The kind where you couldn't even piece together the remains. Quick, report to the boss. Someone snapped out of it and shouted urgently. Inside the BMW. Huff. Exhaling the last puff of smoke, the bald man reclined leisurely in his seat, eyes closed in relaxation. He waited for the earth-shattering explosion he imagined. In his eyes, Yushio and his crew had almost no chance of survival. As he'd said before, unless they could fly over it. 1 second passed and the bald man's expression remained unchanged. 2 seconds later, he furrowed his brow slightly. 3 seconds later, his eyebrows knotted into a tight knot. What was going on? The bald man sat up abruptly. Just as he was about to ask, a trembling voice came through the walkie-talkie beside him. Boss, it's bad. Hearing this, the bald man's heart skipped a beat, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. Cut the crap. Spit it out. Did they turn around and flee? No sound of the car landing meant only one thing: they'd escaped. The masked henchman on the other end of the radio swallowed hard, his voice almost gritted through clenched teeth. Boss, the target flew over. Clunk. The bald man's phone hit the floor. He roared almost instantly. What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean flew away? A certain possibility flashed through his mind, and the bald man felt panic rising within him. This time, another trembling voice came through the walkie-talkie. Boss, the other guy drove straight across the overpass from one end to the other. Chapter 127, 7 Big Assholes. Did it really fly across? A tidal wave of shock crashed through the bald man's mind. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined. His offhand remark had actually come true. Back then, he'd said Yushio could only escape by flying away. Well, look at that. The other guy actually flew away. He suddenly remembered the text message he'd already sent, and his face instantly turned green. An overwhelming sense of humiliation washed over him. What the hell are you standing there for? Get over there and chase him. Snapping out of it, the bald man nearly roared into the walkie-talkie. Got it, boss. We're on it. A prompt reply came from the other end of the radio. But the next second. Boss, we might not be able to keep up. Just as the bald man was about to explode, he suddenly heard the roar of an engine approaching nearby. Roar! The earth-shaking roar of engines grew louder as it approached. It wouldn't take more than a few minutes to reach them. Damn it, it's coming so fast. Gritting his teeth, his eyes flashed with intense frustration. Seconds later, the bald man closed his eyes and practically snarled out 2 words. Retreat! There's someone else! Fong Ning exclaimed in alarm. He had just relaxed, seeing all the SUVs retreating. But then, a large convoy appeared not far ahead. With the rear tires already destroyed, escape was impossible now. Don't worry, they're my people. At some point, Yushio had regained consciousness from his stupor. Rubbing his throbbing head, he instinctively glanced backward and his pupils instantly contracted. Seated in the back, he could still clearly see the scene beneath the overpass as he looked back. Fong Ning, you saved my life. I won't forget it. Taking a deep breath, Yushio said solemnly. If not for Fong Ning today, he would have certainly met his end. Don't worry, I'll catch you sooner or later. It's just not the right time yet, Fong Ning thought to himself. My pleasure, my pleasure. I wonder what boss you meant about that salary thing. Fong Ning hesitated before speaking. Salary? Yushio frowned, pondering for a moment before bursting into laughter. Rest assured, I'll double your salary. My word is my bond, 2 million yuan monthly. Though 2 million a month was an exorbitant price, Yushio was more than willing to pay it. Securing a formidable warrior like Fong Ning for that sum was an absolute steal. Roar! An even louder roar of engines echoed through the air. The next second, an utterly extravagant scene appeared at the end of the road. A Maybach led the way, followed by dozens of black Mercedes-Benz vehicles. The Mercedes convoy was entirely black, exuding an air of solemnity. Following the Mercedes fleet were dozens of pickup trucks, each with several henchmen standing in the beds. The henchmen were uniformly dressed in black suits and wore matching sunglasses. It almost evoked the eerie presence of men in black. Dozens of vehicles packed the elevated highway almost to capacity. The line stretched on, disappearing into the distance. Squeal! The vehicles came to a halt. A middle-aged man was the first to open his door and step out. His cheekbones were high, with a deep knife scar running downward from them. His eyes were narrow and slanted. He gave off an eerie feeling. Within the organization, he was known as Scarface. After Scarface stepped out, all the vehicles' doors swung open simultaneously, and countless underlings poured out. Boss, the brothers are all here. Scarface approached the Buick and knelt down with a thud. So many people. Fong Ning was secretly startled. Roughly estimating, there must be 100 or 200 people here. It seemed Yushio had some real chops to take over the Spring City market. At least when it came to manpower, he certainly wasn't lacking. No wonder his enemies had struck the moment he was released from prison. If they waited until Yushio reached his stronghold, eliminating him would become 10 times more difficult. Brother Fong, these are all our own people. Seeing Fong Ning's stunned expression, Yushio assumed he'd never witnessed such a scene before and couldn't help but feel a surge of smug satisfaction. With that, Yushio opened the car door and stepped out, his expression instantly reverting to one of commanding authority. Frowning at the unconscious Lao Guai, Yushio said with displeasure. Wake him up. Got it. Seeing Yushio's command, Fong Ning wasted no words. He swung his massive hand and smacked the sickly-looking man squarely across the face. Smack! Smack! The sound was loud and piercing. Each slap landed with solid force. Yushio remained expressionless, seemingly accustomed to Fong Ning's style. But Scarface watched with teeth-grinding frustration, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a duck egg. He could see perfectly well who sat in the passenger seat. The organization's second-in-command, the Sickle. Don't be fooled by the impressive entourage trailing behind him. He too fell under the leper's jurisdiction, the leper's #1 lieutenant. Now, seeing a stranger in the driver's seat actually lay hands on the Sickle, he was utterly stunned. It's over. This kid is finished. When the boss wakes up, he'll kill him. Scarface swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. Where the hell was this? After taking his 6th brutal punch, the leper finally stirred awake. The moment his eyes fluttered open, his face burned like it had been stomped on by a giant palm. Luckily, he'd guessed right. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive hand swept toward him with thunderous force. Smack! The consumptive, now fully conscious, took the full force of the blow, his face instantly swelling like a pig's head. Just as anger welled up inside him, he heard Fong Ning's voice beside him. Oh, so you're awake. Why didn't you say anything? I'm getting tired of slapping you. Fong Ning muttered discontentedly. Damn it! Hearing Fong Ning's words, the consumptive trembled violently, nearly passing out. His face drained of color in waves. And his pent-up rage had nowhere to vent, turning his complexion the color of liver. Paired with his swollen cheeks, he looked like a living pig's head. Facing Fong Ning, he truly had no recourse. He couldn't beat him in a fight, and he couldn't steal from him. He couldn't even drive. No! The leper suddenly remembered everything. Shouldn't he be running away right now? He turned to look around, his eyes going blank. When did the people from the organization get here? And when had he ended up on the other side of the overpass? He remembered clearly, hadn't he been on the other side before losing consciousness? Could it be? Just as he was about to speak, Yushio interjected from the side. Don't stand there. Get back inside. Seeing the grim expression on Yu's face, Lao Guai dared not voice any further questions, no matter how many doubts swirled in his mind. He hurried over and pulled open the front door. After Yu Lao sat down, a scene unfolded that stunned Scarface. The consumptive man, his face now plastered with a smile, opened the other door and said cheerfully to the young man. Brother Fong Ning, take this seat. Seeing this, Scarface's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Was the consumptive being this polite? The sun rising in the west? Who is this Fong Ning? What kind of clout does he have? As Scarface stood stunned, the lead car slowly belched a plume of black smoke before cruising away. Inside the Maybach. Seated in the back, Fong Ning felt an itch in his hands. It was his first time in a Maybach and he was itching to test its feel. Boss Yu, would you like me to take the wheel? No way. Fong Ning's words had barely left his mouth when Yu Xiaolao and the others refused in unison. His voice was firm. At that moment, the two shared an unspoken understanding, united by a single thought. Never ride in Fong Ning's car again. Chapter 128, The Killer Revealed. The three major distributors. E12 Bar, Spring City. It was midday and the bar was deserted. Yet in a secluded VIP room within the bar. Amidst the neon lights and revelry, laughter and cheers filled the air. Cheers! What a great day today. Ha! A gaunt, middle-aged man with sunken eyes, clearly a victim of excessive indulgence, raised his glass and declared, "Bro, you better take it easy on yourself. I've got a bunch of girls lined up to keep you company tonight." A burly man with a full-back dragon tattoo clinked glasses, his tone tinged with teasing. Maybe tattoos really do make you feel hot. Despite the bitter cold, the burly man stood there, his back fully exposed to reveal the intricate tattoos. Known as Dragon Brother in Spring City, he was the owner of this very bar. After clinking glasses, Brother Long turned to the man seated on the sofa, his tone impatient. "Hey, Brother Chang, what's the deal? Sitting there not drinking, not keeping the ladies company? What's up with that? Chun, Xiang, go entertain Brother Chang." Brother Long finished speaking and gave a meaningful wink. Two scantily clad beauties immediately wrapped their arms around Brother Chang, one on each side. They exchanged flirtatious glances and sent him suggestive looks, practically grinding their soft flesh against his arms as if trying to crush them. Brother Chang, in his 40s, sported a slick, shiny pompadour. Dressed in a black wool trench coat, he resembled a classic Shanghai gangster from the early days. Brother Chang paid no attention to the beauties offering themselves, his face dark and gloomy, as if troubled by something. "Bro, everything went smoothly, why aren't you happy? Didn't you see the text?" Brother Lu wrapped his arm around the girl dubbed Chengdu's Do Raba and planted a smacking kiss on her cheek, his expression utterly unconcerned. Long nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment. The three of them were the masterminds behind the contract killing of Yu Xiao. Brother Chang lowered his head in silence, his expression tense. Ring. Suddenly, the ringtone of the compact phone in his pocket sounded abruptly. Spotting the caller ID, Chang shot to his feet and bellowed, "Everyone else, get out!" The cheerful atmosphere froze instantly. Chun and Xiang blinked their big, watery eyes at Chang Gu. Was it because I was too naive, or simply not cunning enough, that I ended up offending this big shot? "You two, step outside." Noticing Brother Chang's unusual expression, Brother Long waved his hand. Soon, only three remained in the room. Brother Long, Brother Lulu, and Brother Chang. "Oh man, Brother Chang, what's going on? I already made plans with my girl, we're supposed to get busy tonight." Brother Liuli sniffed the lingering fragrance in his hand with a satisfied look. "Hey, go ahead." Ignoring Lulu, Chang quickly answered the call. A few seconds later. "What? Are you serious?" A vein bulged on Brother Chang's forehead, and his entire face instantly turned deathly pale. With a crash, the phone was smashed to pieces on the floor. What happened? A sense of foreboding rose in Brother Long's heart. He'd never seen Brother Chang lose his composure like this before. Lulu also sensed the gravity of the situation, his expression growing unusually somber. The operation had failed. Brother Chang muttered under his breath, slumping onto the sofa with a blank stare. "What? How could this be?" Brother Lulu and Brother Long turned ashen-faced as if they'd seen a ghost, nearly gasping for breath. They had just received a text message confirming the target was taken care of, which is why they started the victory celebration. But now, halfway through the celebration, you tell me he's not dead? Are you kidding me? The text clearly said. Long hesitated, then trailed off. They said they'd been certain the target was dead, but then something unexpected happened. They're willing to refund half the money. Chang's voice was soft, but if you listen closely, you could hear a slight tremor. That. Like we care about the money? Yushio didn't die, so he'll definitely suspect us. We're dead meat. Brother Lu's face contorted into a bitter grimace, his eyes reflecting deep terror. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. The three of them were, at best, Yushio's partners, but in reality, they were merely distributors under him. Months earlier, when Bossu made his high-profile debut with Blue Crystal, lacking local connections, he reached out to all three of them. They hit it off immediately and began their collaboration. The partnership ran smoothly. Blue Crystal quickly captured most of the market in Spring City after its debut, dominating the scene. The trio also made a fortune from Blue Crystal. But human greed knows no bounds. When they learned that their combined profits amounted to less than 10% of Yulauta's share, a sense of imbalance began to take root in their hearts. They were all involved in drug trafficking. Why should we shoulder such immense risks in sales only to receive a mere crumb of profit? You, Bossu, merely supply the goods, yet you take over 90%? Why? Later, the three confronted Yulauta, only to be berated and humiliated in front of everyone. After that, they started harboring ulterior motives and began secretly passing information to the police. That's why Yushio, despite his extreme caution, still ended up crashing and burning. Had Yushio not kept a backup plan, he would have been finished this time. They thought they'd finally dealt with Yushio for good, but then they suddenly learned he was about to be released from prison. The trio panicked. With no other options, they conspired to hire someone to eliminate Yushio. What was there to fear? Even if he suspected us, what could he do? None of us would speak up. Who would know? Could he possibly kill us three without any evidence? Chang suddenly lifted his head, his expression regaining its calm. Right, it wasn't us who did it, why should we be so nervous? Long also came to his senses, his tone noticeably calmer. Right. Brother Lu nodded vigorously, nodding like a bobblehead. Ding dong. Just as the three of them relaxed a bit, their phones simultaneously received a text message. Tomorrow at noon, room 404, Tianfu Restaurant. Details to be discussed. Their faces paled instantly upon reading the message. Old Yu's text says to meet him at the hotel tomorrow to discuss something. Me too. Same here. Brother Lu and Brother Long exchanged glances, frozen in place like comical statues. After several seconds of stunned silence, both turned their gaze toward Chang. Brother Chang's face darkened as he slowly uttered a few words. We're going. The northernmost part of North District, Spring City. Night had fallen over a lakeside villa. Boss, do you think they'll really dare to come? Lao Gui's brow furrowed deeply, his face crumpled into a frown. Relax, they'll definitely show up. Not coming would just be admitting they're in the wrong. Yu Xiu's tone was flat and unemotional. Brother Fong, you're joining us for tomorrow's dinner. There's a surprise in store. Yu Xiu suddenly turned to look at Fong Ning, a smile spreading across his face. All right. Fong Ning nodded in agreement, his mind racing. From the conversation between Lao Gui and Yu Xiu, it's not hard to guess that the two already know who was behind it. But it hasn't even been half a day, how can they be so sure? Big brother Yu, how the hell do you know who did it? Damn it, if I catch him, I'll beat him to death. Fong Ning feigned fury, his voice thick with rage. It's simple. Yu Xiu's face twisted into a cruel smile before he snapped his fingers. Soon, several henchmen dragged a bald, blood-soaked giant and threw him onto the ground. Pointing at the man on the ground, Yu Xiu's voice was devoid of emotion. This is the man who attacked us today. Chapter 129, Infuriating Beyond Belief. Room 404, Tianfu Hotel. Brother Chang, it's almost 12:30. Do you think Yu Xiu will still show up? Brother Long sat in his chair, twisting his hair and scratching his head in agitation, glancing left and right. Yeah, Brother Chang, what if he found some evidence to frame us? A flicker of worry crossed Brother Liuli's eyes too. Remember, we haven't done anything wrong. What's there to fear? Brother Chang shot them a disappointed look, his eyes filled with resignation. Right. The two nodded vigorously, like they were pounding garlic. Logically speaking, as leaders in Chuncheon, they shouldn't be so cowardly. But what could they do? Yu Xiu's reputation was too formidable. Unlike most people, these three knew Yu Xiu best. Big Boss Yu had connections that likely reached all the way to the Golden Triangle. Of course, this was merely rumor, and the three of them couldn't be certain. But that was enough to send shivers down their spines. We're a bit late, hope the three bosses won't mind. With a creak, the door swung open as the consumptive man pushed it aside and bowed to stand to the side. Yu Xiu smiled broadly at the three men, hands clasped in a respectful salute. Not a trace of remorse crossed his face. Big brother Yu, no need to be so formal. We just arrived ourselves. Brother Chang and the other two immediately stood up and gave a slight bow in greeting. Sit. Yu Xiu nodded, gesturing for them to take seats, then turned to Fong Ning behind him. Brother Fong, you too. Fong Ning was still carefully observing the three men before him when he suddenly heard Yu Xiu tell him to sit. Surprise flashed across his face. Why was he the only one being asked to sit in this situation? The consumptives were all standing behind Yu Xiu without seats. Though puzzled, he didn't dwell on it. He casually pulled out a chair, plopped down, and crossed his legs. Brother Chang and the other two exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed, before slowly shaking their heads. They didn't recognize this man. The sudden appearance of a new face made the trio question Fong Ning's identity. Regardless of Yu Xiu's purpose today, wasn't every person seated at this table a big shot in their own right? Who exactly was this young man? Their gazes locked onto Fong Ning as deep contemplation clouded their expressions. I returned from prison unscathed. Are you three bosses disappointed? Just as the three were puzzled, Yu Xiu suddenly blurted out a sentence. Dragon Brother's face paled instantly, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered awkwardly. Big brother Yu, don't joke around. How could that be? Lulu lowered his head, his throat involuntarily rising and falling as he bit his lip until it nearly bled. Boss Yu, I heard about the ambush you faced. It wasn't us. Xianga remained unflappable, his eyes fixed on Yu Lao with sincere earnestness. That's good. Yu Xiu eyed Chang with a half smile, then pointed at Fong Ning. This is Fong Ning. Known on the streets as Crow Brother. If not for him, I might be dead already. At Yu Xiu's words, Chang and his two men turned their gaze toward Fong Ning in unison, a faint cold gleam flashing in their eyes. Truly grateful to Brother Fong for saving Boss Yu. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Well done. Saving Boss Yu is like saving us all. You're our benefactor now. Brother Chang and his crew paused for a moment before immediately showering him with flattery, their expressions seemingly sincere. But inside, they were cursing like mad. Damn it. So it was you who stirred up trouble. If it weren't for you, Yu Xiu would have been dead already. Kid, just you wait, I'll find a chance to kill you. Everyone's attention remained fixed on Fong Ning and no one noticed. When Yu Xiu uttered the word crow, the henchman standing behind Brother Long suddenly stiffened. His eyes locked onto Fong Ning, confusion deepening in his gaze. Not at all, I really feel bad. You can give me money if you want. Fong Ning waved his hand dismissively. Brother Fong, you're quite the joker. Brother Lulu wore a peculiar expression, staring at Fong Ning as if he were a fool. Is this guy brain dead? Can't he tell when someone's just being polite? I'd love to kill you, and you want me to give you money? Oomph. Long's face darkened, and he didn't respond. Brother Chang, as always, wore his deadpan expression. Ahem, almost forgot to introduce you. Yu Xiu's eyes twinkled as he looked at Fong Ning, then pointed at Brother Long. This is Brother Long of Spring City. He controls most of the bars and KTVs here and is quite powerful. Oh, and Brother Long is incredibly tough. When he was younger, he got stabbed over a dozen times in the back while eating barbecue and walked away unscathed. Hearing the first part of Yushio's statement, Brother Long lifted his chin slightly, clearly pleased. As if receiving praise from Boss Yu was the greatest honor imaginable. But his expression instantly turned ashen. Being chased and slashed was nothing short of a disgrace in his life. No one had ever dared mention it in his presence. Yushio's actions were clearly meant to humiliate him. Oh? Brother Long really is thick-skinned and tough as nails. Fong Ning shot Brother Long a mocking glance, rubbing salt into the wound. You're asking for it. He couldn't help but try to rise, only to be yanked back by Chang'e grabbing his arm. Brother Chang looked at Brother Long and shook his head slowly. Oomph. Long sat down with a thud, his face darkening as he remained silent. This guy, known as Brother Lulu, started out selling flood-damaged used cars. Now he sold accident-damaged used cars online, dominating half the online sales market. Yet upon hearing the praise, Brother Liuli didn't look pleased. Instead, his face turned pale. Sure enough, Yushio continued. Bro Liuli is a ladies' man, boasting a record of 17 conquests in a single night. Of course, he also has another nickname, Kidney Deficient Prince. At this, Brother Liolio's face instantly turned completely green. He was quite fond of playing the field, yet he had a secret he couldn't share. That was kidney deficiency. Kidney deficient gentleman. Long admired, long admired. Fong Ning emphasized the words kidney deficiency with particular emphasis. Damn it. I'll kill you. Lulu's eyes blazed with fury, his teeth grinding audibly. He'd tried to hold back, but now he couldn't take it anymore. What the hell kind of long-awaited is this? It's nothing but an insult. But as he rose, he was stopped by Brother Chang. Oomph. Brother Liolio's face darkened like a sooty pot bottom as he slammed back into his chair. Ignoring their reactions, Yushio pointed at Brother Chang, a cold smile curling his lips. This guy, Big Brother Chang, he's a real force to be reckoned with. He's got connections everywhere in Spring City. There's no cargo he can't move. But you probably didn't know, Brother Chang used to be a fishmonger. He married a wife and worked his way up to where he is today. I heard his wife just celebrated her 70th birthday a few days ago. The room fell silent as if the air itself had frozen. Long and Lioli exchanged glances, both seeing terror in each other's eyes. Yushio was telling the truth. Brother Chang really did start out selling fish before marrying a wealthy woman. Yes, married. She was a full 30 years older than Brother Chang. This was a wound Brother Chang could never speak of. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as Brother Chang slammed his fist on the table, leaping to his feet with a contorted face and bloodshot eyes. In his entire life, he hated nothing more than people mentioning the fishmonger and his wife around him. Oh? Yushio remained perfectly composed, glancing sideways at Brother Chang with a playful tone. What's up? Got a problem? Nothing. Just standing up to stretch my legs after sitting too long. Taking several deep breaths, Brother Chang ground out each word through clenched teeth. Phew. Long and Lioli both exhaled in relief. They genuinely feared Chang might lose control. Just as everyone thought the conflict was completely over. Fong Ning flashed a wide grin, revealing his pearly whites. Fishmonger Chang, hello. Chapter 130, Fong Ning's identity exposed? Fish-selling Chang? Long Gu and Lulu Ge's eyelids fluttered wildly, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. That guy's got a sharp tongue. If they weren't currently defending their turf, they could guarantee Fong Ning wouldn't make it out the door alive. Put. Yushio couldn't help but laugh out loud, his expression growing even more satisfied as he looked at Fong Ning. He'd finally realized Fong Ning was a real bastard. But he sure knew how to shut people up. After everything that happened in prison. Seeing Chang'e and the others now fuming with rage gave him a profound sense of satisfaction. It was as if the pain he had endured had to be felt by others in turn. Say that again. This time, Chang'e didn't rise from his seat, but his voice was as cold as an ice cellar. Fishmonger Chang? You want me to repeat Fishmonger Chang? Fong Ning continued to play dumb. Brother Chang remained utterly still, yet his trembling body clearly betrayed his agitated state. After half a minute, Brother Chang's voice was as frosty as ice, almost gritted out. Very well. I'll remember you. Alright, Fishmonger Chang. Fong Ning promptly added the second half. Alright. Seeing the timing was right, Yushio cleared his throat, scanned the room, and said casually. I've gathered everyone here today to make an announcement. The moment the words left his mouth, every person in the room held their breath and turned their gaze toward him. Brother Chang and the other two tensed instantly, knowing the night's main event was about to begin. Glancing at Chang'e and his two companions, Yushio took a deep breath and said in a low, solemn voice. As you all know, I've been having a rough time lately because of certain cops. Plus, the heat's been on lately, and my sourcing costs keep climbing. In short, you'll have to pay 30% more for your goods. The words had barely left his mouth when Brother Long and Brother Lioli started pacing anxiously. What? 30%? That's way too high. We already agreed on the price. Why the sudden hike? They were genuinely panicking. The bulk of the profits were already in Shio's hands. They were taking the biggest risks yet only getting a small share of the profits. If the price goes up 30%, they won't even get the broth. They'd be left with nothing but slop. Even the usually composed Brother Chang couldn't sit still anymore, his voice urgent. You Lauda, we agreed on this beforehand. Aren't you worried about breaking the rules? In this line of work, making money is the top priority. Hearing Yushio's outrageous demands now, he couldn't sit still. This was practically cutting off their lifeline. Ha? Fong Ning was completely baffled. Wasn't Yushio supposed to be talking about the manhunt? Why was he suddenly bringing up more money? They'd already caught the bald man who'd been hunting them down yesterday. Why not just have him come forward and identify the killer? Just as Fong Ning was puzzling over this, Yu Xiu burst into laughter. Ha! Don't refuse just yet. Let me show you something good. With that, Yu Xiu snapped his fingers. Seconds later, the private room door swung open. 2 henchmen were dragged in, wrapped in burlap sacks and dumped onto the floor. Chang and his 2 men looked puzzled, unsure what Yu Xiu was up to. The consumptive man immediately rushed forward, yanking open the sack to reveal half a head. The moment they saw the head, Chang and his 2 men's expressions twisted in horror, their faces turning as grim as if they were constipated. They recognized the bald man inside the sack. It was none other than the hitman they had hired. The bald giant lay unconscious, his face utterly unrecognizable. They all swallowed hard, exchanging glances filled with terror. The bald man had been captured by Yu Xiu. Didn't that mean Yu Xiu likely knew the truth? At this thought, their faces alternated between darkening and paleness before draining completely of color. Yu Xiu watched the shifting expressions on Xiangda and the others with keen interest, a hint of amusement playing across his face. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence. Xiangda and his 2 accomplices remained tense, their bodies rigid with anxiety, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Just as they were about to collapse from the strain, Yu Xiu finally moved. He picked up the kettle of boiling water from the table, strode over to the bald man, and poured a cup of scalding hot water over him. Ah! The scalding water hit the bald man's facial wounds, instantly sending up wisps of steam before blood gushed out. The pain made the bald man scream like a pig being slaughtered, jolting him awake from his unconscious state. Spotting Yu Xiu, he reflexively curled into a ball, his mouth spilling out pleas for mercy. Big boss Yu, I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Please spare me, spare me. The bald man's voice was utterly wretched, clearly having suffered immense trauma. Seeing the bald man regain consciousness, Chang and his 2 companions turned as pale as ghosts. They forced their heads down, staring off to the side, praying desperately that the bald man wouldn't look their way. Back then, to demonstrate their commitment to the alliance, the 3 had jointly arranged to meet the bald man. If the bald man identified them, they were finished. Yu Xiu shot the trio an imperceptible glance, inwardly snorting with contempt. He walked slowly behind the bald man, patted his head, and spoke in an icy tone. Tell me, he said, who ordered you to kill me? Is it someone in this room? If you name them all, I'll spare your life. Hearing this, the swollen slits of the bald man's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce will to survive. He spun around, his gaze sweeping sharply across the room. Yu Xiu, Lao Gui, Fong Ning. When his gaze fell upon Xiangda and the other 2, the bald man's expression visibly faltered. Brother Chang grew frantic inside, frantically signaling the bald man with his eyes. But the bald man couldn't care less about that now. In Yu Xiu's hands, it was worse than death. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. For 3 full seconds, the bald man remained silent. On the 4th second, he suddenly pointed at Chang and his 2 men, his voice booming. Boss Yu, it's him. His words cut off abruptly mid-sentence. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, his mouth opened and closed, unable to utter a word. Gurgle. Dark red blood surged from the bald man's mouth, a fresh gash now gouged across his throat. Clutching his throat tightly, the bald man's eyes were filled with terror. The next second. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, his body twitching violently a few times before going completely still. Damn. What just happened? My head feels like it's on fire. Fong Ning's eyes widened like copper bells, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. The one who struck down the bald man was none other than Yu Xiu. Just as the bald man was about to reveal the real culprit, Yu Xiu slit his throat. Damn it. How dare he frame my crucial partner? A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Yu Xiu's eyes as he licked his lips, turning to look at Xiangda and the other 2. By the way, what do you think of my proposal from earlier? Acceptable. After a long silence, Chang slowly lowered his head. He knew this was Yu Xiu's way of telling them, this was money to buy their lives. Yu Xiu probably spared their lives because he feared no one would sell his goods if they were dead. Agreed. Long clearly breathed a huge sigh of relief and hurriedly agreed. He was drenched in sweat, as if he'd just stepped out of a sauna. Me too. Brother Lioli nodded vigorously. Very good. Yu Xiu nodded with satisfaction. One more thing, from now on, the Fong brothers will handle the distribution of your 3 family shares. Yu Xiu never fails to surprise. Ha! Everyone was stunned. No one had imagined Yu Xiu valued Fong Ning so highly. He actually handed such a lucrative opportunity to Fong Ning. Even the consumptive man sucked in a sharp breath, his breathing quickening as he shot Fong Ning a venomous glare. Quota allocation sounded like routine business. But this was the job controlling the lifelines of Chang and his 2 men. How much of the share was ultimately up to Fong Ning? It was practically like picking up money off the ground. Though he feared Fong Ning, the sheer profit made him seethe with envy. For Xiangda, it felt like a bolt from the blue. Compared to a 30% price hike, the real killer move was the redistribution of shares. Originally, the 3 of them had always split everything evenly. That's why they'd formed an alliance. But redistributing the shares would quickly tear their relationship apart. Sure enough, upon hearing the news, Brother Chang noticed a clear guardedness and distance in the other 2's eyes. Yu Xiu, you're ruthless. Xiangda cursed inwardly. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the share distribution, Longu grinned, leaping up from his chair with a sharp movement. Pointing a finger at Fong Ning, he declared. He's the problem. He's not a crow. Chapter 131, The Sneaky Chang. Fong Ning in danger? Not a crow? Everyone in the room turned to look at him, their faces clouded with suspicion. Fong Ning's heart skipped a beat. He narrowed his eyes at Brother Long, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The moment he entered, he'd sensed a pair of eyes scrutinizing him. Only now did he realize it was the guy standing behind Brother Long. Could Crow's identity have been exposed? No way. Fong Ning's heart pounded wildly, yet his expression remained perfectly composed. What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Shou's expression darkened at Brother Long's words. In his view, Brother Long's accusation against Fong Ning was pure nonsense. It was a direct challenge to his authority. Brother Long, have you been drinking? What are you talking about? Brother Lu cautiously tugged at Brother Long's sleeve and whispered. Not only Yu Shou, but even he believed Brother Long was using Fong Ning as a scapegoat to vent his dissatisfaction. He really is suspicious. He's not a crow. My guys have seen real crows. He's probably a police informant. Long Gu yanked Lu Ji's hand away, his tone stern as he repeated himself. His subordinate behind him spoke with absolute conviction, and he believed every word. There was no time left to verify it now. If I don't speak up now, there might never be another chance. Is what you're saying true? Chang's eyes lit up, suddenly blazing with an unusual intensity. He truly seethed with hatred toward Fong Ning. If Fong Ning really posed a threat, he would crush him without hesitation. It's true. Long Ji's words were concise and to the point. The moment he finished speaking, an awkward silence fell over the room. But then, mid-sentence, the leper abruptly shut his mouth, swallowing the rest of his words. He had intended to say that Fong Ning couldn't possibly be an undercover agent. But then he remembered how Boss Yu had handed Fong Ning the lucrative task of allocating shares. His eyes darted wildly, and he instantly fell silent. He needed Fong Ning to be compromised now. Oh? What evidence? I'd like to hear it. After a long silence, Yu Shou suddenly smiled, narrowing his eyes at Brother Long. Even though he believed Fong Ning was 99% unlikely to be an undercover agent. But given his cautious nature, as long as there's even a 1% chance, he won't fully trust it. Of course. Long Go let out a cold chuckle as he strolled forward, circling around Fong Ning with an amused expression. He remarked with a smile. Raven. Yangnan native. Visited Shaolin Temple as a child. Later took on all sorts of shady jobs, right? Hearing Brother Long's words, Fong Ning's hair stood on end. He couldn't fathom how Brother Long knew so much. After all, it took the police ages to uncover this information. Could today be the day he gets caught? His heart pounded so loudly he could practically hear it thumping in his chest. Forcing down the fluttering in his chest, he locked eyes with Brother Long without flinching. Yes, you're absolutely right. I didn't expect you to know so much about me. Yu Shou gave a slight nod. It matched the information he'd paid a fortune to obtain. Brother Long snorted derisively, then sped up his speech. My brother says he hired Crow for a job 20 years ago. Though Crow was masked back then, he's certain it wasn't you. If you were the real Crow, you'd be 40 now. But you're clearly not even in your 30s. Therefore, you must be a fake. Long finished in one breath, his chest heaving violently as his entire body trembled with excitement. The room erupted as if a bomb had been dropped. The entire crowd went wild. Good. Upon hearing this, Chang's face flushed crimson, as if he'd just eaten a ginseng fruit. Fong Ning had humiliated him time and again. If not for Boss Yu, he would have killed him long ago. Seeing Fong Ning exposed now brought him immense satisfaction. Fong Ning, I never imagined you were actually an undercover agent. The consumptive man shot his gaze over almost instantly, his eyes flashing with sharp intensity. He didn't even consider whether Fong Ning was actually an undercover agent. All he knew was that if Fong Ning was tainted, then the plum job of allocating shares would fall to him. At that moment, he couldn't wait to pin the blame on Fong Ning. Yu Shou froze, his entire body stiff as if struck by a club. If Fong Ning really was problematic, hadn't he personally brought the mole into the organization? But if Fong Ning was indeed an undercover agent, why would he have saved his life? Hearing the consumptive's accusation, he frowned inexplicably, narrowing his eyes at Fong Ning. Brother Fong, you'd better explain yourself. As Yu Shou spoke, Scarface moved. The henchmen inside the room instantly formed a circle, surrounding Fong Ning. Their pockets bulged, faintly glinting with cold steel. Should Fong Ning make any sudden move, they would strike without hesitation. All eyes in the room became like spotlights, instantly fixated on Fong Ning. Fong Ning exhaled a deep breath of stale air and waved his hand dismissively. There's nothing to explain. I really am not a crow. Thud. The entire room collapsed to the floor. What just happened? He just came clean like that? Not even a moment of hesitation? This could kill someone. He admitted it. He admitted it. Brother Long cheered wildly, his face beaming with the smile of a victor. Brother Lu was also visibly agitated, his weak frame trembling with excitement. Brother Chang narrowed his eyes, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. Fong Ning, you finally admitted it. Guards. Grab him. The consumptive man's face lit up with delight, already itching to kill Fong Ning. Scarface sneered coldly, drawing his knife as he slowly approached Fong Ning. Yu Shou's expression darkened instantly. He too realized now. Fong Ning might actually be in trouble. Just as everyone thought Fong Ning had given up, his calm voice suddenly rang out. I am not Crow. That is true. Crow is dead. I am his younger brother. Fong Ning was gambling. He was betting that Brother Long's men had no idea Crow even had a brother. After all, Crow was dead, there was no way to prove it now. His voice seemed calm, but his muscles were already taut. If Scarface stepped forward, he would seize Yu Shou without hesitation and seize the chance to escape. But even then, the operation would still end in failure. Fong Ning wouldn't take this step unless absolutely necessary. Impossible. I've never heard of Crow having a brother. The younger brother behind Brother Long exclaimed in shock, his voice stuttering. You're clueless about so much. Fong Ning's gaze turned icy. My brother is dead. Do you know that? Do you know how my brother died? The younger brother flushed crimson with panic, rendered speechless by Fong Ning's confrontation. Seeing the younger brother's expression, Fong Ning relaxed, his voice suddenly tinged with sorrow. My brother landed a big contract in Spring City a while back, but then he just vanished. I realized something terrible had happened to him. To find the person who harmed my brother, I operated in Chunchang under the alias Crow. Later. At this point, Fong Ning suddenly turned to Brother Long, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Later, I killed the blackmailer who betrayed me, then deliberately staged a robbery to get myself locked up. Long Go stumbled back 3 steps. The moment his gaze locked with Fong Ning's, cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Damn it! Chang's mood plummeted instantly. He knew Brother Long had acted recklessly this time. Relying solely on one subordinate's testimony, there was no way to bring Fong Ning down. Damn it! Damn it all! Lao Gui's teeth ground together with a grinding sound, a flash of reluctance crossing his eyes. Yu Xiu's frown eased. Though confusion lingered in his eyes, he seemed to accept Fong Ning's explanation. Damn, that was close. Seeing Yu Xiu's reaction, Fong Ning breathed a huge sigh of relief, knowing he'd managed to bluff his way through. But just then, Chang Gu suddenly stood up beside them, his gaze fixed on Fong Ning as a cold smile curled his lips. I believe Brother Fong Ning's explanation. Ha! Everyone was startled, never expecting Chang Gu to speak up for Fong Ning. Seeing Chang Ji's smile, however, sent a chill down Fong Ning's spine. Sure enough, Brother Chang said with a sinister tone. But to avoid gossip from others, I have a solution. With that, he pulled a transparent plastic bag from his coat pocket and slammed it onto the table. This is blue crystal. Brother Fong just snort it, and no one will have anything to say. Chapter 132, tastes good, give me another. Blue crystal? Every pair of eyes in the room fixed on the transparent plastic bag. Inside the bag lay a cluster of blue crystals, shimmering and sparkling as sunlight filtered through them. Dazzling and vibrant. Like exquisitely crafted gemstones. Yet everyone watched with bated breath. Nearly everyone in the room depended on the blue crystals for their livelihood. They knew all too well the terrifying nature of blue crystal. Unlike ordinary drugs, blue crystal creates a lifelong addiction after just one use. No exceptions. Touch it, and your life is over. Precisely because they knew how terrifying blue crystal was, not a single person in the room dared to try it. Now, hearing Brother Chang actually order Fong Ning to consume blue crystal to prove his identity, everyone involuntarily swallowed hard, 2 words instantly flashing through their minds. How ruthless. This is blue crystal? This is the very thing that's thrown Chunchung into utter chaos. Fong Ning stared intently at the translucent blue crystal, his expression darkening. Brother Fong, why don't you prove it to them? Seeing Fong Ning's expression, the leper's mind stirred, and he began to egg Fong Ning on. Though Lao Gui appeared to be looking out for Fong Ning, he was actually plotting something underhanded. He was certain that once Fong Ning touched the blue crystal, he'd be hooked. Once addicted, he'd have 100 ways to control Fong Ning. Oomph. You've only been here a few days and already dare to challenge my position? I'll make sure you pay for this. The leper thought viciously. Oh? Is that what you're thinking too? Fong Ning gave the consumptive a half smile. He'd long sensed something off about the consumptive. Ever since Yu Xiu said he'd handed over the allocation rights to him, the leper had clearly been trying to get rid of him. Is it because you fear I'll seize power? How amusing. Fong Ning's eyes flickered. Indeed, Brother Fong. An upright person has nothing to fear from their shadow. The consumptive man feigned concern, patting Fong Ning's shoulder before thoughtfully taking the blue crystal. Perfect. Witnessing this scene, Brother Chang felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. It felt like the sudden, cathartic relief of a decade-long constipation finally breaking free. Long Gu straightened up again, lifting his chin toward Fong Ning. Oh, I see. Fong Ning murmured under his breath, glancing around. There was Chang'e and his 2 henchmen, who'd been itching to kill him, the leper who'd been secretly plotting against him, and the scar-faced man who'd always been hostile. And Yu Xiu, who had remained silent all along. Ever since Brother Chang produced the blue crystal, Yu Xiu hadn't uttered a single word. His eyelids were lowered, his gaze solemn, lost in thought. Even when Fong Ning looked his way, he showed no reaction, as still as a monk in deep meditation. Only his eyelashes fluttered slightly, his expression tinged with unease. Yu Xiu hesitated. He knew Chang was deliberately provoking Fong Ning. He didn't intervene. Because this situation offered him nothing but advantages. Deep down, he even hoped Fong Ning would absorb the blue crystal. That way, he could gain complete control over Fong Ning. Sure enough. Seeing Yu Xiu's expression, Fong Ning felt not a shred of surprise. Drug dealers truly are the worst kind of criminals. He had long recognized Yu Xiu as an extreme egoist. For the sake of maximizing his own gains, he would even spare someone who wanted to kill him. All for the sake of reaping the greatest rewards. Even though he was technically his savior. But compared to profit, a lifesaver was nothing. Taking a deep breath, Fong Ning's expression darkened. He looked at Brother Chang and grinned. I can do it, but there's a condition. What condition? Hearing Fong Ning's hint of agreement, Chang Guo practically blurted out immediately. Speak up. Long and Liuli also chimed in urgently. At this moment, the three men's hatred for Fong Ning had already subtly surpassed that for Yu Xiao. Simple. I take one hit, you guys give me 200 grand. Fong Ning looked up, paused for a long moment, then spoke slowly, enunciating each word. His reasoning was straightforward. As the organization's second in command, he absolutely couldn't afford to be broke. With the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. There was no reason not to fleece them. 200,000. Are you out of your mind? Long Gu exclaimed in shock. 200,000. How many of his girls would have to be sold to earn that much? You're money crazed. Brother Lu was also seeing red. 200,000. How many total loss-wrecked cars would he have to sell to earn that much? Forget it then. Fong Ning waved his hand dismissively. Fine. Ignoring the stunned stares of Brother Long and Brother Lulu, Brother Chang agreed immediately. He emphasized the word okay heavily, almost gritting his teeth as he said it. To drag Fong Ning into this, he was willing to pay any price. After all these years in the underworld, being called Fishmonger Chang to his face. He couldn't stand it. Long and Lulu wanted to protest, but Long and Lulu saw Chang's ferocious expression and both shut their mouths. He nodded reluctantly. Fine. Though 200,000 wasn't a small sum averaged out, it wasn't beyond their means. Blue crystals weren't the low-grade junk flooding the market anymore. Its purity was shockingly high. Don't be fooled by how little blue crystal was in the bag. It was enough for an average adult to absorb for a week. In their eyes, Fong Ning would be lucky to manage a single hit. For an adult, 1 hit a day. That's enough to last a full day. A true miracle drug. But if you take it a second time within the same day, it turns into pure poison. When the blue crystals first appeared, someone stubbornly tried 2 doses in 1 day. Within minutes, their heart stopped, legs kicked out, and they were gone. Alright. Deal. Seeing Chang'e and the others agree, Fong Ning's face instantly broke into a chrysanthemum-like grin, his mouth practically splitting from ear to ear. A wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. Agreeing to this condition, Fong Ning wasn't a fool. He opened the system interface. Immunity to all poisons buff, hosts poison resistance plus 100%. PS, drinking DDT, paraquat, and chloroform like water? Treating viruses, morphine, and heroin like candy pills? Who knew it would come in handy so soon? Seeing the buff description, Fong Ning's heart instantly settled. What the hell are these blue crystals and green crystals? They're just candy beans. Let's get started now, what are we waiting for? Seeing Fong Ning standing there frozen with a dumb grin, Brother Chang couldn't help but frown. To avoid any complications, he spoke up to urge him on. Thinking of the silver coins about to land in his account, Fong Ning didn't feel annoyed. He cheerfully grabbed the blue crystal bag from the table. Brother Chang had already prepared tin foil and a lighter, quite thoughtful. Never seen a pig run? Well, you've certainly eaten pork. Fong Ning copied what he saw on TV, quickly gathering a large amount of blue crystal powder into a foil circle. With 1 layer of foil, the blue crystal instantly shrank to 1/10 its original size. Snap! He lit the lighter and heated the foil, and soon a wisp of white smoke began to rise. The first time was inevitably a bit nerve-wracking. He exhaled a few gentle breaths, then took a deep drag. The next second, his entire body froze in place. A full 30 seconds passed. Fong Ning grinned widely, revealing his signature pearly whites. Tastes good. Pass the foil again. Chapter 133, mind-blowing. 9 hits in a row. Gulp. Everyone collapsed onto the floor. They blinked hard, exchanging bewildered glances, feeling like they were about to lose their minds any second. Bro! That's blue crystal. What the hell are you yelling about? And it tasted good? Want another foil? Did you get high? What the hell is going on? Brother Chang's breathing stopped, his hands clutching his head as if he was about to lose his mind. Turning to see Brother Long going berserk, he finally realized he wasn't dreaming. His eyes filled with shock. Remember, Fong Ning just inhaled an adult's daily dose. By all rights, he should be floating on cloud 9, lost in a haze of bliss. What the hell was this about another foil? Was he treating blue crystal like candy? Who exactly is this Fong Ning? Shock surged through his heart as he turned to look at Yu Xiao. Brother Chang's pupils contracted again. He noticed Yu Xiao looked just as horrified. His eyelids fluttered wildly, and his lips trembled. He knew better than anyone the purity and toxicity of blue crystal. For an ordinary person, a single breath was already the limit. But judging by Fong Ning's expression, not only was he perfectly fine, he even seemed to want more. What was going on? Could this bag of blue crystal be fake? Didn't you hear me? I said another sheet of foil. Seeing everyone frozen in place like comical statues, Fong Ning chuckled inwardly while urging them on. Ha! Oh! Brother Lu, his sunken eyes wide with surprise, handed over another sheet of foil. Fong Ning took the foil without a moment's hesitation, lighting and heating it with the practiced ease of a seasoned smoker. Whoosh! It really does taste like candy beans. He felt a quiet thrill inside, glancing down at the blue crystals enough for 8 people left. It was like seeing stacks of crispy red bills. 200,000. 200,000. 200,000. Seconds later, Fong Ning grinned widely, his face tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Could I have another sheet of foil, please? Whoa. Everyone sucked in their breath in unison. They stared at Fong Ning like he was a freak, their eyes filled with utter shock. What kind of monster is this? He's already inhaled 2 doses. How come he seems completely fine? Could it really be that everyone's constitution is different? Chang rubbed his eyes, nearly fainting. This time he saw clearly, Fong Ning had absorbed every last drop without waste. But strangely enough, he still seemed perfectly fine. Was the stuff defective? A huge question mark flashed through Chang's mind. Not just Brother Chang, Brother Long, Brother Lulu, and the others were all dumbfounded. They'd assumed Fong Ning could only use it once at most. 20,000 down the drain. But damn it, before they knew it, it was already 400,000. And Fong Ning was still asking for more tin foil. The two of them stared fixedly at Fong Ning, their hearts bleeding. Had the quality of the recent supply deteriorated? Yu Xiu's mouth twitched. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. For most people, one hit was already the limit. Even if Fong Ning was physically stronger than average. But this was the second time, and he still showed no signs of distress. His face hasn't even flushed once. This is ridiculous. Hey, strong brother, where'd you get this knockoff? Is it watered down or something? The consumptive man snorted coldly, stepping forward to glare at Brother Chang with obvious displeasure. How could a normal person take it twice and not feel a thing? Unless it's either fake or diluted. Back in Spring City, middlemen used this trick all the time. They'd dilute drugs that were originally high purity before selling them. They could make even more money than before. No, that's impossible. Brother Chang immediately protested, though his voice lacked conviction. Not only did the junkie doubt himself, but he doubted himself too. How else could he explain Fong Ning taking it twice with no ill effects? Right. A flash of insight struck Changa's mind. Why not bring in someone else to test it? He narrowed his eyes at the consumptive. Try what? We don't need to. Fong Ning immediately bristled at the suggestion. Each one is pure silver. Trying once means losing 200,000. No. 600,000. Scarface, find someone to inspect the goods. Seeing Fong Ning's expression, the leper felt a surge of delight inside, certain he'd hit the nail on the head. Steal my spot, and don't blame me for being ruthless, the leper sneered coldly. Soon, the door swung open. Scarface led a man of extreme frailty into the room. The man was deathly pale, skin stretched taut over his bones, looking as if a gust of wind could knock him over. Scarface shot Fong Ning a sideways glare, scraped out a single portion of blue crystal with tin foil, and handed it to the frail man. Suck it. At those words, the previously expressionless man's face lit up instantly. With lightning speed, he snatched the blue crystal. Once he had it, he seemed like a different person, moving with practiced ease, as if guided by muscle memory. Seconds later. Thud. The man collapsed to the ground with a satisfied look, his body convulsing violently as if seized by epilepsy. Then, his bloodshot eyes snapped open as he scrambled to his feet, bouncing around wildly. The next second, he suddenly went crazy and started kissing everyone in sight. Brother Lioli didn't dodge in time and got smacked with a kiss. Lilu's face flushed with embarrassment and rage. He roared, ready to beat the crap out of him. But the next second, the frail man suddenly froze completely. Everyone's expressions froze instantly, all staring at the man without blinking. Suddenly, the man clutched his stomach and burst into laughter, muttering, "Ha! You fools, I tricked you. Ha!" Black lines instantly appeared on everyone's foreheads, their faces dark as the bottom of a pot. "Get the hell out of here!" The consumptive man roared furiously, gnashing his teeth. Minutes later, the frail man was dragged away by Scarface and his men. The atmosphere in the room froze solid. Everyone saw clearly, the blue crystal was genuine, and it was potent. That Fong Ning. Everyone swallowed hard, their hearts pounding like thunder. Aluminum foil. Fong Ning's fingers drummed impatiently on the table. Witnessing this, he wanted to laugh but couldn't let it out. These people would never dream they had an immunity buff. Here, take it all. See if you can handle it. Chang slammed a stack of foil packets onto the table, his teeth grinding audibly. After confirming the blue crystals were safe, he felt a slight sense of relief. No matter how special Fong Ning was, 3 times was definitely the limit. 60,000 would just be money down the drain. Split evenly among 3, that's only 200,000 each, totally manageable. I'll do my best. Fong Ning seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in Chang Ji's voice, picking up the foil and getting to work. Snap. Minutes later, the third blue crystal vanished. Everyone watched intently, waiting for Fong Ning's reaction. But the next second. Click. Fong Ning lit another one. Enough. Yu Xiu finally couldn't hold back. This was already the 4th dose Fong Ning had taken. He was genuinely afraid the man would smoke himself to death. Fong Ning dying wouldn't matter much, but he'd lose a key player. Hearing Yu Xiu's voice, Fong Ning reacted defensively, as if guarding his food. He swept the remaining 5 portions of blue crystals together in a whirlwind. Clink. A flame slowly rose. Hiccup. Feeling the strange stares around him, Fong Ning gave an awkward chuckle and said insincerely, "Honestly, the aftertaste is pretty potent." Chapter 134, Strike It Rich. Scoring 5.4 million. What the hell kind of aftertaste is that? You're totally fine, aren't you? Everyone felt like they'd taken 10,000 points of damage, nearly unable to breathe. What kind of god is this? In less than half an hour, he'd absorbed 9 people's worth of blue crystals. Not only are they completely fine, but they even have the energy to joke around? Is this guy even human? The thought surged unbidden in everyone's mind. Finished sucking? Yu Xiu stood frozen in place, feeling his scalp tingle inch by inch as his brain nerves exploded with a bang. He'd thought Fong Ning would max out at 3 servings. But he'd sucked up 9 portions straight away. If someone hadn't tried 1 portion earlier, Fong Ning might have downed 10 servings all by himself. Suppressing his pounding heart, Yushio hurried to Fong Ning's side, his face filled with concern. Brother Fong, what were you thinking? How could you take so many? If something goes wrong, I'll blame myself. But in my heart, I've never doubted Brother Fong. Yushio clasped Fong Ning's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with genuine concern. To any uninformed bystander watching now, it would look like a considerate boss showing concern for a subordinate. You sly bastard, playing dumb earlier and now pretending to be the good guy? Fong Ning quickly responded. Thanks for your concern, boss you. It's nothing serious. He subtly slipped Yushio's hand away and suddenly caught sight of the consumptive man, his face dark as night. Brother Tuberculosis, why do you look so terrible? Fong Ning asked, feigning ignorance. Since the consumptive had clearly intended to harm him, Fong Ning naturally wouldn't give him a friendly look. Oh? Not at all. Maybe I just didn't sleep well yesterday. The consumptive man looked awkward, stammering for a while. Then you should get more rest from now on. Just hand the work over to your subordinates. I think Scarface would be perfect, he's exceptionally capable. Spotting Scarface's fierce glare fixed on him, Fong Ning's heart stirred, and a wicked smile touched his lips. Scarface's expression visibly shifted from fierce to stunned, then to excitement. His impression of Fong Ning softened considerably. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Turning his head, he saw the consumptive staring at him with a sinister expression. The moment their eyes met, the scarred man shuddered violently. He immediately turned his vicious gaze back to Fong Ning, though a flicker of something passed in his eyes. Interesting. Ignoring the consumptive man, Fong Ning suddenly turned to look at Chang Gu and the other two. Gentlemen, 1,800,000 cash or wire transfer? Gulp. The distinct sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. 1,800,000? How much is that? Brother Chang and his crew kept tugging at their hair, each of them nearly losing their minds. Brother Fong, you're quite the joker. You must be kidding, right? Long forced a smile that looked more like a grimace than a laugh. Right. Brother Fong must be joking. Brother Lu's mouth twitched as he hurriedly chimed in. At first, they thought it would be no more than 200,000. Then it became 400,000. Finally, they thought 60,000 was the absolute ceiling, it couldn't possibly go higher. But who knew Fong Ning would take 9 shares? He'd practically fleece them. 180,000. They don't even make 1.8 million in pure profit in a whole year. Sure, split evenly among 3, it's only 600,000 each. But 600,000 isn't peanuts. Don't be fooled by their flashy appearances as big shots. Venue fees, rent, utilities, taxes, staff wages, maintaining connections, what doesn't cost money? And then they shelled out a fortune to hire Baldy, only for the job to fail and the money to go down the drain. It's like rain on a leaky roof. A joke? Fong Ning gave a nervous chuckle before slamming his hand down on the table. Who the hell told you to joke around? Snap boom. The dining table creaked loudly before crashing to the floor. The solid wood dining table in the private room had actually been shattered by Fong Ning's single slap. Long Gu and Lulu Ji's faces instantly drained of color, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at Fong Ning. They only knew he was the one who rescued Yushio, they had no idea about his true strength. Witnessing him shatter the table with a single blow sent shockwaves of terror crashing through their minds. We can give it to you. After a long silence, Xianga, who had remained quiet all along, finally spoke. His heart was bleeding inside. We'll discuss it among ourselves and transfer it to you within 3 days. Brother Chang walked up to Brother Long and Brother Lulu, whispered a few words, then added. From the expressions on Brother Long and Brother Liolio's faces, it was clear their complexions had darkened noticeably. No problem. Your credibility is still solid. Fong Ning waved his hand generously, then glanced at Yushio and winked. Right, boss you? Of course. I can vouch for all 3 of your reputations. Yushio spoke with narrowed eyes and a faint smile. He knew Fong Ning was using his authority to intimidate the 3. But he didn't mind. As long as his interests weren't compromised, he was happy to go along with it. Hearing Boss Yu speak, despair washed over the 3. Their scheming vanished without a trace. Boss Yu, since there's nothing else, we'll head back now. Chang's face darkened to the extreme. He wanted nothing more than to flee this place immediately, to escape Fong Ning. Yushio nodded slowly. The matter was settled, there was no reason to keep the 3 of them here. Let's go. With a cold snort, Brother Chang flung his trench coat and led the way out. Long and Lulu's faces were as dark as soot, and they too departed without a word. Hold on. Just then, Fong Ning suddenly spoke up. The 3 men halted, glaring at him with displeasure. I should remind you it's 180,000 each. 3 people together make 5,400,000. Silence. Dead silence. The air in the room seemed to freeze, so still you could hear a pin drop. What a bastard. Hearing that figure, even Yushio couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Yet deep down, he felt a sense of I knew it. This was exactly the kind of thing Fong Ning would pull off. Damn. Even the perpetually seething leper was stunned speechless. He'd already been seething with jealousy just seeing Fong Ning rake in 18 million from sucking a blue crystal. But now, hearing the figure of 5,400,000, the rage in his eyes seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Why? The leper screamed inwardly, itching to tear Fong Ning apart. Damn it! You're pushing it too far. Attack! Kill him! Long and Lioli's eyes were bloodshot, driven mad by rage. Losing 60,000 yuan felt worse than losing his own mother. 1,800,000. It felt like a knife was being twisted into their hearts. At their command, the henchman waiting outside immediately charged toward Fong Ning. Scarface was about to move, but tuberculosis suddenly grabbed him, shaking his head. The consumptive was itching for Fong Ning to clash with the others that way, he could reap the benefits. Bang! 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 Before anyone could react, everything blurred before their eyes. Both of Brother Long's henchmen were sent flying into the hallway wall. The next second, Fong Ning strode forward, grabbed both by the neck, and said coldly, "You two are truly foolish. Didn't you notice your boss didn't even utter a word? Compared to your boss Chang, you two are nowhere near his level." Their faces instantly flushed crimson as they shot pleading glances toward Chang. "Let us go. We'll give you the money." Chang's face twisted in agony as he stared at Fong Ning, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Fong Ning shook his head slowly. 3 days. Brother Chang clenched his teeth. Fong Ning still shook his head. "I'll call you as soon as I get back." Brother Chang practically gritted his teeth as he spoke each word. Long and Lioli's faces flushed crimson as they nodded frantically. "Deal." Fong Ning suddenly let go, as if nothing had happened. "I'll remember you." Brother Chang helped the two men out of the room, narrowing his eyes at Fong Ning. "I'll remember you too. I'll come get you in a few days." Fong Ning grinned widely, revealing his signature pearly whites. "Just remember to send the money." Chapter 135, Money Talks. Breaking down the wall. After Brother Chang and his two men left, the room fell instantly silent. The expressions of those left behind varied wildly. None had anticipated things escalating to this point. Fong Ning was like a ticking time bomb who knew when he'd explode. "Not bad, got guts." Yushio narrowed his eyes, patting Fong Ning's shoulder as he offered his praise. His mood was as sweet as honey right now. Not only had he secured an extra 30% profit margin, but he'd also successfully divided the alliance between Shanda and his two associates. He didn't question why Fong Ning was targeting Shanda and his crew. After all, Fong Ning had also been hunted down, and his methods of retaliation perfectly matched his character. The even more crucial gain was that Fong Ning, having consumed the blue crystal, was now completely under his control. But the thought that Fong Ning had consumed 9 doses without any ill effects still left Yushio with lingering doubts. Unable to pinpoint the reason, he ultimately attributed it to Fong Ning's exceptional physical constitution. "Thanks for your guidance, brother you." Fong Ning flashed a wide, insincere grin. "Damn it." Witnessing this scene, the sickly-looking guy felt a surge of rage rising from the soles of his feet straight to his heart. He nearly choked on his own rage. Why, after all these years of hard work, does an outsider get to reap the rewards? This position is mine. Mine. His face contorted with fury, and he wanted nothing more than to strangle Fong Ning on the spot. This gathering was arranged specifically for Brother Chang and his two companions today. With the main person gone, there was no reason for the others to linger. The entire group drove off in a grand procession. Whether it was due to the previous assassination attempt or not, Yushio now seemed like a completely different person. Now he went out with a whole entourage. The convoy was even more extravagant, over a dozen vehicles tightly encircling his Maybach in the center. Thankfully, this was the northern district, far from the city center. Otherwise, this kind of display would scream crime boss without even saying a word. Before long, they arrived at the villa in the northern district. Yushio was clearly in high spirits. Stepping out of the car, he stretched lazily before turning to Fong Ning and Lao Gue. "Head to the 3rd floor office. We have business to discuss." With that, he strode straight into the building. Lao Gue nodded in agreement, though his expression remained grim. Yushio had a habit of only using the 3rd floor office for business matters. Because the 3rd floor office was equipped with anti-eavesdropping devices. Usually, he would only call him alone for such matters, so it was unexpected that Fong Ning was summoned this time. The expression on the consumptive's face turned uglier than if he'd eaten. "Brother tuberculosis." Just as Fong Ning was about to speak, the consumptive man snorted, flung his hand away, and walked off. Scarface followed closely behind, eyes fixed downward, heart focused inward, not daring to breathe a word. Spotting Scarface trailing behind the consumptive, Fong Ning's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Inside the 3rd floor office. The room wasn't large, perhaps 7 or 8 square meters. The decor was plain, 2 sets of sofas facing each other, with a coffee table positioned between them. Nothing else filled the space. Yushio leaned back in his sofa, a cigar dangling from his mouth, his posture exuding sheer arrogance. Fong Ning sat across from him, his gaze fixed straight ahead, while Fong Ning himself looked around restlessly. "Big boss, you smoke too?" Fong Ning, seeing Yushio smoke for the first time, sounded surprised. "I don't smoke. This way feels better." Yushio mumbled indistinctly through the cigar. Cough cough. As if choked by the smoke, Yushio flicked the cigar away and suddenly sat up straight, his gaze sharpening. "We haven't made any shipments since I was in prison, and the organization is running very low on funds. Tomorrow, we're resuming shipments." Hearing this, Fong Ning's heart began to race uncontrollably. So soon. It seems Yushio really is running on empty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have raised the price by 30%, Fong Ning thought to himself. "I'll go prepare then." Lao Gue piped up eagerly, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Having spent considerable time in prison, the organization hadn't made a delivery in ages. They were practically dying to get their hands on some. Hearing about the upcoming operation now felt like catching sight of a naked beauty he couldn't wait to dive right in. Tuber, Fong was in charge of this operation. "Lend him a few men." Yushio's voice was low, as if stating a fact, devoid of any emotion. "Boss." Lao Gue's face flushed instantly. He stiffened his neck, ready to rise. He'd clung to a sliver of hope that Boss Yu's decision to let Fong Ning handle the assignments was just talk. But he hadn't expected Boss Yu to be serious. Not only was Fong Ning given full authority, but Lao Gui was even ordered to lend out his men. This was nothing short of psychological warfare. Oh? My word means nothing? Yu Xiu shot him a cold stare, and Lao Gui instantly felt a chill run through his body as if he'd been thrown into an ice cellar. He plopped down on the sofa, took a long moment to compose himself, then said in a deep voice, "Understood." "Very good." Yu Xiu nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Fong Ning with a smile. "Brother Fong, I'll be counting on you this time. Let me know if you need anything. I won't hesitate then." Fong Ning feigned deep thought before suddenly slapping his thigh. "I need someone familiar with the business. Scarface would be perfect. I have high hopes for him." "You." Hearing this, Scarface snapped his head up, his face turning as grim as if he were constipated. Scarface was his man. Fong Ning wanting to take him clearly meant slapping his face. This had to be intentional. All right. Just as the consumptive was seething with rage, Yu Xiu's voice poured over him like a bucket of ice water, chilling him to the bone. The consumptive man froze in place, his expression shifting between shock and pallor, turning ashen like a grotesque statue. "Brother Fong, you should go back and rest. Shipments start tomorrow." Yu Xiu waved him off, signaling it was time to leave. Fong Ning exchanged a meaningful glance with Yu Xiu before rising without another word and leaving the office. With a loud slam, the door closed, plunging the office back into silence. "What? Think I'm being unfair?" Seeing the gaunt figure standing there like a statue, eyes vacant, Yu Xiu smiled calmly. "No, boss makes the call." The sickly-looking guy denied it, but his eyes betrayed an unmistakable disappointment. "Useless. All you can see is the present. Do you even know why I sent Fong Ning to handle the shipment?" Yu Xiu's eyes flashed with exasperation as he roared. I don't know." The leper looked utterly bewildered. "Only by getting his hands dirty with the goods can Fong Ning truly integrate into the organization, you fool." Yu Xiu snorted coldly and turned to leave. "So that's how it is. That's how it is." After a long moment, the consumptive finally snapped out of it, his drooping eyes regaining their gleam. Stepping out of the office, Fong Ning headed straight for Scarface with purpose. Scarface was patrolling downstairs at that moment. Quickly approaching, he patted Scarface on the shoulder, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Boss, you said you'll be with me for a while." Spotting Fong Ning, Scarface's pupils dilated sharply. He frowned instinctively. "I don't agree. I'll go find old." "Are you sure?" "Follow me and your pay doubles." "But Boss Lao pays 4 times as much." "Boss Fong, at your service." Scarface instantly clasped his hands in a bow, his face crinkling with a smile. He knew Fong Ning absolutely had the clout after all. He'd just swindled over 5 million from Chang and his crew. A few minutes later, Fong Ning slipped into the restroom. After confirming no one was around, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The phone belonged to Scarface. Chapter 136, Fong Ning's call shocks the narcotics squad. Chuncheng City Narcotics Squad headquarters. The same conference room, shrouded in the same haze of smoke. Jiang Yang puffed away at his cigarette in front of the assembled team. Old Chow sat to his left, his brow deeply furrowed. The atmosphere was heavy, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a long pause, the impatient old Chow finally couldn't hold back. "Still no word from Fong Ning?" The man to Lao Chow's right slowly shook his head. "Since the target was dispatched, not a single message has come through." Hearing this, Jiang Yang's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he puffed harder on his cigarette. Old Chow's expression also darkened. The moment Fong Ning and Yu Xiu were released from prison, they had already arranged for someone to tail them. To avoid alerting them, they didn't follow too closely. But then a massive traffic jam hit the elevated highway, trapping the tailing team before they could catch up. When the traffic finally cleared, they discovered the Buick had vanished without a trace. Later, surveillance footage revealed the Buick had nearly been involved in an accident. Due to construction on the northern section of the elevated highway, the footage ended abruptly. The situation had completely spiraled out of control. Fong Ning is pretty capable, so he should be fine. Maybe he'll call back soon. Glancing at the nearly overflowing ashtray beside Jiang Yang, old Chow spoke up to reassure him. "Let's hope so." Jiang Yang's voice was weak and strained, as if he hadn't slept for days. He hoped more than anyone that Fong Ning was okay, but things weren't that simple. Yu Xiu nearly got into an accident right after getting out of prison. It couldn't be just a coincidence. His sharp instincts immediately sensed something was off. With the help of Zhou Sun from the criminal investigation team, the truth finally surfaced. The driver confessed that someone had paid him 60,000 yuan, then provided the time and location. He was instructed to fake a drunk driving collision with another vehicle. The driver, desperate from online loan debts, thinking his car was fully insured, he agreed without hesitation. The result was the scene captured on surveillance footage. This was clearly someone targeting Yu Xiu and with murderous intent. Though the Buick narrowly escaped disaster, he refused to believe the perpetrator would stop at just this one attempt. In other words, Yu Xiu and Fong Ning's fates remained unknown. The thought sent a chill through his heart. Just as he reached for another cigarette, his hand froze mid-air. The pack was empty. "Captain, quit smoking. You've already gone through 6 packs. Old Chow sighed and urged him softly. Jiang Yang seemed not to hear, his gaze fixed blankly on the cigarette pack, expression vacant. But just then, a shrill ringing suddenly pierced the room. Everyone flinched, their eyes instantly brightening. Jiang Yang leaned forward slightly, his unfocused eyes instantly sharpening. "Is that the dedicated contact device?" Old Chow's urgent voice cut through the air. No, it's not. The man on the right side. The dedicated device remained motionless, not a sound. The expressions of the group instantly darkened. Jiang Yang's expression returned to its blank state. Ring ring ring. The phone's ringtone persisted. Didn't we agree to silence phones during meetings? Who is it? Old Chow snapped to attention and flew into a rage. I told them 1,000 times to silence their phones during meetings, but they just wouldn't listen. What could possibly be so urgent? Do you think you're the team leader? It wasn't me. Not me either. And definitely not me. Everyone scrambled to wave their hands. Wait. Captain. A bolt of lightning shot through Lao Chao's mind. He turned to Jiang Yang and swallowed hard. Captain, it sounds like your phone. Everyone looked over and realized the sound was indeed coming from the captain. Captain, your phone. Lao Chao raised his voice slightly. Oh. Jiang Yang nodded and mechanically pulled out his phone. An unknown number, registered in Spring City. He frowned slightly before answering the call. Hello? Who is this? 1 second later. Everyone watched in astonishment as the captain's expression suddenly froze, then his body slowly leaned forward. The next second, he sprang to his feet with a sharp movement, his lifeless eyes instantly filling with astonishment. Fong Ning, is it really you? The name Fong Ning exploded like a crack of thunder in everyone's ears. The group froze, then trembled with excitement. Fong Ning being able to call meant he wasn't dead. Captain, put it on speaker. Old Chow spoke for the group. Jiang Yang's face lit up with surprise as he finally remembered to activate the speakerphone. Fong Ning, where are you? Are you in danger? Is it safe to talk now? Do you need backup? After confirming it was Fong Ning, Jiang Yan launched into a barrage of questions. After 2 seconds of silence on the other end, a faint voice replied. Too many questions. I'll answer them one by one. Right. Take your time. Jiang Yang was so excited he could barely form coherent sentences. As long as Fong Ning was okay. If something had happened to him, not only would the chief kill him. I'd feel terrible myself, he's still just a kid, after all. I'm at Yu Xiu's hideout. I'm safe, but our time is limited. Focus on the crucial questions. Fong Ning's voice was strained, as if he were exerting himself continuously. Fong Ning, why does your voice sound so strange? What are you doing? Old Chow looked utterly puzzled. Taking a dump. You just wasted the first question. Fong Ning's voice was devoid of any emotion. Everyone immediately turned to stare at Lao Chao with strange looks. Jiang Yang's forehead was covered in black lines as he snatched the phone. Were you and Yu Xiu hunted down after getting out of prison? Yes. We're already investigating. We'll have results soon. No need to trouble yourselves. I know who the killer is. Hold on. I suspect. Jiang Yang froze mid-sentence and blurted out. Who's the killer? Yu Xiu's 3 major distributors, Tough Guy, Kidney Deficient Prince, and Fish Selling Chang. What? Dragon Brother, Slippery Brother, and Strong Brother, the 3 tried to seize power but failed. I saved Yu Xiu. Fong Ning rephrased his words. Gulp. Everyone in the room swallowed hard. They all recognized Chang and his 2 accomplices, men whose underlings were involved in illegal activities, all on the list of suspects. But only now did they realize these 3 were actually Blue Crystal's distributors. Fong Ning's revelation was nothing short of a major breakthrough. Saved Yu Xiu. Jiang Yang's lips murmured, his eyes gradually brightening as his voice grew excited. So what's your position now? Did you get promoted to supervisor? Jiang Yang had intended to say team leader, but then gritted his teeth and blurted out supervisor instead. Had he not heard that Fong Ning had saved Yu Xiu's life, he wouldn't have dared to ask. How could a new recruit just join the organization and be given a supervisor position? After all, the highest rank they ever sent undercover was team leader. Everyone leaned forward sharply, their ears practically pressed against their phones. Fong Ning's position determined whether they could obtain the latest intelligence. In their original plans, Fong Ning would be considered successful just by becoming a team leader. If he became a supervisor, it would be nothing short of stealing credit. The voice on the other end clicked its tongue, sounding peculiar. Seems like no promotion. The group's expression stiffened as their bodies slowly retreated. Old Chow's face darkened instantly, and he let out a heavy sigh. Jiang Yang staggered back 2 steps, feeling as if the sky were falling. It was like waiting half a day for popcorn only to have the popper explode with a bang on. After several deep breaths to steady himself, Jiang Yang spoke in a low, reassuring voice. It's okay. As long as you're safe, we'll figure something else out. Despite the crushing disappointment in his heart, he didn't blame Fong Ning. Inexperience is normal for newcomers. But just then, Fong Ning's faint voice drifted over again. I may not have a title, but Yu Xiu put me in charge of shipments. Chapter 137, Operation. Fong Ning's meticulous plan? Handle shipments? Hearts pounded wildly in their chests, all expression vanishing from their faces. Incredulity was written all over their faces. Had they misheard? They all scratched their heads in unison, doubting their own ears. After all, Fong Ning had only infiltrated the organization less than 2 days ago. And he'd already worked his way up to a position handling shipments? Previous undercover agents hadn't even shaken off suspicion by the 2nd day. Jiang Yang's eyes flashed with excitement as he snatched the phone, his voice trembling. What did you say? Say that again. I didn't catch that. What crappy signal? Fong Ning's dissatisfied muttering came from the other end of the line, followed by a repetition. Yu Xiu assigned me to handle shipments. Ha! Great! Fantastic. This time, Jiang Yang heard it loud and clear. His whole body trembled with excitement. He thought Fong Ning landing a team leader position would be a decent outcome. If he could become a supervisor, it would be like hitting the jackpot. But who knew Fong Ning's current position would surpass even supervisor? He's directly overseeing shipments now. This is like getting a perfect hand at the start of the game. It was like going to a street side shop for a foot massage, expecting a 50-year-old auntie as the technician. But then the auntie transformed into a tall, fair-skinned 20-year-old girl. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Remember this number. Wait for my call tomorrow, there's a surprise coming. Hearing no response on the other end, Fong Ning couldn't help but say, "What kind of surprise?" Old Chow rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with anticipation. He never imagined Fong Ning could get this far. Having worked undercover in his youth, he knew all too well. To gain access to the shipment. This was practically the highest-ranking undercover position in the history of the narcotics squad. Not sure right now. I'll get back to you tomorrow. Fong Ning paused thoughtfully before responding. The moment he saw Scarface, a plan had suddenly formed in his mind. The moment he got Scarface's phone, that plan grew even stronger. Phone? Whose number is this? Why not use the dedicated phone? Just then, Jiang Yang's expression froze as he realized something. The phone he was talking to Fong Ning on wasn't the secure phone. It was his personal phone. Right, the secure phone hadn't rung at all. Wouldn't making this call expose everything? Everyone's faces paled simultaneously. The secure phone was specifically designated for communicating with undercover agents. Calls to these phones leave no trace whatsoever. The recipient's device would only show an invalid number. But Fong Ning had actually dialed Jiang Yang's number. If Yu Shou discovered this, it would be the end. Old Chow's face instantly drained of color, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Ha! A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Fong Ning's mouth. That's precisely why he used the Scarface phone. He then proceeded to brief Jiang Yang on the precautions. A few minutes later. I've got it memorized, but is this really reliable? Jiang Yang's eyebrows knitted into a frown. Fong Ning's plan was far too risky. Something's come up. I'll hang up now. Fong Ning didn't respond and hung up immediately. Stay safe. Beep. Jiang Yang was about to give some final instructions when he suddenly realized Fong Ning had hung up. He could only sigh softly and shake his head slowly. Then he snapped his head up, his gaze hardening. Notify all team members, cancel all leave. Be on standby at all times for the next few days. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Fong Ning had hung up in a hurry. Was because he saw Scarface searching for his phone through the window. Damn it. I'm so fed up, where's my phone? That's my brand new Mate 60 Pro, I shelled out an extra $1,500 for it. Who the hell stole it? From a distance, he could hear Scarface standing there yelling and screaming. What the hell is he yelling about? A slap landed on Scarface's back of the head. Fong Ning stepped closer. Who the hell is that? Boss Fong. Scarface turned to yell, but his mouth twitched when he saw Fong Ning. Nothing, bro, lost my phone. No clue which bastard stole it. Smack. Fong Ning's face darkened and another slap followed. Bro, why'd you hit me again? Scarface looked like he was about to cry. Watch your language. Scarface. Fong Ning nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. After taking several steps outside, he suddenly stopped and muttered under his breath. I lost my phone last time too. Wait, I found it in my inner pocket in the end. Inside pocket? Scarface looked suspicious, his hands instinctively reaching for his inner pocket. Suddenly, his expression brightened. Ha! Found it. It really was in my pocket. Thank goodness you didn't lose it. My Mate 60 Pro Kirin 9512G 512G Pioneer Edition. Time flew by. The sun had already dropped from overhead toward the west. The entire afternoon had passed. With Scarface's help, Fong Ning had already mastered the transaction steps thoroughly. It even felt effortless. Both parties were longtime collaborators, essentially just Xiangda and his two associates. Nothing like the convoluted schemes you see on TV dramas. It was simply a matter of agreeing on a time and place, meeting face to face, and settling the transaction in person. If any other undercover agents found out what Fong Ning was thinking, they'd probably faint from sheer frustration. Man, we've been tiptoeing around for so long. We've been racking our brains just to scrape together a shred of peripheral intel. Let alone getting information about the Blue Crystal deal, it's pure fantasy. Damn it, so you actually get to go to the deal in person. It's enough to make anyone green with envy. After dinner, Fong Ning deliberately made a call using the villa's landline. Beep. The line remained busy with no answer. Hang up. Dial again. Beep. Still busy. Hang up, call again. Beep beep beep, damn it, no insurance, no loans. No renovations, no house. And definitely no plan upgrades. The voice on the other end roared angrily. It's me, Brother Long, Fong Ning. Fong Ning grinned, a glint flashing in his eyes. On the other end of the line was none other than Brother Long, one of the three major dealers. The thick-skinned, tough-as-nails guy who survived 13 stabs in the back. The line fell silent. After 10 seconds of silence, Brother Long's menacing voice cut through the air. Fong Ning. Don't push your luck. I already gave you the money. Brother Long was trembling with rage, on the verge of losing his mind. Haha, misunderstanding, Brother Long. I'm not calling about that. I have something to discuss. Discuss? What could we possibly discuss? Hanging up. Long Ji's face twisted with disgust. He didn't want to waste another word on Fong Ning and was about to hang up. The shipment is tomorrow. Hearing this, Brother Long's entire body jolted, halting his movement abruptly. Let me be blunt, I'm the one allocating shares now. So if you give the brothers a cut, I can give you a bigger share. Fong Ning dropped the bombshell. Dead silence fell again on the other end of the line. Fong Ning showed no urgency, patiently waiting for a response. After a few minutes, Brother Long's voice rose noticeably. How much can you give me? Hearing this, a sinister smile spread across Fong Ning's lips. 50%. Chapter 138, The Meticulous Plan Exposed. Direct arrest? 50%? Brother Long leaped high as if his tail had been pinched, eyes bulging wide, on the verge of losing his mind. He never imagined Fong Ning would offer him 50%. After all, in the past, 3 parties had always split 10 parts evenly. Each party would only get a little over 30%. He was already in a foul mood today, not just because he'd lost over $1 million. The real reason was the impending redistribution of shares. Based on their capabilities, he and Brother Lulu definitely couldn't compete with Brother Chang. He'd expected to split 50-50 with Lulu, leaving Chang with the other 50. But now, unexpectedly, he was getting only 50%. Long felt a wave of heat wash over him, his breathing growing ragged. No! Long suddenly snapped to attention. Why give me half alone? After calming down, a look of deep confusion flashed in his eyes. In terms of strength, he was no match for Brother Chang, only on par with Brother Lulu. Fong Ning had no reason to seek him out for a partnership. Ha! Fong Ning gave a couple awkward chuckles before murmuring. Brother Chang just got lucky. He's got no real ability. As for Brother Lioli, he's even less promising. He'll end up dying for a woman sooner or later. When it comes to real strength, they're nowhere near as capable as you, Brother Long. Hearing this, Brother Long's cheeks flushed crimson and a smile involuntarily spread across his lips. A look of pride gradually spread across his eyes. Though he couldn't tell if Fong Ning spoke from the heart, these words struck deep within him. He'd always believed Brother Chang was just lucky. Marrying some old hag for money? He'd never do that, not in a million years. As for Brother Lulu, he was just a fool blinded by women. He'd always hang out at his shop without paying. Worse still, he was a soft guy. The girls in the shop were sick of him. Sigh, if you don't believe me, I guess I'll have to go talk to Brother Lulu. Fong Ning pressed his advantage, feigning resignation. Wait, hold on. Brother Long suddenly panicked. I never said I disagreed. Why are you rushing me? Fine then. Wait for my call tomorrow. Bring enough cash. Got it? A sinister smile spread across Fong Ning's lips. Great. I'll wait for your call tomorrow. Without a second's hesitation, Brother Long nodded his agreement. The alliance between the three was instantly forgotten. Their original alliance had been formed partly to evenly distribute the spoils. Fighting over everything had been exhausting. Second, it was to deal with Yu Xiu. But now, not only had their plan against Yu Xiu failed, they'd also lost a huge sum of money. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. With the shares up for redistribution anyway, he had no time to concern himself with Xiangda or Luliage. Even though Fong Ning specifically demanded a cut, the overall calculation still showed a solid profit. Done. Fong Ning hung up the phone, a smile playing on his lips. People risk life and limb for wealth, birds die for food. He didn't believe Brother Long would pass up such a huge slice of the pie. Sure enough, I couldn't resist the temptation in the end. Brother Long, I'll start with you. Early the next morning, 3rd floor office. Yu Xiu reclined on the sofa, a black briefcase resting on the coffee table. Seeing Fong Ning enter the room, Yu Xiu's face lit up with a smile. Brother Fong, here's your 50% share. Thanks for all your hard work this time. Same deal as before. How you split it is none of my business, as long as the money's on the table. Fong Ning glanced at the briefcase without drawing attention, then waved his hand with a proud expression. Rest assured, boss you, the money will be more than enough. Good. I knew I could count on you. The car's ready. We can leave any time. Yu Xiu's smile broadened. Fong Ning wasted no time, hoisting the suitcase and striding toward the door. Oh, and I'll let Scarface know the meeting spot later. Yu Xiu suddenly added. Fong Ning paused slightly but didn't turn back, walking straight out of the office. That old bastard is really cautious. Fong Ning sneered coldly. Boss Fong, we're ready to go anytime. As soon as he descended the stairs, he spotted Scarface already waiting in the car. The car was low-key a black Accord. Fong Ning said nothing, diving straight into the car. V-room. The car slowly pulled away, quickly disappearing from the villa. After leaving the villa, they quickly merged onto the elevated highway, circling back and forth endlessly. It wasn't until close to noon that Scarface's phone finally rang. Room 404, Tianfu Hotel. Scarface hung up and turned to look at Fong Ning. Without hesitation, Fong Ning dialed Brother Long's number the next second. The number had been given to him by Yu Xiu just before he left. Within seconds, Brother Long answered. Half an hour later, room 404, Tianfu Hotel. He hung up without waiting for a response. After exiting the elevated highway, he drove for less than half an hour before the Tianfu Hotel's sign came into view. As the saying goes, business is slow on Sundays. It was already 11:30, and the lobby wasn't very crowded. The second floor was even quieter. The private room was on the second floor. Fong Ning and the scarred man entered one after the other. I'll be right back. Glancing at the time, Fong Ning stood up and patted Scarface on the shoulder, his tone serious. Keep your eyes peeled on the goods. Don't blink. Got it? Got it. Scarface nodded vigorously. He strode into the restroom, flicked his wrist, and Scarface's phone landed instantly in his hand. Without hesitation, he dialed Jiang Yang's number. In the lobby of the Municipal Narcotics Squad, rows of narcotics officers stood in formation, their gazes fixed ahead with unwavering resolve. They looked ready for battle at any moment. Jiang Yang and Old Chow, clad in combat gear, stood at the very front. Captain, what do you think Fong Ning meant by surprise? Old Chow asked curiously after double-checking his own gear. Fong Ning had hung up after mentioning the surprise yesterday, leaving him itching with curiosity. How should I know? Probably some crucial clue. Jiang Yang shot Lao Chow a disapproving glare. You used to be an undercover agent, how come you don't know anything? Hearing this, Lao Chow's face instantly fell. He turned his head and muttered under his breath. My undercover work wasn't anything like yours, it's completely incomparable, okay? Back when he was undercover, at this very moment, he was still fighting to make a name for himself in front of the target. But Fong Ning? He's already directly involved in shipping operations. Wait. A sharp gleam flashed in Lao Chow's eyes. Could the gift Fong Ning mentioned be the crucial evidence linking the three major distributors to drug trafficking? Jiang Yang's expression froze. He exhaled sharply, his breath catching in his throat, his excitement surging. But his expression quickly dimmed. You're thinking too simplistically. Even if Fong Ning can participate in shipments, how could he possibly gather crucial evidence on his first operation? Crucial evidence isn't that easy to come by. Of course, there was one thing he left unsaid. If it were that easy, wouldn't that make our narcotics squad less effective than a beat cop? Sigh, he had a point. Old Chow sighed deeply and shook his head slowly. But just then, Jiang Yang's phone suddenly rang. Almost the instant he heard the ring, Jiang Yang answered the call. Fong Ning's voice came through the line. You can track the phone's location, right? Just come and arrest him. Chapter 139, all is ready, only the east wind is missing. Arrest someone? Who? Jiang Yang froze for a moment, his voice filled with confusion. We were just discussing crucial evidence, what the hell are you talking about arresting someone? Long Go, one of Lanjing's three major distributors. Fong Ning added. What? Brother Long? You found key evidence of Brother Long dealing drugs? Old Chow's eyes instantly bulged wide, looking as if they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. He never imagined Fong Ning would actually uncover proof. Identifying the identities of the three major distributors on the very first day. And on the second day, he uncovered evidence of drug trafficking by the three major distributors. This investigative speed was downright terrifying. Evidence? What evidence? Fong Ning frowned. Brother Long hadn't arrived yet, what evidence could there be? No evidence? How can we arrest anyone without evidence? Old Chow nearly collapsed to the ground. This is ridiculous. How can we arrest someone without evidence? Investigations require evidence, especially for major cases like drug trafficking. If we just storm in without any proof, forget about whether we can catch them. Even if we did, they wouldn't admit to it. This is a life or death matter. Unless you catch them red-handed. Ah, if only things were that simple. Old Chow gave a bitter chuckle, realizing his own thoughts were far too naive. Fong Ning, do you have a plan? Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing things weren't quite that straightforward. The plan is simple. I'll meet Brother Long for the transaction in half an hour. You just come straight over and make the arrest. Without holding back, Fong Ning laid out the entire plan. After waiting a while and seeing Fong Ning fall silent, Jiang Yang couldn't help but ask. That's it? That's it. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Jiang Yang sucked in a sharp breath, his teeth tingling with cold. He'd assumed Fong Ning had some meticulously planned strategy, but the plan boiled down to just 2 sentences. No, to be precise, just 1 sentence. Arrest them directly in half an hour. How reckless. Even if we manage to capture Brother Long, what about you? Won't you be suspected? Jiang Yang furrowed his brow, spotting the critical flaw. Heh, no big deal. Fong Ning gave a nervous chuckle before suddenly lowering his voice. One more thing. Fong Ning gave a few more instructions before hanging up. The lobby of the Municipal Bureau's narcotics squad. Jiang Yang stiffly set down the phone, his mind still processing. This plan is downright amateurish. These were ruthless drug traffickers. Going to arrest them in half an hour? Someone unaware might think we're catching petty thieves. Captain, is this really reliable? Old Chow sucked on his toothpick, his voice tinged with disbelief. Honestly, this plan is just far too simple. So simple it barely even qualifies as a plan. Stop overthinking it. Notify the team to prepare. Jiang Yang's voice was solemn. Yes. Room 404, Tianfu Hotel. Emerging from the restroom, he caught Scarface's unblinking stare fixed on the briefcase. Fong Ning nodded with satisfaction. Good work. You're thorough. Rest assured, you'll be well compensated. Then he suddenly patted Scarface on the shoulder. Oh, by the way, what time is it now? Scarface reached for his phone with effortless ease and answered earnestly. Almost 11:30. Just then, the private room door creaked open. 2 figures entered the room, one after the other. It was Brother Long and his bodyguard. Just 2 people. Much easier, Fong Ning murmured with a faint smile. To avoid drawing attention, their transactions had always adhered to a principle of discretion. The fewer people present, the better. Long Gu scanned the room. Spotting Fong Ning, the fleshy jowls on his face twitched. He instantly forced a smile, taking 3 steps in 2 strides to grab Fong Ning's hands. Brother Fong, you're here early. Haven't seen you in days, I've missed you like crazy. Long Ge's words were flattering, but his eyes darted toward the black briefcase nearby, burning with desire. Brother Long, you have a terrible memory. Didn't we just meet yesterday? Fong Ning shook off Brother Long's grip, his gaze turning cold. Ha! Brother Long chuckled awkwardly, unfazed, and gave a light clap. His bodyguard promptly produced a thick bundle of envelopes. After weighing the envelope in his hands, a smile finally spread across Fong Ning's face, his tone softening considerably. Shall we sit down and talk? Sure. The two men conversed like old friends reunited after years apart, warm and familiar. Watching them, the scarred man's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He thought to himself, weren't you two mortal enemies just yesterday? Today you're suddenly brothers? What hypocrisy. As they sat down, Fong Ning discreetly glanced at the time, instantly understanding the situation. He poured a full cup of tea with a clatter, downed it in one gulp, and then spoke slowly. Brother Long, have you eaten breakfast yet? Brother Long? Scarface? Long Ge's eyelid twitched violently, almost convinced he'd misheard. For a moment, he even thought he was dreaming. Aren't we here to make a deal today? What the hell is this about breakfast? Look at the time. Who hasn't eaten breakfast at this hour, man? No. Damn it. Breakfast? I came here to make a deal. Long Ge's expression shifted rapidly, his voice sounding unnatural. I did. What about you? He swore the second half was pure reflex. If he could rewind time, he'd never have uttered those words. A normal person hearing that would most likely reply, I did. But Fong Ning wasn't normal. Hearing Brother Long's words, Fong Ning's eyes lit up instantly. He licked his lips. Let me tell you, I did eat quite a bit for breakfast: meat buns, spicy soup, carrot porridge, meat pancakes, and jianbingwa. Fong Ning transformed into a chatterbox, his mouth running non-stop. He went on about what he ate for breakfast, the pros and cons of each dish, and even the origins of the food. He rambled on for a solid 10 minutes. Brother Long listened with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He tried to interrupt several times but couldn't get a word in edgewise. If Fong Ning hadn't been holding the goods, he would have lost his temper long ago. As the conversation neared 20 minutes, Brother Long finally couldn't take it anymore. Brother Fong. Brother Long roared as he stood up, his voice booming. Time to get down to business. Hey, you should have said so earlier. I thought you liked listening. Glancing up at the time, he saw it was almost right. Fong Ning finally stopped talking. Here's the cash, exactly 50% of the payment. Without further ado, Brother Long yanked open the box. The box was filled with neatly stacked stacks of bright red renminbi notes, a sight to behold. Thanks for that. Fong Ning reached out to take it, but Brother Long blocked his hand. Where's the goods? Almost forgot. Slapping his forehead, Fong Ning gave a subtle nod. Scarface yanked the box open. The moment it opened, a blinding blue glow nearly seared everyone's eyes. A whole box filled with blue crystals. The moment he saw the blue crystals, Brother Long's breathing instantly quickened. This quantity was nearly double what he'd ever seen before. Same as always, time to inspect the goods. Brother Long couldn't wait. A few minutes later, Brother Long's subordinate nodded to him. Scarface nodded to Fong Ning almost simultaneously. Both the goods and the money were in order. A look of relief washed over Brother Long's face as the weight on his shoulders finally lifted. He'd expected Fong Ning to make things difficult, but the man was surprisingly straightforward. Bro, come to my place anytime, I'll hook you up with the full package. Brother Long eagerly grabbed the suitcase, his face beaming with excitement, barely able to suppress the grin spreading across his lips. Hold on. Fong Ning grabbed Brother Long's arm to stop him, inwardly frowning. It's been half an hour already, why hasn't the narcotics squad arrived yet? Seeing Fong Ning block his path, Brother Long's expression darkened as he coldly retorted. You're backing out? Fong Ning shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Don't be ridiculous. I just want you to wait a little longer. Wait a bit? Wait for what? Long Ge's brows knitted tightly, his voice tinged with displeasure. Just as Fong Ning was about to speak, the sound of urgent sirens wafted in from the distance, and his face lit up. They're here. Chapter 140, Capturing Brother Long. Outside Tianfu Hotel. Everyone remember the photos? Treat those two like they're invisible, arrest everyone else. Got it? Old Chow's expression turned stern as he pulled out photos of Fong Ning and Scarface to show the group. Got it. The group's expressions turned serious. Move out. At Old Chow's command, the group swiftly stormed into the hotel. The first floor lobby was still filled with diners. Seeing the police with guns drawn, they immediately raised their hands in fear. Hey, who's that? Can't you see we're eating? Go ahead and search us, we'll cooperate fully. Similar voices echoed from various private dining rooms. A few minutes later. Report, no targets sighted on the first floor. Zhang Yang nodded, his gaze shifting to the second floor. Old Chow immediately understood and led his team straight up to the second floor. Inside room 404 of the hotel. Cops. Long Gu stiffened at the sound of sirens, nearly fainting on the spot. The blood drained from his cheeks as he instinctively tried to flee. But he found himself unable to move no matter how hard he tried. He turned his head and saw Fong Ning clutching him tightly. You idiot! If you're not running, don't hold me back. Long Ge's eyes turned bloodshot, his flabby body trembling uncontrollably with fear. The bodyguards behind him trembled uncontrollably, their expressions panicked. But seeing their boss pinned by Fong Ning, they swallowed hard. They instinctively steeled themselves and charged forward. Thud. As expected, Fong Ning kicked him squarely in the face. His body swayed twice before crashing to the ground with a thud. Are you retarded? Running out now to get yourself killed? Or maybe the cops were brought in by you guys. Fong Ning spoke first, his words sharp and accusatory. So it was you. You ing bastards. Scarface cursed furiously. Bull. How could that be? Brother Long hurriedly explained. It really wasn't me. Brother Long was so flustered he turned red in the face and couldn't speak. I believe you. Fong Ning suddenly turned to Brother Long and said solemnly. You get me, bro? Brother Long was deeply moved, grabbing Fong Ning's hand urgently. Brother Fong, what should we do? The cops are almost here. As they spoke, the sound of footsteps steadily climbing the stairs echoed from the stairwell. Then came the sounds of them searching through the private rooms. Dragon Brother's face darkened even more. Although private room 404 was hidden deep in the corridor, the cops would find their way here in under 3 minutes. What was even worse was that the goods were still inside. Getting caught here would be like being caught red-handed. This quantity was enough to get him executed 8 times over. Don't panic. I have one more option. Fong Ning Fein thought for a moment before gritting his teeth and speaking directly. Scarface, jump off the balcony outside and start the car. Then drive it downstairs, we'll jump right on. Hurry up. Scarface froze. He wanted to point out that the restaurant did have a balcony, but wouldn't jumping down break his legs? He opened his mouth to protest, but Fong Ning's expression made him swallow hard. Then he gritted his teeth and charged out. He knew the difference between breaking a leg and getting shot. After Scarface left, only 3 people remained on the scene. Fong Ning, Brother Long, and Brother Long's bodyguard. Brother, rest assured if we survive this ordeal, you'll be like family to me. Long Go looked at Fong Ning with gratitude, deeply moved. He never expected that despite Fong Ning's intimidating exterior, he had such a warm heart. He'd really misunderstood him. Heh, I don't want to be your brother. Fong Ning gave a dry chuckle before turning to Brother Long and saying in a low voice. Because your brother will soon be joining you in prison. Damn it. Long Go stumbled back 3 steps, his pupils dilating rapidly as terror washed over his face. You're an undercover cop. His voice trembled as everything clicked into place. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his neck. His vision went black and he lost consciousness. The bodyguard happened to stand up just then, catching the entire scene. His eyelids fluttered wildly, yet without a moment's hesitation, he accelerated and slammed into the doorframe with a thud. His body went limp and he passed out again. Smart move. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Fong Ning gave him a thumbs up. Quick, there's another room inside. Just then, Old Chow's voice came from outside. Judging by the sound, they'd be breaking down the door any second. Without another thought, he quickly pressed the box containing the blue crystals firmly into Brother Long's hands. Then, clutching the cash box, he hurried to the window. The restaurant was only 2 stories tall, child's play for Fong Ning now. He'd even jumped from the 3rd floor when capturing Silver Fox. Bang! The private room door was kicked open. The moment the door burst open, Fong Ning landed with a dull thud. The sound instantly drew the attention of several team members downstairs. But upon seeing Fong Ning's appearance, they froze before quickly averting their gaze. Just as he stood up, he caught a glimpse of Scarface limping toward the car. He's got some skills. Fong Ning's lips curved into a faint smile as he quickened his pace to catch up. Though limping on his injured leg, Scarface felt an unusual surge of excitement. He had already braced himself for capture. But to his delight, not a single soul had noticed him along the way. He'd managed to leap off the balcony with remarkable ease. Even more bizarre was that despite the loud noise of the jump, the police inside didn't even glance back. He took a deep breath and hurried toward the car. Almost their safety was within reach. He should make it to the car and drive off in time. Seeing the car drawing nearer, Scarface's face lit up with excitement. He had long since forgotten every word Fong Ning had said. As for Fong Ning and Brother Long, he couldn't care less. He'd made it out alive, saving his own skin was the priority now. With great effort, he hobbled to the car and pulled open the door. A dark figure shot into the driver's seat with a whoosh. Boss Fong, when did you escape? What about Brother Long and the others? Spotting Fong Ning, Scarface nearly scared himself silly. How did Fong Ning get out faster than him? Damn it! Fong Ning slammed his fist on the steering wheel, his voice filled with rage. Long actually teamed up with the cops to try and take me down. Good thing I got out of there fast. Damn near got caught. His hands and feet never stopped moving as he swiftly started the engine and shifted gears. Roar! The car shot forward. The scarred man in the passenger seat clearly hadn't processed what was happening. He stared blankly for several full minutes before turning to Fong Ning, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. Inside the villa in the northern district. With a bang, the door to the 3rd floor office was pushed open. The consumptive man, his face twisted with terror, rushed in frantically and cried out. Boss, it's bad. It's bad. Yu Xiu was leisurely sipping tea. Spotting Lao Gui's anxious expression, he asked. What's the panic? Look at you, what could you possibly accomplish? What's got you so worked up? The consumptive man's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. You told me to keep an eye on the restaurant, right? The whole place is swarming with cops now. Clatter. The teacup hit the floor and shattered into pieces. Yu Xiu snapped to attention, his expression grave. What? How could that be? Chapter 141, Zhang Yang's Ecstasy. Caught red-handed. Room 404, Tianfu Hotel. Captain, we've got a situation here. Old Chow pushed open the door and immediately spotted two figures lying unconscious on the floor. Jiang Yang rushed over upon hearing the report and instantly relaxed upon realizing the figure wasn't Fong Ning. "Captain, it's Brother Long." Old Chow bent down to check, then abruptly looked up with astonishment. The unconscious figure on the floor was none other than Brother Long, one of Yushio's 3 major distributors. Spotting the black briefcase in Brother Long's hand, Old Chow's eyes narrowed sharply, his heart pounding wildly out of control. Could this be? Instinctively, he looked up at Jiang Yang. Their eyes met, and both saw hope reflected in the other's gaze. Old Chow, overcome with emotion, picked up the briefcase and placed it solemnly on the table. He took a deep breath and clicked open the black briefcase. At the first glance, Old Chow felt a chill run down his spine, his blood rushing to his head. The case was filled entirely with blue crystals. Seeing Lao Chow's expression, Jiang Yang instantly realized something. He strode forward and swung the case wide open. A case full of blue crystals instantly filled everyone's vision. Whoa! Everyone in the room sucked in a sharp breath. An entire crate of blue crystals shimmered with an alluring blue glow under the sunlight. Everyone's hearts burned with desire. To their eyes, this wasn't just blue crystal, it was pure, tangible success. Seizing such a massive haul in one go would rank among the top seizures in Chuanqing's drug enforcement history. Given Chuanqing's location near the border, its drug seizure volume was several times that of inland areas. Even so, seizing an entire crate of drugs was rare. And this was blue crystal. And they hadn't even broken a sweat. From start to finish, the entire operation took less than 20 minutes. After the initial excitement, a peculiar feeling settled in their hearts. They'd never fought such a lucrative battle in their lives. This was the surprise Fong Ning had mentioned. Old Chow took several deep breaths to steady his excitement, then suddenly remembered something. Long ago, who surrendered without a fight, and that entire crate of blue crystals, wasn't this exactly the surprise Fong Ning had promised? Jiang Yang was trembling with excitement, feeling as though he could barely catch his breath. Though he'd imagined countless possibilities, seeing a whole crate of blue crystals right before his eyes, he couldn't contain his excitement. Even the combined haul from the recent raid on Yoshio's hideout hadn't yielded this much blue crystal. But since Fong Ning had gone undercover, the surprises he'd brought were simply too numerous to count. In less than 2 days, not only had he confirmed the true identities of 3 major distributors, and seized this massive haul of blue crystals. You must understand, the higher-ups have been pressing us relentlessly lately. The pressure had been crushing, keeping him awake night after sleepless night. Now that he'd finally made this crucial breakthrough, the weight on his shoulders lifted considerably. By the way, did you two spot the individuals Captain Chow instructed you to let slip through? Jiang Yang spoke up as if suddenly remembering something. The one with the scar on his face, yes. The other one, no. A squad leader in the crowd piped up. Very good. Jiang Yang nodded with satisfaction. Fall in. Jiang Yang turned and walked away, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. North District Villa. 3rd floor office. Are you sure? Is the information reliable? Yushio blared at Lao Gue, his teeth clenched as he spoke. Lao Gue felt cold sweat trickle down his back. Trembling, he pulled out his phone to show the photo. It's real. Our people took the photos. Yushio snatched the phone, staring at the screen for a full minute. The air seemed to freeze, and the room grew eerily tense. Damn it, who the hell betrayed us? Who the hell did it? Yushio, unusually, used 2 damn it to express his fury at that moment. And he still felt it wasn't enough. Bang! The phone in his hand was flung to the ground, shattering instantly into shards. The leper stared at the shards with a pained expression, lowering his head and daring not to breathe. He was terrified Yushio might lose his temper and blow him away. Could it be Fong Ning? The leper's eyes darted around as he whispered a warning. It must be said, the leper was truly cunning even now. He didn't forget to set Fong Ning up. He skillfully shifted the blame onto Fong Ning. Fong Ning? Sure enough, Yushio murmured softly, his brow furrowing deeply. He was always cautious about shipping goods. Even though he trusted Fong Ning now, just to be safe. He didn't reveal the transaction location to Scarface until noon. Which meant only 4 people knew the location. Himself, tuberculosis, Scarface, and Fong Ning. Could it really be Fong Ning? A huge question mark formed in Yushio's mind. Truth be told, ever since Fong Ning absorbed 9 portions of blue crystal, he had come to trust Fong Ning completely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Fong Ning participate in the shipment. While it was meant to fully draw Fong Ning into the scheme, it was also a clear sign of his intent to cultivate Fong Ning. He wouldn't bother nurturing just anyone. Could it be Scarface? Yushio's eyes suddenly flashed. But that couldn't be right. Scarface had been with the organization for years, why would he suddenly turn traitor? Damn it, who is it? Yushio felt his brain was about to explode. Roar! Just then, the roar of engines echoed from nearby. The consumptive's expression changed as he dashed to the window. Recognizing the approaching vehicle, the consumptive man looked stunned, his voice sounding odd. Boss, it's Fong Ning and Scarface coming back. Yushio's sharp gaze flickered, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. His voice was icy as he ordered. Bring them in. Yes. The consumptive turned and descended the stairs. After Plague Ghost exited the room, Yushio's eyes flickered. He bent down, unlocked the safe in the coffee table cabinet. Slowly, he drew out a gun. 5 minutes later, the consumptive brought Fong Ning and the scarred man to the 3rd floor office. The door slammed shut. Only 4 people remained inside. Yushio, the consumptive, Scarface, and Fong Ning. All were privy to the location of this transaction. Yushio sat slumped on the sofa, his expression stern as he eyed Fong Ning and the other man coldly. Speak. What happened? Yushio asked, though he already knew the answer. Boss, it's bad. The cops busted us during the deal with Brother Long. Scarface looked shaken, his expression still tinged with terror. Oh? You mean you ran into the cops? Yushio remained expressionless at first. But the next second, he suddenly stood up straight, his tone turning menacing. Then how the hell did you two get out of there? Yushio's eyes were cold and piercing as he fixed his gaze on Scarface. Scarface's expression froze instantly, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he hurriedly replied. The situation was urgent. Boss Fong told me to jump off the balcony and drive away in the chaos. He then recounted his entire experience to Yushio in meticulous detail. After listening, Yushio's face remained expressionless. After a minute of silence, he suddenly turned to Fong Ning. Brother Fong, is what Scarface said true? Scarface instantly turned to Fong Ning, his eyes pleading for confirmation. Fong Ning slowly raised his head, his tone firm and unquestionable. He's lying. Chapter 142, the show begins. Scarface's downfall. Fong Ning. What the hell are you talking about? At those words, Scarface's face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. His voice cracked. You're the one who told me to go down the balcony to find the car. What the hell are you playing at? Why aren't you telling the truth? Scarface was furious. Fong Ning had clearly ordered him to do this, yet now he was accusing him of lying. The consumptive man frowned deeply. Scarface was his man, a bit dim-witted, but never a liar. Which one of them was lying? For a moment, even he wasn't sure. Oh? Then tell me exactly what happened at the scene. Yushio looked at Fong Ning and grinned, though the smile was as cold as ice. After Scarface took the call, he led me to the exchange spot. At first, everything went smoothly. But during the exchange, sirens suddenly blared from downstairs. Scarface rushed out immediately. What happened next unfolded exactly as Scarface described. Fong Ning's tone was calm, as if stating a fact. You're lying. You're the one who told me to go. You're lying. Scarface's face twisted in agitation, his expression as grim as someone suffering from constipation, as he bellowed at Fong Ning. Fong Ning offered no reply, only gazing at Scarface with a complex expression before finally shaking his head. You. Scarface nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest heaving with rage. Calm down. The consumptive grabbed Scarface's arm, staring intently into Fong Ning's eyes as he spoke each word deliberately. Fong Ning, do you know the consequences of lying? I'm telling the truth. Fong Ning stood his ground. The tension in the room thickened, the atmosphere becoming oppressive. Yushio lowered his head, silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a long pause, he slowly raised his head, his gaze shifting between Fong Ning and Scarface. Seconds later, he finally spoke. Scarface, let me ask you, did you bolt out of the room, then run to the balcony and jump off? Yes, boss, you. Scarface nodded repeatedly. Yushio turned his gaze to Fong Ning, and how did you escape? Me? Fong Ning's eyes flashed with arrogance. With my skills, those cops could catch me? I jumped off the second floor. After hearing both accounts, Yushio lowered his head once more. Suddenly. Yushio suddenly stood bolt upright, taking 3 steps and 2 strides to reach Scarface, grabbing him firmly by the collar. You ran from the room to the balcony and jumped off all that noise? And the cops didn't notice you? Scarface's face froze, a sudden wave of intense unease surging through him. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Only now did he recall the unusual events of midday. He'd dashed from the room, through the hallway, and onto the balcony, a route that was clearly visible. Yet the police hadn't noticed him even once. At the time, he'd thought he'd just been lucky that death hadn't come for him yet. Now it was clear this was a trap. As this thought crystallized, he finally understood all of this had been orchestrated by Fong Ning. Fong Ning is the problem. You're the problem. Scarface pointed at Fong Ning with a trembling hand, his voice urgent. I get it now. This was all your setup. You colluded with the cops from the start. Fong Ning's expression remained unchanged, and he even chuckled lightly. Me colluding with the cops? I didn't even know the deal location until noon. How exactly do you suggest I contacted the police? The consumptive man frowned, watching coldly as he barked in a low voice. Your phones. Hand over both your phones. He had been confident in Scarface. But the more he listened, the more off it sounded. Scarface's story was full of holes. My phone. Fong Ning placed his phone on the table first. He wasn't stupid, the phone Yushio gave him was definitely problematic. This phone had only ever been used to call Brother Long. This one's mine. Scarface handed over his phone almost simultaneously. Having followed Boss Yu for years, he knew that if he couldn't prove his innocence today, then drowning in the river would be his fate. Yushio glanced at both phones, not even touching Fong Ning's device. Instead, he picked up Scarface's phone directly. Fong Ning's phone was specially modified, all texts and calls were forwarded to his own device. He had kept a close watch since the transaction began and detected nothing unusual. Now, all suspicion pointed to one person. Scarface. He opened Scarface's phone and began operating it. Suddenly, Yushio's pupils dilated instantly. His expression visibly darkened. A strange number appeared in the call log, with the call time coinciding precisely with noon. Scrolling further down, he discovered that the same number had also called yesterday afternoon. Seeing Yushio's expression, Scarface's face froze in place. The fear buried deep within him exploded like a bomb. He clearly read murderous intent in Yushio's expression. Fong Ning's expression stood in stark contrast to Scarface's. Observing Yushio's state, a faint, unmistakable, sinister smile touched Fong Ning's lips. The show was about to begin. The number displayed was none other than Jiang Yang's. Sure enough, Yushio pointed at the number on his phone with a blank expression and looked at Scarface. Whose number is this? Scarface's eyes widened as he stared at the screen, then froze solid in place. I don't know, boss. The number was unfamiliar, he had no idea who it belonged to. Very good. Yushio smiled suddenly and immediately dialed the unfamiliar number. Beep. No one answered. Hang up and try again. Beep. This time, the busy tone abruptly stopped and the call connected. But there was no sound from the other end. Hello? Yushio spoke slowly. Still no sound from the other end. The next second, the call abruptly disconnected without warning. Yushio tried again. Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. The air froze instantly and the room fell deathly silent. This. The leper's eyes narrowed to slits. Though he hadn't uttered a word, any observant person could tell something was wrong with him. Which meant the problem wasn't with Fong Ning, it was with Scarface. Instinctively glancing at Scarface, he found the man staring blankly, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. His mouth gaped open, repeating one phrase over and over. Impossible. This can't be. Suddenly, Scarface whipped his head around and fixed Fong Ning with a gaze filled with venomous hatred. It's you. You deliberately set me up. I'll kill you. In an instant, Scarface drew a dagger from his waist. The blade flashed coldly as it plunged straight toward Fong Ning's throat. If it connected, it would be a fatal blow. The consumptive man, already on high alert, instinctively prepared to strike. But he forced himself to hold back. Though all evidence pointed to Scarface, he wanted Fong Ning dead. At the critical moment, a dull thud echoed. Like hitting a watermelon with a slingshot. Scarface's movement froze mid-strike, his ferocious expression suddenly contorting into agony. The next second, he crashed straight to the ground. Yushio lowered his gun expressionlessly, murmuring coldly. You're the prime suspect, so you die. Chapter 143, keep the deal going. Target, Brother Lioli. Blood. Crimson blood slowly trickled from the gaping hole in Scarface's forehead. The blood droplets hit the ground, quickly forming a dark red pool. Scarface's eyes were wide with shock. He never imagined Yushio would suddenly open fire. Whoosh. Perhaps the window hadn't been closed properly, for a cold wind blew through at that moment. Fong Ning shuddered involuntarily. A gun. He saw it clearly, Yushio had a gun in his hand. His brain exploded with a thunderclap, every muscle instantly tensing like steel. His eyes locked onto Yushio's hands. If Yushio made any move to raise the gun, he would strike instantly. Less than 3 steps separated them now. Fong Ning was confident he could do it. After shooting the scarred man dead, Yushio's expression remained utterly unchanged. He merely slowly drew a handkerchief to wipe the barrel, his expression holding an indescribable, enigmatic quality. So this operation ended with neither money nor goods? After a few seconds of silence, Yushio lifted his head and looked coldly at Fong Ning. The goods weren't secured, but... Fong Ning pulled a gray briefcase from behind him and handed it over. I got the money. He had already calculated everything in his mind before leaving. Given Yushio's temperament, as long as the money wasn't lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. Good. You did well. Yushio took the briefcase and opened it to glance inside. The shadow in the corner of his eye instantly faded considerably and he visibly relaxed. He'd passed the test. Fong Ning also exhaled, his muscles slowly unwinding. The consumptive stared blankly at the scarred corpse, his face a tapestry of emotions as thoughts churned violently within him. He never could have imagined. His little brother, who had been full of life yesterday, suddenly croaked today? And it was all because of suspicions of an undercover agent. And he hadn't noticed a thing. Turning to Fong Ning, his eyes grew even more bewildered. Ever since Fong Ning joined the organization, everything had taken a bizarre turn. Everything seemed to have taken a strange turn. Though there was no incriminating evidence against Fong Ning, a sudden feeling welled up inside him. Something was off about Fong Ning. With that thought, Lao Gui stepped forward and looked at Yushio. Boss, whoever leaked the information, I think we should suspend the deal and wait until the dust settles. As one of the 3 major distributors, his arrest now meant Chang and Lioli might also be exposed to police surveillance. A tactical retreat is the wisest choice now. No. There's no time. Yushio refused almost without hesitation. Boss, what time? Lao Gui froze, his expression utterly stunned, as if he'd never imagined Yushio would refuse. Given Yushio's usual temperament, he would certainly have kept a low profile this time, waiting for the heat to die down before acting. What's running out of time? What does that mean? Yushio's expression shifted slightly, realizing he'd let something slip. Yet he showed no intention of explaining to the leper. He merely shook his head slowly, his voice suddenly rising. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Actually, there's a second part. The most dangerous time is the safest time. Keep shipping the goods, the cops will never suspect. He knew full well that continuing the shipments was dangerous, but he had no time left. Less than a week left. Madness. Even Fong Ning felt parched listening to it. Yushio's nerve was truly staggering. His distributors had just been arrested, yet he dared to keep shipping. But now that Brother Long's been locked up, won't. The leper's face turned pale. Rest assured, he won't. Yushio gave a nervous chuckle, murmuring darkly. If he stays silent, only he dies. But if he talks, well, that's another story. I'll take care of Brother Long's family. The consumptive stiffened visibly upon hearing this, yet remained silent, his eyelids lowered as if he understood something. Bastard! A storm of shock surged through Fong Ning's heart. He never imagined Yushio could be so inhuman. He actually dared to threaten Brother Long's family with their lives. No wonder he wasn't the least bit flustered. Fong Ning, keep in touch. Ship the goods tomorrow as planned. Oh, and this time, Lao Gue will accompany you. As Fong Ning stood frozen in shock, Yushio delivered his decision. But the consumptive tried to say something, but Yushio waved him off. My decision stands. No more discussion. You two go downstairs and prepare. With that, he turned and walked away. After Yushio left, only Fong Ning and the consumptive man remained. Brother Fong, I'll be watching you. The leper fixed Fong Ning with a scrutinizing gaze. Don't worry, you'll see me soon enough on prison TV, Fong Ning thought to himself, his face breaking into a smile. Then you'd better keep a close eye on me. A corner of the old city. Inside an inconspicuous prefabricated cabin at Xiangshan Auto Trade City. Two figures sat facing each other. The room was utterly silent, the atmosphere oppressively heavy. Brother Chang, what's up with you suddenly calling me over? Brother Lulu glanced at Brother Chang, whose expression was stern, and couldn't help but voice his grievance. He had already arranged for several couples to meet here for a swap party. But then Xianga showed up out of nowhere. The moment he walked in, he chased away all the big shots he'd invited, leaving him feeling a bit down. Brother Chang slowly lifted his head, his eyes narrowed to slits. Has Brother Long been in touch with you these past few days? Brother Long? Brother Lu froze, seeming momentarily confused. No way. We just saw each other yesterday. Why would he be in touch so often? He's not a woman, you know. Brother Chang's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. Seeing Brother Chang suddenly fall silent, Brother Lioli grew impatient. Brother Chang, what's really going on? You didn't come here just to ask if Brother Long contacted me, did you? He didn't believe Brother Chang had time for such trivialities. Brother Long. I can't get through to him. Brother Chang's expression turned serious. Hey, what's so strange about that? Maybe he's just busy or something. Brother Lu lost interest instantly. He thought something major had happened, but it turned out Brother Long was just unreachable. What I mean is, Brother Long vanished suddenly. No one knows where he went. And his family has vanished too. Chang's voice was dry as he spoke slowly. What? That's impossible. Brother Lu's body jerked and he jumped to his feet. Dragon's stronghold was right here in Spring City. How could his entire family vanish into thin air? Unless something terrible happened. The thought froze Brother Lu in place, a sudden wave of dread washing over him. Never mind. Since you don't know either, I'll be going. Seeing Brother Lu's expression, Brother Chang instantly understood. He sighed softly and turned to leave. As he reached the doorway, he suddenly halted, turning back to look at Brother Lulu. Oh, and just a heads up, watch out for Fong Ning. I always felt there was something off about that guy. With that, he walked straight out. Only after Chang Gu had walked quite a distance did Lulu snap back to reality. His eyes clouded with confusion as he muttered under his breath. Watch out for Fong Ning? At that moment, his phone began vibrating rapidly. Someone was calling. Hello? Who's this, little sister? A robust voice came through the phone. It's me, Lulu, Fong Ning. Chapter 144, Yushio's Secret? The deal begins. Fong Ning. Upon hearing it was Fong Ning, Brother Lioli nearly gasped aloud. Talk about mentioning someone and they appear he'd just been thinking about Fong Ning. And now, barely seconds later, Fong Ning was calling him. What a coincidence. What's this call about? Brother Liolio's voice carried a hint of displeasure. He still held a grudge over Fong Ning calling him Brother Kidney Deficiency. Naturally, he wasn't going to give Fong Ning a warm welcome. Plus, with Chang's earlier warning, not hanging up immediately was already generous. Oh? Looks like you're not too happy, Brother Lulu. Fine then. Looks like this 50% share will have to go to someone else. Fong Ning was about to hang up. Hold on. What 50%? Bro Liu sat up straight instantly, his interest piqued. What else could I be calling you about? Flour? Fong Ning's voice was laced with temptation. Gulp. You could clearly hear Brother Lulu swallow. 50%. That was more than he'd ever dared dream of. After all, in the past, each person only got a little over 30%. Honestly, he'd already resigned himself to getting the short end of the stick this time around. He knew he wasn't as capable as Brother Chang, so getting a 50-50 split with Brother Long's family would have been more than enough. But unexpectedly, Fong Ning was offering him a full 50% outright. No, wait. Recalling Brother Long's disappearance and Brother Chang's words, Lulu's eyebrows twitched as he suddenly snapped to attention, his voice filled with shock and doubt. Why are you offering me 50% specifically? Hearing words identical to Brother Long's, Fong Ning grinned. Brother Chang screwed me over with that blue crystal. You think I'd give him any benefits? Besides, the Brother Long you're talking about is just a big dummy with no real power. He got stabbed even while eating barbecue. So really, only you, Brother Lulu, have both brains and muscle. Hearing Fong Ning's words, Brother Lioli's face flushed bright red instantly, feeling thoroughly flattered. His reaction was even more intense than Brother Long's. Hearing someone who had mocked him earlier now switch to praising him. That rush felt 10 times more intense than a direct compliment. Of course, if you're not interested, no hard feelings. I'll find someone else. I'll hang up now. Fong Ning pretended to hang up. No. Don't hang up. Brother Lu hurriedly pleaded to keep him on the line. At that moment, all thoughts of Brother Long's disappearance and Brother Chang's instructions vanished completely. His mind was filled with only two words: make money. With a 50% share of the supply, it seemed like his inventory had barely increased by 10%. But lately, blue crystal sales had been booming and prices were skyrocketing. If he could pocket 50% of the goods alone, his profits would at least double. As this thought took hold, Brother Lu's voice grew fiercer as he agreed instantly. Alright. Deal. When's the transaction? Fong Ning grinned, his signature pearly whites flashing in a wide smile. Tomorrow at noon. Location to be announced. With that, he hung up immediately. The moment Fong Ning hung up, a faint voice drifted from behind him. Why didn't you tell him Brother Long's been arrested? The consumptive had appeared behind Fong Ning without warning. Thump. Thump. Fong Ning's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Damn it, you're like a ghost that just won't go away. This time I'll lock you up and get you out of my sight. Fong Ning made a silent decision within himself. His gaze, however, remained cold as he fixed it on the ghost. You think Luo Lu would still come if I told him Brother Long got arrested? Fong Ning's voice was unnaturally calm. After speaking, he looked at the leper with an expression as if he were staring at a fool. You. The consumptive man seethed with rage, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. But then he remembered he couldn't beat him, and a wave of frustration washed over him. His face alternated between pale and flushed. I'll keep my eyes on you. The leper spat out a sinister threat before turning and storming off. He feared staying any longer might drive him to his grave. Watching the consumptive figure vanish down the corridor, a cold gleam flashed in Fong Ning's eyes. Early the next morning. In the third-floor office. Tuberculosis ghost, you'll accompany Brother Fong on this deal. Remember, safety first. After a night's rest, Yuxiu had returned to his usual placid state. Don't worry, boss. I'll keep a close eye on Brother Fong. Nothing will go wrong. Tuberculosis shot Fong Ning a sidelong glance, his meaning clear. You won't be jumping around much longer, you idiot, Fong Ning cursed inwardly, but his lips curved into a smile. Then I'll have to thank you, Brother Tuber. Ignoring Fong Ning and Lao Gui, Yuxiu pointed at the briefcase on the table and said in a deep voice. Still 50% of the goods here. You two, go ahead. Yes. Lao snatched the briefcase from the table and strode out of the office without looking back. Fong Ning's lips curved into a faint smile as he quickly followed suit. Downstairs, the consumptive instinctively took the driver's seat. You don't need me to drive? Fong Ning raised an eyebrow. No. The leper's face turned ashen as he flatly refused. Every time he recalled the moment he'd fainted from fright, his cheeks burned fiercely. He wanted to sink through the floor. Roar. With the roar of the engine, the sickly-looking guy drove off with a grim expression. The vehicle soon vanished from the villa, speeding off into the distance. On the third-floor office, a pair of eyes never left the vehicle. It was Yuxiu. Once the vehicle vanished completely from sight, Yuxiu solemnly drew a pocket watch from his breast pocket. Inside the pocket watch is a black and white photograph. It was a family portrait. A man and a woman stood hand in hand, beaming with affection. The man was handsome, sporting a stylish slicked-back hairstyle. An air of elegance radiates from him. The woman has a lovely face with two large dimples. Yet her attire hints at a touch of simplicity. Two young boys stand before them. The boy on the left was noticeably taller and affectionately ruffled the hair of the boy on the right. And the boy on the right, his eyes and brows bore a striking resemblance to Yuxiu. Yuxiu stared at the photo, lost in thought, as if his mind had completely plunged into it. After an unknown amount of time, Yuxiu suddenly fixed his gaze on the stylish man in the photo, his voice rising with unusual urgency. The birthday banquet is less than a week away. There's still time. There's still time. Just you wait. I'll prove it to you. I, Yuxiu, can make money. I'm not useless. I'm not. After the outburst, Yuxiu lifted his gaze toward the west. The west was clearly the direction of the Golden Triangle. On the North District overpass. Bro, what's the point of driving in circles like this? Take a break. It was almost noon, yet the sickly guy kept circling the overpass endlessly. Fong Ning felt somewhat helpless. He felt these drug dealers were stubborn, driving in circles before every deal. This is the age of big data. If they really got targeted, circling the overpass 100 times wouldn't help a bit. Oomph. The leper's expression darkened. He felt even more contempt for Fong Ning. What do you know? You're clearly just a half-baked amateur. This is an old rule passed down by our predecessors. Just as he was about to mock him, a phone rang nearby. The leper's expression tightened as he hurriedly answered the call. Hello, boss. A few seconds later. The leper's voice betrayed a hint of surprise. Room 404, Tianfu Hotel. Chapter 145, Strike Decisively. Capture Brother Lulu for the second time. Holy. Fong Ning couldn't help but curse. Only then did he recall what Yuxiu had said yesterday. The most dangerous place is the safest place. But everyone just talks about it. You're actually doing it. Suppressing his shock, he swallowed instinctively. He quickly dialed Brother Liolio's number. Hey, it's me. Room 404 at Tianfu Hotel in half an hour. He hung up without another word, his eyes still lingering in disbelief. Half an hour later. Tianfu Hotel. Perhaps due to yesterday's large-scale police operation. The hotel, which never had many guests to begin with, was now completely deserted. Not a single soul was visible inside. The owner immediately rushed over to greet the arriving guests with enthusiasm. Room 404. The consumptive man's voice was cold. Ha! Right, right. The owner paused for a moment, then quickly recovered, gesturing to lead the way upstairs. His momentary pause stemmed from the fact that police had arrested someone in room 404 just yesterday. Because of that, he'd even been called in for questioning. He hadn't expected anyone to still want to go to room 404 and was momentarily distracted. You go ahead. The leper suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring straight at Fong Ning. What a bloody nuisance. Fong Ning rolled his eyes inwardly. He snorted coldly and headed upstairs first. He had to admit, the leper's methods were simple yet effective. It made Fong Ning's original plan to slip away and call for backup incredibly difficult. With a creak, the private room door slowly closed behind him. I drank too much water this morning. I need to use the restroom. The moment he stepped back into the private room, Fong Ning planned to slip out and find a way. Unexpectedly, the leper's lips curled into an eerie smile as he murmured softly. What a coincidence. I drank too much water too. Let's go together. Damn it, are you a dog or something? Why are you always watching me? Fong Ning raised an eyebrow. Suddenly don't need to pee anymore. You go ahead. Fong Ning plopped back down on the stool, glancing sideways at the consumptive. Huh, weird. I suddenly don't need to pee either. What a coincidence. The consumptive slumped into a chair too, and the two stared each other down. Fong Ning narrowed his eyes. The consumptive narrowed his eyes too. Fong Ning glared, and the consumptive glared back. Neither would back down, locked in a tense standoff. The atmosphere fell into an uncomfortable silence. Just as the awkwardness reached its peak, a weak, breathy voice suddenly drifted closer from afar. Ha! Didn't expect you to be here so early. Sorry to keep you waiting. The next second, Brother Lioli pushed open the door with a delighted expression. His face glowed with a healthy flush, and a carefree smile played at the corners of his mouth. Following behind him was a towering figure, over 6 feet tall. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a foreigner. Upon seeing Lao Gue, Brother Lioli's footsteps halted. But he quickly recovered, bowing his hands toward the consumptive. Didn't expect Brother Tuber to be here too. My apologies. His words were polite, but his eyes darted toward Fong Ning with surprise and suspicion. He blinked, then furrowed his brow. Heh, don't worry, Brother Lulu. Your share won't change, I'm the one calling the shots. Seeing Brother Lu's expression, Fong Ning waved his hand dismissively, adopting a boss-like demeanor. Oomph. The leper snorted and turned away, though he didn't argue. Alright then. Bro Liu-myo's smile widened. Without hesitation, he pulled out a chair and sat directly across from Fong Ning. The 6'4" foreigner immediately positioned himself behind Brother Lulu. He first swept the room with a sharp glance, then slowly lowered his head. So they'd brought in outside help. Fong Ning's eyes flickered. He could tell at a glance that the big foreigner in front of him was a trained fighter. Though clad in a black suit, the contours of his chest muscles and biceps were clearly visible. Clearly, he was a powerhouse with explosive strength. The consumptive man stared unblinkingly at the foreigner. Like Fong Ning, he too recognized that this stranger was no ordinary individual. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of Fong Ning and Lao Gue, the foreigner stood motionless like a statue, showing no reaction whatsoever. Well, it's getting late. What would you two like to eat? It's on me. Seeing the slightly solemn expressions on their faces, Brother Lu felt an unusual surge of excitement. He thought to himself that this money was truly well spent. Ever since witnessing Fong Ning's prowess last time, he had come to deeply appreciate the importance of bodyguards. Upon returning, he began an intensive search for martial arts practitioners. By sheer coincidence, he actually found one. But it wasn't a Dragon Nation native, just a little foreigner. His original bodyguard was knocked out before even lasting a single round against the foreigner. That's why he dared to come when Fong Ning proposed a deal. No need for meals. Let's get straight to business. The leper shook his head coldly. Brother Long had been captured in this very room. Truth be told, he still felt a bit uneasy. He wanted to wrap up the deal and return to base before complications arose. Brother Lu didn't respond, instead fixing his gaze on Fong Ning. What do you say, Brother Fong? Alright, let's inspect the goods. With Lao Gue standing by, Fong Ning had no reason to delay. Seeing that Brother Lu seemed to heed Fong Ning's words more, the ghost's expression darkened further. He slammed the briefcase onto the table and coldly demanded. Where's the money? Brother Lioli gave an awkward smile and gestured for the foreigner to inspect the goods. A minute later, both parties began inspecting the goods with lowered heads. What to do? What to do? That idiot Lao Gue keeps trailing me, I never get a chance to act alone. Was he really going to stand by and watch Brother Lulu make the deal? Fong Ning's gaze went unfocused as his mind raced. He wasn't worried about Yushio getting the money, he was worried about Brother Lu getting the blue crystals. It was unimaginable what damage would be done if this crate of blue crystals flooded the Spring City market. The damage it would cause. If he just stood by and watched the deal go through, what would be the point of his undercover operation? For a split second, Fong Ning was on the verge of acting. No, if he exposed himself now, Yushio would escape. He had to find a solution that worked for both sides. Fong Ning's body trembled, and beads of cold sweat instantly formed on his forehead. No problem. No problem. Just then, the inspection concluded on both sides. Ha! Pleased to do business with you. Pleased to do business with you. Brotherly Julius grabbed the black briefcase, his grin stretching almost to his ears. Happy cooperation. The leper instinctively licked his lips, his eyes burning with desire as he stared at the cash box. With the transaction smoothly concluded, he was already calculating how much of the profit he'd get this time. Brother Fong, Brother Fong? Seeing Fong Ning's blank expression, Brother Lioli called out repeatedly. Ha! Fong Ning snapped back to reality. What's up? Brother Lioli was in a good mood and hadn't noticed anything amiss with Fong Ning. He walked over, gave Fong Ning a friendly pat on the shoulder and pulled him aside. Haha, this time it's all thanks to you, Brother Fong. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word, your cut is guaranteed. Also, I heard there are miners over in Kimchi Land. I can take you there. Lulu's words abruptly cut off mid-sentence. Not that he wouldn't speak, he simply couldn't. Fong Ning had him in a death grip around the neck, his face flushing crimson like a red-skinned duck. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Bloodshot eyes widened in terror. Fong Ning slowly leaned in, his gaze cold. Letting scum like you off the hook? That's not my style. Chapter 146, The Plague-Stricken Flea. Kawasaki H2 demonstrates its might. Inside room 404 of the Tianfu Hotel. Watching Fong Ning and his companion whispering with arms around each other's shoulders. The consumptive man snorted coldly, his expression sour. He was the original member of the organization, yet everything changed the moment Fong Ning arrived. He had become utterly insignificant. Let's see how long you can keep strutting around. Staring at Fong Ning's retreating figure, a cold gleam flashed in Lagui's eyes. The 6'4" foreigner, however, looked at Brother Liolio's retreating figure with a puzzled expression. Brother Lioli seemed to have heard some hilarious joke. His chest shook violently, as if he was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. After a full minute of this, Brother Lioli suddenly froze, as if he'd laughed his fill. Are you two done yet? Why isn't it ready? The leper glanced down at his watch, his expression growing even more impatient. No one answered. Ignored, the leper instantly flew into a rage, bellowing. Hey, you two! Are you ever going to finish? Do you need to get all lovey-dovey? Thud. The leper's words abruptly halted mid-sentence. His pupils dilated rapidly, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Brother Lu's body went limp, then slid to the ground like a dead fish. His eyes rolled back, his mouth slightly agape, he was completely unconscious. Boss. The foreigner's expression changed drastically as his massive frame rushed to Lu Ji's side with astonishing speed. He shook Brother Lioli's body violently, muttering incoherently. Lao Wai's scalp tingled violently. His eyes locked onto Fong Ning, filled with terror. You! What are you doing? The incident unfolded too swiftly and unexpectedly. The leper felt his mind go blank, unable to process what was happening. Judging by the chokeholds on Brother Liolio's neck, it was Fong Ning who had choked him unconscious. Fong Ning's eyes still held lingering anger as he casually shook his hand, his voice devoid of emotion. I've made up my mind. Not a single one of you scumbags is getting away. He had originally planned to take things step by step, but Liolio's words had abruptly changed his mind. Not only would he prevent Blue Crystal from entering the market, he would immediately apprehend these criminals to prevent them from harming others. Lao Guideng stumbled back 3 steps before finally snapping out of it, his hands trembling as he pointed at Fong Ning. So I was right after all, you're the one with the problem. He immediately pulled out his phone to call you Xiao. He knew he couldn't handle Fong Ning alone. You're right, I do have a problem. The problem is I'm too merciful toward you lot. Spotting the leper's attempt to send a message, Fong Ning's gaze sharpened. In an instant, he grabbed the blue crystal box from the ground and hurled it at the leper with a whoosh. The consumptive was dialing when suddenly, a black shadow blurred before his eyes and slammed into him. The phone connected just as it crashed to the floor with a thud. Fong Ning lunged forward, kicking the phone. The phone smashed against the wall with a crack, shattering into pieces. The entire sequence took barely 2 seconds. He'd unleashed nearly every ounce of his body's potential. Puff, puff. Fong Ning's breathing was slightly ragged, but his heart felt a little lighter. As long as the leper couldn't contact Yu Xiao, there was still room for maneuver. Damn it! Just as Fong Ning was about to subdue the bastard, a furious roar erupted from behind him. A 6'4" foreigner roared, instantly ripping off his outer garment as he charged toward Fong Ning. Muscles as taut as steel were instantly exposed to the air. You could even see the bulging capillaries beneath. The foreigner was furious. He had finally found a job in a foreign land. Only for his boss to get knocked out on his very first assignment. How could he possibly keep his reputation intact if word got out? Fueled by rage, he charged at the short man in front of him with near maximum force. In his mind, someone of this build from the Dragon Nation couldn't possibly stop him. Fong Ning's eyebrow shot up, his expression instantly turning grave. Just as he suspected. The foreigner was a martial artist. And even stronger than he'd imagined. Yet his expression showed no fear, even a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. After his physical abilities had greatly improved, it had been ages since he'd fought at full strength. Whoosh! Within mere seconds, the foreigner closed the distance, charging forward with his right shoulder slightly lowered. He intended to use his weight advantage to literally knock Fong Ning flying. One could only imagine the consequences. With the foreigner's weight and explosive strength, if the collision connected, breaking a dozen ribs would be the least of his worries. Fong Ning remained unflappable, stepping back into a crouching stance. His hands naturally gripped the foreigner's arms just below the shoulders. It looked as though the foreigner had thrown himself forward. Then, with a sudden burst of power, all his strength concentrated in his arms as he yanked backward with all his might. Simultaneously, he brought his right foot's toes together and delivered a fierce kick to the foreigner's knee. Crack! A sharp cracking sound echoed. The foreigner's body trembled violently, instantly losing his balance. With a thunderous thud, the foreigner's head slammed into the ground. He shook his head in agony, struggling to rise. But his trembling hands couldn't muster the strength. The next second, he collapsed with a thud, never to rise again. He hadn't even lasted a single move. Luckily, Brother Lou had passed out, or else seeing the high-priced expert he hired perform so disgracefully, he might have been furious enough to die. How could this be possible? The consumptive's body was rigid, his face contorted, his eyes bulging like copper bells. He planned to time their attack perfectly and surround Fong Ning together. If one couldn't defeat him, surely two could? But he never imagined the foreigner wouldn't even last a single move. The sight nearly choked him with his own spit. Only now did he realize that Fong Ning hadn't even used his full strength back in prison. A wave of terror exploded within him. Every nerve in his body screamed, "Run! Run!" Without a moment's hesitation, the consumptive man turned and leaped from the building. Damn it! He's going to alert the guards. Fong Ning's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't expected Lao Gui to be so decisive. He fled without even putting up a fight. If Lao Gui had stayed, he was 100% certain he could have stopped him. But now, no time for second thoughts. Grabbing Lulu's phone in his haste, he leaped from the building himself. Ignoring the numbness in his legs, he gave chase without a moment's hesitation. The leper was clearly injured, limping with each step. The distance between them rapidly closed. He was just a meter away from catching up to the leper. Bang! The consumptive leaped into the car first and slammed the door shut. Roar! The car shot forward with a screech of tires, followed by a cloud of thick smoke. The car shot forward. Damn it! Fong Ning cursed loudly, his face twisted with frustration. Holy crap! What did I just see? Holy, young Master Tian. Did you see that car? That launch. So freaking cool. Outside the hotel, a large group of motorcyclists happened to be parked by the roadside. Ha! Spotting the sudden appearance of the biker horde, Fong Ning's eyes lit up. An idea formed almost instantly. Leader Tian rode at the front on a Kawasaki H2, famously dubbed the Widowmaker. The bikes behind him weren't quite as impressive, but they were all top-tier models like BMW and Harley-Davidson. Young Master Tian stopped his motorcycle, still wearing his helmet as he stared blankly at the car. His thoughts seemed to drift back to Jiuding Mountain, his gaze growing wistful. Master, where have you gone? Just then, a dark figure instantly mounted the motorcycle. That shadow was none other than Fong Ning. V-Room. The Kawasaki H2 let out a shrill roar. The next second, it launched into a wheelie start and vanished from sight. Holy! That legendary violent wheelie launch. That! Tian Xiao's bike's been stolen, chase it. The crew members behind him instantly erupted, each about to jump on their bikes and chase after it. All of you, stop right there. Don't chase him. Young Master Tian's face flushed crimson with excitement as he barked orders at the group. The crew looked at him with puzzled expressions. None of them understood why young Master Tian had suddenly become so calm. After all, he wouldn't tolerate anyone even touching his bike. Now that his car had been stolen, he wasn't even going to chase after them? Young Master Tian's lips trembled, his voice quivering. You won't catch him. Because. That's my master. Chapter 147, shocking. Motorcycle outpaces high-speed rail. Damn, that's insane. Way faster than a car. Watching the scene rapidly recede before his eyes, Fong Ning couldn't help but inwardly gasp. He just started off and floored the throttle, nearly flipping the bike. Fortunately, the autumn-named Mountain God's buff kicked in at the critical moment. A flood of motorcycle racing expertise instantly surged into his mind. Only then did he fully master this steel beast. No, this pace would only barely catch up. He had to take the back roads. Spotting the tail lights of the leper's vehicle in the distance, Fong Ning made his decision almost instantly. The moment he mounted the motorcycle, an unplanned plan surged through his mind. The first step of this plan was to reach Yushio's base camp before the bandits. As for the second step, at this thought, Fong Ning arched an eyebrow and pulled out Brother Lu's phone to call Jiang Yang. The second step of the plan required Jiang Yang's assistance. Municipal Bureau Narcotics Squad. Inside the interrogation room. Damn it! Damn it all! Old Chow slammed his palm down on the table with a thud, the sound echoing hollowly. His face flushed crimson, clearly furious. Still not saying a single word? Jiang Yang flicked a cigarette into life with a click, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. Damn it, he won't say anything except admit to his first blue crystal deal. Old Chow cursed under his breath, his voice dripping with frustration. He'd been thrilled when Brother Long was caught red-handed with the goods. He'd expected a breakthrough in the case. At the very least, they'd secure crucial evidence against Yushio's drug trafficking. But who could have imagined that Brother Long would only admit to his own guilt? As for other information, he strictly adhered to the 3-no principle. I don't know, I'm not sure, I have no idea. Forget about him turning state's evidence against Yushio. I reckon he won't see reason until he's on his deathbed. Old Chow couldn't help but mutter a few more words under his breath before falling silent. Don't worry, catching Brother Long is already a major breakthrough. Jiang Yang slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his face feigning ease. But inside, he wasn't nearly as relaxed as he appeared. He'd thought the case had finally found a breakthrough. He believed that by digging deeper into this opening, he would surely uncover compelling evidence to bring down Yushio. But who could have predicted Brother Long would be so uncooperative? He'd rather forego sentence reduction than spill a single word. Sigh, if only we could nab one more suspect. Split them up for interrogation, and I'd crack them open for sure. Old Chow grew angrier the more he thought about it, unable to hold back as he snapped. Catch another one? As Lao Chow repeated the words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Captain, if only Fong Ning could provide another tip on a deal so we could make an arrest. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Old Chow shook his head, dismissing the naive notion. That's just unrealistic. Long Good just got arrested. Yu Xiu must be hiding somewhere, trembling in fear. How could he possibly continue with the deal? Unless he's gone mad. Fong Ning? Jiang Yang's mouth twitched twice as he shook his head as well. He too found the idea utterly far-fetched. Fong Ning's first shipment had already gone wrong. Given Yu Xiu's cautious nature, he must be suspicious of Fong Ning by now. How could he possibly let Fong Ning continue making deliveries? I'll try again. Stubbing out his cigarette, Jiang Yang stood up and headed toward the inner interrogation room. Ring. Just then, a ringtone interrupted his movement. Glancing down, he saw an unfamiliar number. Frowning, he answered the call. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Fong Ning. The voice on the other end was muffled by noise. The voice was mixed with howling wind and the roar of an engine. Fong Ning. Where are you? Are you safe? Jiang Yang exclaimed with surprise. Old Chow's eyes lit up as he leaned in to listen. No time for explanations. I'll give you 2 orders. First, head straight to room 404 at Tianfu Hotel. I've knocked Lulu unconscious and caught him red-handed. Second, head straight to. Fong Ning then shared his plan with Jiang Yang. A few minutes later. Hurry. Time is limited. No time for explanations, trust me. Fong Ning hung up immediately after speaking. Hello? Fong Ning, where are you now? Jiang Yang urgently called out, but all he heard was a busy signal. Old Chow overheard the conversation and instinctively exchanged a glance with Jiang Yang. Their eyes met, and both saw profound shock in each other's gaze. Old Chow's breathing quickened, his body trembling with excitement. He had just said it would be great if Fong Ning could call in with information. But he never imagined Fong Ning would directly apprehend Brother Liuli and catch him red-handed. This surprise came far too suddenly. Old Chow, take your men to the Tianfu Hotel immediately. I'll lead the others to split up and search. Hurry. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yang's excited expression almost instantly solidified his decision. Yes. Meanwhile, Fong Ning hung up the phone in a hurry. Because time was running out. With one hand occupied on the phone, his motorcycle speed had already dropped below 120 km/h. At this pace, he wouldn't have enough time to complete his plan. His gaze sharpened as he instantly ducked low. He gradually increased the throttle. The Kawasaki H2 erupted with a thunderous roar. The speed shot past 160. Not enough. Not enough. Far from it. Fong Ning kept accelerating, quickly hitting 200. Once the speed hit 200 km/h, the fierce wind pressure nearly forced Fong Ning's eyes shut. Keep in mind, he wasn't even wearing a helmet. At this speed, a helmet and protective gear would be completely useless anyway. Fortunately, Fong Ning's physique had been enhanced, otherwise, he might have been blinded by now. The motorcycle transformed into a black lightning bolt, tearing down the narrow road. Though called a small road, it was actually an asphalt path beside an elevated highway. At that moment, the asphalt ran parallel to the elevated highway. There it was, the leper. Fong Ning's gaze sharpened as he spotted the consumptive on the overpass. The hunchback was driving fast, weaving in and out of traffic with constant maneuvers. Its speed was approaching 200. No. At this rate, we won't make it in time. He quickly calculated in his mind and instantly reached a conclusion. To beat the ghost to the destination, he had to accelerate. Without hesitation, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. The next second, a gale several times stronger than before slammed into him. Fong Ning's eyes instantly narrowed to slits. Tears and snot streamed down his face. His features contorted violently under the gale's force, his facial skin nearly torn away. The motorcycle now resembled a black blade, swiftly cutting through the overpass. After the overpass, a bullet train suddenly came into view. From the sky's perspective, Fong Ning's current position happened to be perfectly aligned with the rear end of the bullet train. The scene seemed frozen in time. But not even a second passed. The motorcycle began visibly moving forward. It quickly passed the rear of the train and gradually aligned with its midsection. Inside the train, a little girl leaned against the window, bored, watching the scenery pass by. Suddenly, she noticed a motorcycle slowly drawing level with her from behind. Her eyes widened in shock and she gasped, her mouth agape. Mom! A motorcycle is catching up. Her mother, looking utterly exasperated, didn't even lift her head. Little Durian, the bullet train's going so fast, how could a motorcycle catch up? Don't make things up. The little girl immediately protested. It's true, Mom. Look. Quick, look. Her mother shook her head helplessly, then turned to look. A smile instantly spread across her face. Little Durian, you fooled me again. There was no motorcycle outside, nothing but empty space. It turned out that just as the girl's mother turned her head, Fong Ning had already overtaken the bullet train. Keep in mind that the high-speed train's average speed is a staggering 260. Which means, Fong Ning's current speed had surpassed 260. Unknown speed. Chapter 148, it's over. The leper's bringing the cops after us. Outside the North District Villa. Roar. Clatter. A motorcycle with a striking appearance and obvious high value pulled up at the villa's entrance. Phew, just in time. Fong Ning took a deep breath and stepped off the bike, his legs trembling. He'd practically raced here at full throttle. He hadn't let up on the throttle once. Thank goodness for the god of autumn named Mountain Buff. Otherwise, he'd be sitting at a banquet table with 8 others by now. Though he wasn't dead, Fong Ning's current state was utterly wretched. His face was streaked with countless dried tear marks. His entire face was wrinkled and shriveled, looking at first glance like a piece of wind-dried cured meat. Why'd you come back alone? Where's brother tuberculosis? The motorcycle's roar alerted the gatekeeper. A yellow-haired youth immediately blocked Fong Ning's path, his expression cold and indifferent. Smack! A resounding slap landed on the blonde-haired youth's face. Looking for trouble? You dare block my way? Kicking the guard aside, Fong Ning's eyes flashed with cold fury. His time was precious now, he had no time to waste arguing with these punks. Damn it! Looks like you're tired of living. Seeing Fong Ning strike, 7 or 8 men burst out from behind the blonde-haired thug. Their faces twisted with menace as they surrounded Fong Ning. All of them were Lao Gui's henchmen, naturally holding no goodwill toward Fong Ning. Very well. Fong Ning's eyes narrowed, ready to teach these scum a lesson. Boss. At that moment, the henchmen all bowed their heads in deference, instantly silencing the scene. A path suddenly opened in the crowd, revealing Yu Xiu. Yu Xiu's expression was grave, his face looking very grim. Just half an hour ago, he had received a call from Lao Gui. But strangely, the call had ended after just 1 ring. His cautious nature immediately sensed something was amiss. Hearing the commotion outside, he came out almost immediately. His expression shifted when he saw Fong Ning, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. His expression shifted rapidly, his lips trembling twice as he asked in alarm. What happened? Seeing Yu Xiu appear, Fong Ning felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet he feigned terror, his mouth agape as if too shaken to speak. Speak up. What happened? Seeing Fong Ning like this, Yu Xiu's heart skipped a beat, a shadow instantly darkening his mind. Gasping for breath, Fong Ning's lips trembled as he stammered out. It's bad. The police are here. There's a mole inside. Hearing this, Yu Xiu's composure shattered completely. He strode forward, grabbed Fong Ning's shoulders, and barked. Explain yourself. What cops? What the hell are you talking about? At the mention of police, the surrounding henchmen instinctively flinched. Some even shuddered reflexively. It's a cop. He's an undercover cop. Not only did he call the cops, but he also suddenly attacked during our deal. Not only did he knock out Brother Lioli, he tried to take me down too. At this point, Fong Ning swallowed hard, a lingering fear flashing in his eyes. Luckily I'm pretty agile, I snatched a motorcycle and raced back. Fong Ning's face was already streaked with tears from the wind. Combined with his disheveled hair and parched face. He looked utterly miserable, his story ringing with authenticity. Holy, you're full of it. How could Brother Lao possibly be an undercover cop? Damn it. What the hell are you talking about? Believe me or not, I'll rip your mouth off. Boss, he's lying. Brother How couldn't possibly be an undercover agent, he's spreading lies. Hearing Fong Ning's words, the surrounding underlings instantly lost their composure and began cursing him out. Shut up. Yu Xiu's forehead instantly creased with frustration, his face darkening to the point of dripping with anger. Fong Ning's accusation was utterly explosive, leaving him momentarily speechless. The plague guy? Undercover? He recognized both words, but their combination felt utterly alien. If the consumptive was the mole, why had he only acted now? A bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Yu Xiu's eyes gleamed sharply as he turned to Fong Ning and said coldly. I don't know. I only heard the leper say he was avenging Scarface. He also said if I hadn't shown up, he would have struck long ago. Fong Ning continued to embellish the story. Yu Xiu fell silent. Suddenly, he recalled that ever since Fong Ning had appeared, the consumptive had always harbored a dislike for him. He'd had multiple chances to save him but never moved. It was as if he harbored a deep personal grudge against Fong Ning. He had noticed all this but paid it no mind. But now, upon reflection, it all seemed to suddenly make sense. Could the consumptive really be up to something? Yu Xiu was utterly baffled, his doubts about the consumptive growing deep within him. Boss, don't listen to him, he's definitely talking nonsense. Yeah, Lao Gu isn't back, so of course you can say whatever you want. Boss, we should hang him up. No forced confessions allowed, otherwise this kid won't spill the truth. Every one of the younger brothers glared at Fong Ning, seething with anger. If looks could kill, Fong Ning would have died countless times over. Shut up. Yu Xiu's hair was being yanked out in clumps, and he felt like he was about to lose his mind any second. His mind was a jumbled mess, his head felt like it was about to explode. Suddenly, a cry rang out from the crowd. Look! Isn't that Lao Ji's car? All eyes turned forward in unison. Almost there. Almost there. Almost. Come on, you can do it, you bastard. The leper gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his eyes fixed straight ahead without blinking. The moment the corner of the villa appeared at the end of the road, Lao Gu smiled. A cold, satisfied grin spread across his lips. Fong Ning, you really are an undercover agent. Too bad you couldn't stop me. I won. He had checked multiple times along the way, confirming Fong Ning hadn't followed. The car sped toward the villa, its outline gradually growing larger before his eyes. A group of people could be faintly seen standing at the villa's entrance. Lao Gui's face flushed with excitement, his smile growing wider. Boss. As the car drew nearer, he spotted Yu Xiu at once. His expression lit up instantly, his mouth stretching into a huge grin. But quickly, the smile vanished from his face, inch by inch. Beside Yu Xiu stood Fong Ning. Impossible. How did he get back? How could he have beaten me to it? The leper's eyes instantly bloodshot, his face etched with utter disbelief. He had left first, pushing his speed past 200 km/h the entire way. How could Fong Ning possibly have beaten him to it? Damn it! How the hell did he pull this off? The leper's teeth ground together, his fingernails digging into his flesh from sheer agitation. The car continued closing in, soon just one intersection away from the villa. Now they could even see each other's expressions. He's trouble. Don't trust him. The consumptive's face contorted as he pointed at Fong Ning, shouting frantically, as if trying to warn Yushio through the glass. At that very moment, the car passed the intersection. The next second. Beep beep beep. A sudden wail of sirens pierced the air. A dozen police cars instantly materialized, tailing the plague rider's vehicle closely. At that moment, the leper's hand gestures looked as though he were leading the way. Fong Ning's expression brightened, and he grinned widely, revealing his signature pearly whites. Oh no, the ghost has led the cops right to us. Chapter 149, The Ghost. Damn it, my undercover work is ruined. Holy, real cops. The gang members' expressions turned horrified, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They stared dumbstruck at the speeding police car, nearly fainting from fright. If Boss Yu hadn't given the order, they would have scattered in all directions already. The moment the sirens blared, Yushio's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. His face drained of color in an instant. He retreated unobtrusively to the back of the crowd, shielding everyone in front of him. Just moments ago, he'd witnessed a fleet of police cars suddenly appear behind the Liagua vehicle. And now, the leper was pointing toward the villa area, as if giving directions. Could the leper really be up to something? The thought sent a bone-chilling coldness shooting up his spine from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Boss, the police are almost here. We have to leave now or it'll be too late. If the leper was innocent, why hadn't he made contact all this time? At this moment, the leper's vehicle was only a few miles from the villa. His expression was now clearly visible. His face flushed crimson as he pointed toward Fong Ning, his mouth opening and closing. But in Yushi's eyes, his gaze was clearly filled with venomous hatred. Yushio staggered, his mouth agape, speechless. Fong Ning, I'll kill you. Suddenly noticing the swarm of police cars behind him, the leper's face turned green with rage, his head nearly exploding. He was certain the police had been called by Fong Ning. Fong Ning is trouble. Kill him now. Even though he knew Yushio couldn't hear him, he still pointed at Fong Ning and shouted curses. Strange. Why aren't these police cars moving? The leper froze, realizing something was terribly wrong. Behind him, numerous police cars trailed closely. There was no sign of them closing in or encircling him. Instead, they were lined up neatly behind his car. It looked as though his car was leading the police on a tour. Wait. Lead the way. The leper's eyelid twitched violently, his heart skipping 2 beats. A terrifying thought exploded in his mind. Damn it. I'm an undercover cop. It felt like a bolt of lightning out of the blue. A suffocating terror gripped him. His throat felt stuffed with a wet sponge, choking him. Catching the meaningful look on the underling's face in the distance. His body went cold as if he'd already been buried. Damn it, this is a huge misunderstanding. His whole body shuddered, and the sickly-looking guy instantly snapped. He slammed his foot on the floor and shot forward. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But the police car behind him stuck to him like a stubborn plaster. At that moment, it seemed as if he were leading the cops to speed up. Get lost. Don't follow me. The leper was sweating bullets on his forehead, yelling and screaming, his voice cracking with desperation. Damn it, this is no way to play with people. This is too cruel. He clearly wants to kill me. Fong Ning. This is all your fault. Blood surged through his veins, his eyes turning bloodshot as he lost all control. He pointed at Fong Ning and began cursing furiously. His mouth spewed nothing but the nation's finest. Outside the villa. At that moment, the leper's car was less than a kilometer away from the villa. Everyone clearly saw the madness in the leper's eyes. But to everyone's eyes, the leper was clearly losing his temper. He was speeding up with the cops in tow. Guys, I swear Lao Gue is cursing us. What brother tuberculosis? He's a leper. Haven't you noticed? He clearly wants to arrest us. Boss, we gotta get out of here. The lepers turned on us. Damn it, that ingrate. He's speeding up with the cops in tow, I saw it clearly. The little brother instantly lost his cool, his expression completely changing. Especially that yellow-haired punk from earlier, he was screaming the loudest. He was practically cursing the bastard's entire lineage to hell. Boss Yu, if we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Fong Ning subtly leaned closer to Yushio, his voice filled with urgency. As the police cars closed in relentlessly, Yushio clenched his fists and practically gritted his teeth as he said, "Let's go." Only now did the fantasy in his mind shatter completely. First, he didn't answer the phone, then he brought the police to raid the secret base. The leper's actions clearly marked him as a police mole. Though doubts still lingered in his mind, there was no time left to think. If he didn't leave now, he was as good as dead. The consumptive knew everything about the organization. If he turned him in, he wouldn't be so lucky this time. Hearing Olju speak, the underlings instantly felt a wave of relief wash over them. They scrambled to shield Yushio and bolted at full speed. Are you kidding? With all these cops here, you still want to start a shootout? They'd probably die without even knowing how. Chaos erupted instantly. Squeal. The screech of brakes echoed, leaving long skid marks on the ground. The leper slammed on the brakes and was about to jump out and run. But before he could push open the door, bang! 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 4 police cars rammed into it one after another. All 4 doors were instantly blocked. The bastard was stuck in the driver's seat, unable to move. Damn it! The leper's face twisted with panic as he instantly bent his elbow to smash the glass. Crash! After dozens of strikes, the side window finally shattered. The leper's face lit up with joy as he prepared to climb out. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from all around. Immediately, several black gun barrels were pointed at him. Freeze! Hands behind your head. Move and we shoot. Several narcotics officers aimed their guns at the leper. The leper's body trembled violently, his eyes filled with deep resentment. His body trembled uncontrollably before he finally raised his hand slowly. Take him away. John Yang glanced at the junkie, then looked at the villa with excitement. Take them all. Not a single one left behind. 3rd floor office. Boss, what do we do now? We can't hide here long, the cops will be searching up here any minute. Hearing the shouts and cries for help all around, one of the henchmen turned pale, his voice trembling. Boss, it's all that traitor Lao Gui's fault. We're screwed. The blonde-haired thug guarding the door snarled. Shut up or die. Fong Ning stepped forward and kicked the blonde thug to the ground. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Boss, we should destroy the stash first. That way, even if the cops come after us, we'll still have some wiggle room. This was the ultimate goal of Fong Ning's plan. The reason for rushing back before the sick guy returned. Framing Lao was merely incidental. The crucial task was to thoroughly account for the blue crystal inventory. No one knows how much Yu Xiu still has. Each transaction's blue crystals were pre-packed into boxes by Yu Xiu. No one knew where the blue crystals were stored. Not even the leper knew. Once the location of the blue crystal stockpile was known, he could move in and take direct control of Yu Xiu. Mission accomplished. Hearing Fong Ning's words, Yu Xiu remained calm and said nothing. Strangely enough, ever since Yu Xiu entered the 3rd floor office, he seemed completely unflustered. He waved his hand dismissively. There's only 1 box of inventory left. With that, he moved the coffee table aside, revealing a black wooden panel on the floor beneath. Pulling back the panel revealed a hidden compartment. The next second, he pulled out a black briefcase from the hidden compartment. The moment Fong Ning saw the briefcase, he almost reached for it. But suddenly, Yu Xiu's next word stopped him in his tracks. No worries, I have plenty more of these. As many as you want. Chapter 150, Yu Xiu, from now on, you're my own brother. As many as you want? Fong Ning froze, his brows knitting together. Yu Xiu clearly only had 1 box of goods in his hands. Why would he say that? Could he have more stash somewhere else? That sly fox Yu Xiu must have other stashes. After a few seconds of rapid thought, Fong Ning reached a conclusion almost instantly. Given Yu Xiu's level of caution, this was entirely possible. Boss. Trouble. The police have surrounded the building downstairs. Just then, the door burst open with a loud slam. A panicked underling burst in, his face twisted with terror. The cops are coming up the stairs. We can't escape now. Huang Mao and the others trembled violently at the words, nearly fainting. Their legs shook uncontrollably like a sieve. Their faces turned ashen, eyes filled with utter despair. The police had already surrounded the villa, there was no way out. Unless they could fly out. Everyone out. Don't come back in without my orders. Yu Xiu seemed utterly unhurried. His gaze turned cold as he turned and loudly dismissed the crowd. But Huang Mao and the other henchmen tried to protest, only to be abruptly cut off by Yu Xiu's harsh command. Get out. Fong Ning's pupils contracted, unsure what Yu Xiu was up to. Just as he was considering whether to arrest Yu Xiu outright, Yu Xiu suddenly looked over. Brother Fong, you stay here. Soon, only Xiu and Fong Ning remained in the room. Fong Ning was startled to discover. Even at this critical juncture, Yu Xiu showed no sign of panic. Instead, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. What trump card did he have up his sleeve? Fong Ning's heart skipped a beat. Brother Fong, can I trust you? Yu Xiu's expression suddenly shifted as he abruptly turned to stare at Fong Ning. What the hell? Fong Ning's muscles instantly tensed as he pondered his response. The next second, Yu Xiu seized Fong Ning's hand tightly, his expression filled with emotion. Brother Fong, I'm utterly moved by your loyalty. Facing so many police raids, not only did you never complain, but you risked your life to warn me. I'm truly moved. Fong Ning froze in place, a huge question mark flashing through his mind. What's gotten into Yu Xiu? Did he take the wrong medicine? Yet Yu Xiu seemed oblivious to Fong Ning's expression, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Rest assured, from this day forward, you are my own flesh and blood. As long as I, Yu Xiu, have a bite of meat, Brother Fong will definitely get a sip of broth. Damn it, I waited this long just for you to say that? Fong Ning rolled his eyes inwardly but put on a look of flattered surprise. Thanks, Brother Yu. But Brother Yu, we're not running now. If we don't hurry, the cops will be here. Fong Ning pointed toward the door as he warned. The cops. Yu Xiu sneered, then lifted his chin. I knew this day would come. I've been ready for this. With that, Yu Xiu kicked the sofa aside and yanked up the carpet. With a clatter, he pulled open a circular metal cover, his face beaming with satisfaction. This is our way out. This. Fong Ning was so stunned he couldn't speak. Beneath the metal cover, a metal slide appeared. It wound and twisted as far as the eye could see. The pitch-black depths below offered no clue where it led. Seeing Fong Ning's stunned expression, Yu Xiu felt thoroughly satisfied. Just as he was about to brag, a sudden commotion outside the door made his pupils contract. Brother Fong, get out of here. Yushio didn't hesitate, he plunged straight down the slide. A second later, he vanished. Fong Ning stood rooted to the spot, his expression shifting between anger and resolve as if wrestling with a decision. Seconds later, he gritted his teeth, all or nothing. Closing his eyes, he plunged after him down the chute. Darkness engulfed his vision, not a single glimmer of light. He felt his body instantly lose all weight, hurtling downward at breakneck speed. Minutes later, a circular light appeared before his eyes. It seemed to indicate the exit. Plop! A flash of white light filled his vision as Fong Ning slid to the ground, landing hard on his backside. He nearly took a nosedive. Rubbing his throbbing head, he instinctively scanned his surroundings. The scent of earth wafted through the air. He was surrounded by grass. The sound of flowing water reached him from afar. Where was this? Fong Ning was completely dumbfounded. Hadn't he just been on the third floor of the villa? Did he just blink and get transported again? Why are you so slow? Hurry up! Yushio suddenly appeared from the side, grabbing Fong Ning's hand and pulling him forward. This is Jiuli Lake. Fong Ning gasped in surprise. Just moments ago, he had spotted the sign for Jiuli Lake. Wasn't this the Jiuli Lake south of the villa? Which meant Yushio's escape route actually led to Jiuli Lake. And it was premeditated. What a sneaky bastard, no wonder he never showed a hint of panic. Fong Ning finally understood and couldn't help but curse under his breath. This is it. As Fong Ning's thoughts raced, Yushio's footsteps halted abruptly. He dashed toward a reed bed by the lake, searching frantically for something. A few minutes later. Found it. Yushio's face lit up as he called out to Fong Ning. It was a yacht. Fong Ning's jaw dropped instantly, his eyes widening like copper bells. He never imagined there'd be a yacht. What are you standing there for? Get on board. Yushio urged from the deck. Fong Ning nodded mechanically. Only then did he notice there were only 2 seats on the boat. Which meant that if the leper wasn't dealt with, the person boarding might not even be him. Click. Boom. The engine roared to life, startling a flock of birds into flight. The yacht slowly started up and sped away into the distance. Inside the villa in the northern district. Well, did you find Yushio? Zhang Yang's expression grew grave as he looked at the team leader before him. Reporting, Captain. We've searched both lower floors of the villa thoroughly. No sign of Yushio. Team leader Group 1 replied immediately. Any sign of Fong Ning? Zhang Yang swallowed hard and pressed on. The team leader hesitated for a moment before replying helplessly. None found there either. But Team 2 is still conducting a thorough search of the 3rd and 4th floors. We should have updates shortly. Zhang Yang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the villa, as if pinning all his hopes on Team 2. According to the intelligence Fong Ning had relayed over the phone, they not only caught Lulu red-handed with the goods, but also captured Lao Gui, the second in command of Yushio's drug trafficking ring. They had even apprehended every single member of the drug ring. It should have been a triumphant outcome. But Shu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Fong Ning had vanished as well. This left him with a vague sense of unease. Captain. Just then, the leader of Team 2 rushed out of the villa, his expression frantic. What happened? Zhang Yang hurried forward, his voice urgent. 3rd floor. There's a secret passage in the 3rd floor room. The Team 2 leader gasped for breath, his voice still tinged with disbelief. Zhang Yang's face twitched with urgency, his pupils instantly narrowing to pinpricks. Take me there. A few minutes later. Inside the 3rd floor office. Seeing the pitch-black slide opening with his own eyes, Zhang Yang fell silent. He never imagined Yushio would still have this up his sleeve. But Fong Ning was nowhere to be found either? His brow furrowed deeply as Zhang Yang felt his mind racing. Had Fong Ning followed them, or had something happened to her? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Without a second thought, he fumbled for his phone and dialed Fong Ning's number. This number belonged to Brother Lulu. Ring ring ring. The ringtone sounded almost right next to his ear. Following the ringtone, he saw a black phone vibrating beside the slide's opening. Zhang Yang's expression changed, his voice trembling. Oh no! They'd completely lost contact with Fong Ning. Chapter 151, The Blue Crystal Secret Exposed, The Final Deal. Boss Yu, where are we headed? Fong Ning stood behind Yushio, his gaze shifting restlessly. His last-minute decision to follow was driven by a desire to uncover the secret behind Yushio's supply chain. Yushio's nonchalant tone made it hard not to suspect the origin of the goods. We're almost there. Yushio didn't give a direct answer. His expression was focused, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Seeing that Yushio wasn't paying attention to him, Fong Ning decided to send Zhang Yang a message to explain. After all, he had told Zhang Yang they'd taken down Yushio's base. But now the base was destroyed and Yushio was nowhere to be found. What the hell was going on? Just as his hand reached into his pocket, his expression abruptly changed. His phone was gone. It must have fallen out when he jumped down. After carefully recalling the events, he confirmed this possibility. Oh well, one step at a time. Since he couldn't contact anyone, Fong Ning decided not to dwell on it. He focused all his attention on figuring out the source of the goods. Big Yu, what did you mean when you said we could have as much blue crystal as we wanted? Could it be we actually have a lot of stock? Fong Ning asked cautiously. Yushio slowly turned his head to look at Fong Ning, his gaze seeming to scrutinize him. Fong Ning didn't flinch, blinking his large eyes steadily. After a long pause, Yushio sighed heavily. His gaze drifted across the lake surface, lost in memory. Well, since we're brothers, I might as well tell you a secret. Fong Ning's eyes lit up and he immediately leaned closer. Where do you think all this stuff comes from? Yushio suddenly countered. Do you make it yourself? Or do you buy it wholesale? Fong Ning didn't know much about drugs, but he suspected the former was more likely. The reason Yushio could dominate the Spring City market so quickly. Setting aside the quality of blue crystal, price was also a factor that couldn't be ignored. Had the pricing not been competitive, such a swift market takeover would have been impossible. Ha! Yushio suddenly grinned, then slowly shook his head. Drug cooks in the country simply couldn't produce blue crystal of that purity. Cook refers to a drug manufacturer. Fong Ning immediately asked in confusion, then what? That's because. Yushio licked his lips unconsciously, a strange curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Because all my supply comes from the Golden Triangle. At those words, Fong Ning's entire body trembled. His scalp prickled inch by inch, a bone-chilling sensation shooting from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Blue crystal was actually from the Golden Triangle. No wonder it's so pure. Yushio's words suddenly made everything click into place. Chunchang was so close to the border it made perfect sense that drugs would flow in from the Golden Triangle. Could Yushio be from the Golden Triangle? The thought sent a chill down Fong Ning's spine, a strange unease rising in his heart. He had assumed Yushio was the ultimate big boss. But now it seemed Yushio might just be a small fry. Why did this feel like taking down a minor player only to face the real threat? Noticing Fong Ning's shock, Yushio tilted his chin slightly, his voice tinged with arrogance. Not only can I secure first-hand supplies from the Golden Triangle, but I get them at the lowest prices. Thump! Thump! Fong Ning's heart raced with the tension of about to lift the veil of mystery. My real name isn't Yushio, it's Fong Yushio. All my goods come directly from my brother. He has a nickname. At this point, Yushio paused. Sang Koan. That's impossible. Fong Ning's entire body trembled violently, his heart churning with shock. His pupils contracted to pinpricks. He knew Sang Koan. In fact, every officer in Spring City knew him. He was one of the Golden Triangle's most rapidly rising drug lords in recent years. Sang Koan was originally from Longhua, but for reasons unknown, he appeared in the Golden Triangle 3 years ago. In just 3 short years, he'd climbed to the threshold of the Golden Triangle's elite. Who would have thought that Fong Yushio was actually Sang Koan's younger brother? This news was utterly shocking. Fong Ning stood frozen in place, his mouth agape, speechless. Noticing Fong Ning's shock, Yushio patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'm sticking with you as my brother. Once we wrap up this final deal, we're heading back to the Golden Triangle. Upon hearing Yushio's words, Fong Ning's face twitched violently. Boss, you're still thinking about a deal? Shouldn't we be hiding right now? Thinking about a deal at a time like this? Yushio was absolutely insane. Wasn't this like looking for with a lantern in the toilet? We must proceed. I have no time left. Yushio turned his gaze westward, staring blankly into the distance. Then both men fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Fong Ning schemed on how to take down both Yushio and Changgu in one fell swoop. Yushio contemplated making one final big score before returning to the Golden Triangle. Several minutes later, the yacht docked on the southern shore of Jiuli Lake. Yushio, familiar with the area, led Fong Ning through a series of twists and turns to an abandoned house. Pushing open the door, they found it fully stocked with daily necessities, even a generator. Damn, this old fox really has 3 burrows. Fong Ning stared in disbelief, his scalp nearly crawling. Yushio started the generator and switched on the lights. Guided by the light, he walked to a cupboard at the back of the room and slowly pulled it open. A large hole appeared on the wall. Inside the hole, 5 suitcases were neatly arranged. Call Ah Chang. I want to ship this out all at once. Yushio grinned at the 5 cases of blue crystals before him. It didn't matter that the leper had been caught, nor that all his men had been arrested. As long as these 5 cases were sold, combined with the money he'd saved over the years, he could return to the Golden Triangle. At his father's birthday banquet, he would prove that Fong Yushio was no good for nothing. A villa in the county. Though it was broad daylight, the interior remained gloomily dim. Useless. All of them are useless. Brother Chang flew into a rage, smashing the expensive decorations inside the room. He was absolutely furious. He had just received confirmed intelligence. Brother Liu had been arrested. And it was the narcotics squad who caught him red-handed. Both the man and the drugs were seized. The man had already been taken away by the police. Considering Brother Long hadn't been heard from in ages, he must have been taken down by the cops too. I told you not to act rashly. Now look, you're all locked up. You can die if you want, but don't drag me down with you. Brother Chang trembled with rage, his eyes blazing with savagery. His usual composure had vanished without a trace. Upon hearing the news, he practically raced through the night to his lover's place in the suburbs. Long and Lioli had both been arrested. He couldn't believe the police hadn't noticed him. After regaining his composure, a wave of dread washed over Changgu. The latest reports indicated that not only had Brother Lioli been arrested, even Yushio's hideout had been raided. Yushio's fate, whether dead or alive, remained unknown. I hope you're dead. You should have been dead long ago. Brother Chang's eyes were cold and dark, clearly harboring deep hatred toward Yushio. Just then, the phone rang abruptly. Brother Chang snapped to attention and glanced at the caller ID. Yushio. Brother Chang's pupils instantly contracted. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Hello? What's this about? On the other end, Fong Ning grinned widely, revealing a row of pearly whites. Hey! Fish selling Chang, it's me, Fong Ning. Chapter 152, A Gift Horse. Time to take them all down. Fong Ning. Brother Chang's entire body jolted, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Wasn't this Yu Xiu's phone? Why was it Fong Ning's voice? Wasn't Yu Xiu's old nest wiped out? Could Yu Xiu already be finished? But if Yu Xiu was finished, there was no reason Fong Ning wouldn't be finished too. What about Boss Yu? Brother Chang asked coldly. If Fong Ning couldn't give a proper explanation, he'd hang up immediately. Though he had no proof, he'd always suspected something was off about Fong Ning. Big brother Yu is right here with me. Listen for yourself. Fong Ning cursed silently under his breath before handing the phone to Yu Xiu. Brother Chang, it's me, Yu Xiu. Yu Xiu spoke calmly into the phone. Brother Chang, you heard that, right? Boss Yu is right beside me. Fong Ning shrugged. What do you want with me? I can barely save myself, let alone you guys. Brother Chang's eyes darted around before he quickly shut Fong Ning up. He suspected Fong Ning had called seeking help. Yu Xiu's base had been uprooted, leaving him a commander with no troops. Yu Xiu must be desperate but too proud to ask, so he sent Fong Ning instead. Haha, Brother Chang, you're joking. We're doing just fine, we don't need your help. Fong Ning glanced at Yu Xiu after speaking. Yu Xiu gave a slight nod. Fong Ning cleared his throat and continued. We called to propose a deal with Brother Chang. A deal? Brother Chang furrowed his brow, then nearly burst out laughing. At a time like this, you're still thinking about deals? If you're looking to die, don't drag me down with you. He thought Fong Ning no, Yu Xiu had lost his mind. At this critical juncture, they were still thinking about a deal typical of those who value money more than their lives. Right. A flash of insight struck Chang Ji's mind as he asked coldly. Did you already make a deal with Brother Long and Brother Liuli? And how were they captured? He'd been puzzled by this all along. Previous deals had always gone smoothly without incident. Why would something suddenly go wrong now? That didn't make sense. If it weren't for the news that Yu Xiu's base had been wiped out too, he'd suspect this was Yu Xiu's scheme. Both of them are in the station now. You're the only one missing out of the three brothers. Fong Ning rolled his eyes inwardly. Well, we did make the deal, but we never expected that bastard was an undercover cop. Fong Ning sighed deeply, his voice tinged with regret. Chang'e fell silent, offering no response for several minutes. After a few more minutes, Chang'e suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! Those two idiots had it coming. They deserved to get busted for not listening to me. I just never imagined that Lao Gui was an undercover cop. Brother Chang's laughter was hearty and filled with schadenfreude. He had always looked down on Brother Long and Brother Lulu. One's a petty thug, the other a middleman. What level? How could they possibly be worthy of sharing the same goods as him? Back when he spearheaded the alliance against Yu Xiu, it was just about dragging a few cannon fodder along for the ride. Bro Chang, I wonder if you're interested in this deal. Seeing Brother Chang grinning like a fool, Fong Ning couldn't help but interrupt. A deal. Brother Chang's smile vanished instantly, his eyes narrowing to slits. You guys want to die, but I don't. Goodbye. He was about to hang up. Joking aside, the police are surely searching everywhere for Yu Xiu right now. Going out to deal with Yu Xiu now would be like begging for death. We have 5 boxes of goods. Fong Ning remained completely unflustered, his voice soft. But to Chang'e's ears, it sounded like thunder. His head started buzzing instantly. 5 cases of goods. That's more than 10 times his usual haul. His fingers froze mid-air as he reached to hang up. Reason and desire clashed fiercely within him. The white little man sternly said, so what if it's 5 boxes? You might live to take it, but not live to spend it. It's too risky. The dark little man sneered, no guts, no glory. This is 5 cases of goods. If I can get my hands on it, I'll never have to put up with that old woman again. Don't agree to it, it's dangerous. Agree to it. Agree to it. Brother Chang's expression twisted in agony, his face etched with inner conflict. We can give you a 20% discount. Seeing Chang'e hesitate, Fong Ning pulled out his trump card. This was a tactic Yu Xiu had taught him. Yu Xiu had said this was the final batch of goods and hoped to sell it quickly to avoid complications. This suited Fong Ning perfectly. He too wanted to seal the deal. Then he could take them all down at once. The moment he heard 20% off, the struggle in Chang Ji's eyes vanished completely. Replaced instead by pure madness. He had to get his hands on this shipment. Though he was now the man of the hour, with everyone addressing him as Brother Chang wherever he went. But the moment he stepped through his own door, he was instantly reduced to Little Chang or Chang Jr. His wife back home didn't care about any Brother Chang nonsense. In her eyes, Brother Chang was nothing but a freeloading son-in-law, a deadbeat. If not for her family's support, Brother Chang would have been a loser his whole life. So at home, she shows him absolutely no respect. And it wasn't just her, his mother-in-law's entire family treated him with cold sarcasm and not a shred of respect. Despite all the money he's made for his mother-in-law's company over the years. In her family's eyes, he remained a nobody, just a nobody who could make money. If he successfully offloads this shipment and adds it to his years of stashed savings, he could increase his stock holdings and gain full control of the company. From then on, he'd be the master. At this thought, Chang'e smiled, though the curve of his lips was chillingly cold. He slowly uttered 2 words. 70%. Fong Ning's eyes flashed as he turned to look at Yu Xiu. Yu Xiu frowned slightly but remained silent. After a full minute of contemplation, he finally murmured. Agreed. But the deal must happen tonight. Perfect. No effort at all. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Fong Ning rejoiced inwardly. He cleared his throat twice. Brother Chang, did you hear that? Agreed. But I choose the location. Brother Chang's eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, his gaze growing steadily brighter. Agreed. After hanging up, Brother Chang stood motionless, lost in thought. After a long while, Brother Chang sprang to his feet with a sharp movement, as if he'd made up his mind. He slowly dialed a number. His body paced back and forth uncontrollably with excitement, his hand holding the phone trembling slightly. Within seconds, the call connected. Hey, it's Chang. Brother Chang, what brings you here? What do you need from your brother? Heavy breathing came from the other end, punctuated by the sound of something being repeatedly thumped. Brother Chang's lips tightened into a stiff smile as he said in a deep voice. I need to buy 2 vials of medicine. No, make that 3. The thumping abruptly stopped. A questioning voice followed. Bro, what do you need this stuff for? Is there a woman you're after who needs this? Besides, 1 tube of this stuff could knock out a bull. 2 tubes and even an elephant wouldn't get up. Hearing this, Brother Chang grew even more agitated. His entire body trembled slightly as he demanded urgently. Alright, I'll pay double the price. Send someone to deliver it to me and make it fast. Hearing Brother Chang offer double the price, the voice on the other end of the phone immediately grew much more eager. Alright. Brother Chang, stand by, I'll send someone immediately. Then the call ended abruptly. Taking a deep breath, Chang slowly walked to the window, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You Xiao, Fong Ning, just you wait. You're all going to die. Chapter 153, Fong Ning, everyone's constitution is different. Outskirts of the county. A solitary villa stood isolated. The villa was shrouded in complete darkness, not a single light source in sight. The only light came from the moon above. Somehow, the moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright. Squeal! A piercing screech of brakes echoed through the quiet night, followed by a flash of light. A taxi slowly pulled up in front of the villa. Stop! Fong Ning spoke coldly. A minute later, the taxi swayed away. The surroundings plunged back into darkness. After waiting half a minute, seeing no one around, the two stepped into the villa. Thump! Fong Ning's fingers tapped rhythmically on the wooden door. This was the secret signal agreed upon with Brother Chang. After waiting a long while with no response, Fong Ning frowned, gradually increasing the pressure on the door. Suddenly, the door creaked open a crack. A bald head, round as a light bulb, peered through the crack. The bald man cautiously scanned the area first. Seeing only Fong Ning and his companion nearby, he stepped aside. Yu Shou entered calmly, followed closely by Fong Ning. Almost the instant they stepped inside, the room was flooded with light. Under the glare of the lights, Fong Ning saw several men standing before him. Each bore a menacing glare. These were no ordinary street thugs. Brother Chang sat slumped on the sofa behind the group, his expression a mocking smirk as he eyed Fong Ning and his companion. Yu Shou's lips curved into a faint smile as he was about to step forward. Suddenly, the bald giant blocked his path. You may enter, but first, a search. Fong Ning's pupils contracted, and he slowed his pace by half a step. Fight! Fight! He'd actually love to see Changda and Yu Shou tear each other apart. That way, he could save himself some effort. Since all of Yu Shou's goods were here, and Changgu was here too. This was the perfect opportunity. Take down Yu Shou and Changgu in one fell swoop. The blue crystal chain in Spring City would be utterly destroyed. His mission would be successfully concluded. Hearing this, Yu Shou's expression changed instantly. His gaze turned icy as he fixed it on the burly man blocking his path, his pupils narrowing to slits. An invisible aura of dominance erupted from him. Though his entire body remained motionless, the burly man instantly broke out in a cold sweat on his back, as if shivering in the depths of winter without proper clothing. The atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence. Big brother you, circumstances have forced my hand, I had no choice. After all, I don't want to end up like Brother Long and Brother Lulu, rotting away in prison. You know what I mean. If you don't accept it, I won't force you. Today's deal ends here. Brother Chang crossed his legs, a glass of red wine in hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. This deal was initiated by Yu Xiu. He was certain Yu Xiu wouldn't back down. Now that he finally had a chance to get a hold of Yu Xiu, he wasn't about to let it slip away. Yu Xiu's gaze met Chang's. Their eyes met, and Changgu remained unflinching. After a few seconds, Yu Xiu slowly shook his head. Ah Chang, I underestimated you. With that, he raised both hands and looked at the bald giant. Though Yu Xiu's expression remained calm, his teeth were clenched and his entire body trembled slightly. He was clearly on the verge of explosive rage. When had Yu Xiu ever endured such humiliation? Cold sweat beaded on the bald man's forehead as he swallowed hard and began searching Yu Xiu. What was this? The bald man felt a hard object and gasped in surprise. Yu Xiu's expression froze, but he remained silent. Then he pulled a dagger from his waist and flung it to the ground with a sharp clatter. The bald man's mouth twitched as he continued the search. Soon, another startled gasp echoed. What the hell is this? Yu Xiu snorted coldly, bending down to pull a steel blade from his trouser leg. The blade flashed with a cold gleam. He snorted again and tossed it onto the ground. The bald giant sucked in a sharp breath. After a few seconds of composure, he tried to make a move again. Yu Xiu waved him off decisively, drawing a pistol from his back. He swiftly removed the magazine and flicked each round out with his thumb. His eyes clearly suppressed the rage. Is this good enough, Brother Chang? Brother Chang's face instantly broke into a forced, chrysanthemum-like smile. He sprang to his feet, his voice deep and resonant. All right. Fong Ning then underwent the inspection as well, and the two entered the inner room. Things have been tight lately. Don't blame me, boss you. Brother Chang's apology was verbal, but his tone brooked no argument. Yushio snorted coldly, offering no reply. Brother Fong, long time no see. Brother Chang turned to Fong Ning and grinned. Like old friends reunited after years apart. He was genuinely pleased right now. The thought of Fong Ning begging for mercy later filled him with excitement. Oh. Fong Ning wasn't in the mood to engage, instead scanning the room intently. He was already plotting how to make his move. Chang's expression darkened, about to speak. Yushio's voice cut in coldly from the side. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Chang froze for a moment, then his face broke into a smile again. Fine, I won't beat around the bush. The money is ready. With that, he hauled a large suitcase from beneath the sofa. He tipped it sideways and yanked open the zipper. A sea of crimson. Packed to the brim with cash. Brother Chang wasn't playing games, the money was perfectly legitimate. It was every penny he'd saved over the years. Yushio's eyes lit up at the sight of the cash, his heart racing with excitement. With this money plus his years of savings, he could return to the Golden Triangle and prove he wasn't a good-for-nothing. The goods. Brother Chang slowly zipped up the bag and smiled at Yushio. Yushio nodded to Fong Ning. Fong Ning slammed down 5 suitcases and opened them one by one. The blue glow nearly blinded everyone. Good. 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 Chang's eyes widened instantly, his breathing suddenly becoming rapid. With this shipment, he could finally turn his life around and become his own master. Fong Ning was equally overjoyed. As long as Yushio was around, Brother Chang would be fine. The goods were there, the money was there. He could take them all down in one fell swoop. He swallowed hard, glancing around as he already planned his next move. A few minutes later. Cheers to a successful deal. Brother Chang looked delighted as he popped open a bottle of champagne, pouring half a glass for both Yushio and Fong Ning. Happy deal. Yushio's brow betrayed a hint of excitement. His thoughts had already flown to the Golden Triangle, and without a moment's hesitation, he downed his glass in one gulp. Seeing Yushio drain his glass completely, Brother Chang's lips curled into a cold, involuntary smile. Brother Fong, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. Let's drink to that. Brother Chang raised his cup again, turning to Fong Ning. Fong Ning furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something was off. This all feels way too smooth. Smooth to an almost sickening degree. He lifted his wine glass and took a light sip. Ding, strong sedative detected. Automatically converted to sugar water. There was definitely something wrong. Fong Ning's heart jolted, yet his expression remained unreadable. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Brother Chang, who was staring at him expectantly. Interesting. Fong Ning downed the entire cup in one gulp. Seeing both men finish their drinks, Chang Ji's smile finally broke through. He spread his arms wide and roared with laughter. Ha! I won! I won in the end. Brother Chang's expression turned frenzied, his entire face radiating wild joy. You! What did you do? Seeing Chang Ji's expression, Yushio's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding rising in his gut. Yushio, thank you so much for bringing the goods. I want both the money and the goods. Brother Chang immediately glared at him viciously and snatched the suitcase. You're asking for it. Yushio's face turned as pale as if he were constipated. Almost instantly, he drew a revolver from his crotch. No one had expected Yushio to be carrying a gun. Brother Chang's pupils contracted sharply, a hint of terror slowly creeping into his eyes. He hadn't expected Yushio to be this treacherous. Die. Yushio's face twisted with vicious intent as he prepared to pull the trigger. But the next second, Yushio's body trembled violently as an intense wave of dizziness swept over him. His body instantly lost control. In the blink of an eye, his body went limp and he collapsed unconscious. Huff, huff. Chang gasped for air, his eyes still filled with lingering fear. Close call. He was just moments away from being finished off. He hadn't expected Yushio to be so cautious carrying 2 guns. Thankfully, he'd used a full 3 vials of knockout dope. Otherwise, he really would have been done for today. That sneaky bastard. Fong Ning stared in disbelief, his mouth opening and closing as words failed him. He knew Yushio had a gun, but he never imagined there would be 2. If he'd made his move first, the outcome might have been different. All thanks to Brother Chang. A strange feeling washed over Fong Ning and he instinctively glanced at Chang Gu. Shanga happened to look over at that very moment. Their gazes locked and the air seemed to freeze. Brother Chang's gaze was dark and fierce, his face cold as ice. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Neither moved. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. Chang Ji's throat moved with difficulty. How come you're fine? Fong Ning grinned, revealing his trademark pearly whites. Everyone's constitution is different. Chapter 154, 3 captures of Yushio. 2 birds with 1 stone. Impossible. Chang Gu stumbled back 3 steps. His scalp tingled inch by inch as his eyes widened in disbelief, on the verge of madness. To be safe, he'd clearly laced the wine with 3 doses of knockout dope. No exaggeration, even Tarzan himself would have slept for 2 hours before moving. How could Fong Ning still be perfectly fine at this point? Had he bought a fake? For a moment, Brother Chang felt a twinge of doubt. Impossible. Glancing at the unconscious Yushio, Chang shook his head, feeling a throbbing pain in his temples. Yushio had clearly passed out less than 2 minutes after drinking the champagne. That meant the drug was fine. The problem was Fong Ning. Fong Ning grinned, pouring himself another full glass right in front of Chang. After finishing it, he smacked his lips, looking as if he wanted more. The champagne was quite tasty. Another glass, please. Gulp. Brother Chang lurched sideways, nearly passing out on the spot. What the hell is this? One sip and he's out cold. And you? Down 2 big glasses with no problem, and you want a refill? You think this is a ING bar? His face flushed crimson, like he'd eaten a ginseng fruit. Chang's expression darkened, his eyes turning fierce as he glared at Fong Ning, enunciating each word. I don't know how you pulled this off, but you think you can get away with it? Brother Chang lifted his chin toward Fong Ning, his expression dark and ruthless. He knew Fong Ning was skilled. He'd once taken on multiple bodyguards alone at the Tianfu Hotel. Yet he showed not a hint of panic. Every single person in this room was among Chuanqing's top-tier fighters. He'd paid a hefty price to hire them. Without exaggeration, each one was every bit as formidable as Brother Lu's foreign bodyguards. Chang watched Fong Ning with keen interest, hoping to catch a flicker of fear on his face. But his disappointment was swift. Fong Ning merely raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oomph, still smiling when death is imminent. Seeing Fong Ning's expression, Chang Ge felt a sudden wave of disgust, as if he'd swallowed a fly. Fong Ning glanced down at Yu Xiu, then looked back up at Brother Chang, suddenly adopting a serious expression. I can give you a chance. Give me a chance? Chang Gu burst out laughing, as if he'd heard the biggest joke ever. His eyes mocked. Well then, tell me what kind of chance are you offering? Fong Ning looked utterly serious, waving his hand dismissively as he spoke in a hollow tone. Tie yourself up properly, and I'll let you go with some dignity. Fong Ning looked utterly sincere, his big eyes blinking rapidly. Put. Brother Chang couldn't hold back his laughter, shooting Fong Ning a look reserved for fools. Did I hear that right? You're offering me a dignified exit? His tone shifted abruptly, his voice turning icy. Then I refuse to save face. Bring him here. Kill him. No. Maim him. Brother Chang's eyes bulged as he screamed at the top of his lungs, madness glinting in his gaze. Hearing the shouts, 7 or 8 men poured out from behind the door almost instantly. The bald giant who had examined him earlier charged in first. Without hesitation or greeting. Several men instantly grabbed steel pipes and swarmed forward. No one-on-one fights, just a full-on brawl from the start. The steel pipes glinted coldly under the lights. Countless steel pipes rained down on Fong Ning. Each strike aimed for his head or knees. Some even aimed for the groin. As the saying goes, a flurry of punches can knock out a master. And these weren't just ordinary street thugs. Each had blood on their hands to some degree. You can imagine if just one blow landed solidly. An ordinary person would have rolled their eyes back in their head. Unfortunately for them, Fong Ning was no ordinary person. His extraordinary physical prowess was no joke. Seeing the crowd surging toward him, Fong Ning's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward in a single stride. As he closed the distance, his hands moved like dancing dragons, his fingers like eagle talons. Instantly, he seized the wrist of the bald man leading the charge and slammed it downward with brutal force. Snap! The sound of a shattered wrist echoed. Before the bald man could even scream out in agony. The next second, Fong Ning yanked the bald man's arm violently backward. The bald man's body instantly lost balance and crashed against Fong Ning's chest. Thud. Snap. Thud. Hit. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. That realistic impact, it definitely hit. But the next second, they all looked at each other, feeling like their eyeballs might pop out of their sockets at any moment. They had indeed hit something. But what they'd hit was a bald head. Ah! The bald man's heart-wrenching scream exploded like thunder in their ears. My turn. Fong Ning grinned, his strength sinking instantly before he thrust forward with brutal force. The bald man in front of him flew backward like a soccer ball. First, he traced a graceful arc through the air, then plummeted to the ground like a meteor. The crowd felt darkness close in before a black shadow appeared right before their eyes. Holy! Unable to dodge in time, they were smashed solid. They toppled backward like dominoes. With a crash, they smashed through the wooden table before coming to a halt. Ah! Everyone lay on the ground, arching their backs and rolling around like fish impaled by harpoons. But Fong Ning? He hadn't even shifted his stance. You! Chang Ji's entire body trembled uncontrollably, a chill shooting up his spine from tailbone to crown. Are you even human? Chang Ji's mouth opened and closed, unable to form words. These men were all hired at great expense. He thought it would take little more than some effort to take down Fong Ning. But who could have imagined? They didn't even last a single round. The terror in his heart exploded like a bomb. Every nerve in his body screamed at him. Run! Run! Fong Ning isn't human. Without hesitation, Xianga practically bolted toward the door in a panic. His face was pale, his eyes filled with terror, no trace of the strategist he once was. I gave you a chance. Fong Ning shook his head, not even glancing in the direction Chang Gu had fled. He casually picked up a wine glass from the table, weighed it in his hand, and flung it away in an instant. The glass traced a straight white line through the air. Crash! It smashed into Changa's back of the head, shattering into glass fragments. Changa let out an ouch and fell flat on his face. Fong Ning slowly followed behind. Thump, thump. Lying on the ground, Chang completely lost his composure upon hearing Fong Ning's footsteps. Ignoring the bleeding back of his head, he immediately sat up and scrambled backward. His mouth instinctively murmured. No, no. Don't come any closer. Yes. The money, the cash, and the goods, I'll split it with you. 50-50. Just let me go. Fong Ning blinked her big eyes repeatedly. 50-50 split? Who's 50? Who's the other half? Chang's brain froze for a moment, momentarily unable to process it. He froze for several seconds. You take 5? No way. You take 7, I take 3. 7 for you, 3 for me, is that okay? Bro Chang kept crawling backward until he hit the wall with his back, with nowhere left to retreat. It's all yours. I don't want anything. Just let me go. Brother Chang's voice cracked with tears, his eyes filled with terror. Fong Ning slowly leaned down, whispering into Chang Ji's ear. Let me tell you a secret, I'm a cop. Chang's pupils dilated instantly. The next second, his vision went black and he lost consciousness. Half an hour later. Mission accomplished. He forcefully shoved 5 boxes of blue crystals and a large suitcase full of cash into the trunk. He glanced back at Brother Yu and Chang, both tightly bound in the trunk. Only then did Fong Ning breathe a sigh of relief. He'd found this vehicle in the garage, a Land Rover Freelander. He had originally planned to call Jian Yang directly. But then he realized it was already past midnight. Jian Yang might have gone to bed long ago. After much deliberation, he decided to personally deliver them to the municipal bureau. The room. The car slowly started up and headed toward the Spring City Police Headquarters. Chapter 155, Mission Impossible? Fong Ning, I'll handle it. The Municipal Bureau's Anti-Narcotics Division building. The clock's hands had already pointed to 12, yet the office remained brightly lit. The anti-drug officers sat with solemn expressions, some intently watching surveillance feeds, others poring over documents. A solemn look was etched on everyone's face. The atmosphere in the entire office felt unusual. By all accounts, today they not only apprehended the second-in-command, that good for nothing. And we'd also raided the drug lord Yu Xiu's hideout. An entire crate of blue crystal had been seized on the spot at the drug base. Both witnesses and evidence were in hand. This should have been cause for celebration. Yet no one seemed able to feel joy. Because Yu Xiu had vanished. Over a dozen vehicles and personnel were deployed, yet Yu Xiu still managed to escape. And the bad news didn't stop there. Not only Yu Xiu, but even Chang'e, who had been tailing him, vanished without a trace. Both men had vanished into thin air. By now, everyone's face was twisted with pent-up fury. They would turn over every stone to find these two men. Inside the captain's office, Jian Yang and Old Chow sat facing each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. Captain, you're saying Yu Xiu escaped through the secret passage and Fong Ning is missing too? Old Chow's face still bore an expression of utter disbelief. Upon hearing about Fong Ning, he rushed straight to room 404 at the Tianfu Hotel. Sure enough, he found Brother Liuli in the private room, clutching the blue crystal. His heart surged with joy. He'd thought today would be a double win. With Jian Yang mobilizing so many forces, he was certain the operation would proceed smoothly, wiping out Yu Xiu's drug trafficking ring in one fell swoop. But I never imagined such an unexpected turn of events would occur. Jian Yang's expression drifted, smoke puffing from the cigarette dangling between his lips. Though he appeared relatively calm on the surface, the torment within his heart was unimaginable to outsiders. Old Chow couldn't have imagined it either. Never mind the constant pressure from superiors and the relentless stress day and night. What mattered most was that Fong Ning had vanished. This time was different. This time, Fong Ning had insisted on capturing Yu Xiu personally. Now he had suddenly gone missing without a word. This has been agonizing for him. Fong Ning had gone undercover because of him. If anything happened to Fong Ning, he couldn't bear to face it. Though they'd only spent a total of 1 week together. And their actual face-to-face time was probably less than half a day. Yet he held immense admiration for Fong Ning. His methods were often unexpected, yet they always yielded astonishing results. Even the most seasoned undercover agents in the unit couldn't match Fong Ning's achievements. In just 1 week undercover, he had nearly single-handedly dismantled Yu Xiu's drug trafficking operation. He had already planned to bring Fong Ning into his own team once the operation concluded. But unexpectedly, Fong Ning vanished without a trace alongside Yu Xiu. And now, over 10 hours have passed since his disappearance. His fate remained unknown. Just then, a series of thuds sounded at the door. Captain, the director wants you in his office. The chief? Jian Yang's hand holding the cigarette froze, his expression slightly startled. It's already the middle of the night, is the chief still here? You and the guys keep investigating. You must find out where Fong Ning is. I'll head over first. Stubbing out his cigarette, he turned to give Old Chow a quick order before striding away. Inside the chief's office. Chief, aren't you going to rest? Pushing open the door, Jian Yang saw Director Huang hunched over his desk and couldn't help asking. None of you have rested yet. How could I, as your leader, rest? Sit down. Director Huang shook his head, gesturing for Jian Yang to take a seat. Jian Yang hesitated for a moment before plopping down in the chair. The director calling him in so late made him suddenly feel uneasy. It felt like something was about to happen. Director Huang's brow was slightly furrowed as he silently poured Jian Yang a cup of hot tea. Then, without a word, he simply stared intently at Jian Yang. Jian Yang's heart skipped a beat, a wave of dread surging through him. Director, I have urgent matters back at the station. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. Without pausing to drink his tea, Jian Yang instinctively started to leave. The director's gaze only deepened his conviction that something was terribly wrong. Sit down. Commissioner Huang's gaze sharpened, a fleeting aura of authority emanating from him. Jian Yang bit his lip, hesitated for a few seconds, then sat back down. He had already begun to suspect. Sure enough. Director Huang first let out a deep sigh, then spoke in a low voice. The province held another video conference today regarding the Blue Crystal case. At this point, Director Huang paused, his voice tinged with reluctance. The case has suddenly taken a new turn, completely beyond my control. The provincial authorities have unanimously decided that if the Blue Crystal case remains unsolved by noon tomorrow, the provincial authorities will directly take over the case. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Yang erupted in shock, leaping to his feet. What? We still have a few days left. How could this happen so suddenly? We've worked so hard to get this far, with the case handing it over now would mean all our efforts were for nothing. Zhang Yang's face flushed crimson with agitation, as if coated in red paint. His lips trembled, and the veins on his forehead bulged faintly. The case was just a step away from closing. No one could accept handing it over now. They say the deadline is noon tomorrow. But it was already past midnight. That meant less than 12 hours remained. Finding Yushio and Brother Chang within 12 hours was nothing short of a fairy tale. It's an impossible mission. I don't want to either, but there's no choice. The importance of this case has already exceeded my control. Commissioner Huang explained. Seeing Zhang Yang's stunned expression, Director Huang added. I've reviewed all your operational reports. Fang Ning's fate remains unknown, dead or alive. Handing this case over to the provincial authorities might actually be for the best. Zhang Yang fell silent. Slowly, he pulled a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and flicked it into the air before lighting it. Commissioner Huang made no move to stop him, merely watching quietly. He inhales 2 deep puffs in quick succession. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. He turned to Director Huang, his words almost coming out one by one. If we haven't made progress by noon tomorrow, I can let go. But until that time comes, I won't give up. With that, he turned and walked straight out of the office. Sigh. Watching Zhang Yang's figure slowly disappear, Director Huang let out a deep sigh. His gaze then fell upon the recommendation form on the desk, and he murmured to himself. Fang Ning, I hope you're okay. The application form boldly displayed several large characters. Yun Province Police Combat Skills